Chapter 1490, Xuanqing Sect's Doomsday 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The reason for the Dragon Clan being famous throughout the continent was because, other than being valiant and powerful, the solidness of their skin was outrageous. During lower cultivation levels, Yun Luofeng could still fight cross-level battles. However, as her strength increased, it wasn't as easy battling against people stronger than her. Therefore, she would never give up this opportunity presented before her. But a bewildered look emerged from Bishao's eyes. Those experts from the Saintly Virgin tribe also thought of enduring the remodeling, but all of them gave up halfway and none of them could endure till the end. Will she succeed? I can't speak for others, but she'll definitely succeed. Xiao Mo had followed Yun Luofeng the longest and had also witnessed her growth. That year in Huichia University, Yun Luofeng was regarded as a madwoman. There was nothing she was afraid to do, and she was still the same even after arriving on a different continent. Working hard wasn't because she did not fear death. In contrary, she was afraid of dying, but compared to that, she was even more afraid that she couldn't protect her loved ones. In her previous incarnation, Yun Luofeng was an orphan. After in this world, she learned about the warmth of family, so how would she be willing to let that go? In order to protect this warmth, she had done her utmost to increase her strength. Bishao seemed to be astounded. Her puzzled green eyes stared intently at Yun Luofeng while muttering irresolutely, compared to those humans I knew in the past, she's different. From the start, Bishao had acknowledged allegiance to Yun Luofeng due to Little Tree. After all, for a tree spirit as proud and arrogant as her, how could she willingly vow her loyalty to a human? It wasn't until witnessing Yun Luofeng's willpower that she gained a whole new level of respect. Her heart gradually acknowledged Yun Luofeng, although she was still unaware of this change. Bishao, how long does the remodeling of physique take? Xiao Mo was silent for a while and asked. I'm not sure. I only know those elders of Saintly Virgin tribe had endured for 3 to 5 days and couldn't continue on. I've never seen any successful cases, and sir, I don't know how many days it'll take. Bishao shook her head, while her green eyes were fixed on Yun Luofeng all along. After hearing her words, Xiao Mo no longer spoke, merely finding a spot to sit and quietly wait for Yun Luofeng. 10 days flashed past in the blink of an eye. Within these 10 days, Yun Luofeng's complexion became increasingly pale, while her breathing became weaker. Even so, she still relied on her last breath and continued enduring. Bishao tightly clenched her fist and looked nervously at Yun Luofeng. She wanted to know whether this young lady would be able to succeed at something that numerous experts of Saintly Virgin tribe couldn't accomplish. Bang! Suddenly, Yun Luofeng fell and her body heavily crashed on the tree stump beside her. Xiao Mo turned pale from shock and quickly got up, arriving at Yun Luofeng's side in a flash. He worriedly questioned, Master, how are you? Yun Luofeng smiled. Her complexion was pale and colorless, but it could not affect her peerless smile. Bishao had lived for countless years, and only now did she witness a smile that made all living things pale in comparison. It was hard to imagine that a human could be beautiful to such an extent. Referring to her as a devil that would damage countries and cause suffering to people wouldn't be an exaggeration. Xiao Mo, look. The young lady opened her hand and her fist was covered with a layer of solid dragon scales. It had spread continuously from her hand until her entire body was encased in an armor formed from dragon scales. Chapter 1491, Xuanqing Sect's Doomsday 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. I've succeeded. That's right, she had succeeded. Not only did her body's defensive level increase a notch, there also was even an additional dragon scale armor. With this armor, she could even receive a Sage Lord Cultivator's attack without being injured in the slightest. Similar to being struck by lightning, Xiao Mo was speechless. He never imagined that spirit dragon blood could have this effect, and it seemed like Yun Luofeng had indeed picked up a treasure this time. Master, congratulations. There was unconcealable excitement on Xiao Mo's expression as he excitedly spoke. Yun Luofeng smiled. Unfortunately, the dragon scale armor can only be summoned for a short period of time, at the very most for 3 minutes. In addition, it would require a huge portion of spiritual energy within the God Code world. As expected, after hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Xiao Mo sensed that the spiritual energy in the God Code world was nearly used up. Luckily, the huge chrysanthemum tree that Little Tree had planted was rapidly recovering the space's spiritual energy. However, no matter how powerful Little Tree's chrysanthemum tree was, it can replenish the spiritual energy in a short period of time. Xiao Mo, how long have I been here? Yun Luofeng looked up and glanced at the young man beside her. You spent 1 month to break through, and the remodeling of your physique took another 10 days. Therefore, a month and 10 days have passed. A month and 10 days. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow and stood up. Let's go, it's time for us to leave and find those people to settle our debts. If it weren't for Bishao, perhaps Su Jun and everyone would have been completely wiped out. As for Yun Yi, although he was powerful, he did not possess wisdom. If she wasn't present, it was impossible to count on him to eradicate all the enemies. On the mountain summit, Yun Yi's gaze was empty and he stood lifelessly just like a huge giant, radiating invisible oppression. Yan Qi and company had yet to leave and had set up an encampment on the mountain summit, waiting for Yun Luofeng's return. Whoosh! Suddenly brilliant rays shone, and after Yan Qi and the group recovered their senses, they discovered the white-robed lady holding onto a child's hand and standing before them. Yun Luofeng was startled and questioned with a slight frown, why are you still here? Yan Qi had a shameful expression. At that time, we caused you to offend the Xuanqing sect, so we were waiting for you here. Waiting for me? Yun Luofeng's frown loosened. I have something to attend to right now, so you can leave. Yan Qi and Fu Jin along with the rest glanced at each other. Seeing Yun Luofeng about to leave, they hastily followed. Why? Yun Luofeng stopped and said without turning around, you're unwilling to leave. Yan Qi blushed and in embarrassment raised a request. We want to follow you. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment. Do you have access to a spatial wormhole? A spatial wormhole was a bridge between the seven-province continent and the land of no return, and only this could connect both continents. Yes. Yan Qi did not understand Yun Luofeng's meaning and hurriedly nodded. I know a location that has spatial wormhole, and I have some connections with the family protecting it. Miss Yun, why are you asking? There's a faction called the Physician Tower in the land of no return that I established. If you wish to follow me, join the Physician Tower. After speaking, Yun Luofeng's figure disappeared before them in a flash. Yun Yi had also hastily followed her and hurriedly left the mountain summit. Chapter 1492, Xuanqing Sect's Doomsday, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yan Qi, what choice do you think we should make? Fu Jin hesitated. The resources in the land of no return can't be compared to the seven-province continent, but it surpasses it in peacefulness. Yan Qi sighed helplessly. For all these years, how much has our group experienced and suffered? In order to survive, we had to do our utmost in cultivation, and I've had enough of this life. Since Miss Yun has offered, so what if we head to the land of no return? I do not wish to continue staying in the seven-province continent, and I believe we wouldn't regret joining the Physician Tower. Yan Qi had confidence. Although this Physician Tower was in the land of no return, this was Yun Luofeng's faction, and someday it would be renowned throughout the seven-province continent. Naturally, their status would also change with the overall trend. Alright, then we'll set off right now towards the land of no return. In the skies not far away, the young lady paused and waited for the puppet following behind her. After the puppet caught up with her, she once again headed towards the Xuanqing sect. Little Tree blinked and asked with a cute voice, Mother, you intend to have Yan Qi and company protect the Physician Tower in your stead? Yun Luofeng faintly smiled. Their strength isn't considered powerful on the seven-province continent, but there'll be peak existences in the land of no return. With them protecting the Physician Tower and Yi family, I can expand my faction here at ease. Therefore, she had agreed for Yan Qi and company to follow her. Mother, will they go to the land of no return? They will. Yun Luofeng merely spoke a word, yet her face was brimming with confidence and her pair of pitch-black eyes were similar to black gemstones. Xuanqing sect. Inside the hall, the middle-aged man's family was extremely gloomy and seemed frightened. His palms landed on the table with a slam, and he coldly said, If I hadn't come out from closed cultivation in advance, how long did you intend to hide it from me? My biological son was killed by others, yet no one informed me. Everyone was silent without speaking. Facing the furious middle-aged man, they did not dare to utter a single word. Father. Su Jun slowly went up after hesitating for a while. Just as he called out, he was interrupted by the middle-aged man's stern and grave voice. Luochen was your brother, and you looked on unfeelingly at your brother's death, and you dared to keep me in the dark. Is this how I taught you to cherish your brotherly relationship? The middle-aged man trembled while his face was ashen. Su Jun's eyes flickered, and the instant he looked up, his eye rims had reddened. With a plop, he knelt before the middle-aged man. Father, your son is to be blamed for this. It was for the sake of the Xuanqing sect and me that little brother was killed by an evildoer. The middle-aged man suppressed his internal suffocation and asked while clenching his teeth. Tell me what exactly happened a month ago. How did Luochen lose his life on Wormwood Mountain? Father, little brother and I brought Xiao Bai towards the mountain, but who would have thought that we would actually encounter Xiao Bai's master? Xiao Bai's master. The middle-aged man frowned. How is Miss Lin's master related to Luochen's death? Father, Xiao Bai's master isn't a kind soul. She knew about Xiao Bai's identity and had accepted her as a disciple. Su Jun's eyes flickered and he continued, furthermore, relying on Xiao Bai being her disciple, she forced Xiao Bai to marry someone she chose. Chapter 1493, Xuanqing Sect's Doomsday, 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. After hearing Su Jun's explanation, he became even more aggravated. If it was Su Luochen who told him, perhaps he might be skeptical. However, Su Jun had never lied, and what he said would definitely have happened that day. He clenched his teeth and asked, Where is Miss Lin? Su Jun's complexion darkened, and his eyes were filled with sadness and suffering. Looking at his expression, a trace of unease gradually surfaced in his heart. Father, Xiao Bai has been controlled by that woman, and she used an unknown method to make Xiao Bai become unconscious. Little brother had been killed by that woman in order to save Xiao Bai. Su Jun's expression was filled with sorrow. She also said that since she is Xiao Bai's master, her marriage would naturally be decided by her. Even if the person Xiao Bai likes is me, she would never allow Xiao Bai to make the decision. Presumptuous. The middle-aged man's fist fiercely smashed the table while his forehead veins bulged. Miss Lin's identity is very honorable, and how could her master make the decision for her? She's a self-opinionated fool. Compared to the death of his son, he was even more furious that someone else dared to decide on Lin Ruobai's marriage. Lin Ruobai was someone their sect had to obtain at all costs. Jinsa, you're well aware that the Saintly Virgin tribe has never had dealings with men from outside, and all their women are single for their whole life. However, she's the successor that the tribe has been searching for. If you could make her fall for you, the tribe would be unable to make decisions for her. The middle-aged man sighed. Thus, I had wanted both of you to foster your relationship, and when the conditions were right, success would naturally follow. Then we would inform the tribe about this. Nonetheless, who would have expected that an idiot came to intercept when your relationship started to develop? As such, I can only inform the Saintly Virgin tribe of this. In the Xuanqing sect's sect master's view, Lin Ruobai was his daughter-in-law, so how could he allow others to snatch her? In particular, that woman had selfishly decided Lin Ruobai's marriage. Shouldn't she reflect on her status? Was the successor of the tribe someone she could make decisions for? Father, don't worry. Half a month ago, I informed the Saintly Virgin tribe, and I believe they've received the news. A sinister glint streaked across Su Jun's eyes. Furthermore, I informed them that in order to let her little brother be married to Lin Ruobai, Yoon Luofeng caused Xiao Bai to be unconscious and in imminent peril. To be honest, Su Jun did not know of Xiao Mo's and Yoon Luofeng relationship. However, he did not mind casually fabricating an identity. It was sufficient as long as the saintly virgin tribe believed in him. Good. The middle-aged man smirked. We will leave this to the saintly virgin tribe to handle. I don't believe that they dare to oppose the tribe. Thinking of this, he looked at Su Jun and asked, if the saintly virgin tribe successfully rescues Miss Lin, do you have the confidence to let her raise the topic of marriage? Su Jun hesitated. If it was in the past, he would definitely be brimming with confidence, thinking that Lin Ruobai would choose him without a doubt. However, recalling the cold attitude Lin Ruobai gave him on Wormwood Mountain, it caused his heart to thump. Why? You've been together for a year and you're still unable to obtain her heart. I remember you mentioned before that Lin Ruobai had fallen for you. The middle-aged man's expression was gloomy as he coldly asked. Su Jun clenched his teeth, raising his head with determination. I have confidence in Xiao Bai, and she'll definitely be my wife. Chapter 1494, Xuanqing Sect's Doomsday, 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Ha. The middle-aged man's dark expression instantly became bright after hearing his son's confident voice. Since you're confident, then I'm at ease. While speaking, his expression once again darkened. As for your little brother's debt, I will certainly repay it. He said the last few words with his teeth clenched and his fury towards Yoon Luofeng could be seen. Sect Master, something terrible has happened. Just then, a Xuanqing sect disciple rushed in staggering and fell on the ground. Before he could stand up, he hastily said, someone murdered their way into the sect and has killed numerous disciples. What? The middle-aged man was furiously agitated. Slamming his hands against the wall, a hole instantly appeared. His expression was malevolent, with fury in his eyes. Who is so courageous to cause trouble in my Xuanqing sect? Men, immediately follow me to kill that intruder. After saying this, the middle-aged man's figure turned into a hurricane and rushed out the door. At this moment, blood had formed a river in the Xuanqing sect, with countless disciples fallen into the pool of blood, dead but with their eyes open. Even so, there were still many disciples who dashed forwards, intending to kill this intruder. Encircled among them was a robust man. His muscles were well defined and he was expressionless, just like a machine who only knew to kill without the slightest feelings. However, Su Jun saw the white-robed lady standing beside the robust man at a glance. Her appearance was outstanding, with robes purer than snow and her black hair flying with the wind. No one could imagine anyone more beautiful than her. In her hands was a little child with an appearance like carved jade. Even though this child was still young, a trace of wickedness could be seen in his eyes. Father, that is the woman who snatched Xiao Bai and killed Luochen, Su Jun gnashed his teeth in anger and said. After he spoke, Yoon Luofeng who was spectating the battle suddenly turned his way, and her wicked and unrestrained eyes coldly fell on him. Imprudent, the middle-aged man furiously shouted and his aura was completely unleashed. In an instant, he attacked towards Yoon Luofeng with killing intent revealed in his eyes. You killed my son and I'll make you pay with your life. Witnessing his father rushing over, Su Jun revealed a smug smile. No matter how powerful Yoon Luofeng's bodyguard was, his own father was of the realm of a sage lord level, yet these people actually dared to kill into Xuanqing sect unaccompanied. It was evident without a doubt that they would die. Yoon Yi, step aside. The young lady's orders sounded beside Yoon Yi's ears. Obeying her orders, he retreated to Yoon Luofeng's rear, exposing her slender body to the middle-aged man's attack. Die. The middle-aged man shouted and his mighty fist approached her, similar to a meteor, filled with endless power. In everyone's eyes, this slender woman could never withstand the might of their sect master's punch and she was destined to perish under his strike. Boom. A hurricane surged around her and her cheek was gradually covered by dragon scales that were incomparably tough. It was similar to an armor crafted with dragon scales, looking impressive and domineering. Chapter 1495, Xuanqing Sect's Doomsday, 7. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The middle-aged man was obviously shocked but he was unable to stop his attack. The fist that was enshrouded with destructive power rammed against Yoon Luofeng's chest with a loud bang. Boom. In that instant, his body seemed to have received a heavy blow and he flew out. He spit out a mouthful of blood and his complexion was overwhelmed with shock. Impossible, it's impossible. You are only at sage god level cultivation, how could you withstand my attack? A young lady having sage god level cultivation was considered a miracle on the 7-province continent. Even so, how could a sage god level cultivator possibly withstand an attack of a sage lord level cultivator? Unless. The middle-aged man's eyes fell on Yoon Luofeng's dragon scale armor and traces of greed surfaced. That's right, it must be this armor. If I can obtain this armor, my strength will definitely increase a notch. Is a sage lord's strength merely so? A smile surfaced on her lips but the middle-aged man sensed contempt and taunting from her smile. Flames of fury instantly surged forth. You killed my son and I'll definitely make you pay with your life. Of course, if you are willing to hand over your dragon scale armor as an apology gift, perhaps I can spare your life. Yoon Luofeng laughed. In your dreams. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man raised his head and laughed crazily. Rotten girl, you must be unaware of what kind of enemies you've provoked, daring to speak in such a tone. Since you're aware of Miss Lin's identity, then I can tell you that the saintly virgin tribe will never spare you for your actions towards Miss Lin. Her actions toward Lin Ruobai. Yoon Luofeng quirked her brow and unconsciously glanced at Su Jun. Needless to say, she understood that Su Jun had pushed the blame of losing Xiao Bai and Su Luochen's death to her. Su Jun naturally saw Yoon Luofeng's gaze, but he looked back at her without fear, not feeling ashamed in the slightest for his actions. Girl, you forced Miss Lin to marry someone that she doesn't love, relying on your status as her master. Haven't you considered the consequences of your actions? Will the saintly virgin tribe allow you to treat her so? The middle-aged man sneered, with mocking on his face. Furthermore, Miss Lin and my son are mutually in love, and by separating them, you'll definitely be in trouble. Without Yun Luofeng's orders, Xiao Mo would never appear. However, after hearing how they sounded Yun Luofeng and claimed that Lin Ruobai and Su Jun was mutually in love, he couldn't restrain himself and ran out from the God Code world. Su Jun and his father were shocked by Xiao Mo's sudden appearance, seemingly not knowing where he had come from. At this moment, Xiao Mo revealed the savage glint while fiercely glaring at Su Jun, father and son. Xiao Bai has already agreed to marry me. When was she mutually in love with this bastard? Su Jun recovered his senses and whispered in the middle-aged man's ears, he's the man who snatched Xiao Bai from me, and her master is forcing Xiao Bai to marry him. Having heard what was said, the middle-aged man knew what's going on and looked towards Xiao Mo with a sneer. Since you claim that Miss Lin is willing, then will you let her come out and have her speak personally? Xiao Mo trembled from rage while the savage look in his eyes grew stronger. Chapter 1496, Xuanqing Sect's Doomsday 8. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Xiao Mo, Yun Luofeng muttered, 1 minute left. He knew what she meant. The armor's uptime was only 3 minutes and 2 minutes had elapsed, so she was left with 1 minute. Therefore, no matter how furious he was, Xiao Mo could only retreat. Whoosh. Just as Su Jun and his father were deciphering Yun Luofeng's words, she had already dashed towards the middle-aged man while her fist enveloped by dragon scales struck his chest. Fuchi. In that instant, the middle-aged man was sent flying and spat out blood once again. His head fell at a crooked angle and his breathing ceased. Su Jun was stunned. Everyone in the Xuanqing sect was also shocked into silence, and what came shortly after that was fear. Noticing the cavity in the middle-aged man's chest and the blood flowing incessantly from his mouth, Su Jun's eyes stared in front like a dead fish and he looked extremely miserable. Father! Su Jun shouted, himself hoarse, and rapidly came to the middle-aged man's side. Carrying his body, he howled mournfully, Father, wake up. The Xuanqing sect can't do without you, don't scare your son. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man had passed away. Yun Luofeng was also shocked as she looked at her own fist, and then at the middle-aged man who died miserably. She didn't expect that she could kill a Sage Lord level expert with one blow. Master. Perhaps sensing Yun Luofeng's internal confusion, Xiao Mo patiently explained, he wasn't a real Sage Lord level cultivator. Not a Sage Lord level cultivator. Yun Luofeng was somewhat astonished. That's right, Xiao Mo nodded. There are many treasures that can increase one's strength. For example, the strut snake grass and strut dragon blood, so on and so forth, which can allow a cultivator to break through. However, these items can only be discovered and not sought for. Xiao Mo paused for a moment and continued, therefore, many seek for something inferior and use some defective items to break through. One example would be the Xuanqing sect master. If my guess is correct, he probably consumed something called vermilion fruit that would allow his level to advance to Sage Lord level. His lifespan and power would not differ from a Sage Lord level cultivator, but his physique was still similar to a Sage God advanced rank cultivator. That was the reason why you could kill him with a single blow. If you were to encounter a true Sage Lord cultivator, it would be hard to win easily even with the dragon scale armor. Listening to Xiao Mo's explanation, Yun Luofeng suddenly saw the light. The difference between Sage God and Sage Lord level was too immense. Even with the dragon scale armor, she couldn't instantly kill her opponent. You killed my little brother and my father. Su Jun turned and his hate-filled eyes glared at Yun Luofeng. One day, you will die in my hands. Little Tree blinked his eyes while his adorable petite face turned towards Yun Luofeng. Can I kill him? He spoke at ease, no different from casually greeting someone on a normal day. It was just like, can I have my meal? It's sufficient to let Yun Yi handle this. Yun Luofeng held onto Little Tree's hands. As long as the Xuanqing sect master no longer existed, no one else was of any threat. Suddenly, Su Jun seemed to sense something as his body suddenly stiffened and he somewhat excitedly raised his head to look at a void in the azure skies. From the void, countless white petals descended from the skies and a white-robed servant girl followed in the rear, while the person standing before her was another woman in white. Chapter 1497, Xuanqing Sect's Doomsday 9. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Different from the servant maid behind her, she was divinely gorgeous, an immortal that placed herself above the common populace while loftily standing in the air. Lord Qin Yue, Su Jun emotionally shouted, nearly dancing and gesticulating for joy. He evilly glared towards Yun Luofeng and a complacent smile surfaced. The saintly virgin tribe has arrived. Now, I'd like to see how you continue being rampant. Qin Yue expressionlessly descended from the skies. Her white robes were very long, to the extent of trailing on the ground. Her fine black hair was as if a waterfall, ending at her waist level. Seems like I've come at the wrong time. Numerous corpses and blood filled her vision, and her sharp brows faintly lifted. Impatience could be seen through her arrogant eyes. Su Jun, I came with orders from the tribe master to obtain an explanation from you and find out exactly who abducted my tribe's successor. Su Jun's expression was filled with emotion. He fiercely glared towards Yun Luofeng. It's this woman, she abducted Xiao Bai and used her status as her master to force Xiao Bai to marry someone that she doesn't love. Lord Qin Yue, you have to save Xiao Bai. Hearing Su Jun addressing Lin Ruobai intimately, her brow furrowed even tighter while a trace of impatience streaked across her eyes. You say she abducted my tribe's successor. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Yun Luofeng, slightly lifted her chin, and displayed the arrogance that the tribeswomen possessed. Su Jun, recount the specific details so that I can make a decision. This was what happened. Su Jun took in a deep breath and complied. That day, I encountered Xiao Bai in danger and rescued her. At that time, I was puzzled as to why she would appear in such a dangerous place alone. After that, she told me that her master abandoned her in the forest, with the intention to feed her to wild wolves and leopards. Su Jun wickedly said, to think there was such a ruthless master in this world. Seeing Xiao Bai without any accommodation, I took her in. However, good things don't last forever and this wretched master actually came looking for her. I don't know how she knew about Xiao Bai's relationship with the saintly virgin tribe, but she unhesitatingly forced Xiao Bai to marry someone she didn't love. Lord Qin Yue, within this year, Xiao Bai and I have mutually fallen in love and she mentioned she would rather die than marry a man other than me. In addition, I suspect that Xiao Bai has met with an accident. Su Jun wiped his tears. If something really happened to her, I'll never let the person who injured her off, even if I were to die. His explanation was so full of affection and sentiment that even Su Jun himself was touched. He believed that there was no reason Qin Yue wouldn't be touched. Therefore, peeking at Qin Yue from the corner of his eyes, he discovered that she was as cold as before. Lord Qin Yue, he apprehensively called. Qin Yue did not speak, but her lofty beautiful eyes were fixed on the young lady who had her hands crossed that was standing before her. Her voice was ice cold, without a trace of warmth. Where is my tribe's successor? Is what Su Jun says the truth? For the saintly virgin tribe to exist until today, they would never hear a one-sided statement. Therefore, the top priority was to locate Lin Ruobai and obtain the truth from her. If it was as Su Jun had claimed, and this woman truly treated their successor as such, she would never let her off. She's unable to come out. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment and slowly spoke. Chapter 1498, Xuanqing Sect's Doomsday, 10. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Su Jun revealed a smug smile, but being afraid that the saintly virgin tribe would notice his gloating, he hastily exercised restraint and anxiously said, what do you mean unable to come out? I know, you must have done something bad to Xiao Bai. Yun Luofeng's chilly eyes shot at Su Jun, causing him to tremble from an internal chill. Qin Yue frowned, looking at Yun Luofeng with a cool eye. I hope you'll let my tribe's successor appear at once. Otherwise, I will believe in Su Jun's words, thinking that you've harmed my tribe's successor. Actually, it was as simple as letting Xiao Bai appear. However, Xiao Bai was still unconscious and instead of having her appear in that state, it was better off for her not to come out. I've said that she's unable to come out for the time being. If you have patience, you can wait a little longer. If not, I can't help it. Even facing the saintly virgin tribe, Yun Luofeng's gaze still contained arrogance, yet causing the opponent's expression to darken. All these years, Qin Yue had never seen someone who dared to be arrogant before her, yet this woman actually disregarded the saintly virgin tribe. If you don't release my tribe's successor, don't blame me for being impolite. A cold glint streaked across the white-robed lady's eyes and she coldly commanded, take her down. Yes. Having heard her command, those white-robed bodyguards surrounded Yun Luofeng in succession, encircling her in the middle. Under their encirclement, Yun Luofeng slightly frowned. Holding on to Little Tree's petite hands, there was no fear in her eyes. Master, don't clash head-on with the saintly virgin tribe, you'll lose. Within her soul, Bishao's anxious voice sounded, although Lord Little Tree is powerful, they have a treasure that can restrain tree ants. Otherwise, the saintly virgin tribe wouldn't have been renowned for having methods to deal with tree ants. Yun Luofeng's heart slowly sank. Master. Witnessing Yun Luofeng not heeding her advice, Bishao stomped her feet in anger. Leave here temporarily and bear it for now. After Lord Xiao Bai awakens, we can explain the situation to the tribe. Bishao not speaking from the start was because she was shocked into silence by Su Jun. She never knew that a human could be so sinister and crafty, to actually claim that they were mutually in love and that her master killed Lord Xiao Bai. Lin Ruobai clearly consumed the soul fruit and so lost consciousness. However, even if Xiao Bai were to appear, they wouldn't believe that she was unconscious because of the soul fruit, and think that Yun Luofeng had done something to harm her. After the soul fruit was consumed, there were no other unusual symptoms other than being in a deep sleep. There were no godly physicians in the saintly virgin tribe and so, they were even more unable to determine Xiao Bai's condition. Huohuo was also anxious as she hastily asked, Bishao, can you lend master a hand? Bishao shook her head bitterly. I'm unable to leave this place, or else I could have explained this to the saintly virgin tribe. If not so, why would she be so anxious? Hearing Bishao's words, Yun Luofeng swept her glance towards the saintly virgin tribe and became incomparably solemn. As the time limit was up, her dragon scale armor had disappeared. If she wanted to continue calling upon the armor, she could only wait for the spirit energy in the God Code world to recover. However, looking at the numerous white-robed bodyguards in the skies, Yun Luofeng. Chapter 1499, Xuanqing Sect's Doomsday, 11. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. A resplendent smile spread on Little Tree's adorable face. Mother, leave them to me. Whoosh. In an instant, countless vines extended from Little Tree's body and in no time, long vines had twined around those white-robed guards and tightly bound the bodies until they couldn't breathe. Su Jun was shocked, never expecting that the little boy alongside Yun Luofeng so powerful. Tree ant. Qin Yue was somewhat surprised. To think that you're actually a tree ant. Tree ants were different from spirit beasts. A tree ant required many years of cultivation to have their own wisdom. In particular, tree ants that could transform into humans were 1 in 10,000. The saintly virgin tribe's life tree was powerful, but even after she transformed into a human form, she was restricted to be inside the tree body, not like Little Tree who could walk around in the outside world. Therefore, the instant she saw Little Tree, greed surfaced in her eyes. Stop. Qin Yue waved her hands, stopping the guards that were rushing towards Yun Luofeng and coldly said, you're neither human nor spirit beast, but a tree that can transform into a human. Am I right? Little Tree snorted, and clearly, he did not have a good impression towards this woman. Why don't you follow me? Qin Yue tried revealing a smile to her greatest extent, but her tone was still overbearing and unyielding. Only by following the saintly virgin tribe will your real abilities be brought out. Her words implied that she considered Little Tree like a precious treasure that was being misused by having fallen into Yun Luofeng's hands. Auntie, you're very ugly, so why should I follow you? Little Tree revealed an innocent and naive smile, while his puerile voice sounded. Qin Yue's expression suddenly changed and a chilly glint streaked across her eyes. HMPH, what if I must obtain you today? She was the #1 beauty of the saintly virgin tribe, yet this little kid actually dared to claim that she was ugly. How could she swallow this anger? Then it'll depend on whether you have the ability. Little Tree's smile was still resplendent, as if talking about something unimportant. If you were a spirit beast or a human, I would really have no means of subduing you. However, Qin Yue smiled, and her smile wasn't proud like before. What replaced it was confidence and the determination to win. You're only a tree ant. Other than the life tree, there were countless other trees within the saintly virgin tribe, and all these tree ants were proud and lofty, unwilling to serve them. Even so, being able to subdue those tree ants, how could the tribe not have a card up their sleeves? After saying this, Qin Yue fished out a green-colored whip. This long whip was woven using tree vines and radiated a faint, powerful aura. Little Tree's innocent expression turned pale the moment he saw the long whip Qin Yue took out, while his puerile voice contained fury and killing intent. Where did you obtain that whip? This was the first time Yun Luofeng saw Little Tree acting like that, and was somewhat shocked as she looked back at the little boy's furious face. Little Tree tightly clenched his fist while trembling. As Qin Yue hadn't replied to him, he raised his voice and questioned sternly, "Tell me, exactly where did you obtain this whip from?" Chapter 1500, Xuanqing Sect's Doomsday, 12. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Qin Yue was surprised by Little Tree's behavior but soon recovered her senses. With a mocking smile she replied, "This is the godly tree whip, something that has been passed down for generations in the saintly virgin tribe. It is said that one of our tribe's ancestors obtained it from historical remains, and precisely because of this whip, it has caused countless tree ants to acknowledge allegiance to us." Little Tree's expression was filled with pain and suffering. He tightly hugged his head and sweat flowed from his forehead due to pain. "I have mentioned this before, no tree ant can escape from our tribe," Qin Yue sneered, with a smug look. "Right now, aren't you experiencing pain and suffering?" Little Tree. Yun Luofeng hurriedly pulled Little Tree into her embrace and used her palm to gently caress his back. Her voice seemed to contain demonic power as it caused the irritated Little Tree to gradually calm down. "I won't let anything happen to you." She made a solemn vow and guarantee. After that, she lifted up her wicked eyes and looked at Qin Yue. "If this godly tree whip causes Little Tree to suffer, then I'll destroy it." "Destroy it?" As if hearing a funny joke, Qin Yue laughed out loud. Her haughty laughter contained arrogance. "You." "That's right, I'll destroy it." Yun Luofeng raised her hand and a long sword appeared in her palms. "Huo, Cha-Cha, come out and assist me." Whoosh. The moment she spoke, a fiery red fox appeared before Yun Luofeng, and at the same time, its body gradually lengthened and transformed into an adorable little Lolita. The cute puppy on Little Tree's head had also jumped down and its body expanded rapidly, turning into a fiendish spirit dog from its original palm-sized adorable look. Sage Lord level spirit beasts. Qin Yue was stunned while the greed in her eyes became denser. From the start, she came because of the tribe's successor and had never expected there would be such a great harvest. Not only did she find a tree ant that could transform into a human, there were also 2 Sage Lord level spirit beasts. "Master," Risha's voice became increasingly anxious. Although Qin Yue looks young, she should have consumed a life fruit, thus retaining her youth. As for her strength, she should be at the Sage Lord level, intermediate rank. If Xiao Bai was really the tribe's successor, they would definitely place importance to her, and dispatching a Sage Lord cultivator was not at all surprising. On the continent, only a few governors of various top-ranked provinces would have attempted Sage Lord advanced rank cultivation. However, they could be counted on one hand, and so other than them, Sage Lord intermediate ranked cultivators were considered the strongest. If Qin Yue's strength was at Sage Lord intermediate ranked, that is to say, the saintly virgin tribe's strength was not inferior to various huge provinces. Or perhaps, they might even be more powerful. "Huo, distract her." After giving out the command, Yun Luofeng tiptoed and dexterously landed on Cha-Cha's back. Immediately after that he understood Yun Luofeng's intentions and dashed towards Qin Yue at the speed of the wind. As Little Tree was out of control, those bodyguards who were bound were released. Just as they wanted to assist Qin Yue, Xiao Mo and Yun Yi had blocked them. "Wanting to find trouble, Far Master? You'll have to get through us first." Su Jun's eyes opened wide, while his gaze was filled with fear. He assumed that Yun Luofeng's dragon scale armor was her last hidden card. Unexpectedly, she had actually concealed 2 Sage Lord level spirit beasts. Chapter 1501, End of the Xuanqing Sect 13. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yun Yi and the young man who was considered as the younger brother of Yun Luofeng by him were already Sage God level advanced rank spirit cultivators. Of course, with these alone, Su Jun was already scared out of his wits, and then the next scene almost made him kneel down. Countless gold-seeking hamsters appeared from nowhere and flocked to the maids of the saintly virgin tribe. Normally, such a grand scene must be chaotic, but these gold-seeking hamsters seemed to be well trained. Under the command of their 2 leaders they moved in an orderly manner, pounced on the saintly virgin tribe maids, and bit them. One leader was a handsome young man, and the other was a middle-aged beautiful woman who wore a crown on her head and looked noble and dignified. Behind the handsome young man there stood a sweet girl, with a sweet smile on her face. Her cheeks dimpled as she smiled, and she was gazing affectionately at the young man in front of her. But if you thought this girl was harmless because she looked innocent and sweet, you were absolutely wrong. A Xuanqing sect disciple pounced on the girl only to be eaten alive by her. "Meng, these things taste yucky." The young man turned his head and frowned when he found the girl was gnawing at the disciple's body. "If you are hungry I will ask master to give you a spirit herb. Don't eat these things or else you will have diarrhea." You can just kill him. The sweet girl blinked and nodded. Then she bit the disciple on the neck, killing him, and threw his body down. Milk tea, like this. The girl's smile was still sweet and she looked innocent, if you ignored the blood on her mouth. The young man looked back again only to see that the girl stuck out her pink tongue and licked the blood on her lips. At this moment, she looked so alluring. Cough. The hamster queen coughed in embarrassment when she saw Milk Tea staring lasciviously at Meng Meng, and she said with a smile, we'd better solve these people first, and then go help master. Her words broke Milk Tea's reverie. He raised his hand and hit the enemy in front of him, and his eyes became ferocious and cruel. Yes, the saintly virgin tribe was powerful, but so what? Anyone who bullied master must die. Compared with the hamsters, Yun Luofeng was apparently not as at ease as them. Qin Yue was very strong. Even in the saintly virgin tribe, Qin Yue ranked among the best. Even with the help of Cha Cha and Huohuo, Yun Luofeng still couldn't injure her. Master, this isn't working. We must find a way to solve her. Huohuo backed up a few steps and frowned with a touch of anxiety on her pink little face. Indeed, Qin Yue was a sage lord level intermediate rank Strad cultivator. At this level she was far more powerful than them. They could only protect Yun Luofeng from being injured, but couldn't solve Qin Yue. Of course, Qin Yue had a hard time too. In the beginning, she thought she could easily solve Yun Luofeng, but to her surprise, she couldn't injure her after such a long time. As Qin Yue felt more and more anxious, her face darkened. If things kept going like this, they would get the upper hand. Chapter 1502, End of the Xuanqing Sect 14. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. It seems that I can only use this method, Qin Yue said, and a chilly gleam flickered through her eyes. Although this method will keep me in bed for a month, it is better than being stuck here. Thinking of this, Qin Yue quickly took out a fruit from her space ring and took a bite of it without hesitation. In a blink of an eye, she released a powerful aura and a fierce gale sprang up around her. Master, watch out. Huohuo's face changed as she found that Qin Yue's strength was suddenly improved. She quickly rushed towards Yun Luofeng. The moment Qin Yue struck Yun Luofeng, she stood in front of Yun Luofeng and blocked the attack, her childish face resolute and fearless. Before she decided to follow Yun Luofeng, she had thought about the consequences. Following her, she would have to risk her life, and she might even die. However, she didn't regret it. Living alone for so many years, she felt her heart was filled with loneliness. However, after Yun Luofeng appeared in her life became colorful again. She really enjoyed her company. As long as Yun Luofeng could survive, she was willing to die. Huohuo. Just as Huohuo was going to be hit, a hand stretched out from behind and pulled her into her arms. Blech. She vomited a mouthful of blood, which spattered on Huohuo's clothes. Huohuo widened her eyes bit by bit. Her heart trembled as she looked at the white-clad girl who pulled her in her arms. Master. Huohuo, how silly you are, said the girl, with a stunningly beautiful smile on her face. I want you to become my friend, not a shield. A lifelong friend. The blood on her lips was so conspicuous, just like the red moon in the sky. Cough. Yun Luofeng let out another mouthful of blood and couldn't help but heavily get down on one knee, but she still carefully protected the little girl in red in her arms. Like Mount Tai, she blocked all attacks with her back. How can you survive my attack? Qin Yue grinned coldly, reached out her hand into the sky, and a long sword shaped with spread energy appeared in her hand. Swoosh. She waved her long sword, and in an instant, the sword struck the girl on the back like a bolt of lightning. Huohuo's pupils suddenly constricted. She slewed her head around and looked at the sword chopping at her, and an angry gleam flashed through her eyes. Go to hell. Yes, only the deaths of these people could appease her anger. Miss, you won't have a good end going against our saintly virgin tribe. Qin Yue raised her chin haughtily and looked down at Yun Luofeng coldly as if looking at a small and insignificant person. Su Jun smiled triumphantly, and a grim light flickered across his eyes. Humph, you could never defeat me. Just as the sword was going to hit Yun Luofeng's back, a vine suddenly rose from the ground and knocked the sword away. Qin Yue was stunned, and she stared in astonishment at the cute little boy who suddenly appeared in front of Yun Luofeng. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and her face turned pale. You're unscathed. That was impossible. Being struck by her magic tree whip, this tree ant should not be able to fight. Why could he still stand up? At this time, Little Tree didn't look as innocent as he used to be. His bright eyes were filled with killing intent, and his cute chubby face was cold and murderous. With a grim voice, the little boy said word by word, You injured my mother. Anyone who injures her must die. Chapter 1503, End of the Xuanqing Sect 15. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Qin Yue's face grew paler. She stepped back 2 steps and clenched her teeth. How can you resist the attack of my magic tree whip? You want to know? Little Tree glared at her resentfully. That's because the material with which you made this magic tree whip. Little Tree glared at her resentfully. That's because the material with which you made this magic tree whip is my father. The father Little Tree mentioned was not Yunxiu but the tree ant that gave birth to him. Just like spirit beasts, a tree ant was able to give birth to offspring once it took the shape of a human being. Of course, those like the tree of life that had to stay within the tree forever and couldn't walk didn't have this ability. Yun Luofeng's back stiffened, and she coughed up another mouthful of blood. Her dark eyes looked so sad. She felt sad for Little Tree. How could she not feel the anger and hatred in Little Tree's heart since she had long contracted with Little Tree? The branches that could be made into the magic tree whip must be the most important part of a tree ant, just like a human's heart, and once they were lost the tree ant could only die. How could he not be angry, seeing his father's heart being used as a source of power by someone? You said the magic tree whip was your father, so who are you? Qin Yue was finally afraid. No one knew better about the origin of the magic tree whip than her. Was the little guy. You took away my father's heart for your own use, and now you want to injure my mother too. I will never forgive you. Swoosh. Numerous branches rose from the ground and struck against Qin Yue. Qin Yue didn't dare to confront Little Tree, so she quickly dodged the vines and rushed down Xuanqing Sec Mountain. However, just as she was about to escape to the mountain gate, flames suddenly sprang up and blocked the whole gate. In front of the flames, an eight-tailed fire fox stood, coldly staring at her with angry eyes. If you want to go out, go through my wall of fire, but... The little girl's voice was icy, with uncontrollable anger in it. My flame could even burn up your soul, let alone your body. If in a battle, Huohuo might not be able to beat Qin Yue. After all, Qin Yue was a sage lord level intermediate rank spirit cultivator and used that fruit to forcibly enhance her strength. No matter how strong her flame was, it would be of no use because it couldn't attack Qin Yue. However, if Qin Yue wanted to escape, Huohuo's flame could play a big role. If she wanted to pass, she must pass through the flame. Otherwise, she would never be able to leave this place. Qin Yue looked frightened, and cried angrily, "Get out of my way." Boom. Her fist was wrapped in a layer of spirit energy and hit at Huohuo. As Huohuo moved and dodged her attack, Qin Yue's fist went into the flames. A heart-wrenching pain came and she screamed, "Impossible. With my current strength, how can I be injured by your fire? It's impossible. You're just a sage lord level low-rank spirit beast." Qin Yue shook her head in disbelief. Huohuo coldly stared at her. Though you forcibly improved your strength, the strength of your body and soul remained unchanged. You just improved your power. That's impossible. My original level surpassed yours. How could you injure me? Unfortunately, before Huohuo answered her question, the vines of Little Tree attacked her from behind. In the blink of an eye, her body was tied up. Chapter 1504, She Was Still Alive 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. What do you want? Qin Yue tried hard to break away from the vines. Her pale face was full of anger, and her beautiful eyes glared hard at Little Tree. Smack. Suddenly, Little Tree raised his hand and whipped at her body. A crisp sound echoed throughout the courtyard. Ah. Qin Yue let out a painful scream. Her beautiful and haughty face turned pale. Her body was trembling with anger and she bit her thin lips tightly. Aren't you afraid of the revenge of the saintly virgin tribe? The saintly virgin tribe. Upon hearing these 3 words, Little Tree sneered grimly. Behind him, countless vines suddenly rose and whistled in front of Qin Yue. These vines were like long whips, whipping at Qin Yue's body, and only crackling could be heard in the courtyard. Qin Yue almost passed out with her skin cut open and her flesh torn. With a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth, she resentfully glared at the people in front of her, especially Su Jun. That beastar didn't tell her that these people were so strong, or else she wouldn't have ended up like this. At this point, Su Jun was already struck dumb. His eyes were full of fear with his pupils dilated and he had almost pissed in his pants. Ha ha, Qin Yue suddenly sneered, a sarcastic smile hovering on her lips, and a resolute gleam flicked across her eyes. We saintly virgin tribe people would rather die than surrender. Being tortured and humiliated by you, I'd rather die. Bleck. With that, Qin Yue bit her tongue hard and blood spurted out from her mouth. Blood dyed her clothes red. She became paler and finally closed her eyes. The moment Little Tree withdrew his vines, Qin Yue's body fell down and hit the ground with a thud. Bang. Suddenly, Little Tree's knees went weak. He staggered and fell headfirst on the ground. Little Tree. Huohuo paused, rushed quickly to Little Tree and tightly held the little boy. What's the matter with you? Little Tree had previously said the magic tree which Qin Yue was holding in her hand was his father. Huohuo, my mother is injured. Take her to the Tree of Life and heal her. As for me, Little Tree lowered his eyes. I may have to sleep for some time to repair my memory. Okay, Huohuo nodded and looked at Xiaomo and others. Solve the Xuanqing sect people and I'll take Master to cure her wound. Swish. A pale green light suddenly covered them and their bodies gradually disappeared under the sky. Su Jun was dumbfounded. The fear in his eyes was replaced with despair. The Tree of Life. In the tree, a pale green light covered the girl's body and was healing her internal wounds. Bi Xiao put her hands against the back of Yun Luofeng. A pale green glow was emanating from her palm, which was filled with soft power and vitality. I am the Tree of Life, I can bear the fruit of life, and I can heal people with my strength. Bi Xiao's voice was very soft. Fortunately, your injury is not serious. Otherwise, I could hardly cope with it. Yun Luofeng smiled and looked at her palm. I should be glad I got the spirit dragon blood before. It brought a qualitative change to my body. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to resist the attack. Chapter 1505, She Was Still Alive 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Without the spirit dragon blood, she would have immediately died under the attack of Qin Yue. Bi Xiao, what happened to Little Tree? Looking at the sleeping boy, Yun Luofeng asked in a low voice. Bi Xiao lowered her eyes. He didn't inherit the memory, because Qin Yue's magic tree whip reminded him of his father. He should have accepted the full memory before he could get out of that state, Bi Xiao said, glancing at Yun Luofeng. However, you were injured which stimulated him, so he forcibly exited the inheritance process and received a backlash. Now he can only inherit the memory in his sleep. How long does he have to sleep? I don't know, maybe a year, maybe 3 years, maybe decades. Bi Xiao shook her head. He had wholeheartedly accepted her as his master since she blocked the attack on Huohuo with her own body. But he didn't admit it. Yun Luofeng's eyes turned to Little Tree again, and she gave a stunningly beautiful smile. I'm sure he'll be back soon. In astonishment, Bi Xiao looked up at Yun Luofeng and after quite a while, she sighed and said, I haven't returned to the saintly virgin tribe for nearly 1,000 years. The saintly virgin tribe of today is not what it used to be. Yun Luofeng fell silent. Even though Bi Xiao and Xiao Bai were both members of the saintly virgin tribe, she still didn't like it. Bi Xiao gave a wry smile as if she could read Yun Luofeng's mind. 1,000 years ago, though the members of the saintly virgin tribe were haughty, they were never rude. But Qin Yue just attacked you without a proper reason. After 1,000 years, the saintly virgin tribe has become strange to me. Huohuo stared at Bi Xiao and said angrily, how could you have the cheek to say that? Didn't you fight Master without any reason too? I think the saintly virgin tribe people haven't changed much after all these years. Bi Xiao looked somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, she was not quite different from Qin Yue back then. If this happened to you, you could never know how rude you were, and only when you saw someone else do the same thing would you see how ridiculous you were. Yun Luofeng had almost recovered from her injuries, and Bi Xiao slowly withdrew her hand. At that time, Yun Luofeng felt a shiver in her soul and heard the voice of Xiao Mo in her mind. Master, Su Jun escaped. Su Jun escaped. Yun Luofeng frowned and left the Tree of Life immediately. In the courtyard, the place that was burned by flames had turned black, and no one could tell the original look of the Xuanqing sect. Xiao Mo's anxious and resentful face appeared before Yun Luofeng's eyes. Master, Qin Yue played a trick on us. She set a teleportation matrix around Su Jun and sent him away. A teleportation matrix. Yun Luofeng's face darkened bit by bit. Qin Yue knew about the matrix technique. She was so badly injured that she didn't even notice Qin Yue's movements. If she hadn't been injured, she would have found the matrix set by Qin Yue. But I don't understand why Qin Yue sent Su Jun away but stayed here to die. Xiao Mo's confused voice rang again. When Yun Luofeng was thinking about it, Bi Xiao's crisp voice came from within her soul. Chapter 1506. She was still alive. 3. Translator. Iris 8197 Editor. Rock. The Saintly Virgin Tribe people are very proud. Qin Yue failed her mission and was badly tortured, so she was too ashamed to go back to the Saintly Virgin Tribe. No, Yun Luofeng shook her head, with an unfathomable gleam in her eyes. If Qin Yue really thought so, she wouldn't try to escape. I think that maybe she thought we would guard her closely, so she wouldn't have a chance to leave via the teleportation matrix, while Su Jun was different. Once Qin Yue died, we wouldn't pay much attention to him. And then, he would have a chance to escape. Yun Luofeng squatted on the ground and examined the matrix carefully. This matrix was intangible and massless. There was no mark on the ground and no stone was placed. Therefore, unless you specialized in matrices, you couldn't feel the existence of this matrix. Yun Luofeng suddenly figured it out and stood up. She stroked her chin, and her eyes were shining with a chilly gleam. Qin Yue didn't specialize in matrices. This teleportation matrix was inscribed in a charm, so it didn't need any physical media, and this teleportation matrix was designed by Zhu Qian. It seemed that she had to visit the Saintly Virgin Tribe. As to why Qin Yue gave the survival chance to Su Jun, we were all wrong. Her death was this teleportation matrix's media. That is to say, the person holding the charm couldn't leave via the teleportation matrix. Only after she died could someone else be sent away. Before that, the Saintly Virgin Tribe people were all killed, so the only person she could send away was Su Jun. Once Su Jun left, he would spread the news about how she was killed and the Saintly Virgin Tribe would come to revenge her. It was no wonder that she didn't notice Qin Yue setting the matrix. That was because this matrix didn't need any physical media. As long as she died, it could be initiated automatically. Master. Xiao Mo felt his heart skip a beat. Qin Yue was so difficult to deal with. If there came more strong masters of the Saintly Virgin Tribe, how should they cope with them? Xiao Mo, you stay in the blood spiritual pool and cultivate during this period of time. We must improve our strength as soon as possible to cope with the strong masters of the Saintly Virgin Tribe. The blood spiritual pool was a spiritual pool in the fantasy land of the witchcraft tribe. With its help, Yun Luofeng managed to become a sage god level intermediate rank spirit cultivator. At the thought of this, Yun Luofeng turned to a disciple of the Xuanqing sect who was trembling with fear. This disciple was weak and merely a sage level spirit cultivator. The clothes he wore showed that he was only an external disciple. He was the only one left of the Xuanqing sect. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. The Xuanqing sect member got down on his knees with a bang, trembling all over. I'm just a small external disciple. I have nothing to do with your dispute with the Xuanqing sect. I don't know anything about it. Please spare my life. Yun Luofeng's eyes turned colder. You can go now. The Xuanqing sect disciple widened his eyes in bewilderment. He thought he was going to die, but now the girl said he could go. Was he dreaming? Will you really let me go? Yun Luofeng glanced at him. If you want to be with them, I can help you. Hearing this, the Xuanqing sect disciple was so frightened that he trembled and tried to rush down the mountain. Wait. Suddenly a cold voice rang behind him. He froze and turned his head like a robot, scowling sadly. Chapter 1507. She was still alive. 4. Translator. Iris 8197 Editor. Rock. Anything else? In the breeze, the girl in a snow-white robe said lightly, tell people that the one who wiped out the Xuanqing sect is me, Yun Luofeng. Xiao Mo was not surprised at Yun Luofeng's words. He turned to her and asked, Master, do you want to spread the news that you are still alive through this person? Yun Luofeng nodded. If Su Jun didn't run away, I wouldn't let the Saintly Virgin Tribe find me and would bring this matter to an end. She paused and continued, but since Su Jun has escaped, the Saintly Virgin Tribe will find out that we are the ones who killed Qin Yue, so I don't need to hide now. I can take the chance to find Hong Luan and Yun Xiao. It would be extremely difficult for her to find them, but there was an easier way to have them to come forward. That was to spread the news that she was still alive. If this news reached their ears, they would try to find her following the path she had walked. Huo, burn the Xuanqing sect. Let's go. With that, the girl strode towards the distant mountain gate. The moment she walked out of the mountain gate, there came a loud noise. The whole Xuanqing sect was enveloped by gorgeous flames and even the sky was rendered red. The East Province, the governor's estate. With his hands clasped behind his back, Hong Ling stood in front of the bed. Under the cool moonlight, he looked lonely and sad. Governor. Suddenly, a voice came, and before Hong Ling allowed him to enter, a guard had pushed open the door and plopped down on his knees. Governor, I have something to report to you. What is it? Hong Ling asked in a cold voice, frowning. Since Yun Luofeng's death, Hong Luan had been exploring dangerous places just to improve her power and hadn't come back to the East Province in the last years. He was really worried about her. Governor, I heard that the Xuanqing sect of the Spirit Province was annihilated by someone. Hong Ling frowned again, and his eyes were sharp. What does this have to do with me? Don't bother me unless you have news about Luanair. But, Governor, the one who annihilated the Xuanqing sect is named Yun Luofeng. What? Hong Ling's eyes widened and he was so excited that he trembled. You heard it right, Yun Luofeng. Yes, absolutely, but I'm not sure whether this, Yun Luofeng. Is that, Yun Luofeng? Ha. Hong Ling laughed out loud. Come on, send someone to find Luanair and tell her the good news. No matter whether they are the same person or not, this news can bring her some hope. Yes, Governor. The guard made an obeisance and was about to leave, but Hong Luan stopped him. Wait. Hong Ling smiled. Send someone to the central province to tell Grandfather Jun about it. At the same time, Grandfather Jun, who was sitting sighing in a house, had heard the news before Hong Ling told him about it. Mu Dong, did you hear it? It said that the Xuanqing sect of the Spirit Province was annihilated, and the person who did it was Feng Er. Mu Dong sneered and taunted. How do you know the person who annihilated the Xuanqing sect is that girl? Maybe it's just another person with the same name. Chapter 1508. She was still alive. 5. Translator. Iris 8197 Editor. Rock. Grandfather John's face immediately changed, and he said angrily, "What the heck do you know? Do you know how I got through these years? How I wish the girl was still alive. But unfortunately, no news I heard brought me any hope. Now, I finally have some hope, so I will never give it up." Mu Dong sighed. "Are you going back to the Spirit Province?" "Yes, I'm going back to verify the news." "You really should go back. The John family is in trouble. Those who had been bullied by you are trying to get even with you." Grandfather John got up from his chair and sneered, "I'll go back and visit those powers one by one. I just lived in seclusion these years. Do they think I am dead? I'll make them pay for what they did." In fact, thanks to Grandfather John, the John family had the present status. If not for fear of Grandfather John, perhaps even weak powers like the Xuanqing sect would have dared to make trouble for the John family. So, if Grandfather John died, the John family would become vulnerable. "John Lingshan, if you need help, let me know and I will go to the Spirit Province to help you." Mu Dong looked at his old friend and said with great seriousness, "Thanks for taking me in these years." Grandfather John patted Mu Dong on the shoulder. "When I find my granddaughter and bring her back, please go to the John family and have a drink with me." Mu Dong opened his mouth but finally kept silent. Living with him all these years, he knew how much pain the old man felt. Now he finally had some hope, which was also a good thing for him. "Okay, then I will go to the John family and have a drink with you." In a small town, the pedestrians couldn't help but glance at a girl in the middle of the road, and they were all stunned at her beauty. It was a girl in a yellow robe who looked young but noble. With her long black hair fluttering in the breeze, she was as beautiful as an elf. "Hey, have you heard that the Xuanqing sect of the Spirit Province was annihilated some time ago?" People were discussing the latest news. Hearing this, the pedestrians who were looking at the girl all turned their eyes to the speaker. A man next to him asked, "The Xuanqing sect. I heard their master is a sage lord-level spirit cultivator. Who on earth was so powerful as to annihilate it?" Their conversation had nothing to do with the girl in yellow, who didn't even turn her head. But at the next moment, she suddenly stopped. "It's not a secret on the continent, but the town we live in is a bit isolated, so I only heard about it recently. It's said that the Xuanqing sect was annihilated by a woman named Yun Luofeng." Swish. No sooner had the young man said this than he saw the beautiful girl in yellow suddenly appear before him. She looked very excited, grabbed him by the collar and asked anxiously, "Yun Luofeng, did you just say that the person who annihilated the Xuanqing sect was named Yun Luofeng? Was Yun Luofeng still alive?" Huang Yingying's lips were trembling and tears almost burst out of her eyes, but she tried to hold them back. The young man was stunned. "I just heard about it. A survivor of the Xuanqing sect said it. I don't know about the details." Chapter 1509. 2 Jade Pendants. 1. Translator. Iris 8197 Editor. Rock. Huang Yingying's hand slowly loosened, but she couldn't hold back her tears. She covered her mouth with her hand and tears flowed down through her fingers. "She's alive. She's still alive." Quote. No one knew how sad she was when she heard about Yun Luofeng's death. If it hadn't been for her, she wouldn't be where she was now. The young man was amazed to see the yellow-clad girl suddenly disappear from his view. When he looked around for her, she had reached the gate and left the little town. Some were happy at the news about Yun Luofeng, while some not. The North Province. In the governor's estate, in the bed shrouded with red satin, Ling Chen was sitting on top of a beautiful, delicate girl. In the past, facing such a beautiful, delicate girl, Ling Chen would have treated her very tenderly. However, since he was whipped by Little Tree in the East Province last time, he became impotent. He angrily pushed the woman off the bed and shouted, get out of here." The woman was so scared that she trembled and got up. She ran out of the room before putting on her clothes. Ling Chen clenched his fists. His once gentle face was filled with anger and hatred. "Even with my father's help, I still can't find out who beat me that night. Yun Luofeng, if it weren't for her, Hong Luan would have been my wife." Fortunately, he heard that the woman died in the witchcraft tribe, which amused him a lot. Young master, young master." Suddenly, a servant hurried in. He staggered and almost fell to his knees. "Young master, something bad happened. The Xuanqing sect of the Spirit Province was annihilated and it's said that the person who did it was Yun Luofeng." "What?" Bang. Kicking over a table, Ling Chen gnashed his teeth and anger welled up within him. "Yun Luofeng, that DMNBTCH didn't die. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it, I'll never believe it." Ling Chen completely went mad. He held his head and screamed angrily, his face ferocious and his eyes bloodshot. The servant was scared. He had never expected that this news would strike young master so hard. No, he must tell the governor about it, or else young master might go crazy. Without any hesitation, the servant hurried out to tell the governor about it. Though the news was a blessing to many people, the North Province government was in a mess because of it. The Jun family, the Spirit Province. In a desolate valley not far away, a group of people in different styles of clothes were discussing something in low voice. Their leader was a man with an ape-like face. With an insidious gleam in his eyes, he said in a low voice, "We are going to reach the Jun family. This time, we must destroy it. Leader, though Grandfather Jun is not in the Jun family, he is a well-known strong master. If we attack the Jun family, will he seek revenge on us?" Hearing this, the ape-faced man frowned and said impatiently, "Didn't you know the Qin sect of the South Province, the Ruthless Valley, the Purple Cloud sect of the North Province, and the Green Thunder clan have united to attack the Jun family? Besides, I heard that the granddaughter of Grandfather Jun has been caught by the Green Thunder clan." Chapter 1510. 2 Jade Pendants. 2. Translator. Iris 8197 Editor. Rock. Oh. The crowd gasped. If it was true, then the Jun family would be in big trouble. Everyone knew that Grandfather Jun left the Jun family to search for his biological daughter many years ago. How could he abandon his granddaughter if he learned about her whereabouts? As the Green Thunder clan had caught the girl, the Jun family people would have to surrender to them. "Leader, is this news reliable? We don't want to be killed by the Jun family people." Someone couldn't help but ask. "It is absolutely reliable. Some time ago, it was said that the Grandfather Jun's daughter was still alive. And someone had even seen a girl holding Grandfather Jun's jade pendant. It is said that the girl is his granddaughter." The ape-faced man paused and continued, "Not long ago, the Green Thunder clan found a woman holding that jade pendant on which there was inscribed a Jun. That woman told people that she was the lost daughter of the Jun family." Hearing this, the other men became confident and held great hope for this trip. Suddenly, a man saw a branch of an old tree in front of him move. His face greatly changed and he snapped, "Who is it? The crowd all turned their eyes to the old tree. In the tree, a woman slowly sat up, her white robe fluttering in the breeze. She leaned languidly against the tree and glanced sideways down at the crowd. You're affecting my rest. Shocked by her beauty, the crowd was staring intently at this stunningly beautiful woman. They had never seen anyone who was so beautiful, especially her languid and wicked voice. Hearing her voice, they felt their heart was itchy as if a hand was gently stroking their heart. You there, the ape-faced man recovered from his trance and frowned. I'm sorry to disturb you, but you heard our conversation, so you'll have to cut your tongue and disable both arms. Otherwise, we can't let you go. This woman had heard their conversation. If they didn't force her to do this, it would be troublesome if she leaked the information to the Jun family. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and looked down at the crowd with a faint smile. Before I do that, I have some questions for you. She smiled. First, you said that there was a woman holding the Jun family's jade pendant and claiming to be Grandfather Jun's granddaughter. The ape-faced man sneered. It seems you've heard a lot. Have you seen the jade pendant? Of course not. Have you finished your nonsense? If you have, do it now. Looking at the man's impatient face, Yun Luofeng smiled again. Okay, the second question, how do you expect me to do it? Isn't that nonsense? First cut your tongue with a knife and then disable your arms so that you can't speak or write with your hands. Then I don't have to worry about you leaking the news to the Jun family. Okay, the woman slightly nodded. Since you've demanded it, I should satisfy you. Hearing this, the man smiled with satisfaction. The woman was quite sensible. Maybe he could spare her life. Swish. The man looked up only to find that the white-clad woman in the tree had disappeared. The next second, a sword went across his wrist and he uttered a heart-rending cry. Chapter 15:11. 2 Jade Pendants. 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Swish. As he opened his mouth, the sword was stuck into his mouth, and then his tongue fell out. Ah. Quote. The man covered his bloody mouth and stared in horror at the white woman standing in front of him. The woman was standing still, and her snow-white robe remained stainless. However, in these people's eyes, she was no different from a devil. You said you wanted me to cut your tongue and disable your arms. Yun Luofeng shrugged and gave a wicked chuckle, so I did what you asked for. Are you satisfied? The man retreated a few steps. His face was ghastly pale and he trembled, but he couldn't make any sound. Yun Luofeng raised her eyes and turned to look at the others. Struck dumb, these people shivered under her stare. How many powers are going to attack the Jun family? Yun Luofeng's voice was cold but made everyone tremble with fear. There were 11 of them, replied a black-robed young man. In addition to the 4 powers we just mentioned, there are other powers on the continent, all of whom have been offended by the Jun family but didn't dare to seek revenge for fear of Grandfather Jun. They didn't move until the Green Thunder clan caught the woman suspected to be Grandfather Jun's granddaughter. Quote. He used the word, suspected, so whether the woman was Grandfather Jun's granddaughter or not remained to be verified. After the young man said this, he suddenly found that the white-clad woman, who was coldly questioning him, suddenly disappeared. One person asked aloud, are we going to the Jun family? Go to hell. The man who said this must be a rough man. Didn't you see the leader was almost killed? It's like courting death to go to the Jun family. If we meet that crazy woman again, we'll all be killed. The man looked at the crowd and continued, if the Jun family is going to be annihilated, we won't change anything if we go there. But if they aren't, we will lose our lives. Agreeing with his opinion, they ignored the shrieking ape-faced man and went back. Inside her soul, Siomo's voice rang, Master, according to the words of these people, we can be sure that the owner of the jade pendant is Grandfather Jun's granddaughter, just as the governor of the East Province said. Yun Luofeng didn't confess her identity to Grandfather Jun at first because she was not sure what the jade pendant had to do with the Jun family. What if the jade pendant didn't belong to Grandfather Jun, but to someone else? After all, she heard that Grandfather Jun had a younger brother, who tried to have him assassinated in order to seize power. Moreover, he conspired with the previous governor of the Spirit Province and broke up Grandfather Jun's family. She was afraid that Jun Fengling was not related to Grandfather Jun but to his enemy, so she didn't dare to act rashly. Though Hong Ling told her that the jade pendant was very important, he just said that she might find some useful information if she went to the Jun family. He didn't say the jade pendant was Grandfather Jun's. The only thing she could be sure of was that the jade pendant had belonged to Jun Fengling since she was born. If my jade pendant belongs to Grandfather Jun, then what about the one that woman holds? Yun Luofeng took the jade pendant out of her arms and held it tightly. She frowned and pondered. Chapter 15:12. 2 Jade Pendants. 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Master, if you don't know the authenticity of the jade pendant you hold, you can go to the Jun family and wait for Grandfather Jun to return. He will tell you which one is real. Yes, perhaps this is the only way, Yun Luofeng said, putting away the jade pendant, but, just in case, I can't show the jade pendant to others. If this jade pendant isn't from the Jun family it will cause me trouble. Siomo nodded. Hong Ling was just an outsider, so they couldn't be sure that this jade pendant was from the Jun family just because there was a Jun inscribed on it. Besides, there was another woman holding a jade pendant. Even Yun Luofeng was not sure whether her jade pendant was really related to the Jun family. If it was not, wasn't it embarrassing? Master, let's go to the Jun family now and wait for Grandfather Jun to come back. He will tell us whether that woman is really his granddaughter. If she is, we can leave. If she is not, you can show him the jade pendant. This was the safest way. Yun Luofeng no longer hesitated, and quickly set off for the Jun family. The Jun family. Jun Xuan coldly stared at the strong masters who stood in the sky and surrounded the Jun family, his face somber. Behind him stood all strong masters of the Jun family, confronting the people in the sky. Ling'er stood behind her father in silence with a touch of anxiety on her pretty little face. She looked at the sky from time to time, with a worried gleam in her bright eyes. Why hasn't Grandpa come back yet? If he doesn't come back, maybe the Jun family won't be able to survive. Ling'er, it's all right, said a handsome man standing next to her, tightly holding Jun Ling's hand and giving her a reassuring smile. Believe in Uncle's ability. I believe we'll get through this. Jun Ling'er nodded and her eyes remained worried. Yifei, if we're going to lose, just leave with your mother. I will be with the Jun family dead or alive. This Jun family was created by Grandpa, and she would never leave here. Ling'er, don't be silly, I will never leave you behind. I believe Aunt is the same. Quote. Hui Yifei looked affectionately at Jun Ling'er, and his eyes were filled with love for her. As the nephew of Jun Ling's mother, he had been in love with Ling'er since childhood. Just in a few years, he would marry her. But no one expected that this would happen. Ha ha ha. In the sky, someone was guffawing. He laughed very arrogantly as if he didn't take the powerful Jun family seriously. Jun Xuan, old Jun is not here. I'd like to see how you get through this. Jun Xuan sneered, even though my father isn't here, so what? As the master of the Jun family, I will not let you damage the Jun family in any way. His voice was loud and strong. Humph, I'd like to see how long you can persist. Come on, let's kill the beastards of the Jun family. The man gave a sneer and headed towards Jun Xuan. A war was going to break out. On the streets of Jun City, the residents all rushed home. They didn't dare to even look at those people for fear that they would be injured by them. Yifei, please take care of Ling'er for me. Protect her when we begin to fight with them, said Jun Xuan in a low voice, looking at the enemy rushing at him. Chapter 15:13, 2 Jade Pendants. 5. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Don't worry, uncle, I'm not going to let anyone touch Ling'er, Hu Yifei said with great seriousness. Jun Xuan didn't want to allow Ling'er to participate in the war, but Ling'er said she wanted to be with the Jun family dead or alive and insisted coming here with him, refusing his advice. He had no choice but let Hu Yifei protect her. Fighting the enemies, Hu Yifei looked at Jun Ling'er from time to time. Shocked by her strength, he was a bit relieved. Ling'er followed grandfather Jun traveling north and south all these years, so her strength had improved a lot. She was no longer a little girl hiding behind him. At this moment, Hu Yifei didn't know whether he was proud or frustrated. In a word, if he didn't work harder, he would be surpassed by her in the future. Yifei, take care of yourself. Don't worry about me, said Ling, wiping the spattered blood from her face. Her voice was as clear and sweet as a nightingale. I won't make my grandpa lose face. As the Jun family's descendant, how could she be weak? She was cultivated by grandfather Jun. If she couldn't defeat these people, wouldn't it be a disgrace to grandfather Jun? Hu Yifei nodded. Linger's strength had really improved a lot. So he was relieved and began to focus on fighting the enemy in front of him. I didn't expect Jun Xuan's strength was not bad. An elder of the Green Thunder clan said coldly, and a grim light flickered across his eyes. If things keep going like this, it will be unfavorable for us. After all, though the Jun family has many enemies, it also has many friends. If those people come to help them, I'm afraid they'll kill us all. With the thought of this, the elder blinked, retreated a few steps and said with a sneer, Jun Xuan, I heard that your Jun family found Jun Lingshan's granddaughter some time ago. Does it have anything to do with you? Jun Xuan said sarcastically. The granddaughter of your Jun family, of course, has nothing to do with me, but unfortunately, that girl is in our hands. What? Jun Xuan was shocked by the news. He didn't even notice the attack striking against him. With a thud, he was hit. He retreated a few steps and vomited a mouthful of blood. Dad. Uncle. Jun Ling'er and Hu Yifei both changed their faces. They rushed to Jun Xuan and helped him up. Dad, are you all right? Jun Ling'er was so worried that she almost cried. She nervously looked at Jun Xuan with red eyes. If it was before, Jun Xuan would never let his daughter cry, but now he didn't even pay attention to her. He unblinkingly stared at the elder, his eyes red. What did you say? My poor niece is in your hands. The elder of the Green Thunder clan uttered a sneer. Yes, I've already checked the jade pendant she holds. It really belongs to your Jun family. Give me the jade pendant. Give it to me. Jun Xuan slowly straightened up and clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Jade pendant. The elder gave a sneer. With a wave of his hand, a piece of jade pendant appeared in his hand. Jun Xuan only saw the word, Jun, engraved on the jade pendant from a distance, but he couldn't see it clearly. He quickly rushed to him and tried to grab the jade pendant from his hand. Crack. The elder suddenly squeezed the jade pendant hard, and it immediately turned into jade powder and floated in the air. Chapter 15:14, 2 Jade Pendants. 6. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. No. Jun Xuan's eyes widened, and his clenched hands kept trembling. His eyes were fierce and ferocious. Go to hell. This jade pendant was the only way to verify the girl's identity. Now it was crushed to powder by the man. How could he verify her identity? You want the jade pendant back? In your dreams, I've destroyed the only token. What can you do to me? The elder sneered and waved. Come on, bring that woman here. In a moment, two guards escorted a woman from behind. The woman was tied up. She looked pale and glazed. Obviously, she was greatly frightened these days. Boo-hoo. The moment she saw the Jun family people, she cried out loud, Uncle, help me. Hearing that, Jun Xuan felt his heart twitch. Ah, you my master's granddaughter. In fact, as soon as the Green Thunder clan people brought the green-clad woman here, Jun Xuan believed she was his niece. After all, if they were not sure of it, they wouldn't dare to bring her here. Unfortunately, he didn't see the jade pendant clearly. Of course, if the jade pendant was merely crushed and its powder was still there, he could tell whether the jade pendant was real or not by its texture. However, the powder had been blown away by the wind and scattered all over. It was impossible for him to collect it. The green-clad woman cried miserably, her face pale. My mother told me not long ago that I was not her biological daughter, but adopted. Then she gave me this jade pendant and asked me to go to the Jun family to find my family. Quote. In fact, as the news that grandfather Jun's granddaughter was on the continent of 7 provinces was spread, the entire continent had known of her existence, as well as the pattern of the jade pendant. One day the green-clad woman Cao Yuchen was utterly disappointed because her lover sarcastically told her that she was too lowly. She went back to her mother in anger and asked her why she found such a useless husband and made her beloved man ridicule her. A few days later, her mother handed her the jade pendant and told her that she was, in fact, grandfather Jun's granddaughter. She was so surprised that she could not help showing off it to the man who ridiculed her. However, she ran into someone of the Green Thunder clan, who took her away and imprisoned her. From the beginning to the end, Cao Yuchen never doubted the authenticity of the jade pendant. She had forgotten that her mother was a sculptor. Carving a jade pendant according to a pattern was quite easy for her. The Green Thunder clan people didn't expect that, under such circumstances, someone would dare to pretend to be grandfather Jun's granddaughter, not to mention that someone could make a fake jade pendant so similar to the real one. The only difference, presumably, was the texture, but the Green Thunder clan people didn't know about the texture of Yun Luofeng's jade pendant. As for Jun Xuan, he never touched the jade pendant. How could he tell its authenticity? Let her go. Jun Xuan had already believed and snapped, if you dare to touch a hair of hers, there won't be enough of you left to bury. Ha ha. The elder laughed contemptuously, I spent a lot of time and energy to catch this girl. How can I easily let her go? Unless, you're willing to cut your throat before my eyes. Chapter 15:15, 2 Jade Pendants. 7. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Dad. Jun Linger's heart trembled. She tightly held Jun Xuan's hand and desperately shook her head. Dad, don't. Looking at the elder's old face, Zhang Xuan smiled. If this girl is really my niece, I'm willing to die for her so as not to make my master sad. Unfortunately, the jade pendant has been destroyed by you. I cannot confirm whether she is really my poor niece. Zhang Xuan's eyes sparkled, so, I can't make any decision until my father returns. The elder sneered, do you think I'll be deceived by your delaying tactics? Now I only give you a chance, cut your throat before my eyes. Otherwise, I will kill this girl. He raised his hand and grabbed Cao Yuchen by the collar. Spiritual energy gathered in his hand and with a single strike, Cao Yuchen would die. No, I don't want to die. Uncle, help me. Cao Yuchen cried out anxiously, I am really your niece. Trust me. Seeing that the elder of the Green Thunder was going to kill Cao Yuchen, Zhang Xuan hurriedly cried and his face changed, stop. Sure enough, the elder stopped and glanced at Zhang Xuan with a sneer. What about it? Have you made a decision? Zhang Xuan took a deep breath and turned his eyes to Zhang Lingge. He raised his hand and stroked the girl's crying face. Ling, master gave me my life. I am willing to die for him. Dad. Lingge held Zhang Xuan tightly and tears filled her face. I don't want you to die. I don't want you to die. Bang. Zhang Xuan raised his hand and pushed Lingge away. Hui Yifei immediately stepped forward and hugged Ling's trembling body tightly. Okay. Zhang Xuan slowly turned around and looked up at the sinister face of the elder. I'll do what you asked me to do, but I hope you will keep your promise and let her off. Even if the Zhang family was annihilated, his niece would survive. Over the years, Master had taken great pains searching for this girl. Now he finally found his niece. How could he let her leave again? Yifei, let me go, I can't lose my father. Ling, struggling in Hui Yifei's arms, looked desperate and sad, don't make me hate you. Hui Yifei's heart trembled when he heard she said, hate you. Since childhood, Lingge loved clinging to him, and never said she would hate him. Lingge, this is uncle's decision. We can't stop him. You will be injured if you step forward. Hui Yifei's heart ached. How could he watch his uncle die? But they had no other choice. No. Seeing that Zhang Xuan had walked to the elder, Lingge screamed herself hoarse. Cao Yuchen, who looked frightened, had a look of relief and hope on her face. As long as uncle was willing to die, she would be able to survive. Uncle, thank you, I will inherit the Zhang family for you and accompany my grandpa around. Cao Yuchen's identity hadn't been confirmed by grandfather Zhang, but she was sure that she was his granddaughter. So, she would be the only eligible heiress to the Zhang family. Zhang Lingge wouldn't have any chance. She was just the daughter of grandfather Zhang's disciple. How could she compare with her, the real descendant of the Zhang family? Even now, Cao Yuchen still couldn't believe that she had transformed from a sparrow to a phoenix and became the heiress to the Zhang family from a nobody. Chapter 15-16, 2 Jade Pendants. 8. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Zhang Lingge's heart trembled and she glared at Cao Yuchen. If it were not for her, the Zhang family would not be thrown into disarray, and her father would not have to save her with his life. How could she say something like this, without feeling guilty at all? If Cao Yuchen could read Zhang Ling's mind, she would sneer at her thoughts. Guilty, why? Though Zhang Xuan was master of the Zhang family, he was only a disciple of grandfather Zhang. The Zhang family raised him. Shouldn't he pay them back? Why should she be grateful? Lingge, she is grandfather Zhang's granddaughter. We have no choice. Hui Yifei's voice rang in Zhang Ling's ear, which broke Zhang Ling's reverie. Yes, this woman was grandpa's granddaughter. They couldn't abandon her. No one knew better than her how much grandfather Zhang had suffered over the years. How could she watch grandfather Zhang continue to suffer in pain? Dad. Zhang Lingge calmed down, and glared at the man standing in front of Zhang Xuan. I swear one day I'll avenge you. She would kill every enemy here. Humph. The elder snorted, his face expressionless. Zhang Xuan, can you start now? Zhang Xuan closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened them. Yifei, you and Lingge were engaged since childhood, and you've been in love. Now, I want you to promise me that you will be faithful to her forever, never let her down and keep no concubine. Can you do it? As a father, before he died, the one he worried about most was his daughter. Uncle, Hui Yifei's eyes turned red. I swear I will not disappoint Lingge. I'll have her as my only woman. Good, then, I'm relieved. Quote. With a smile on his face, Zhang Xuan waved his hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. And he closed his eyes again. Dad. Zhang Lingge cried sadly again, her body was trembling violently, and endless hatred and anger filled her little heart. Zhang Xuan wanted to look back at his daughter again, but he was afraid that he would lose the courage to commit suicide if he did this, so he forced himself not to turn back and put the sword against his neck. Brother Xuan. Suddenly, an anxious female voice came from the door. Hearing it, Zhang Xuan shuddered, but in the end, he said nothing. At the door, a beautiful woman stood against the door and gazed at Zhang Xuan tearfully. She wanted to come up to stop her husband, but darkness came over her eyes, and she almost fell. Brother Xuan, don't. Quote. His wife and daughter are the most precious treasure of him, but now he had to abandon them. Only in return for master's kindness. Why haven't you started yet? The elder became impatient. If you don't do it now, I'll kill the girl. Zhang Xuan looked at him and said in a low voice, let her go. I'll cut my throat right before your eyes. And after that, he moved. The Zhang family is really busy today. Am I late? At this moment, a lazy voice came from the sky. Zhang Xuan's hand trembled, but he didn't raise his head. The long sword in his hand had left a bloody mark on his neck. How can you surrender to a threat? Is the master of the Zhang family only capable of this? Boom. In an instant, countless vines stretched out from the ground. Before Zhang Xuan could respond, the sword in his hand had been taken away. Chapter 15-17, 2 Jade Pendants. 9. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. The elder also had no time to respond. He felt his hand suddenly loosened and Cao Yuchen, who had been held by him, was snatched away and thrown to the Zhang family people by the vines. Cao Yuchen screamed in terror. She quickly closed her eyes, but the next second, she felt herself falling into a hug, and she carefully opened her eyes. A handsome face came into her sight. The man holding her was in a brocade robe and looked genteel and handsome, like the dream lover of most women. The man she once loved was no match for this man. At the thought of this, Cao Yuchen blushed and lowered her head shyly. However, Hui Yifei, after saving her, put her aside and never looked at her again. His eyes were fixed on Zhang Lingge. Seeing this, Cao Yuchen gnashed her teeth. She was the biological granddaughter of grandfather Zhang. How could Zhang Lingge be compared with her? When grandfather Zhang saw her, he would surely dote on her out of the guilt and affection for her. At that time, as long as she requested, Grandfather Jun would surely order Jun Lingge to annul the engagement with him. Cao Yuchen was in a good mood. She was different now. No one could look down upon her. In the air, the white-clad woman stood still, and she looked completely unruly and domineering. It's you. Jun Lingge was stunned, staring at Yun Luofeng in the air. I heard that you had died in the witchcraft tribe. Lingge, do you know this girl? Jun Xuan was very pleased to see Yun Luofeng save Cao Yuchen. He quickly asked when he heard what she said. Dad, this is the genius I told you about. Junling was relieved. She is also Grandpa's foster granddaughter. Cao Yuchen slightly frowned. Why did the old man of the Jun family take another foster granddaughter besides Jun Lingge? In particular, it seemed that Jun Lingge was very familiar with her, which upset her a lot. Wasn't Jun Lingge supposed to fawn on her? She was the biological granddaughter of Grandfather Jun. Where did this stupid foster granddaughter come from? How could she become the center of attention upon her appearance? Miss Yun, nice to meet you, Jun Xuan said with a smile and made an obeisance. Thank you for your help. May I ask why you are visiting us? Yun Luofeng thought for a while and said, I came to see Grandfather Jun. My master is not in the Jun family now. If you'd like, you can wait for him here. I think he'll come back soon if he knows you have come to visit him. Jun Xuan met Yun Luofeng for the first time, but Lingge had told him about her. From her words, he could tell that Lingge worshipped and admired her a lot. If she could stay in the Jun family for some time, maybe Lingge could learn from her. Humph. The elder coldly snorted, turned his grim eyes to Yun Luofeng and impatiently interrupted them. Girl, if you dare to help the Jun family, you are the enemy of our Green Thunder clan. You'd better think about the consequences. The Green Thunder clan. Yun Luofeng smiled indifferently. Aren't you the punching bag of the Jun family? If you can defeat the Jun family, why did you resort to these underhanded means? You. The elder trembled all over with anger. He almost succeeded, but this girl ruined his plan and prevented him from taking action. How could he let her get away with this? Chapter 1518, Arrogance of a Counterfeit 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng turned a deaf ear to him and stepped down from the sky on the breeze. The sky was far away from the ground. However, in the crowd's eyes, it seemed like it took her only a few steps to be in front of Jun Lingge. Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, Jun Lingge was very happy, and even she didn't know why she felt close to her since she met Yun Luofeng for the first time. There was something in the girl that attracted her. Miss Yun, said Jun Xuan, who also ignored the furious elder and looked at Yun Luofeng with a smile, you are our guest. Let Lingge take you to rest. We'll take care of the things here. Yun Luofeng slightly nodded. She had no intention to get involved in the Jun family's affairs. However, she could not let Jun Xuan die here, because she wanted to find out the relationship between the Jun family and Jun Fengling, so she helped him. The Green Thunder clan, said Jun Xuan with a sneer, turning to the elder. You came to provoke us while my master is away and then threatened to kill my niece. Now let me settle these accounts with you. Those strong masters besieging the Jun family all changed their faces. They never expected this situation. Elder, bad news. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from behind him. A disciple of the Green Thunder clan staggered in, his face full of panic. I have just received news that the Wind Fire sect and many other sects have reached the city gate and are about to enter the city. What? The elder turned pale. Though they couldn't defeat the Jun family, it would be no problem for them to escape. However, with the presence of the Wind Fire sect and the other sects, they would be doomed. Run. Clenching his teeth, the elder issued the order and hastily fled towards the city gate. Unfortunately, before he could leave Jun City, numerous figures had appeared in the sky and surrounded him. He had no way to escape. Master Jun, I'm sorry I am late, please forgive us, haha. The leading man was a handsome, middle-aged man. His laughter was loud and clear and echoed over Jun City. The Jun family had many enemies, but at the same time, Grandfather Jun helped even more people. Hearing that the Jun family was under attack, they were all out to help the Jun family. You came just in time. Please help me kill these people. Jun Xuan laughed. Master Jun, please rest assured, we won't let any of them escape. Boom. The handsome middle-aged man waved his hand and in an instant, a large number of people rushed out from behind him and launched fierce attacks on the Green Thunder clan and the other powers. This war was bound to cause untold death and bloodshed, but most of them deserved it. No matter how intense the war was in the city, Yun Luofeng didn't pay any attention to it and just followed Jun Lingge into the gate of the Jun family. Lingge, Yifei. The beautiful woman standing against the door hurried towards them and tightly held their hands. After checking their bodies, she was relieved. She turned to Yun Luofeng and smiled, Miss, thank you. You saved my husband. It was no trouble. Yun Luofeng smiled mildly and answered in a tone neither humble nor haughty that made people feel comfortable. Chapter 1519, Arrogance of a Counterfeit 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Mom, said Jun Lingge, supporting the beautiful woman with her hand, you're in poor health. Let Yifei help you back to have a rest. I will take care of Miss Yun and, quote. However, thinking of Cao Yuchen's identity, she could only endure it, no matter how discontented she was with her. This cow, quote. I am the heiress of the Jun family. You should call me Miss, but as you are the foster granddaughter of my grandpa, I will allow you to call me sister. Jun Lingge scowled and her bright eyes were full of anger. She had followed her grandfather for so many years and had never been so angry. Lingge, the beautiful woman hastily held Ling's hand, gave her a wink and smiled at Cao Yuchen. You've suffered a lot all these years. I know it's not easy for you. Now let the maids take you to your room to have a rest. She asked maids instead of her daughter to take Cao Yuchen to her room. This showed that Cao Yuchen and Yun Luofeng had very different statuses in her mind. Had Cao Yuchen not been Grandfather Jun's granddaughter, she wouldn't have been so polite to her. However, Cao Yuchen didn't notice the different attitudes with which the beautiful woman treated her and Yun Luofeng and still lifted her chin like a proud peacock. Watching the maids leading Cao Yuchen away, Jun Lingge stomped angrily, Mom, why does Grandpa have such a granddaughter? She preferred Yun Luofeng to Cao Yuchen. The beautiful woman gently smiled, only when your grandpa comes back can we confirm whether she is really a descendant of the Jun family. For now, let's just satisfy her demands. Mom, you mean? Junling blinked, and a bright smile appeared on her cute little face. We haven't seen the jade pendant after all, right? How can we be sure that she is really your grandpa's granddaughter just because the Green Thunder clan said she was? Anyway, I only trust your grandfather. Let's wait for him to come back. Junling gave a beautiful smile, and her eyes were as clear as springs. Mom, I hope that Cao Yuchen is not grandpa's granddaughter. If she wasn't mistaken, when Yifei saved Cao Yuchen, she looked at him coyly and almost threw herself on him. The more Junling thought of it, the angrier she was. She could not help glaring at Hua Yifei. Not knowing what he did wrong, Hua Yifei was confused. He was afraid that Junling might be angry with him, so he hurriedly held the beautiful woman's hand and said softly, Aunt, let me help you back to your room. Glancing at the two, the beautiful woman wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything and just smiled demurely. Okay, thank you, Yifei. After they left, Junling affectionately took Yun Luofeng's arm and gave her a bright smile. Though I just met you for the second time, I think I really like you. May I call you Sister Yun? Yun Luofeng raised her eyes only to see a pair of eyes that were as clear as water. The girl in front of her was as lively as an elf in the forest and as simple as a piece of white paper. Okay. She was not an unapproachable, cold-hearted person. If she felt good about someone, she didn't mind making friends with that person. However, she had very few real friends, and there were only several of them on this continent. Chapter 1520, Arrogance of a Counterfeit 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Sister Yun, let me take you to your room. Saying this, she whispered in Yun Luofeng's ear, just now, maids took Cao Yuchen to the west garden, so I'll arrange you a room in the east garden. I can tell that you don't like Cao Yuchen, so I guess you want to stay far away from her. Yun Luofeng smiled wickedly, but her voice was languid. Let's go. When Junling took Yun Luofeng to her room, the battle in the city was almost over. Suddenly, a maid rushed in and reported, Miss, Master asks you to go to the study. Dad wants me to see him. Junling pursed her lips. I guess he wants to ask me about my grandfather's whereabouts. Since Sister Yun is here, Grandpa will come back soon. She still remembered how Grandfather Jun took the lead in rushing into the Poison Valley and killing everyone he saw because he thought Yun Luofeng was killed by them. He was grieved by her death for many years. If he found out that she was still alive, he would surely come back to meet her. Thinking of this, Junling walked quickly towards the study. Inside the study, a middle-aged man stood in the sunshine, his hands clasped behind his back. When he heard the door open, he slowly turned around and lovingly looked at the girl walking in. Linge, you've come. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. I've received the news that your grandfather is on his way to the Jun family and he will be back in a few days. Grandpa will be back. Junling was glad to hear the news, and a gleam of joy flickered across her eyes. Dad, since you've heard that Grandpa is coming back, why did you call me here? Jun Xuan gave a wry smile. Linge, I know you don't like Cao Yuchen, but she is your grandfather's biological granddaughter. Even though you don't like her, you can't provoke her. Dad, Mom said it's not certain whether she is really Grandpa's granddaughter or not, Junling pouted, and I really dislike her. Jun Xuan raised his hand and stroked Junling's head, sighing helplessly. According to the people of the Green Thunder clan, Cao Yuchen is probably your grandpa's granddaughter. Besides, even though we aren't sure of her identity, we can't be rude to her. Junling hung her head and said in an aggrieved tone, I prefer Sister Yun to Cao Yuchen. I wish she was Grandpa's granddaughter. It's not only you. I also think Miss Yun is a very nice person. Otherwise, your grandfather would not use all means to take her as his foster granddaughter, said Jun Xuan with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Unfortunately, it's just our hope. After all, she is not a descendant of the Jun family. I see, sighed Junling. I won't provoke her, and if she provokes me, I will tolerate her. After saying this, she turned and went out of the study. Jun Xuan's heart throbbed. He didn't want to see his daughter being so aggrieved. However, Master treated him as kindly as his father. He couldn't make Master sad. After leaving the study, Junling went to the east garden to find Yun Luofeng. However, when she walked around the corner, she bumped into someone, and she couldn't help but retreat a few steps. Ah! Cao Yuchen screamed. When she saw that the person in front of her was Junling, she lifted her hand in anger and wanted to slap her. Junling scowled and grabbed Cao Yuchen's arm. Her voice was clear yet cold. What are you trying to do? Chapter 1521, Arrogance of a Counterfeit 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Humph. Cao Yuchen snorted coldly with a disdainful look on her face. You bumped into me. Shouldn't I teach you a lesson? Shouldn't I teach you a lesson? You. Junling trembled with anger. However, thinking of Jun Xuan's words, she tried to calm down, though she was already furious. I didn't mean it. I bumped into you, but you also bumped into me. Not expecting that Junling dared to refute her, Cao Yuchen was surprised and then shouted angrily, I am the heiress to the Jun family. Who are you? You have no Jun family's blood in you. The Jun family raised you up, but you aren't grateful at all. How dare you speak to me like this? I have suffered so many years and finally returned to the Jun family. Why am I still bullied by the ungrateful child of ABTCH? With that, Cao Yuchen cried out loud as if she was greatly wronged. If Junling was Grandfather Jun's biological granddaughter, Cao Yuchen wouldn't dare humiliate her like this. But Junling's father was only Grandfather Jun's disciple, so she dared act so presumptuously. She believed that in Grandfather Jun's mind, an outsider would be no match for her, his own blood and flesh. Even if Grandfather Jun was here, he would certainly stand by her side. Don't you dare abuse my mother. Junlinger furiously raised her legs and kicked at Cao Yuchen. If Cao Yuchen only scolded her, perhaps she would bear it and go away. But she cursed her mother. How could she put up with it? Miss Linger. Just before Junlinger's leg hit Cao Yuchen's chest, someone shouted and firmly grabbed her leg. First Elder, let me go. I'm going to teach this woman a lesson. Junlinger's eyes turned red and were burning with raging flames. Linger, sweat ran down from the old man's forehead and he said anxiously, after all, she is Old Master's granddaughter. No matter how wrong she was, you shouldn't beat her. In fact, since Junlinger was the only child in the Jun family, the elders all adored her. Besides, she was an amiable and lively girl, so the elders doted on her. However, no matter how much he liked Junlinger, he couldn't let her beat Cao Yuchen. Linger, have you forgotten how Old Master missed his lost daughter all these years? Do you want to make him sad? First Elder said earnestly and his eyes were sad. Junlinger's eyes grew redder, and tears came to her eyes. But she just insulted my mother as ABTCH. First Elder paused and frowned. He disliked Cao Yuchen even more. Even though Master was not Grandfather Jun's biological son, he was still Master of the Jun family. But she was so arrogant as to insult Master's wife. Linger, First Elder sighed, though I want to stand by your side, we have to consider Cao Yuchen's identity. I can't help it. Let's just forget about it, alright. Junling's body froze. Her mother was humiliated, but she had to forget about it. No, no way. Cao Yuchen jumped out from behind First Elder, held her head high and looked down haughtily at Junlinger. This woman bumped into me and tried to beat me. She must apologize to me. Miss Cao. First Elder looked sullen. Don't go too far. Linger is also a granddaughter of Old Master. He raised her up and has a deep affection for her. Chapter 1522, Arrogance of a Counterfeit 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Cao Yuchen snorted with contempt. How can a god-granddaughter compare with a biological granddaughter? Also, do you know how I lived during these years in the outside world? My mother died after giving birth to me. If my adoptive mother didn't take me in, I wouldn't have survived. However, my adoptive father's family background is weak, so do you know how much ridicule I received? Yet, someone illegitimate like Junlinger occupied my spot and enjoyed my affections. What did you say? Eldest Elder's originally impatient expression turned furious. You said old family head's daughter is already dead. Who? Who killed a member of my Jun family? Cao Yuchen humphed. If it weren't for Grandfather Jun abandoning my mother and causing her to not have enough money to treat her illness, she wouldn't have passed away after giving birth to me. Her words portrayed herself in a very tragic light. Eldest Elder was originally dissatisfied with her but had turned sympathetic to her plight. No wonder she had such a large unfavorable impression of the Jun family and Junlinger. It was because she suffered through all sorts of misfortune outside and everything was caused by the Jun family. Linger. Eldest Elder turned to Junlinger, hesitation in his speech. Junlinger tightly clutched her fists, disbelief clear in her eyes. Eldest Elder, you want to make me apologize? Linger, our Jun family, has caused her to suffer an abundance of tribulations. Consider this apology to be on behalf of the Jun family for abandoning her mother and her for so many years. Eldest Elder turned away, not daring to look at Junlinger's dejected eyes in fear of turning soft. Junlinger closed her eyes and took a deep breath before opening them again. I understand. Her sight slowly landed on Cao Yuchen's gloating face. She had to use all of her willpower to suppress the desire to throw a punch at her. I'm sorry. She tightly bit her lips, her face turning pale. Will this do? Cao Yuchen's face was taken over by a self-pleased smile. Junlinger, you must remember, I'm the rightful miss of the Jun family. Everything that I do, your Jun family owes me. Junlinger did not respond. She swiftly walked around Cao Yuchen and headed towards the east court. At that moment, her tears could not be held back any longer and streamed down unbidden, splashing into the air. Watching Junlinger's disappearing silhouette, pain seized the First Elder's heart. He took a sharp breath and turned to darkly look at Cao Yuchen. Old family head has always doted on Linger and raised her with him since she was young, so don't go too far. Otherwise, even if the Jun family owes you, us elders will still kick you out. Cao Yuchen snorted without care and walked past the eldest elder with swaying hips, without bracing him with a single glance. Bang! Inside the room, Yun Luofeng was sitting beside a table and reading a book. When the room's door was pushed open, she looked up and saw the tearful Junlinger entering. Wah! Unable to hold it back, Junlinger burst into loud sobs, wanting to relieve herself of all of the grievances that she suffered today. Yun Luofeng put down the book in her hand and asked with raised brows, what happened? Sister Yun, Junlinger sobbingly responded, is having the bloodline of the Jun family truly that important? It was obviously not my fault, but why am I forced to apologize? If that woman didn't ridicule my mother, I wouldn't want to hit her. Chapter 1523, Arrogance of a Counterfeit 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Hearing her words, Yun Luofeng immediately guessed that Junlinger must have been bullied by Cao Yuchen. And because of blood relations, the Jun family sided with Cao Yuchen. Let's go. Yun Luofeng languidly stretched and walked outside. Sister Yun, where are you going? Taking a walk. Yun Luofeng did not say anything else and left. She could hear the sounds of an argument from far away. A man's gentle voice, tinged with fury, drifted to her ears. Cao Yuchen, don't you think you went too far? Linger is at least a granddaughter recognized by grandfather. Aren't you afraid your actions will provoke everyone's anger? Young Master Hua. In contrast, Cao Yuchen's tone was bashful with a trace of displeasure. Don't worry about me. I'm more important than Jun Ling'er, so why would the Jun family grow angry toward me due to an outsider? Yun Luofeng's steps halted, a faint smile appearing on her features. Ling'er, do you think Cao Yuchen is truly dumb or pretending to be dumb? Hu Yifei was standing up for Jun Ling'er, so he sought Cao Yuchen out for retribution, but his actions turned into worrying for her in her words. Could it be that there was something wrong with her head? Jun Ling'er subconsciously pulled on Yun Luofeng. Sister Yun, let's go elsewhere for a walk. I don't want to see Cao Yuchen. Yun Luofeng's smile was wicked as she pushed away Jun Ling'er's hand and walked toward Hu Yifei and Cao Yuchen. Inside the garden, Cao Yuchen's face was blushing from shyness while Hu Yifei's face was red from rage, and his knuckles were cracking from how tight his fists were. If the other person's status was not a hindrance, perhaps his fists would have already made contact with her head. What did you come here for? Looking up, Cao Yuchen caught sight of the approaching Yun Luofeng and Jun Ling'er and frowned, her tone full of impatience. Can't you see I am having a date with young Master Hua? Her words were clearly intended to agitate Jun Ling'er. After all, she already looked into it. Hu Yifei had lost his parents when he was young and came to the Jun family to rely on his mother's younger sister. He also had an engagement with Jun Ling'er. An orphan like Hu Yifei must have befriended Jun Ling'er in order to latch onto the Jun family. And since her status was higher than Jun Ling'er's now, Hu Yifei would certainly abandon Jun Ling'er and want to take her as his wife. Even if Hu Yifei did not have this intention, after grandfather Jun returned she would have him force them apart. How could Jun Ling'er dare to disobey? Ling'er. Hu Yifei's heart jolted and he hurriedly walked to Jun Ling'er and hastily explained, it absolutely isn't what she said. I came to seek retribution from her. I know. How could she not know her cousin's character? There was no way that this man would betray her. Hu Yifei visibly relaxed. He was worried that Jun Ling'er would believe in this biatch's attempt at driving a wedge between them. Humph. Seeing that Hu Yifei had his eyes completely focused on Jun Ling'er, Cao Yuchen's face instantly darkened. Both of you are merely god-granddaughters of my grandfather. Yet you dare to be this impolite in front of me, the true miss. Believe me when I say that I can make the Jun family kick you out. It was enough that Cao Yuchen was insulting Hu Yifei and Jun Ling'er, but she idiotically ran to Yun Luofeng and angrily shouted while pointing at them. Thus, the snow-white girl suddenly lifted her leg and a kick landed on Cao Yuchen's chest with a bang. Chapter 1524, Grandfather Jun has returned, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Silence descended on the whole garden. Jun Ling'er clasped her mouth with shock, her face reddening from excitement. Pleasure rushed through her heart and it was as though her anger was vented without restraint. It was not until the bang resounded through the air that the servants around them reacted and dashed toward the screeching Cao Yuchen. However, no one knew whether it was on purpose or on accident. The leading maidservant was walking fine but suddenly her left foot stepped on her right foot, and she tripped and fell into Cao Yuchen. Bang! The maidservant knocked into Cao Yuchen's head, causing Cao Yuchen to be dazed from the pain. When she uneasily regained her senses, she furiously shouted, "You DMN girl, do you know how to walk?" The little maidservant appeared as though she was extremely frightened and her face was deathly pale. She fearfully answered, "Miss Cao, it was an accident. This servant was only too worried about Miss, so I accidentally tripped. I beg Miss to forgive me." Cao Yuchen's face was brimming with anger. She was about to say something, but an "ah" was heard from the side. She unconsciously wanted to dodge, but the servant on top of her had not moved yet. This servant did not land on Cao Yuchen. After all, men and women should exercise prudence with other sects, and Cao Yuchen was of the Jun family bloodline, so he only impacted Cao Yuchen's arm. Tears streamed down Cao Yuchen's face from the pain, her eyes were red, and she could not speak. The other maidservants and servants followed their example and all accidentally injured Cao Yuchen before instantly kneeling on the ground and mercilessly banging their heads against the ground, admitting to their error. Evidently, even the servants of the Jun family could not tolerate Cao Yuchen's arrogance anymore. Comparing her with the lively and witty Jun Ling'er, they naturally chose to side with Jun Ling'er. In the worst case they would be punished. The Jun family was fairly reasonable and would not normally torture or kill house servants unless the servant committed a crime that betrayed the family. From this alone it could be seen that Jun Ling'er was very well liked inside the Jun family, otherwise the servants would not do something so risky like venting her anger out for her. Jun Ling'er was moved. How could she not understand that these people were doing this on her behalf? "What are you all doing?" Abruptly, a cold shout was heard. The servants all hurriedly stood up and then simultaneously kneeled on the ground. Jun Xuan approached in brocade robes with a strict and icy expression, imposing in demeanor. The person standing beside him was Eldest Elder. Currently, the Eldest Elder was frowning as his cold eyes swept over the crowd of kneeling servants. "Who can tell me what happened?" Jun Xuan surveyed the surroundings before coldly asking. In truth, he had a fair understanding. Of the Jun family servants, and they would not commit a transgression against their superiors unless the other person did something unbearable. Wah! Finally free, Cao Yuchen burst into a wail. She wanted to stand up from the ground, but she could feel her whole body aching like she was about to fall apart. "The Jun family is bullying me." She was tightly clutching her arm, and her face was bruised all over. It was evident how uninhibited the servants were with the accidents. Jun Xuan glanced at Jun Ling'er and Yun Luofeng, who was standing off to the side, with a frown. He was about to ask his daughter when Cao Yuchen's malice-filled voice spoke up. Chapter 1525, Grandfather Jun has returned, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Jun Xuan, as the family head of the Jun family, will you allow evil servants to assault people as they please? Cao Yuchen was trembling from her anger. These lowly slaves dared to hit me, I want them to pay with their life immediately. Jun Xuan's frown deepened. Miss Cao, even if you are my master's blood descendant, I am still the head of the Jun family. It is discourteous and unacceptable for you to call me by my name. Also, my Jun family has its own family rules. They did commit a wrong and should be punished, but they do not deserve death. Why? Hearing this, Cao Yuchen jumped up. Why can't they die? As slaves, the duty is to be loyal to their masters. A slave that dares to hit his master should be cut into pieces and die without an intact corpse. A maidservant appeared to be angered by Cao Yuchen's words and courageously refuted. This servant's master is old family head as well as Miss Linge. Look. Look at this vermin. Cao Yuchen pointed at the maidservant and her eyes looked like she wanted to eat people. Fine, if you won't kill her, then I will kill her. I would like to see if this BTCH dares to resist. Swish. After saying those words, Cao Yuchen pulled the sword out from a guard's hand and furiously stormed toward the maidservant. BTCH, since you want to vent the anger of Junlinger, who has been freeloading off of the Jun family, then I will kill you and make you understand who is your master. The maidservant was deathly pale from terror and closed her eyes. Stop. Jun Xuan grew furious and was about to go up to stop her when a white figure darted before the maidservant and raised her leg, sending Cao Yuchen flying back with a bang again. The sword in Cao Yuchen's hands clattered to the ground. Cao Yuchen spat out a mouthful of blood, fire shooting from her eyes. I haven't sought retribution from you yet, but you dare to hit me again. Who do you think you are? You are nothing but my grandfather's god-granddaughter. I am the true miss of the Jun family. You are staying at my home but you dare to hurt me. The girl's white robe fluttered in the breeze and a smile was on her exceptional face. However, her smile was eerie and chilly, causing people to shiver from the bottom of their heart. I'm merely disciplining you for Grandfather Jun. For Grandfather Jun. Jun Linge was startled and looked up at Yun Luofeng with astonishment. She had been curious from the start about why someone like Yun Luofeng would settle accounts with Cao Yuchen on her behalf. It turned out she was doing it for Grandfather. However, besides recognizing her as his granddaughter, Grandfather had not helped her with anything else, so why did she hold Grandfather in such esteem? Suddenly, Jun Linge recalled something, and realization dawned on her. That's right. Initially, Grandfather thought she was dead and invaded the Poison Valley to avenge her. Although the Poison Valley was not a match for Grandfather, the Poison Valley was still a power from Central Province. Sister Jun did not know the relationship between the governor's estate of Central Province and Grandfather, so she must think Grandfather offended a power from Central Province for her. This was why she would stand forward and protect her at a time like this. Jun Linge was moved, but more than that, she was saddened. Why wasn't such a perfect Sister Yun Grandfather's granddaughter? Why did it have to be the darn Cao Yuchen? Ho ho. Cao Yuchen snorted and sneered with ridicule. An outsider like you dares to say you are disciplining me for my grandfather. I wonder what gave you the courage to say something like that. Slap. Right after Cao Yuchen stood up, Yun Luofeng flashed in front of Cao Yuchen again and a crisp slap reverberated in the garden. Chapter 1526, Grandfather Jun has returned, 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. This slap is on behalf of Jun Linge. Jun Xuan was dumbfounded. They did not expect Yun Luofeng to discipline Cao Yuchen in front of their faces. But it had it be said that it was truly satisfying. Miss Yun. The eldest elder lightly frowned. No matter how wrong Miss Cao is, she is a member of the Jun family. To say the least, it's not appropriate for you to treat her like this. Hearing the eldest elder speaking up for her, Cao Yuchen instantly reacted and furiously glared at Yun Luofeng. Eldest elder, I want you to immediately kick this woman out of the Jun family. I won't allow my Jun family to be sullied by her. Let me see who dares. Jun Linge snorted and bravely stood in front of Yun Luofeng, rage dominating her cute and delicate face. Dad, Miss Yun only hit Cao Yuchen because she was seeking retribution for me. And I was listening to you and accommodated her for everything, but what did she say earlier? She insulted Mom as a whore and said I was raised by a whore. Jun Xuan's face chilled, and his severe eyes swept toward Cao Yuchen. You insulted my wife. Cao Yuchen's heart shuddered but she stubbornly retorted, so what if I insulted her? I am my grandfather's biological granddaughter, what can you do about me? Jun Xuan tightly clenched his fists and threw a punch, full of abhorrence. Sailing through the air, his fist swiftly arrived in front of Cao Yuchen. Family head. The eldest elder hastily shouted, his expression dramatically shifting. Cao Yuchen was also stupefied. In her eyes, since Jun Xuan was willing to sacrifice his life to save her, there was no way he would hit her. However, she had underestimated Madame Jun's importance in Jun Xuan's heart. At the last moment, Jun Xuan's fist stopped a hairbreadth away from Cao Yuchen's ashen face before he spitefully retracted it. His voice was icy as he stated, today's matters will end now. Everything will be handled when Master returns. If Master has her stay, then I will resign as the family head and leave with my wife and daughter. Even if I don't return for the rest of my life, it's better than making my wife and daughter suffer mistreatment here. He harshly flicked his sleeves and turned around to leave, but his trembling fists revealed the fury in his heart. Eldest elder, Cao Yuchen called out upon seeing eldest elder about to leave too, halting his steps. You are going to leave like this? I was bullied, aren't you going to avenge me? Eldest elder lightly sighed. I already warned you earlier, don't try to take a mile when given an inch. If you didn't provoke trouble, why would this happen? Hence, you brought it on yourself. Forget it, everything will await old family head's return. If Jun Xuan left, then the Jun family would not have a foothold on the continent after old family head passes away. Hence, the eldest elder could not help but wonder whether finding old family head's granddaughter was a good or bad thing. Cao Yuchen angrily stomped her feet and was about to continue cursing when she saw Yun Luofeng's glance. She trembled from fright and hastily closed her mouth and left. This woman dared to hit her even when Eldest Elder was here, so now that Eldest Elder had departed, wouldn't she be more merciless? Hence, it was better for her to leave this place of trouble. After grandfather returned, she would make these people suffer. Let's go. Yun Luofeng's lips turned up with a languid smile and slowly turned around, lazily walking toward her bedroom. Sister Yun, aren't you going to keep walking? Junlinger asked, her eyes blinking. Chapter 1527, Grandfather Jun has returned, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. No, I'm tired and want to rest. Yun Luofeng's wicked voice made Junlinger more certain that she did not come here to take a walk, she came here to stand up for her. Hui Yifei watched Yun Luofeng's departing figure and commented, if Miss Yun was grandfather's granddaughter, I reckon many things would not have happened. Junlinger's face was full of disappointment. What a pity. Only someone like Sister Yun deserves to be the granddaughter of a character like grandfather. Why does someone like Cao Yuchen exist? Hui Yifei shook his head with a bitter smile. The Jun family was destined for chaos due to the arrival of Cao Yuchen. Hui Yifei's words were correct indeed. Due to the arrival of Cao Yuchen, on top of the Jun family, Jun City also lost its peace. The aristocratic youths of the Jun family heard of the conflict between Cao Yuchen and Junlinger from somewhere alone, so the youths who originally hounded Junlinger all rushed to Cao Yuchen's side all at once and ingratiated themselves with her, wishing nothing more than to lick her shoes. Regarding the aristocratic youths, Junlinger had long since known that they were bootlickers, so she had never given them any attention. Even so, seeing those people revolving around Cao Yuchen, her heart was embroiled in fury. Especially since when Junlinger brought Yun Luofeng to a restaurant, they ran into a young and handsome youth trailing after Cao Yuchen like a Pekingese. He could not stop himself from making derisive remarks about Junlinger. Some people used to look down on others simply because she was a miss of the Jun family. It's good now that the genuine offspring of the Jun family has returned. Let's see if grandfather Jun will dote solely on her still. Due to her family background, Cao Yuchen had previously often been on the end of mockery and ridicule. When had she ever been as well regarded as today? She held her chin up high and pridefully watched the approaching Yun Luofeng and Junlinger with a sneer on her lips. That was because grandfather had lost my mother since she was young and was too grieved, so he considered her father as my mother's substitute and her as mine. Now that I have returned, the Jun family naturally doesn't have a spot for her anymore. I sent a letter to my grandfather yesterday, and he has already promised me to kick Junlinger out. There was no such thing as sending a letter. To begin with, she merely wanted to entice these people to help her ridicule Junlinger, so she purposefully lied. Otherwise, as a miss of the Jun family, even if she was only the daughter of grandfather's disciple, her status was still noble. Having her expelled from the Jun family was the only way that these people would not have scruples against Junlinger. Nonsense. Junlinger's face was red from anger. Grandfather wouldn't do something like that. HMPH, if you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do. Cao Yuchen shrugged. Wait until your grandfather returns, and everything will be clear. Let's go. Junlinger furiously clenched her fists, fire spitting out of her eyes. She was stupefied when she saw the cyan-robed girl stepping out of the restaurant and hurriedly following Cao Yuchen. Yi Rong, why are you? Yi Rong's head remained lowered. When she reached Junlinger's side, her steps paused, and she said, sorry, Linger, my clan needs to rely on the Jun family. I became friends with you because you used to be a daughter of the Jun family. Now, I have no other way. After saying this, she trailed behind Cao Yuchen, her head downcast. Chapter 1528, Grandfather Jun has returned, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The corner of Junlinger's eyes reddened. You previously swore that you didn't befriend me because of my identity as a daughter of the Jun family. You behaved uncaring of my status too and even ridiculed those people who approached me because of my status, but now, you. Yi Rong was startled, and her tone was apologetic. Linger, people who don't look out for themselves will be destroyed by heaven and earth combined. I need to consider my clan too, I hope you can understand me. People who don't look out for themselves will be destroyed by heaven and earth combined. Junlinger stumbled and nearly fell onto the ground, but Yun Luofeng was thankfully next to her and grasped her shoulders. It's good that you were able to see a person for who they are through this. You should feel glad. Glad. Junlinger bit her lips. That's right, she should feel glad. If it were not for this matter, she would not be able to see this woman's true colors. Junlinger. Cao Yuchen was disdainful of Yun Luofeng's words. Do you see, your friend already became my lackey and your fiancé. He will eventually be my man as well. Hui Yifei's family background was very bad, but he was quite talented. With his talent and looks, it would not be a poor match. Suddenly, a pair of chilly, dark eyes turned to her, and the white-robed girl smiled. What, you want to be beaten up again? Cao Yuchen shuddered, and her body turned icy under Yun Luofeng's gaze. She harshly clenched her teeth. HMPH, wait until my grandfather returns. I will take care of you soon. Let's go. Without turning back, she walked to the street. Miss Cao. At this time, a servant of the Jun family walked over. His manner was polite, but his tone was very normal and without any reverence. Family head wants to see you. Cao Yuchen snorted and haughtily said, I got it. Tell him I will return immediately. As for Junlinger, she entered the restaurant and did not pay attention to why her father wanted Cao Yuchen. She was full of anger without anywhere to vent it, so she naturally did not want to see Cao Yuchen again. Jun Estate. Inside the estate, Jun Shuan could see the white-robed elderly man approaching from the air in the distance. His face was full of excitement. I respectfully welcome master's return to the clan. We welcome old family head's return to the clan. After Zheng Xuan knelt down, everyone else also knelt, and their loud voices rang above the estate. In the air, a white-robed elderly man stood with his hands behind his back, bearing an immortal demeanor. He stepped down, as though a path was opening up beneath his feet. I merely passed by here and came back for a look. I still have something urgent that needs my attention. Also, I heard that the Qingli clan came to besiege the Zheng family. The old man's brows were slightly knitted. He probably did not expect these people to be so gutsy as to besiege the Zheng family. That's right. Zheng Xuan slowly stood up. Master, this disciple has something to report. Speak. It's like this, the Qingli clan dared to besiege the Zheng family because they kidnapped your granddaughter, Master. What? Zheng Xuan's words immediately sent the old man flying into a rage. These people have a lot of nerves. They dare to touch my granddaughter. My granddaughter uneasily escaped danger but then was kidnapped by someone. Where are those bastards? Has their clan been annihilated yet? Just escaped danger but then was kidnapped. Zheng Xuan was stupefied, uncomprehending of Grandfather Zhen's words. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. The attackers have lost their lives inside Zhen City. As for clan annihilation, not yet. Chapter 1529. Grandfather Zhen has returned. 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. What are you people good for? Don't you know to annihilate a clan? People who dare to touch this old man's granddaughter, it's not excessive even if you make them die 1,000 times. Everyone began to sweat. Old family head, where did your immortal demeanor go? Where's your indifference and unworldliness? Could it be all a pretense? That's right. Grandfather Zhen suddenly recalled something. Where's my lovable granddaughter? Quickly tell her to come out and meet her grandfather. The corner of Zheng Xuan's lips twitched. He really wanted to say, not only is your granddaughter not lovable but she has almost turned Zheng family upside down. But this time, Zheng Xuan saw an approaching figure and his mouth pursed. She is here. At that instant, Grandfather Zhen felt like his heart was dangling off a cliff. He repeatedly mulled over how he should greet his granddaughter. Grandfather Zhen turned his head with a big smile and spoke the explanation in his mind. My dear granddaughter, it was grandfather's fault last time for not recognizing you. How about it? I didn't scare you, right? It looks like fate is on our side. Unfortunately, his words came to a halt. That strange face, whether it was the appearance or the temperament, was all incredibly different from his lovable granddaughter. Especially the greed and treachery in her eyes, disgusting no matter how he looked at it. Who is she? Grandfather Zhen looked back at Zheng Xuan and asked in a foolishly cute manner. Zheng Xuan's mouth twitched. Master, she is your lovable granddaughter. Grandfather Zhen was stunned. This girl was his granddaughter. Bullshit. A girl that can make him disgusted with a glance, how could she be his lovable granddaughter? On the way here, Cao Yuchen had already been informed that the old family head had returned. Otherwise, she would probably dilly-dally before returning to the Zhen estate. Seeing the old man in front of Zheng Xuan, it was obvious that he was Grandfather Zhen. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and quickly stepped up, trying her best to display her obedient side. Grandfather, you've finally returned. I have waited for you with great difficulties. Mother has already died, and it wasn't until my foster mother told me my identity that I learned I was your granddaughter. However, these jerks from the Zhen family won't recognize me at all, and even the slaves dare to bully me. The more Cao Yuchen spoke, the angrier she became. She did not notice Grandfather Zhen's gradually darkening face. Especially the Zhen Linga. She throws around her power to bully people and even claimed that she made the decisions in the Zhen family and told me to get lost from the Zhen family. Grandfather, she completely disregards your blood relations, so shouldn't you mercilessly punish her? Zheng Xuan's expression darkened. He did not expect Cao Yuchen to distort the truth this drastically and hastily turned to Grandfather Zhen, but saw that the old man's face could not be any darker and a storm was raging in his eyes. It was over. Master was angry. Ice wrapped around Zheng Xuan's heart. He understood that he could not stay inside the Zhen family any longer. In contrast, Cao Yuchen's expression turned more bloating. Who told Zhen Linga to bully her? And that you Luofeng, they both deserve 1,000 deaths. Master. Zheng Xuan wanted to explain, but the old man raised his hand to prevent him. Grandfather Zhen's hand was pointing at Cao Yuchen, and rage was evident in his voice. Zheng Xuan, who told you this girl was my granddaughter? Who? Make him get his ass out here for death. Zheng Xuan was dumbfounded for a moment before he honestly replied. It was an elder from the Qingli clan, but he is already dead, so he doesn't need to come out for death. Chapter 1530. Grandfather Zhen has returned. 7. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Bang. Grandfather angrily punched Zheng Xuan's head, wishing nothing more than to beat this idiot to death. Zheng Xuan looked at the old man with a face of grievance. Master, what did this disciple do wrong? Be-starred, idiot, how could this girl be my granddaughter? How could I have a granddaughter like this? Grandfather Zhen furiously grasped onto Zheng Xuan's lapels and shouted, return my granddaughter to me, return my granddaughter. Zheng Xuan's head was dizzy. He did not know what had happened, but he understood one thing, Cao Yuchen was not Master's granddaughter. Happiness came too suddenly, and he was unable to recover. Grandfather. Cao Yuchen panicked and stepped forward, wanting to pull the old man's sleeve. I'm truly your granddaughter. The second her hand touched Grandfather Zhen, it was ruthlessly flung off. Scram. Could it be that I don't recognize my own granddaughter? Zheng Xuan just regained his wits with great difficulty when he heard the old man's words. He could not help but inwardly mutter, you haven't even seen your granddaughter, how could you know her? Cao Yuchen's mind turned blank and she bewilderedly looked at the raging old man. She was not related to the Zhen family. Impossible, mother would not lie to her. Moreover, that jade pendant had received the verification of the Chingali clan. Grandfather. Cao Yuchen slowly recovered and aggrievedly stated, I'm the genuine one. Also, my jade pendant was verified by the Chingali clan, they merely destroyed it. Chingali clan means bullshit. Grandfather Jun had always been a refined old man, but now he was swearing time and time again. The boiling fury in his heart was apparent. Even my disciple hasn't seen my jade pendant, but the Chingali clan could determine yours to be the real one with an illustration alone. The fury in the old man's chest billowed. In truth, even if the jade pendant was placed in front of Jun Xuan, you might not be able to determine to the veracity of it, only Grandfather Jun had the knowledge. Grandfather Jun inhaled a deep breath and caustically said, forget it, this matter can't depend on the Jun family. I should go find my granddaughter myself. Right, call Ling back for me to see. After I see her, I will leave again. Jun Xuan hurriedly agreed and ordered a guard to find Jun Ling. Previously, he understood thoroughly that Jun Ling did not want to see Cao Yuchen, so he did not call his daughter here as well. But now, this good news must be shared with Ling. Jun Xuan grew more excited the more he thought about it, and a smile involuntarily turned up on his lips. No one paid attention to the ashen Cao Yuchen. Not long after, the guard returned with two girls closely following behind. Grandfather Jun's face was still infuriated, but for the sake of his beloved granddaughter, he forcefully suppressed the rage. Ling, you are back. Grandfather Jun recovered his previous smiling demeanor and turned to look outside the courtyard. This glance brought his voice to a halt, and his eyes shot open with shock. Am I seeing things? Grandfather Jun harshly rubbed his eyes and widened them, intently staring at the white-robed girl standing beside Jun Ling. His breathing became rushed and his expression was full of excitement. That was right, it was excitement. Jun Xuan glanced at the old man and pondered over it in his mind. It looked like this girl was very important in Grandfather Jun's heart. Otherwise, the old man would not seek retribution from the Poison Valley for her and reveal so many emotions upon seeing her still alive. Chapter 1531, Grandfather Jun has returned, 8. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Dad. Not understanding what had happened, Jun Ling quickly walked to Jun Xuan. She glanced at the pale Cao Yuchen with a frown, confusion flashing through the depths of her eyes. Then, Grandfather's return quickly cleared the confusion in her. She slowly walked to the front of Grandfather and hesitated for a moment before asking, Grandfather, you've returned. The girl's melodic voice pulled the old man out of his excitement. He turned his sight to Jun Ling and chuckled. Ling, aren't you happy seeing Grandfather? What happened? You used to throw yourself at me immediately. Jun Ling blinked. Grandfather, Cao Yuchen said just now that she sent you a letter and she claimed that you wanted to kick me out of the Jun family. Cao Yuchen. Grandfather Jun frowned. Who is that? Do I know them? Jun Ling blinked in confusion, her gaze turning to Jun Xuan, asking him what was happening. On the way here, it was not that Jun Ling did not ask the guard, but because Jun Ling was very approachable, the guard did not answer her question. Instead, he mysteriously said that she would know in time. So Jun Ling was still kept in the dark and did not understand the situation. Master, Jun Ling glanced at the fallen Cao Yuchen. Ling is referring to her. Nonsense. Grandfather Jun flew into a rage and his fist swung to hit the tree beside him. What are you? First you impersonate my granddaughter and then put words in my mouth and falsely claim I want to expel my granddaughter. Who gave you the guts? Cao Yuchen shuddered from terror, not daring to utter a single word. Jun Ling finally reacted and threw herself into Grandfather Jun's arm with a cry with an extremely aggrieved expression. Grandfather, why did you only return now? Cao Yuchen has been turning the Jun family into complete chaos during this period of time. She even insulted Mother as a WH3 and said she would expel Sister Yun and me out of the Jun family. She claimed that she was the true miss of the Jun family and that Sister Yun and I were nothing but freeloaders. Jun Ling has suffered through a large grievance these past few days, but she was finally able to voice all of her grievances at that moment and was crying very pitifully. Oh, right. She also wants to kill all of the servants of our Jun family, saying that since she was a miss of the Jun family, it was reasonable for her to kill some family servants. Grandfather Jun was already trembling from his anger and was pointing at Cao Yuchen but unable to say anything. He did not expect that a few days of delay would cause such a crisis and even caused his granddaughters to suffer through such tribulations. Jun Xuan. Grandfather Jun angrily shouted, causing Jun Xuan to nearly kneel on the ground from fright. He wanted to cry. Master, I also didn't know she was fake. Idiot, you idiot. You mistook the fake for the real one but actually did not discover that the real one was standing in front of you. How can an idiot like you exist in this world? Master, I initially thought that since the Chingali clan used her to threaten the Jun family, she must be the real one. Who would have thought that she would be a counterfeit? Jun Xuan also felt very aggrieved but he abruptly realized something in the next moment and in confusion asked, the real one is in front of me. Master, what do you mean? Forgive your disciple for being uneducated and not understanding your words. Grandfather Jun snorted and turned to glare at Yun Luofeng. Little Yun, how long will you pretend to be innocent and ignorant over there? The entire Jun family turned silent at that instant, and everyone looked at Yun Luofeng. Even Jun Ling stopped sobbing. Chapter 1532, Grandfather Jun has returned, 9. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. What did Grandfather Jun mean? Pretend to be innocent and ignorant. Yun Luofeng did not expect the old man to change the topic to her and unconsciously smiled. Where's the jade pendant? Grandfather Jun asked, extending his hand to Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng glanced at grandfather's calloused hand and obediently fished it from her waist, placing it on his palm. This. Jun Xuan was stunned. How could there be two jade pendants? In contrast to the astonishment of the Jun family, Cao Yuchen felt her mind explode and hastily screamed, hers is fake. It's fake. She must have seen my jade pendant and purposefully found someone to recreate it. Mine is the genuine one. Shut up. Grandfather Jun did not treat Cao Yuchen with the same benign temperament as he did with Yun Luofeng. He glared at her, his murderous intent fully unleashed. I will settle accounts with you later. Shut your mouth now, otherwise, I will make you lose your life here this instant. Cao Yuchen closed her mouth immediately, not daring to utter anything else, and was shuddering on the floor on her hands and knees. Grandfather Jun turned to look at Yun Luofeng. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Yun Luofeng touched the tip of her nose. When I arrived at the Jun family, I encountered a crowd of people coming to the Jun family for retribution. They claimed that the Qingli clan kidnapped the owner of this jade pendant, so I was uncertain whether my jade pendant was real or fake and did not dare to rashly identify myself. Solemn silence descended on the Jun family once more. Everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be that the counterfeit thought she was the real one while the authentic one thought she was the fake one? My goodness, just how big of a mistake was this? Junlinger's initial stupefaction had already turned into excitement. Her whole face was red, and she nearly fainted from happiness. Sister Yun was a member of the Jun family, and Cao Yuchen was a fake. This piece of news was too joyous. Oh, the excitement was too much. Grandfather Jun was speechless. Logically, he should rebuke both Yun Luofeng and Jun Xuan, but how could he bear to admonish Yun Luofeng? Hence, he vented all of his fury on Jun Xuan. You idiot, my granddaughter was inside the Jun estate this whole time, but you didn't realize it. Jun Xuan's expression turned more aggrieved. Master, my niece did not reveal her jade pendant, so I didn't know her identity. As he said this, he noticed the old man's infuriated expression and hastily corrected himself. It was all my fault. I am an idiot and didn't recognize my niece. I am truly too stupid. Master, you don't need to punish me this time, I will punish myself. I will resign as the family head and pass it on to little Feng. Speaking to this point, Jun Xuan inwardly rejoiced. Yun Luofeng's return was undoubtedly the best news. He could finally be rid of this heavy responsibility. Dream on. Grandfather Jun glared at Jun Xuan. My granddaughter is very delicate, yet you want to let this heavy responsibility crush her to death. The Jun family will be managed by you, don't trouble my granddaughter. Jun Xuan wanted to cry. Master, you are too biased. Moreover, when this girl was beating someone up, she was clearly so fierce, yet you call her delicate. This. Yun Luofeng glanced at the pair of master and disciple and interjected, embarrassed, I think you have misunderstood something. The original owner of this jade pendant wasn't my mother. What? Her words caused the old man's complexion to shift. His granddaughter obtained with such difficulty was flying away. The heavens would not be so cruel, right? Jun Xuan was startled and asked, then do you know where is the original owner of this jade pendant? What is your relationship with her? Yun Luofeng paused. The owner of this jade pendant is my mother-in-law. Her son is my husband. Chapter 1533, Yun Xiao's Fate 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. With a buzz, Grandfather Jun's mind turned blank, his stupefied gaze dazedly staring at Yun Luofeng. His granddaughter turned into a granddaughter-in-law. What could be a bigger blow than this in the world? Master. Jun Xuan subconsciously turned his head and saw Grandfather Jun's ashen face. He jolted and swiftly walked to the old man and pacified him. Whether she's your granddaughter or granddaughter-in-law, little Feng is still a member of our Jun family. Upon hearing this, the originally unhappy old man instantly brightened and donned a smile. His disciple was correct. Whether she was his granddaughter or granddaughter-in-law, this girl was still a member of their Jun family. Wasn't that enough? Grandfather Jun exhaled a deep breath and walked to Yun Luofeng with a faint smile. Little Yun, it looks like our fate is truly intertwined. Where are my grandson and daughter currently? Your daughter is still currently in the land of no return. As for your grandson, Yun Luofeng paused briefly before continuing, he is the Ghost Emperor. What? Grandfather Jun's complexion instantly shifted. My grandson is the Ghost Emperor. Yet, back then, so many factions from Central Province wanted to eradicate his grandson. Grandfather Jun grew infuriated. If he had known the identity of Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao earlier, he absolutely would not spare the people who went to eradicate the Ghost Emperor back then. Also, you don't only have one grandson. Mother adopted a son and daughter in the land of no return, and on the day that I departed she also gave birth to twins, a girl and a boy. The originally raging old man instantly turned stupefied. This fortune arrived too suddenly. Ever since his wife died and he entrusted his daughter to someone else, never seeing her again, the children of the Jun family had withered to nothing, and the third generation had Jun Lingge alone. But now, Yun Luofeng informed him that his daughter not only adopted a son and daughter but had also given birth to twins, a girl and a boy. Jun Xuan, quickly support me. Grandfather Jun dizzily backed up a few steps, but fortunately, Jun Xuan quickly grasped him and prevented him from fainting and falling to the ground. Grandfather Jun tightly clutched Jun Xuan's hand and dazedly requested, "Hit me. I want to see if I'm dreaming." Don't look at how mighty Jun Xuan was in the Jun family. In front of Grandfather Jun, he evidently became an obedient disciple. There was no way that he would not do what his master ordered. Hence, he slapped the old man's head, and Grandfather Jun grew furious in a split second, mercilessly kicking his leg out and sending Jun Xuan flying back. Jun Xuan landed on the floor in a heap and aggrievedly looked up at the old man with an incredibly pitiful expression. "Master, you told me to hit you. You hit me just because I told you to." Grandfather Jun glared at Jun Xuan before turning to Yun Luofeng with a smile. "Girl, let's discuss something." Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. "What? How about you be my granddaughter and have the Ghost Emperor become my grandson-in-law?" The jaws of everyone in the Jun family dropped. This was their first time seeing someone unwilling to recognize the grandson and insisting on forcing his granddaughter-in-law to become his granddaughter. Yun Luofeng did not respond and asked instead, "I have one thing to ask you. Do you know where the Ghost Emperor is?" Chapter 1534, Yun Xiao's Fate 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. 3 years. She and Yun Xiao had been separated for 3 whole years. She did not want to continue waiting. Grandfather Jun frowned and sighed. He headed to God Burial Mountain. God Burial Mountain. These 3 words caused Yun Luofeng's heart to skip a beat. God Burial Mountain was this continent's most dangerous location. Its danger level was similar to the forest of no return from Longshao continent. Heading to a place like that was essentially the same as heading to death. "I understand." Yun Luofeng inwardly came to a decision and said, "I will depart tomorrow and go to God Burial Mountain to find him." Little Yun. The old man's eyebrows knitted tighter. "If I have read it correctly, you should be at Sage God Advanced rank level." Sage God Advanced rank level. The old man's words were akin to lightning striking across a clear sky, stupefying everyone present. Although they knew Yun Luofeng was extremely strong, they did not expect her to have reached Sage God Advanced rank level. Grandfather Jun was shaking his head with a wry smile. "Although your talent is formidable, your strength is not enough for you to head to God Burial Mountain." Yun Luofeng's expression remained determined. "Regardless of whether my strength is enough or not, I must head to God Burial Mountain. Because there was a person waiting for her there. Logically, I should depart today for God Burial Mountain, but..." She paused briefly. "Madame Jun's health appears to have some problems, and I'm afraid she won't last until I return." Madame Jun's constitution was fairly weak and she was seriously ill. Grandfather Jun had already hired countless physicians for her and even personally treated her but was still unable to cure her. "Little Yun, you can cure Fuer." Grandfather Jun's eyes brightened. Other people might not understand Yun Luofeng's medical talent, but as someone who witnessed Yun Luofeng's solution back then, he understood. She has been poisoned, but this poison wasn't acquired and was instead carried over from her mother's womb. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for her to recover. Yun Luofeng glanced at the old man's excited face and smiled. "However, I can suppress her condition and treat her when I return." In truth, the condition of Madame Jun was not as simple as being poisoned. There was a problem with every aspect. With Yun Luofeng's current strength, she would have to exhaust a large amount of energy to cure her. And it would take at least months to treat her unless she broke through to Sage Lord level. Yun Luofeng currently longed for Yun Xiao, so how could she stay here to treat Madame Jun without worry? The most important thing right now was to control her condition and continue treating her after she returned. "All right." Grandfather Jun's emotions surged and he dryly coughed. "Jun Xuan, immediately bring little Yun to see your wife." Jun Xuan had learned of Yun Luofeng's abilities from Jun Lingge, so he naturally did not have any doubts about Grandfather Jun's words. He eagerly led Yun Luofeng toward his wife's residence. Jun Lingge did not follow them. Her clear eyes slowly turned to Cao Yuchen on the floor, disdain rising on her face. "Cao Yuchen, do you remember what you previously said? You previously repeated that Sister Yun and I were merely grandfather's god-granddaughter and only you could make decisions. You even wanted to kick us out and replace my dad. Unfortunately, you are nothing more than a counterfeit. I truly don't understand where you got the courage to pretend to be a member of my Jun family." Chapter 1535, Yun Xiao's Fate 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Cao Yuchen shook her head, her face deathly pale and her eyes full of despair. "Impossible, this is impossible. The jade pendant was clearly given to me by my foster mother. How could she lie to me?" Jun Lingge waved her hand and ordered, "Come and take Cao Yuchen and parade her through the streets. Also, announce all of her evil. Make everyone understand that this Cao Yuchen is merely a counterfeit. Didn't you ingratiate yourself with Cao Yuchen and sided with the powerful? Then I want to make you understand that Cao Yuchen is nothing but a counterfeit. Also, Yi Rong, did you predict this day when you betrayed me for Cao Yuchen?" "Yes, miss." 2 guards came up and grabbed Cao Yuchen, dragging her outside. "No. I don't want to go. I beg you to forgive me, I beg you." Cao Yuchen's voice was wrought with grief and heartbreak as she was forcefully dragged out. Her voice became more and more distant, gradually fading from Jun Lingge's ears. The next day, daybreak. All of the Jun family stood on the side and was respectfully sending Yun Luofeng off. Jun Lingge tightly held Yun Luofeng's hands as she miserably asked, "Sister Yun, when will you return?" "I will return after I find Yun Xiao," Yun Luofeng aloofly answered as she looked up at the distant sky. Grandfather Jun sighed. "Girl, you really don't need me to go with you. God Burial Mountain is too dangerous, how can I not worry about you?" With difficulty he obtained an obedient granddaughter-in-law, so how could he be willing to part with her like this? Yet, this granddaughter-in-law was very stubborn and he attempted to persuade her the whole night without success. "No need," Yun Luofeng answered while shaking her head. "I will come back alive." There were too many people that she could not leave behind on this world, so how could she be willing to lose her life in God Burial Mountain? Seeing her insistence, Grandfather Jun did not say anything else and was silent for a moment before digging out 2 jade pendants from his lapels and placing them in Jun Luofeng's hand. One of the jade pendants was clearly the one that he snatched from Yun Luofeng yesterday, the one he placed inside his daughter's swaddling clothes back then. However, he did not take the jade pendant because he wanted to steal Yun Luofeng's things, it was to satiate his longing for its owner. "Since my daughter gave you this pendant, then it belongs to you now. It can help withstand one attack when your life is in danger. Of course, it only works if you wear it on your neck, it won't work if it's taken off. This jade pendant could only ward off a fatal attack. If it was not fatal, this pendant would not work. As for the other jade pendant, I placed a strand of my soul's power inside of it." Soul's power. Hearing this, every member of the Jun family uniformly turned to look at the old man with shock in their eyes. Everyone understood what the soul's power meant. The soul's power was obtained by Grandfather Jun separating a strand of his soul and forcefully sealed it inside this jade pendant. It would take a couple of months for him to recover that strand of soul's power. "If you are in danger, then send your spiritual energy into the jade pendant and I will sense it. I can instantly appear beside you regardless of how far away I am." Looking at the jade pendant that Grandfather Jun was giving to her, it would be a lie if Yun Luofeng claimed she was not moved. She had only met Grandfather Jun twice, so they were not close to this extent even after considering their mutual connection to Jun Fengling. Chapter 1536, Yun Xiao's Fate 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yet, Grandfather Jun was willing to sacrifice this much for her. Her heart was not made of stone, so how could she not be affected? "Thank you." Yun Luofeng accepted the jade pendant and pressed it closely against her chest, a dazzling light shining from her pitch-black eyes. "Little Yun, you haven't called me grandfather yet." The old man shot her an aggrieved glance. "You are leaving now, aren't you planning to call me grandfather at least once?" A faint smile rose on her lips. "Grandfather." Her voice was very faint and aloof, but it slammed heavily into Grandfather Jun's heart, filling it with satisfaction. Her call of grandfather filled him with satisfaction. If this girl was not going away to find her husband, he would certainly keep her here so that she could say it every day. "I am leaving now. Stay safe." Yun Luofeng cupped her fists and turned to leave the courtyard. "Release me. Let me enter, I want to see Lingge." Suddenly, a boisterous voice was heard from outside, causing Jun Lingge to frown. "Lingge, for you?" Jun Xuan asked, glancing at Jun Lingge with astonishment. Jun Lingge nodded and looked at the people guarding the door. Her melodic and indifferent voice rung, "Let her enter." With Jun Lingge's agreement, the guards stopped blocking the person, allowing her to successfully enter the courtyard. "Lingge." Yi Rong's eyes landed on Jun Lingge, full of guilt and remorse. Before she could say anything, she was interrupted by the other girl. "Yi Rong, I am not that familiar with you. Don't call me Lingge. You can call me Miss Lingge like everyone else." Jun Lingge's lips curled. Although Cao Yuchen causes her a lot of trouble, she must thank her for one thing. Because of her, she managed to clearly see Yi Rong's true colors. "Lingge, I only said those things because I was deceived by her." Yi Rong panicked and wanted to run towards Jun Lingge but was blocked by the 2 guards, keeping her a meter away from Jun Lingge. Yi Rong's heart felt a chill. "You truly don't plan to forgive me?" Tears rose from her eyes as she looked at the indifferent Jun Lingge while tightly biting her lips. "Yi Rong, did you forget what you previously said? You said that you had to befriend Cao Yuchen for the sake of the Yi family and you merely used me." Jun Lingge snorted. "Why do you think I have to forgive you?" Yi Rong's heart skipped a beat, and she admonished herself. It was not enough that she followed Cao Yuchen, but why did she tell that to Jun Lingge while trying to prove her loyalty to Cao Yuchen, who would have expected Cao Yuchen to be a counterfeit and cause her to offend Jun Lingge? "Lingge, you aren't someone so cruel." A teardrop hung on the corner of Yi Rong's pain-filled eyes. "Dad, I don't want to see her." Jun Lingge pouted. "This woman is too detestable, more detestable than those brown-nosing social climbers." "All right." Jun Xuan indulgently patted her head. "Then Dad will have people kick her out and evict the Yi family from Jun City forever, is that all right?" Yi Rong's face turned ashen, and she started lightly trembling. If the Yi family was truly forced to leave Jun City, then she would be a felon for the rest of her life and the elder generation of the clan absolutely would not spare her. However, Jun Xuan would not give her a chance to hassle Jun Lingge and waved his hand, directly ordering the guards to toss her out of the estate. Jun Lingge did not plead on behalf of the Yi family at all. She might be kind but she did not tolerate any deceit. Yi Rong deceived her, so she must pay the price. Chapter 1537, God Burial Mountain 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. God Burial Mountain was the most dangerous part of the seven-province continent, not only due to the abundance of spirit beasts in there but also because of the countless danger zones and traps in the mountain. Anyone who triggered these traps would dissipate into the air even if their strength rivaled the gods. This was how God Burial Mountain obtained its name. A place that could become the burial place of even a god, the danger within could be imagined. Of course, not the entire mountain range was incomparably dangerous, but the deeper you went, the more dangerous it became. As for the outer parts of the God Burial Mountain, they possessed a countless number of ferocious spirit beasts, but it still allowed people to leave alive. Currently, a white-robed girl slowly entered the God Burial Mountain. Her hair fluttered in the wind and a faint light enveloped her beautiful and wicked face. Master. Xiaomo left the god's code space and appeared in front of Yun Luofeng. He looked at the girl with a slight purse of his lips. Are you sure you want to enter God Burial Mountain? Truthfully, I don't know anything about God Burial Mountain and also don't know the situation inside. I'm sure. She could not allow Yun Xiao to face danger alone. No matter what happened, she would stay by his side. All right, then I will accompany you without reserve. Xiaomo smiled. He had been all alone for so many years. Meeting Yun Luofeng was the fortune of a lifetime, so how could he cower as soon as he faced danger? Yun Luofeng did not respond and called instead. Instantly, the muscled Yun Yi stood behind Yun Luofeng, guarding her safety like Mount Tai. Inside God Burial Mountain, there was an endless danger, so she must summon the puppet out just in case. Let's go. She turned her gaze to the continuous stretch of mountains before her, determination dominating her face. Yun Xiao, wait for me. I will find you in no time. Inside God Burial Mountain, dangers overlapped each other. The instant Yun Luofeng stepped inside, she could sense the pressure. If Little Tree was still here, she would at least have an extra safeguard, but Little Tree had fallen into a deep sleep, and she could not rely on him. Hence, Yun Luofeng was extra cautious. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a murderous intent came from the underbrush to the side. Yun Luofeng's brows knitted as she called, careful. At the same time, a group of skeletons walked out of the underbrush, each holding a bone club in their hand. Moss green hellfire floated in the sockets of where their eyes once used to be, giving a Manerian odd appearance. Like a well-trained group of soldiers, their steps were uniform and ordered. Master, it's the Skeleton King and his troops. The Skeleton King's strength is at Sage Lord intermediate rank level and the others are at least Sage God advanced rank, but a majority of them Sage Lord low rank level. Xiaomo sharply inhaled. If I have guessed correctly, an army once came and lost their lives here. I don't understand how these soldiers were able to use a skeleton form to remain alive in this world and have raised their strength to this extent. Yun Luofeng's heart also sunk. If it was a group of spirit beasts, perhaps she could still fight them. However, it was a group of skeletons standing before her. Skeletons that did not feel pain and were already dead. How should she fight a group of skeletons? Chapter 1538, God Burial Mountain 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Master, let's flee. Xiaomo's voice rung by her ears. We still have a sliver of a chance if we escape. Otherwise, we will die here. He did not expect that they would encounter the skeleton army the instant they entered God Burial Mountain. Didn't they say that the outer limits of the God Burial Mountain weren't very dangerous? However, what Xiaomo did not know was that they had bad luck. The skeleton army only patrolled once a month, yet they just happened to encounter them during this month's patrol. Yun Luofeng frowned and coldly called. Yun Yi immediately understood his master's meaning. He scooped one hand around Yun Luofeng's waist and picked up Xiaomo with the other before charging toward the crowd of skeletons in front of them. If they want to enter God Burial Mountain, they had to go through this crowd of skeletons. If they drew back, it would mean they would not be able to step inside. The hellfire in the skeletons' eyes intensified, and the bones in their hands swung fiercely at Yun Yi. Although Yun Yi was a puppet cast from steel, he still could not bear the beatings of the skeletons. His body swiftly became ridden with holes, as though he was pierced by a sword over and over again. The skeletons might only be holding a bone club in their hand, but this bone club was sharper than any weapon, and each strike equated one hole. If these bone clubs landed on Yun Luofeng, it would be as simple as holes upon holes. Yun Yi was merely a puppet without a soul and did not understand pain. He only knew how to obey Yun Luofeng's orders and swiftly dash forward. Seeing Yun Yi escape, the skeletons all chased after them while brandishing their bone club. It appears that these skeletons might be dead already, but they still know to chase after enemies and are not the same as puppets like Yun Yi. Yun Luofeng contemplated. However, after this, I must reforge Yun Yi. Suddenly, Yun Yi halted. Yun Luofeng looked up and discovered a bottomless cliff in front of them. Master, there's something odd about this cliff. Xiaomo frowned. There appears to be a restriction in this location. If you jump inside, you can't fly in the air. Yun Luofeng turned her head and glanced at their pursuers before turning back to the bottomless cliff. Her eyes turned cold as she sternly ordered, Yun Yi, go down. Yun Yi did not hesitate. Because he was a puppet, he did not display any fear and expressionlessly jumped off the cliff. The wind whipped past their ears, the force causing her to be unable to open her eyes. The sharp winds caused her to ache all over, as though knives were cutting open her skin. She hurriedly shut her eyes and waited for the landing. However, before she could land, she lost consciousness and darkness overcame her. She remained clueless about the following events. In her groggy state of mind, Yun Luofeng could faintly hear a call from her side. Miss, wake up. Wake up. Her brows knitted and opened her eyes, annoyed. A young and handsome face entered her sight. The man wore a flax-colored long robe, and his good-looking appearance was matched with healthy tan skin. His gray-colored eyes contained a faint trace of concern. When he saw Yun Luofeng open her eyes, joy entered his heart. "Miss, you are awake." Yun Luofeng was taken back. She rubbed her temples and climbed up from the bed. "I remember that I encountered a group of skeletons in God Burial Mountain. Where am I?" Chapter 1539, God Burial Mountain 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The man smiled. "We are at God Burial Mountain, and you will be safe in this country." The man swiftly explained everything to her. It turned out the people in this place were visitors who had encountered danger inside God Burial Mountain over the past hundreds and thousands of years. Whether they were chased by skeletons or strip beasts, they ended up escaping to here. Because strip beasts could not enter this place, they started living in seclusion here. Of course, there were people who wanted to leave, but they were unable to leave once they entered the base of the cliff. Hence, this place had eventually become a country of its own. Although the population was sparse, there was a royal city and a market, no different than the outside world. However, strip beasts and skeletons could not enter this country, but who knew whether the people could find an opportunity to leave one day. As a result, the country had a rule that the strongest man of the younger generation could become the king of this country. The strong people from the newer generation were recruited by the elder organization. The marriage of the king was decided by the elder organization. As the king, he did not have the right to marry the one he loved most. Only the strongest woman could become the queen. Hence, the position of the king and queen were both unstable. If someone who surpassed them appeared, they could replace them. In summary, this was a country where your strength decided everything. The inheritance of the crown from father to son in the outside world was invalid here. Evidently, the man who stood before Yun Luofeng was the king of this country. However, from the way he dressed, she could tell how poor the royal family was. They didn't even have proper clothing. No wonder these people wanted to leave this place. The handsome man scratched his head and genially asked, "I already told you everything. Can you tell me your name?" Yun Luofeng pondered over it before answering, "Yun Luofeng." These people had been living in seclusion here for so many years, so even if she spoke her name, they would not know who she was. Hence, she did not need to worry at all. "Miss Yun, since you arrived here, you are now a citizen of our country. You will need to spend the rest of your life here." The man lightly sighed, his features brimming with worry. He was born and raised inside God Burial Mountain and had never seen the outside world, so he had no knowledge of the outside world. "We truly can't leave here." Yun Luofeng frowned. She must leave. Yun Xiao was still waiting for her. "That's right, the people who have come here are unable to leave," the handsome man responded with a faint smile. "Hence, you can rest here without worry." "Right, I haven't told you my name yet." "My name is Xuan Yuan." After saying this, he gave a few orders to the palace maids tending to her before leaving. "Right." Yun Luofeng suddenly remembered Yun Yi and Xiao Mo and hurriedly checked on the situation inside God's code space. She discovered the battered Yun Yi laying on the grass and Xiao Mo silently sitting beside him. Seeing him, Yun Luofeng subconsciously relaxed. "Forget it, since we can't do anything, we will wait and see. I believe we can find a way to leave." Inside a bedchamber, a gently beautiful woman was sitting on a chair and listening to the report of a palace maid, a cold glint flashing through her eyes. Chapter 1540, God Burial Mountain 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. "What is the strength of this new arrival?" Reporting to the queen, "This servant doesn't know," the palace maid answered while respectfully kneeling on the ground. "Humph." The gently beautiful woman snorted. "Observe that woman for me. If she is weak, forget it. But if she is strong, then immediately send someone to secretly eliminate her." "Yes, my queen." The maidservant retreated. The woman tightly clutched the teacup in her hand, a cold glint flashing through her eyes. She did not become the queen because she was greedy for power. It was because she truly fell in love with Xuan Yuan. Because of this, she had no scruples about killing her older sister. That's right, the elders did not choose her as a candidate to become the queen. It was her stronger sister instead. In order to obtain Xuan Yuan, she poisoned her sister and then immediately stepped over her sister's corpse and ascended the throne to become the queen. How could she permit anyone to threaten her position now? Unfortunately, her sister was not only the queen chosen by the elders, but Xuan Yuan and her sister also had affection for each other. As a result, this man did not touch her at all during the 2 years that they had been married. Recalling the past, the killing intent in the queen's eyes deepened and with a crack, the teacup in her grasp also shattered. "Queen, why are you so angry?" Suddenly, a light laugh was heard, quickly followed by the entrance of a woman in a cyan-colored rukun. She had a clean and refreshing type of beauty, comparable to a newly blooming lotus. "State Preceptor, why did you come?" Seeing this woman, the queen's voice was very respectful. Like Yun Luofeng, this woman also came from the outside world, but her methods were too formidable. She was talented in both the art of poison and medicine, so she was greatly revered in a country without physicians like this one. In addition, this woman could observe the stars and calculate a person's fate, so the elders unanimously bestowed her with the title State Preceptor. "I know the girl that King brought back," the woman in cyan loathingly uttered, hatred rising in her eyes. The queen was surprised. She did not expect the State Preceptor to know Yun Luofeng. Is there some enmity between you two? The woman in cyan sneered. We naturally have a great enmity between us. Queen, when I arrived, I told you that my dad and I and others were misunderstood by the world and were hunted. After being forced to escape from Poison Valley, we were massacred by the Ghost Emperor. Besides me who luckily escaped with my life, everyone else died. The one who caused all of this was Yun Luofeng. Lin Yu had not seen Yun Luofeng before, but she had carved this name into her mind during these years. If it were not for Yun Luofeng, Poison Valley would not be destroyed and she would not have had to watch her father be killed, unable to do anything. The queen exclaimed with shock, Yun Luofeng is really this vicious. She isn't only vicious. Lin Yu's eyes turned colder as she said, full of murderous intent, do you know the world's assessment of Yun Luofeng? She specializes in stealing men, whether it is a 100-year-old elderly or a 10-year-old child, she won't let them slip away. 3 years ago, this woman delusionally wanted to seduce my dad and become the mistress of Poison Valley. But my dad severely rejected her, so she harbored resentment and found the people she once successfully seduced to eliminate everyone in Poison Valley. In reality, Lin Yu clearly understood why Poison Valley suffered a massacre. Chapter 1541, God Burial Mountain 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. It was because an elder of the Poison Valley entered the illusory realm of the witchcraft tribe and schemed against Yun Luofeng and caused her death. As a result, the faction on friendly terms with Yun Luofeng sought retribution from Poison Valley. She naturally could not say these reasons. As for whether Yun Luofeng truly died or not and the Yun Luofeng picked up by the king was the one she wanted, this was unimportant. After all, she had never seen Yun Luofeng herself and was unfamiliar with her appearance. However, just the mere fact that her name was Yun Luofeng meant she deserved death. The queen recovered from her shock and furiously said, how could such a cruel woman exist in this world? Right, she was taken in by King, will she seduce him? And King is in his prime, what if he can't resist the temptation? Lin Yu's eyes sparkled, and her lips curled up with a cold smile. She doesn't let even old men sit by. King is so handsome, so how could she give him up? Moreover, this woman seeks wealth and honor, so she definitely covets your position as the queen. Hearing this, the queen instantly gnashed her teeth. I originally thought that I would spare her if she was weak, but I must eliminate her now. Queen, don't worry, she is our common enemy, I will help you deal with her. However, since she has landed in my hands, so I don't want to let her die too quickly. This country was her territory. Regardless of how strong Yun Luofeng was, how could she win against those elders? Hence, she must use this opportunity to mercilessly humiliate her. This is reasonable. The queen nodded. State Preceptor, you have suffered so many grievances, you deserve revenge. This woman won't have a good fate in your hands. Lin Yu laughed. Her cold eyes swept over the queen and left without saying anything else. After Yun Luofeng's health recovered, she left the room. This palace was unlike the outside worlds and did not have any guards posted at the door. She directly left the palace and arrived in the boisterous market. She could see a crowd in the distance. Their eyes contained worship and reverence as they all looked in one direction. It's State Preceptor, I heard the State Preceptor will make a prophecy today. I wonder who is unfortunate enough to be the target. Hey, this State Preceptor is truly miraculous. If she says someone won't live past midnight, then that person certainly won't. Otherwise, the elders would not hold her in such high esteem and give her a status that surpasses the king's. However, the State Preceptor typically won't make prophecies for anyone. Anyone who visits her, wanting her to prophesy their life expectancy, will be rejected. People won't know their end is near unless she personally comes out to specify that person. Inside a multi-story building, a woman in cyan walked up the tall balcony under the escort of many palace maids. Like a ruler who looks down on the populace, she haughtily peered at the humans below her. Her expression made her kin to a deity who can determine a person's life and death, everyone's fate unable to escape her sight. Prophesying someone's lifespan. Yun Luofeng paused with interest. Xiao Mo, there's someone who possesses this ability in this world. Xiao Mo's voice was heard from her soul after a moment. I have never heard of that. Even the strongest prophet from 1,000 years ago didn't have this power. I didn't expect a small country would have someone who possessed such a mysterious power. Perhaps because she wanted to know how this woman made her prophecies, Yun Luofeng did not hurry to find the exit and stopped instead, surveying the woman on the balcony. Chapter 1542, God Burial Mountain 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. A palace maid walked up. Everyone, just like the past, whoever receives the pill in our State Preceptor's hand is the one who will lose their life in a few days' time. Pill. Yun Luofeng frowned and turned to look at the audience beside her, asking, why does the State Preceptor use a pill instead of directly saying someone's lifespan? That person glanced at Yun Luofeng with disdain in their eyes. You don't even know the State Preceptor's personality. The State Preceptor is kind and can't bear to say someone's end is near, so she uses this method to avoid it. After saying this, they did not pay attention to Yun Luofeng anymore and tensely watched the woman in cyan on the balcony. Yun Luofeng was speechless. If she truly could not bear it, then she would not prophesy someone's death. Her action was undesirable to begin with. Everyone, our State Preceptor has come to a conclusion. She hopes the one predicted by her will make arrangements for their funeral. The palace maid spoke again, causing everyone to become more anxious. The state preceptor acted. She flicked a pill into the air, and it instantly hit a person's throat. The pill might have come from a distance, but it did not have a lot of power behind it, and the spot it hit did not even redden. Even so, the target knelt on the ground with a plop, the deathly pale face full of despair. Everyone else all shook their head, their face containing sympathy and pity, but no one went over to help the person up. Yun Luofeng was different from other people. After seeing the pill hitting that person's throat, her face darkened and a harsh glint flickered past her eyes. Xiao Mo, did you see it? A moment later Xiao Mo answered, I saw it. This pill is smeared with poison. It only needs to touch the skin and the person will certainly die within 5 days. I was puzzling over the fact that there was actually someone who could predict a person's death in this world, but I didn't expect them to use this cruel method. Those people said that the state preceptor did not accept anyone who visited her and only used this method to predict someone's death. This method was evidently accurate. It was not that the youth who was hit by the pill was destined to die. But the pill was smeared with poison, so how could he not die? Master, are the people of this country stupid? Xiao Mo was speechless. The woman claimed to be the state preceptor obviously did not have any true skill but was able to dupe these ignorant people through and through. They're not stupid, it's just that this country doesn't have the existence of physicians and poison masters, so they don't know the pill has poison on it. Moreover, the inhabitants of this country had been cut off from the rest of the world for so many years, so how could they know the underhanded schemes of the outside world? It was natural for them to be deceived. Master, won't you go save the youth? We are strangers, so why should I save him? Yun Luofeng shook her head. I won't interfere with matters unrelated to me. More importantly, this place respected strength. If she saved someone prophesied to die, then it would attract the notice of the elders in the country. Perhaps they would even force her to be the queen. Why would she do something so strenuous and unrewarding like that? Yun Luofeng turned around and did not glance at the situation any further, walking to the other end of the street. On the balcony, Lin Yu appeared to have detected something and she looked at Yun Luofeng in the crowd, killing intent flashing through her eyes. Chapter 1543, God Burial Mountain, 7. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng, I'll never let you off. She withdrew her gaze and told an imperial maid, tell him he'll die in 5 days. After saying that, she walked off the platform and left smartly. Yun Luofeng spent a whole day looking for a way out, but it seemed that the bottom of the cliff had been hexed and no one could fly out of here. Yun Luofeng walked slowly into the room, pondered and said slowly, Xiao Mo, it's not going to work if we keep searching like this. I have to find where the hex is. Only when the hex is removed can we leave here. Before Xiao Mo in the God Code world could answer her, the door opened and a handsome man in a flaxen robe walked in, surrounded by a crowd of guards. Miss Yun, you seem to be recovering well. The man was surprised. If an ordinary person jumped off the cliff, he would definitely be badly injured even if he didn't die. But she recovered within a day. Yun Luofeng took a sip of tea and asked, may I ask you a question? Please, Miss Yun. Xuanyuan grinned, I'll tell you anything I know without reserve. I just want to know if there is any special place in your country. Special? Xuanyuan pondered for a while before he replied, in the back mountain, there is a forbidden area. People who go to the forbidden area will lose their lives. So, over time, no one will enter there. If you mean special, only this place is special. Forbidden area. Yun Luofeng paused, can you take me there? Xuanyuan shook his head with a wry smile, the elders don't allow anyone to enter the forbidden area for safety reasons. Unless you get the token of the elders, you can't enter it. I can't help it. For some reason, Yun Luofeng had a hunch that she would find a way out in the forbidden area. Please take me to see the elders of your country. Xuanyuan silently thought for a moment and nodded, okay, follow me. In this country, neither the king or the elders were superior. On the contrary, if anyone wanted to see them, he just needed to report in advance, and then he could see them after getting their permission. Therefore, Xuanyuan could take Yun Luofeng to the Council of Elders. At this moment, in the Council of Elders, the elders, who looked worried, were discussing something. Just then, someone reported that Xuanyuan came to see them with a strange woman. Yuan Xuan came to see us with a woman. The oldest man paused for a moment and frowned. Does he want to take an imperial concubine? No way, we will not allow him to do this. In this country, the number of women was significantly lower than that of men, so polygamy was not allowed, in case some men couldn't find wives. Though Xuanyuan was the king, he could only have one woman. Only when the queen died in an accident would he be able to take a second wife. Let them in. Let's see what he wants, suggested another elder. The eldest elder nodded, let them in. Soon the door was opened, a light shone from outside and a brilliant beam of light fell upon a man and a woman standing at the door. The woman was peerlessly beautiful. With a wicked gleam in her dark eyes, she looked lazy and leisurely. Chapter 1544, God Burial Mountain, 8. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. All the elders were stunned at her beauty. Both the queen and the state preceptor were gorgeous. However, compared with this woman in white, they were like mud to clouds. No wonder the king brought this woman to them. Your Majesty, the old man frowned, why did you bring this woman here? Although this woman was beautiful, their country valued strength more. She was just a beautiful vase. First Elder, Xuanyuan said respectfully, Miss Yun wants to go to the forbidden area in the back mountain, so she came here to ask for your permission. No way. First Elder's face darkened and he snapped, then you know what a place the forbidden area is. No one who goes there can come back alive. We will never allow anyone to enter that place again. You'd better go back. Miss Yun, Xuanyuan said, turning to Yun Luofeng with a wry smile, you heard it. The elders won't allow you to go there. To be honest, Yuan Xuan was not going to let Yun Luofeng go to the forbidden area. After all, that place was too dangerous. She, a weak woman, was courting death by going there. Yun Luofeng looked up at the elders, what if I say I can find a way in the forbidden area to get you out of here? What? Yun Luofeng's words stirred up a storm in the minds of the elders. She could find a way in the forbidden area to get them out of this place. Beyond all doubt, for the elders, leaving the bottom of the cliff was the most important thing. If what Yun Luofeng said was real, they really should take a chance. The elders all hesitated and looked at each other in consternation. Finally, they turned their eyes to First Elder and waited for his decision. Just when First Elder was going to speak, a chuckle came from the outside. A woman in a blue long dress and the queen stepped from outside. Her face lit up with a faint smile, and she looked at Yun Luofeng. The queen saw Yun Luofeng's face at this moment. Her heart was filled with jealousy and anger. She, who didn't take the woman seriously, didn't expect that the woman picked up by the king was so beautiful. How could she feel at ease if she was still alive? Fortunately, this idiot offended the great state preceptor. She would not be able to survive. Elders, Lin Yu took back her gaze and said with a sneer, don't be fooled by this woman. I've predicted it. There's no way for you to leave here. If there really was such a way in the forbidden area, how could I not know it? The elders hesitated again. Indeed, they had all seen the power of the state preceptor. If there was really a way out in the forbidden area, how could the state preceptor not know it? Besides, Lin Yu paused and turned her sharp stare to Yun Luofeng. I observed the stars last night and found that today there would be a woman coming who would bring a devastating blow to our country. Though the elders didn't like Xuanyuan taking a woman to see them, they did not show any unfriendliness to her. Now, hearing Lin Yu's words, all of them turned their eyes to Yun Luofeng. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and suspicion. Your Majesty, this woman, who is of unknown origin, will bring disaster to our country. First Elder pondered for a while and said, so please drive her out right away, and forbid her from entering our country again. Chapter 1545, God Burial Mountain 9. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Lin Yu lowered her eyes. What she wanted was not just to drive Yun Luofeng out. First Elder, as I've said, this woman will bring disaster to our country. Unless she dies, we will all die. Die. The elders were stunned. Since they began to live here, their lives had been peaceful and they never had any struggle or fight. So, they couldn't persuade themselves to kill this woman. An unfathomable light flickered across Lin Yu's eyes and she continued to bewitch the elders. Elders, do you want to sacrifice her or let the whole country perish? Indeed, it would be better for them to kill this woman of unknown origin than sit by and watch the whole country perishing. First Elder gently sighed, guards, catch this woman and burn her to death. Elders. Xuanyuan's face changed, just because of an assertion made by state preceptor, you believe Miss Yun will destroy this country. Isn't it ridiculous? In fact, Xuanyuan never liked Lin Yu. This woman predicted people's lifespan at will and made countless people panic. She, however, accepted people's worship comfortably. Didn't she think that her behavior was cruel? Now she decided to kill Yun Luofeng without batting an eye. How could she kill a living life so easily? Your Majesty, as the king of the country, you should consider our country. First Elder frowned, don't be willful anymore. Do you remember you used to willfully refuse to marry the queen, just because you couldn't forget a dead woman? When can you keep the overall interests of the country in your mind? Xuanyuan shuddered. What happened before was a pain that could never be erased from his heart. Even now, the wound in his heart hadn't been healed. Seeing these people decide her fate at will, Yun Luofeng laughed. What are you laughing at? Lin Yu scowled and asked in a cold voice. Do you know me? Yun Luofeng glanced at Lin Yu and gave a faint smile. If she didn't know her, why did she want to kill her? I just told the result of my prediction. Don't make it personal. Really? Yun Luofeng stroked her chin and spoke with a smile. Today, at the market, I saw you predict a person's lifespan. I wonder what disease he had and when he will die. Lin Yu looked at Yun Luofeng impatiently. He doesn't have any disease. God wants him to die. No one can stop it. He will die within 5 days. Are you sure? No one can stop it. Yun Luofeng squinted, with a dangerous gleam in her eyes. Lin Yu's heart sank. For some reason, she had a bad feeling in her heart, but she had no choice but bite the bullet, so she said, yes, no one can stop it. Yun Luofeng said no more and turned to Xuanyuan, find that man. I can save his life. Are you sure, Miss Yun? Xuanyuan was surprised. Stop people from dying, was this possible? Yun Luofeng smiled, God wants him to die. I'm sorry, I like saving people's lives despite God's will. Of course, she said the last sentence to Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu looked embarrassed. She felt more and more uneasy in her heart, but she did not know why. Okay. To be honest, Yuan Xuan didn't believe Yun Luofeng could save people's lives despite God's will, but this was the only way to save her. Therefore, without any hesitation, he ordered people to bring that man here. Chapter 1546, God Burial Mountain 10. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. A lot of people had seen what happened in the market, so it was easy to find that man. In a short time, a young man who looked desperate was brought here. Let's get started. Yun Luofeng walked slowly to the young man who sat desperately on the ground and took out a cloth bag that contained a lot of silver needles. The whole council of elders fell silent and everyone was quietly looking at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng disinfected one of the silver needles and slowly pierced it into the young man's body. As he let out a muffled groan, the whole silver needle disappeared into his body. As the silver needle entered into his body, Yun Luofeng slowly injected some spirit energies into his body. Soon, the young man's body was covered with silver needles, and his face was not as pale as before. But no one thought she could save him. After all, given the power of State Preceptor, no one could escape her predictions. Neither could this poor young man. Okay. After some time passed, Yun Luofeng pressed her hand against the young man's chest. With a thud, the silver needles covering his body were immediately shaken out. Meanwhile, the young man opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of black blood. Lin Yuyu's face turned pale, and a cold gleam flickered across her eyes. Even though this woman could detoxify this man, so what? 5 days would be enough for her to kill him. Yun Luofeng's next remark, however, dashed her plan. Yun Luofeng turned to the elders and said flatly, for caution's sake, please let him stay in the council of elders for 5 days, in case some people try to murder him. And I hope you can keep an eye on him. Though the elders didn't believe Yun Luofeng's power, they still agreed, because they wanted Yun Luofeng to admit she lost with her own mouth. This country was isolated. The residents here were simple and would keep their promise, so Yun Luofeng left with an easy mind. Elders. Lin Yuyu frowned, with a cold gleam in her eyes. Before she said anything, she was interrupted by Xuanyuan's cold voice. State Preceptor, why don't you just give her 5 days? If this young man dies, it proves that your prediction is correct. But if he is still alive, it shows that your ability is questionable. I wonder whether you have the courage to wait for 5 days. 5 days would be enough for him to find a chance to save Yun Luofeng. Lin Yuyu's face was ghastly pale. She clenched her fists and her eyes sparkled with a grim gleam. State Preceptor, everything will be clear in 5 days. Please don't worry, First Elder said. Humph. Lin Yuyu flicked her sleeves hard and walked out. She kept telling herself that Yun Luofeng might not have been able to detoxify her poison. The young man still looked desperate. He trusted wholeheartedly in Lin Yuyu's power, so he didn't believe he could survive for 5 days. In his heart, he had already sentenced himself to death. 5 days passed quickly. Within the 5 days, the country's residents all heard of Yun Luofeng's bed with Lin Yuyu. Of course, everyone sniffed at Yun Luofeng's stupidity. State Preceptor was like a god. How could her prediction be wrong? The woman was clearly stalling for time, just to live 5 more days. Unfortunately, 5 days later, she would still have to die. However, in order to witness her miserable end, the residents didn't fall asleep on the night of the 4th day. Instead, they went to the imperial palace, stood outside the council of elders and waited overnight just to witness the death of the poor young man. Chapter 1547, Expose Her True Colors, 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Squeak. Under the public stare, the door of the council of elders was slowly pushed open, and an old man walked out. The old man was expressionless with a shrewd gleam in his eyes. Looking at the public's curious faces, he didn't say anything. Finally, a young man couldn't help but ask doubtfully, Elders, what happened? Is that young man dead? Should we prepare for his funeral? However, no one believed that the young man was still alive, because in their heart if State Preceptor said someone would die, he would surely die. First Elder didn't say anything. He pressed back against the left side of the doorway, exposing the entire room to the public. In the room, the young man was sitting in a daze, and his eyes were filled with confusion, astonishment, and excitement from the bottom of his heart. He was not dead. State Preceptor predicted that he would die within 5 days. However, he was alive after the 5 days. What could be more exciting than this? The crowd was all stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. This young man was not dead. Was the state preceptor's prediction wrong? Behind the crowd, Lin Yuyu, in a long blue dress, looked pale at the young man walking out of the room, and her tightly bitten lips trembled slightly. This was impossible. Her poisoning technique was the best in the whole Poison Valley. How could Yun Luofeng detoxify her poison? At this moment, a chill swept over her body, making her feel like she was falling into an ice cellar. Then she felt a creeping unease settle over her shoulders, and she turned to leave the place. Suddenly, a tall figure stood in front of her, and then came the magnetic husky voice of a man. Lord State Preceptor, where are you going? Lin Yuyu suddenly froze. She mechanically lifted her head only to see a handsome face. But the smile on this face made her shudder. Your Majesty, you. Didn't you say that no one could stop this young man from dying? Xuan Yuan gave a sneer, but now, how can you explain this? Lin Yuyu forced a smile. That's just a coincidence. Besides, my predictions had never been wrong. Really? As soon as Lin Yuyu said this, a wicked voice came from the side. Hearing it, Lin Yuyu's eyes were filled with anger, and she turned her head and glared at the white-clad woman walking towards her. Under the morning light, the woman, in a snow-white robe, was stunningly beautiful. Even the slightest facial expression of hers was mesmerizing. But Lin Yuyu gnashed her teeth at her. You have the power of prediction. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows, and gave a wicked smile. I wonder if you can point out the dying ones among these people now. Since Xuan Yuan stopped Lin Yuyu from leaving, everyone's eyes were turned to her. Now hearing Yun Luofeng's words, all of them shuddered and stared at Lin Yuyu nervously. Although the poor young man survived, they still had a great fear of State Preceptor's ability, so they were so scared. Lin Yuyu's face changed. I will not randomly predict anyone's lifespan. Otherwise, my prediction may be wrong. Only at special times can I. Yun Luofeng didn't want to listen to Lin Yuyu's words. She raised her eyebrows. Xuan Yuan, take her space ring and give it to me. Chapter 1548, Expose Her True Colors 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Your Majesty. First Elder frowned. Seeing that Xuan Yuan was going to follow her order, he hurriedly stopped him. Though the prediction of State Preceptor is wrong this time, we know her ability well. I can let your friend go, but you can't be disrespectful to the State Preceptor. Xuan Yuan slowly walked up to Lin Yuyu, raised his hand and grabbed her collar. Your Majesty, stop it. First Elder scowled and quickly came forward to stop him. However, it was too late. Xuan Yuan had taken the space ring from Lin Yuyu and handed it to Yun Luofeng. Even he didn't know why he believed this woman so much, and he even defied the Elder's orders for her. Your Majesty. The Elders all flew into a rage. None of them expected that Xuan Yuan would defy their orders for a woman. However, before they could vent their anger, Yun Luofeng took a pill out of the space ring. Lin Yuyu used this pill to predict people's lifespan. They could recognize it by its smell alone. When Yun Luofeng took out the pill, the crowd was stunned, wondering what she was trying to do. It is said that you don't have the heart to predict people's lifespan with your own mouth, so you use this to speak for you. Yun Luofeng played with the pill in her hands, smiled and glanced at Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu's face was ghastly pale. She clenched her fists tightly. Since the woman knew that the pill was poisonous, why did she hold it in her hand? Didn't she fear the poison? Yes, that's the pill. Before Lin Yuyu said anything, Xuan Yuan on the side answered the question for her. In this case, I wonder if State Preceptor would like to take the pill. Yun Luofeng looked at Lin Yuyu with a faint smile and asked wickedly. Lin Yuyu stepped back 2 steps. This pill can't be eaten. It can't be eaten, but I guess it can be touched. The smile on Yun Luofeng's face spread. So, would you like to touch it? In fact, though Lin Yuyu was born in the Poison Valley, she was not immune to all poisons. Every time she used the pill, she would wrap it in spirit energy. She never let it touch her skin, so she wouldn't be poisoned. But now, hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Lin Yuyu took another 2 steps back, with a flustered gleam in her eyes. Xuan Yuan seemed to notice something. He reached out his hand to take the pill from Yun Luofeng's hand and forced Lin Yuyu to take it, but Yun Luofeng withdrew her hand before he touched it. If you want to die, you can try it. Yun Luofeng squinted, and a dangerous light flashed through her eyes. Xuan Yuan scratched his head and laughed. I saw you had no problem holding it. Besides, even if I have anything wrong, you must be able to save me. Yun Luofeng glanced at Xuan Yuan and turned her eyes to Lin Yuyu. Since the pill is yours, why don't you dare to take it? Lin Yuyu's eyes twinkled, and a grim light flickered across her eyes. Maybe you've applied poison on the pill and are trying to kill me. Yun Luofeng smiled. How can I do it under so many eyes? Lin Yuyu. No, I should call you the heiress to the Poison Valley. On God Burial Mountain, only the people of the Poison Valley hated her. Yun Xiao annihilated the Poison Valley because he thought they murdered her. She must be from the Poison Valley since she hated her so much. Chapter 1549. Expose Her True Colors 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. When Lin Yuyu heard Yun Luofeng expose her identity, a flustered gleam flashed through her eyes, but she said nonchalantly, I don't understand what you mean. She would never admit that she had a grudge against Yun Luofeng anyways. State Preceptor, she is not lying. You are the heiress to the Poison Valley. Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind the crowd. The crowd parted and a gentle-looking woman slowly came forward. Seeing the beautiful woman walking to her, Lin Yuyu scowled. What do you mean, Queen? The Queen turned her beautiful eyes to Lin Yuyu and tightly bit her lips. State Preceptor, don't deny it. 5 days ago, you came to me and told me what happened between you and Yun Luofeng. And you slandered her, claiming that she seduced your father. You hate her so much that you tried to frame her. Boom. Anger welled up within Lin Yuyu, and she glared at the Queen's tender face. Queen. You. Quote. State Preceptor, I pretended to trust you these days just to revenge my sister. Lin Yuyu covered her mouth with her hand, tears running down from her eyes. However, Xuanyuan's body shook when he heard this. He tightly clenched his fists. What did you say, Queen? The Queen lowered her eyes and a sinister light flickered across them. After quite a while, she raised her head and looked at the king sadly. Your Majesty, I think I have to tell you that the murderer of my sister is State Preceptor. She pointed at Lin Yuyu, her voice filled with hatred. However, our people believed in State Preceptor too much, and no one would believe me even if I told the truth. But I don't want to see her hurting innocent people anymore, so I had to bring the truth to light. With that, the Queen slowly took out a cloth bag from her pocket and opened it carefully. Suddenly, a brown pill came into people's sight. I secretly picked up this pill when State Preceptor threw it away. I assure you Miss Yun hasn't touched it. Now can you touch it, State Preceptor? In an instant, all eyes, filled with doubts, turned to Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu was trembling with anger. Queen, have you forgotten it was you who asked me to deal with your sister 2 years ago? Now you want to pin it on me. The Queen covered her mouth in astonishment, and tears fell from her eyes. She was my sister. How could I kill her? State Preceptor, you pour dirty water on my head to exonerate yourself. Do you think it's going to work? Lin Yuyu didn't expect that the Queen would stand up and plant the crime she committed on her. When did she kill her sister? 2 years ago, the Queen bought a poison from her, and then her sister died. Through examination, she found that what killed her sister was exactly the poison the Queen had bought from her. She thought that since she knew the Queen's secret she would be able to do whatever she wanted in this country, but she never expected that this woman was so insidious as to pin her crime on her. State Preceptor. Xuanyuan growled. His eyes turned bloodshot. Did you kill King Heir? His childhood lover, his beloved wife, was murdered by State Preceptor. Chapter 1550. Expose Her True Colors 4. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. He must cut this woman into pieces to avenge her. Lin Yuyu sneered. Queen, do you think you can safeguard your position by doing this? You've seen what happened to me. Once you become jealous, you will be eternally doomed. She underestimated Yun Luofeng, so she lost. As a jealous woman, the Queen would never tolerate any woman around the king. If she tried to deal with Yun Luofeng, she would suffer a crushing defeat. The Queen's eyes were grim. However, as she lifted her eyes, she looked sad and fragile again. State Preceptor, I don't understand what you're talking about. Humph. Lin Yuyu snorted. You know it. After saying this, she didn't say anything more, her face cold. State Preceptor, can you explain this to me? First Elder was confused and after quite a while, he asked angrily. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to State Preceptor. Under the glare, Lin Yuyu's face turned increasingly paler. Yun Luofeng glanced at the Queen. If she was right, when the Queen met her in the Council of Elders for the first time, she looked rather hostile to her and her eyes were even filled with rage. Why did she stand up and speak for her? Yun Luofeng squinted, turned to Lin Yuyu and said with a faint smile, in fact, it was easy to figure it out. The pill was covered with a fatal poison, and anyone who touched it would die within a few days. So, it's not that State Preceptor can predict people's lifespan, but that she poisoned the people, so they would definitely die. Boom. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone became angry. However, they restrained their inner impulse and quietly waited for Lin Yuyu's explanation. Lin Yuyu gave a sneer and kept silent, not denying Yun Luofeng's charge against her. State Preceptor. First Elder finally lost control of himself and he growled, "Is that true? You don't have the power to prophesy. You just kill people to make your prophecy come true." Lin Yuyu gave a mocking smile, and her face was filled with sarcasm. She slowly turned her eyes to First Elder, and said coldly, "I could do this because you were too stupid. You should blame yourselves." She meant that they were deceived by her because they were too stupid. They should blame no one but themselves. At this moment, all the people present can control themselves and swarmed towards Lin Yuyu, wishing they could break the woman into pieces. Even First Elder didn't stop the furious crowd but instead clenched his fists. This woman was able to prophesy people's lifespan because she secretly killed all those people by the date she prophesied. It was ridiculous that he devoutly believed in her and treated her like a god. BTCH, you deceived us. You should die a miserable death. I'm going to revenge my countrymen by breaking you to pieces. BMNU. Go to hell. You evil woman. You nearly killed me. I have to torture you to death. Among the crowd, the angriest one was the young man who was just saved by Yun Luofeng. If it hadn't been Yun Luofeng, he would have died in the last 5 days. Chapter 1551, Forbidden Area in the Back Mountain, 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. But the one who caused all this was Lin Yuyu. Besides, those whose families were killed by Lin Yuyu were also furious. They took out weapons and fiercely chopped at Lin's limbs. Ah! The sharp pain made Lin Yuyu cry out shrilly. Her body was covered with blood and she was trembling. Yun Luofeng. It was all Yun Luofeng's fault. If it weren't for this woman, she wouldn't have ended up like this. At the thought of this, she stared at Yun Luofeng venomously, bit her tongue hard and spat a mouthful of blood. Yun Luofeng, I curse you that you'll die more miserably than me, ha ha. She guffawed, and her laughter was filled with craziness and arrogance. Xuan Yuan was flustered. Miss Yun, what should we do? The curse made with the blood of the tongue tip will come true. Yun Luofeng was calm. So what? A curse is just a curse. I don't even fear the gods. Will I be afraid of her curse? Miss Yun, Xuan Yuan still looked worried. In their country, they believed the curses made with the blood of the tongue tip were the most powerful and would come true. So, the queen secretly let out a sigh of relief when she heard the one Lin Yuyu cursed was Yun Luofeng. A person could only curse once, so she was safe. Yun Luofeng glanced at Xuan Yuan, which one is stronger, the power of a curse or the rules of heaven and earth? Xuan Yuan paused and stared at Yun Luofeng in astonishment. It must be the rules of heaven and earth. Hearing his words, Yun Luofeng laughed. Even the rules of heaven and earth can't bind me, so what can a curse do to me? She gave a sneer, and her face looked so domineering. If the heaven wants me to die, I'll smash the heaven first. If a person wants me to die, I'll kill all his family first. If a god wants to slaughter me, I will slaughter all the gods and Buddha first. Then, let's see who can kill me. Yun Luofeng wasn't even afraid of the gods. Would she be afraid of a little curse? If anyone wanted to kill her, she would make him disappear first. Xuan Yuan was astounded at Yun Luofeng's shocking words. He gasped and couldn't utter a single word, but First Elder who was standing on the side was very dissatisfied with her words and frowned. Miss Yun, I appreciate you exposing the true colors of State Preceptor, but you can't insult the gods. The rules of heaven and earth cannot be broken by ordinary people. We should respect the gods. Quote. Yun Luofeng cast a cold glance at First Elder and stopped his chatter. It is your business to fear gods, but I don't have anything to fear. Since you worship the gods so devoutly, why didn't they come to save you? In this country, gods were their beliefs. They respected gods, though they were only an illusory existence. However, after hearing Yun Luofeng's words, the crowd fell silent. I think the girl is right. We worshipped gods for so many years, but we are still stuck in this place. Besides, if we don't believe in gods, we wouldn't have taken State Preceptor as a god-sent savior and wouldn't have been deceived by her. I think we should find our own way to get out of here, and not just rely on ethereal deities. Quote. Hearing the public's voice, First Elder turned purple but he couldn't say anything to refute them. Chapter 1552, Forbidden Area in the Back Mountain, 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Not giving him a chance to speak, Yun Luofeng turned her eyes to Xuan Yuan. Take me to the Forbidden Area in the Back Mountain. Xuan Yuan paused and subconsciously looked up at First Elder. In his questioning eyes, First Elder sighed and waved helplessly, go ahead. First Elder, the Queen turned pale, the Forbidden Area is too dangerous. Anyone who goes there will die. How can you allow her to enter there? Of course, the Queen said this not because she was worried about Yun Luofeng. In fact, she hoped Yun Luofeng would die as soon as possible. But from what she knew of Xuan Yuan, if First Elder agreed, he would surely take Yun Luofeng to the Forbidden Area in the Back Mountain himself. So, even though she hated Yun Luofeng's guts, she still didn't want First Elder to agree to her request. Xuan Yuan was a little impatient. First Elder has agreed. Why are you making a fuss? The Queen stiffened and slightly lowered her head. She looked aggrieved and bit her lips tightly. After quite a while, Yun Luofeng's languid voice resounded. I'll go to the forbidden area alone. You just need to show me the way. Xuan Yuan paused and said worriedly, Miss Yun, the forbidden area is too dangerous. If you go there alone, I'll be worried. Yun Luofeng helped him and found out the murderer of his beloved woman. How could he sit by and watch her going to the dangerous place alone? You can't help me and will only hold me back, Yun Luofeng said flatly, so I'm going there alone. Both First Elder and the Queen were relieved to hear her words. Neither of them wanted Xuan Yuan to be involved in this matter. Otherwise, it was quite troublesome to select another king. Miss Yun, I'll send a guard to escort you to the forbidden area. First Elder smiled and said politely, his tone not as harsh as just now. Yun Luofeng didn't answer him. To be honest, she didn't like people here except Xuan Yuan. As for the adventure to the forbidden area in the back mountain, she did it for herself. When the guard left with Yun Luofeng, First Elder withdrew his gaze, turned to Xuan Yuan and said solemnly, Your Majesty, come with me. Xuan Yuan nodded and followed him into the Council of Elders. At this moment, no one noticed that the Queen, who was standing by Xuan Yuan just now, had disappeared. In the Council of Elders, all the elders were standing quietly and solemnly. Xuan Yuan was a little apprehensive and wondered what would happen. First Elder and the other elders looked at each other, and looked at Xuan Yuan and sighed, Your Majesty, we've been hiding something from you, which is the last words of our ancestor. Last words. Xuan Yuan, stunned, asked, what are they? First Elder pondered for a while. Our ancestors' last words are that whoever leads us to leave this place is a God-sent savior who came to save us. That's why I kept asking you to hold gods in awe and veneration over the years. Our ancestors' last words are that whoever leads us to leave this place is a God-sent savior who came to save us. That's why I kept asking you to hold gods in awe and veneration over the years. First Elder, you mean? Xuan Yuan looked up at First Elder in astonishment. If Yun Luofeng really finds a way out from the forbidden area, she is the one the gods sent to save our country. Chapter 1553, Forbidden Area in the Back Mountain, 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. First Elder shook his head and sighed helplessly. Even if she does, she can't be the one because she is so disrespectful to gods. Xuan Yuan could not help clenching his fist and glancing at the window in front of him, with a touch of worry in his eyes. He certainly hoped that Yun Luofeng was the one First Elder mentioned, and then she would survive. In the palace, a beautiful woman fidgeted, and her face was filled with worry. Just then, a maid hurried in, knelt down in front of the woman, and respectfully reported, Your Highness, just now I overheard the conversation of First Elder and His Majesty. Then the maid reported the contents of their conversation to her word by word. The Queen lowered her eyes and pondered. After quite a while, she gave a sneer. A God-sent savior who can take us out of here. So if anyone can find a way out, they would be treated as a god. The maid lowered her head and said in a respectful voice, Yes, First Elder did say so. The Queen rolled her eyes, her grim eyes sparkling with a malevolent light. For some reason, she had a hunch that Yun Luofeng's arrival might be destined. Maybe she could really take them out of here. No, I can't just sit around. Only I can be the Queen. And the most respected woman must be me. Only in this way could she stand beside the king. If Yun Luofeng died, that would be fine. But if she succeeded, First Elder would probably force her to give way to Yun Luofeng in order to win her over. At that time, how could she refuse? To defend her position and her husband, she must do something. At this moment, the Empress forgot what Lin Yu said before she died. All she knew was that Yun Luofeng must die. Your Highness. The Imperial maid paused and got up her courage. Yun Luofeng has already gone to the forbidden area in the back mountain. Without First Elder's consent, we can't go to the back mountain. It doesn't matter, the Queen smiled insidiously, I have a way to enter it. If it were before, the Queen would not risk her own life, but now, for her husband, she could not care so much. Xiao Chun, I'm going to the back mountain now. If His Majesty comes to see me, you must stop him. Yes, Your Highness. Xiao Chun lowered her head again and responded respectfully. With that, the Queen quickly walked out and hurried to the back mountain. At the entrance to the back mountain, seeing the Queen quickly coming towards them, two guards hurriedly blocked her way with their swords and said expressionlessly, Your Highness, no one can enter the back mountain without the consent of First Elder. The Queen scowled and snapped, Don't you dare stand in my way. I came here by the order of First Elder. Get out of my way. Your Highness, I'm sorry, but you can't enter the back mountain unless you show me the token of First Elder. The Queen sneered, First Elder only has one token and he has given it to Miss Yun. Where can I find another one for you? Well. The guards were speechless and looked at each other, doubting the truth of the Queen's words. The Queen's eyes turned colder. To tell you the truth, I came here because First Elder regretted and asked me to bring Miss Yun back. If Miss Yun dies in the back mountain because of you, can you bear the responsibility? Chapter 1554, Forbidden Area in the Back Mountain, 4. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. The two guards looked at each other in bewilderment and then said, "Your Highness, please wait a moment. Let's go ask First Elder. If he agrees, we'll let you in." Hearing this, the Queen frowned and looked more impatient. The Queen flicked her sleeves hard and shouted harshly, "Okay, I'll be waiting for you here. But when you come back, Miss Yoon will have died. At that time, if First Elder wants to find out who is to blame, you shall bear the responsibility." Hearing this, the guards shuddered, and then they clenched their teeth and said, "Your Highness, please come back soon." With that said, they parted and made way. The Queen snorted and strode in. The moment she walked into the back mountain, a triumphant smile rose on her lips. In the back mountain, in front of a cave, a girl stopped her steps. Vaguely, she felt a powerful aura coming from the cave, and she still heard the howling of a dragon from it. If I'm right, the forbidden area is in the cave. Yoon Luofeng pondered for a moment and slowly walked into the cave. As she entered the cave, she found herself facing a heat wave that was almost pushing her out. "Master, I feel a very strong power in this cave. The puppet hasn't recovered well enough to block attacks for you. Take care." Yoon Luofeng stroked the jade pendant, which was tied to her neck, with a smile over her lips. Okay. In fact, the jade pendant could withstand a deadly attack for her, or else she wouldn't risk coming here. As she went deeper, the heat wave became more and more intense and was so hot it seemed as if it could bake people to ashes. Soon, Yoon Luofeng stopped and turned her eyes to the front, her eyes full of surprise and bewilderment. That is, quote, in a huge deep pit, an ice blue water dragon was bound by a massive iron chain. Its body was transparent and it was giving out extremely sad roars. Around it there were bright red flames. Being tortured by the hot flames, the water dragon seemed to be in great agony. In theory, water could restrain fire. However, the fire under the body of the water dragon didn't go out but instead burned into its soul. Standing in front of the deep pit, Yoon Luofeng could feel its soul trembling. "Master! Watch out!" Seeing the huge waves of flame pouncing on her, Xiao Mo nervously shouted. Having her reverie broken, Yoon Luofeng moved aside and dodged them. At this moment, a cold sweat broke out on her back. If the waves hit her, she would die immediately. No one would be able to save her. "Master, the fierce flame is the fire of reincarnation that will never go out. You'll die even if a spark of it splatters on you. It's strange that the spirit of the water dragon doesn't die out after staying in the flames for so long." Tut tut. As soon as Xiao Mo finished, Bishao gave a sardonic smile. "Haven't you found out why? The water dragon's soul still exists after staying in this soul flame for so long because it has devoured many souls in addition to its own strength. It uses these souls to restore its own soul." Bishao was the tree of life. She usually stayed silent in the God Code world, but now she could not help cutting in. Chapter 1555, Forbidden Area in the Back Mountain, 5. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. "Master, those people couldn't go back from here, because they became the nutrient of the water dragon. To avoid such a fate, let's leave here." Yoon Luofeng fell silent. She had a feeling that the water dragon was the key for them to leave this place. However, not to mention the fierce fire of reincarnation, the water dragon alone was not something she could resist. "Master, be careful." Suddenly, Xiao Mo's anxious voice came from her soul. Yoon Luofeng raised her head only to see that the water dragon was staring at her with its fierce eyes, and a powerful attractive force came from its slightly open mouth. The attraction force was like a hand, trying to pull her soul into the mouth, and the open mouth of the water dragon was like a bottomless black hole. Yoon Luofeng clenched her fists. She felt like being pressed by a huge mountain. Unable to move, she could only stare at the water dragon's gaping mouth. However, at this moment, a sneer came from behind her. "Yoon Luofeng, I finally found you. Go to hell." Yoon Luofeng turned her head around only to see the queen suddenly appear behind her. She reached out her hand and pushed Yoon Luofeng into the sea of flames. At this moment, Yoon Luofeng had no time to think about how the queen came here without being noticed by her. Nor did she have the time to think why the queen could come to the back mountain. All she knew was that there were endless dangers waiting for her below. Crack. The jade pendant on her neck was split in two, the rope attached to it broke at the same time, and the jade pendant fell into the flames. Roar. Seeing its food fall down, the water dragon ignored the queen standing in front of the deep pit whose face was filled with a triumphant smile. It wrapped Yoon Luofeng with its tail and its ice blue eyes were tinged with greed. The continent of 7 provinces. In a remote town, a couple was sitting in an inn for a rest. Of these two, the man in a brocade robe looked gentle and cultivated, and the woman, with her hair tied up with a red ribbon, was valiant in bearing and charming. Her fiery red robe was gently fluttering in the breeze. Suddenly, the woman in red turned pale and stood up in shock. The man paused, looked tenderly at the woman in red and asked, "What happened?" The woman in red clenched her fists. "Do you remember the jade pendant I gave to Feng Er when I first met her?" She took a deep breath. "I had worn that jade pendant since childhood. I have a telepathic connection to it. I gave it to Feng Er because the jade pendant could not only save her life but also let me know if she is still alive." The man's heart throbbed. He stood up and asked worriedly, "You mean?" "I can feel that the jade pendant has broken." The jade pendant was broken. They knew what it meant. It meant that Yoon Luofeng was having a fatal crisis. I'm going to find Feng Er and Xiao Er. The woman in the red looked domineering and her voice sounded resolute. If I find out the one who dares to touch my daughter-in-law, I will torture her to death. At the same time, Grandfather Jun, who was teaching his disciple at the Jun family, seemed to feel something and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1556, Forbidden Area in the Back Mountain, 6. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Master. Jun Xuan's face greatly changed and he held Grandfather Jun's arms in panic. He was so worried that he almost cried out, Master, it's my fault. I shouldn't make you so angry. Look, you even spit out blood. I promise I will obey you in everything and never make you angry. Jun Xuan thought Grandfather Jun spat out blood because he was too angry at him. However, Grandfather Jun's face was pale and sad. Feng Er is dead. What? Jun Xuan widened his eyes in shock and stared at Grandfather Jun. It's impossible. You've given her the soul jade pendant. If she is in danger, she can break the jade pendant and you'll go save her. But she hasn't broken it, so I think she is safe. Grandfather Jun shook his head sadly. If Feng Er really breaks the soul jade pendant, it means the danger she encountered can be solved. The fact that she didn't even touch the jade pendant proves that even if I show up, I won't be able to save her. From what I know of her, she wouldn't get me involved if she knew she was going to die. Besides the jade pendant gifted by Jun Fengling, Yu Nuofeng also carried a soul jade pendant that Grandfather Jun gave to her before she left with her. It was because of this soul jade pendant that Grandfather Jun sensed that Yu Nuofeng was in deadly peril. Maybe she no longer existed in this world. 2 lines of tears ran down from Grandfather Jun's eyes. If I had known this, I wouldn't have let her go to the God Burial Mountain alone. In the corner of the courtyard, Jun Ling'er hid behind the wall. Maybe Grandfather Jun was so sad that he didn't realize that Jun Ling'er had heard his words. At this moment, Jun Ling'er was trembling all over, her face covered with tears. Sister Yun died. Sister Yun, who protected her from Cao Yuchen, was dead. That was impossible. How could Sister Yun, who was so powerful and domineering, die? Grandpa must be lying. Jun Ling'er tightly bit her lips, turned around and walked outside the Jun family. She just walked a few steps before she was caught by a hand behind her. Ling'er, where are you going? Jun Ling'er trembled, with her back to the man behind, and a resolute gleam flickered across her slightly lowered eyes. Yifei, I'm just going out for a walk. Quote. Go out for a walk. I think, you're going to God Burial Mountain, right? Hui Yifei stared at Jun Ling'er intently. Under his stare, Jun Ling'er had nowhere to hide. Yifei, I just want to check whether Sister Yun is really dead. No, it's too dangerous. You can't go there. Hui Yifei tightly held Jun Ling's hand and said. Jun Ling'er looked sad, and her lank body looked even a bit piteous. Even so, her voice was still resolute. When Cao Yuchen bullied me, she was the one who stood up to protect me. Even my father asked me to just endure Cao Yuchen, but she insisted on giving Cao Yuchen a lesson. Yifei, in this world, besides Grandpa, only you and her would stand beside me regardless of everything. Even my father can't do this. Jun Ling'er didn't mean to blame Jun Xuan. After all, as master of the Jun family, Jun Xuan had to consider a lot of things. She just wanted to tell Hui Yifei the reason why she had to go to the God Mountain. Ling'er. Chapter 1557, Forbidden Area in the Back Mountain, 7. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Hui Yifei felt his heart skip a beat. Just then, Jun Ling'er suddenly turned her head around and kissed his lips. The sudden movement stunned Hui Yifei, and then dizziness came over him and he stumbled. Ling'er, you. Quote. Bang. Hui Yifei didn't finish speaking when he fell on the ground and lost all his senses. Yifei, I'm sorry, but I have to go to God Burial Mountain. She wiped the corners of her mouth, turned and walked out, not even looking back at Hui Yifei. She was afraid that one more look would make her reluctant to leave. Young Master Yifei, young Master Yifei. A passing servant, seeing Hui Yifei lying unconsciously on the ground, cried out anxiously, come on, young Master Yifei has fainted. At the moment, Grandfather Jun was still in grief. Hearing the servant's voice, he had no time to recover from the pain before he walked quickly to the front yard. Master, Yifei, what's going on? Jun Xuan frowned. Crises came one after another. Whether Yu Nuofeng was alive or dead remained unknown, and Hui Yifei suddenly fell into a coma. By the way, where is Ling'er? Normally, if Hui Yifei fainted, Jun Ling'er would surely be the first to come to him. But why hadn't she shown up now today? Grandfather Jun straightened up and waved, asking servants to take Hui Yifei to his room. You don't need to look for Ling'er, he said to Jun Xuan. Master. Jun Xuan looked at Grandfather Jun in surprise. What did Master mean? Yifei fell into a coma because he was drugged. By Ling'er. What? Zhang Xuan was dumbfounded. Ling Ge and Hui Yifei were in love with each other. Why did she drug him? Grandfather Zhang shook his head in a wry smile. If I have guessed correctly, Ling Ge must have gone to God Burial Mountain because she overheard our conversation and heard that Feng Er had died. Zhang Xuan's face immediately changed, and he hurriedly ordered, guards, find Miss and bring her back home. Grandfather Zhang didn't stop Zhang Xuan. He was too old to bear the pain of losing another family member. Xuan sir, please take care of the Zhang family for me. I will be away for some time. Master, where are you going? Grandfather Zhang took a deep breath, suppressed the surging grief in his heart, and slowly said, I must find Feng Er no matter whether she is dead or alive. Even if Feng Er is dead, I will take her body out of God Burial Mountain and bury her. Master. Zhang Xuan hugged Grandfather Zhang in fright and said nervously, you can't go there. The Zhang family can't go on without you. And I don't want to lose you. Alas. Grandfather Zhang sighed and slowly raised his hand as if he was going to stroke Zhang Xuan's head. Although Zhang Xuan was so dignified and commanding in the Zhang family, he was always like a child before his master, so it was not surprising that Grandfather Zhang would do this. Master. Zhang Xuan's eyes were filled with tears. He raised his head and waited for the caress of his master. However, what awaited him was not the caress of his master. With a thud, Grandfather Zhang's hand hit him hard on the forehead. Zhang Xuan immediately saw stars. He felt dizzy and fell backward. Before he fell into unconsciousness, Zhang Xuan just said, Master, you are so cruel to me. Chapter 1558, Forbidden Area in the Back Mountain, 8. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Looking at Zhang Xuan who had fallen to the ground, Grandfather Zhang turned to the Zhang family people and ordered flatly, take him to his room, and he'll wake up in half a day. Yes, old master. The Zhang family people responded, the corners of their mouths twitching. They finally figured out who Miss learned from. Staying with old master for so many years, she had become as crude as old master. Miss drugged Hui Yifei, and then old master knocked master out. Grandfather Zhang slowly turned around and walked to the door. God Burial Mountain, the forbidden area in the back mountain. Inside the huge deep pit, the fiery red flames were dancing wildly. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at her own hand, her wicked eyes filled with surprise. Haven't I died yet? When she came back to herself, she found herself in a protective circle where no flame could reach her. Master, this is the effect of the jade pendant that Zhang Fengling gave to you. The protective barrier can only last for a small period of time, during which no attack will be able to injure you. However, once this time is over, you won't have any other way to resist the flames. Yun Luofeng only knew the jade pendant could block a fatal attack for her but didn't know how. Now she realized that there was a seal in the jade pendant. Once she was in danger, the seal would automatically unlock and produce a protective barrier to protect her. Xiao Mo, Bishao, can you resist the fire of reincarnation for me for a while? Yun Luofeng pondered for a while and asked, if I'm not disturbed by it, I may have a chance to subdue the water dragon. Outside the protective film, the water dragon was staring menacingly at Yun Luofeng. His ferocious eyes were greedy and angry. The food, which had almost fallen into his mouth, flew away in such a way that no one would feel happy. Master, Bishao's clear voice slowly rang, my tree of life can protect you from the fire of reincarnation for a quarter of an hour, but remember, you only have a quarter of an hour, and once the time is over, I can't help you. A quarter of an hour. Yun Luofeng slightly nodded, that's enough. At this point, the film that was protecting her was fading away as if it would disappear at any moment. The water dragon became excited because he could imagine how the soul of this woman would become its food. Pop. The protective film burst like a bubble, and at the same time, a pale green light surrounded Yun Luofeng. It dispersed the flames that were going to devour her and kept her cool and comfortable. Roar. Although surprised by the retreat of the fire of reincarnation, the water dragon didn't hesitate much and rushed violently towards Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng was blown away by his huge tail. With a leg, she vomited a mouthful of blood and turned pale. She wiped the blood from her lower mouth and looked at the giant dragon with wariness and resolution. You're just the soul of a giant dragon. I will be able to subdue you. Provoked by Yun Luofeng, the water dragon became angrier and his eyes were filled with rage. He fiercely shook the iron chain around his body, and it clattered. Chapter 1559, Hot as Ice, 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Roar. The water dragon let out a roar and swung his tail at Yun Luofeng, trying to kill the woman in front of him. Bang! Yun Luofeng was thrown back and hit the rock wall hard. She lifted her head and wiped the blood from her lower mouth. Her mocking eyes were filled with amusement. Come again. In an instant, she rushed to the front of the water dragon, grabbed the horns of the dragon and climbed up to his head. Roar. The water dragon became furious and spat a mouthful of flames. However, Yun Luofeng had climbed onto his head, so the flames just hit the wall and were devoured by the fire of reincarnation. If you were still alive, I might fear you, but you are only a soul now. In the beginning, the water dragon didn't take the woman in white seriously. He shook his head desperately, trying to shake her off his head. But then, he was scared by the woman's next move. The woman laid down on his head to keep her balance, and then opened her mouth, bit at his head, tore a piece of his soul off, and chewed and swallowed it. OWWW. The intense pain made the water dragon tremble all over. He could not help but wail. His whole body was twisted in pain and he shook his body desperately to get Yun Luofeng off his head. However, the woman still tightly held onto his horns and gnawed at his soul. Since you want to devour my soul, I shall devour yours first. Tear. Another sharp pain. The water dragon was no longer as domineering and unruly as it used to be. He looked at her with pleading eyes and whined miserably. He seemed to be begging for mercy, begging Yun Luofeng to let it go. Let you go. Yun Luofeng sneered, if it was me who was defeated, would you let me go? If she lost, she would surely be devoured by the water dragon. Then she'd rather devour his soul first. OWWW. The water dragon hit the rock wall hard with his body in agony, and his voice became more angry and painful. If Yun Luofeng hadn't climbed onto his head, he would have cut this woman into pieces. Feeling the killing intent of the water dragon, Yun Luofeng gnawed at his soul more and more quickly. Gradually, the water dragon's spirit sagged. Not resisting her attacks as fiercely as just now, he looked so weak as if he would disappear at any time. Seeing the water dragon no longer be able to resist her, Yun Luofeng brought out the gold-seeking hamster tribe. In an instant, numerous gold-seeking hamsters surrounded the water dragon, bit its soul with sharp teeth, and ate it with gusto. Soon, the whole water dragon had been digested in the stomachs of Yun Luofeng and the gold-seeking hamsters. When Yun Luofeng took the hamsters back to the God Code world, she suddenly felt that there was a powerful force racing through her body. Master, hurry up, sit down and suppress the power of the water dragon, or else your body may explode. Xiao Mo's anxious voice came out. This time, Yun Luofeng was really too impulsive. Unlike gold-seeking hamsters, she couldn't directly digest the soul of the water dragon. If not handled properly, the power contained in this soul would explode within her body. Not having time to ponder, Yun Luofeng hurriedly sat down with her knees crossed and tried to digest the power in her body, ignoring the fire of reincarnation. Chapter 1560, Hot as Ice 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. No. Bi Xiao felt her heart sink. Her power couldn't resist the fire of reincarnation for long. If Yun Luofeng didn't leave soon, the fire of reincarnation would devour her in an instant. However, it was too late for her to leave the pit, and the soul power within her body might explode. At this time, Bi Xiao felt that the fire of reincarnation around Yun Luofeng was about to move. A moment later, when the green light surrounding Yun Luofeng disappeared, the fire of reincarnation instantly went up and buried her in the deep pit. Not as frightened as Bi Xiao and the others, Xiao Mo looked calm, but his bright eyes were still filled with nervousness and anxiety. If it were before, Master will be wiped out by the fire of reincarnation right away. However, don't forget that the water dragon has lived here for so many years, which proves his soul is very powerful. Therefore, after devouring his soul, Master won't be killed so easily. Quote. Xiao Mo tightly clenched his fists and pondered. I asked Master to absorb the soul of the water dragon because the fire of reincarnation will suppress the power of the water dragon. If Master can hold on, she will be able to improve her strength to a higher level, but if she can't. Xiao Mo suddenly shuddered, but a confident gleam flickered across his eyes. No, my master will be able to make it. At the foot of the back mountain, the queen ran down the mountain in a hurry. However, at this time, she saw Xuanyuan rushing towards her, followed by a lot of guards. She felt her heart skip a beat and turned ghastly pale. Your Majesty. Quote. Xuanyuan angrily rushed up to her, slapped her hard on the cheek and shouted angrily, who allowed you to enter the back mountain? The queen tightly bit her lips and burst into tears. She covered her face with her hands, her eyes so sad. This was the first time the emperor slapped her. For Yun Luofeng. Luckily, the woman had died and no one would be able to steal her husband from her. Thinking of this, the queen lowered her eyes, and a grim and ferocious gleam flashed through her eyes. Guards, tie the empress up and send her to the Council of Eldest to receive punishment. Xuanyuan coldly glanced at the queen, flicked his sleeves hard and walked away. The Council of Elders. It was quiet and solemn. Looking at the queen who was tied up, Elder first said slowly, Queen, aren't you going to give me an explanation? The queen bit her lips tightly. First Elder, I was worried about Miss Yun, so I went to the back mountain to stop her, but I didn't find her, so I came back. First Elder wouldn't agree with the king to divorce her, but the king disliked her and would never look at her. So she must not admit what she had done. Queen, even if you didn't do anything wrong, you have to be punished because you went to the back mountain without permission. First Elder said harshly and his eyes were chilly. Guards, lock her up. She shall ponder over her mistakes for the next 3 months. Yes, First Elder. 2 guards came forward and beckoned the queen. Your Highness, this way please. The queen smiled sadly and gazed at Xuanyuan, her eyes so grieved. Your Majesty, whatever I do, it's for you, but you hurt me every time. Xuanyuan paused and looked at her only to see the queen's beautiful, piteous eyes. Even though he had no feelings for this woman, he felt guilty at this moment. Chapter 1561, Hot as Ice 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Queen, you shouldn't go to the forbidden area anyway. Xuanyuan shook his head and gave a helpless sigh. Your Majesty, I know you value Miss Yoon very much. Therefore, I risked my life, trying to persuade her to come back. If I broke the rules, I am willing to receive the punishment. Saying this, the queen didn't look at Xuanyuan anymore. She looked just like a warrior who was going to the battlefield, determined and unrepentant. Xuanyuan felt guiltier. He thought that the queen went to the back mountain to do something bad to Yun Luofeng. Now he knew he misunderstood her. Thinking how he was angry at her just now, he really felt guilty. His beloved woman had passed away years ago. He was supposed to take good care of her sister, but he always treated her coldly. At this moment, Xuanyuan had decided that he would treat the queen better in the future. There weren't many good-hearted women like her in the world. Your Majesty, First Elder sighed and said sincerely, Queen did break the rules, so I punished her. But as you can see, she did all this for you. I hope you can treat her better in the future. Yes, First Elder. Xuanyuan responded respectfully and couldn't help turning his eyes to the receding figure of the queen. Pondering for a while, he ordered, Guards, I'll sleep in the queen's palace tonight. Prepare for it. Since they married 2 years ago, they had been living apart. However, greatly moved by the queen's behavior, he thought he should cherish the one he was with. The huge deep pit was like a huge beast's mouth. The rolling flames could instantly devour people and annihilate them. Now, in the flames, Yun Luofeng sat cross-legged, her frowning brows revealing her pain. What was as hot as ice? No one would know it better than Yun Luofeng. The left part of her body was covered with a flame, and the right part was turned into blue water, which was not cold but chilly. Yes, it was chilly. She shivered as if she was in a severe winter. However, the left part of her body was like being burned by a sea of fire, and the sharp pain went deep into her soul and didn't dissipate. Boom. Suddenly, the blue water turned into a water dragon, and fiercely fought the beast formed by the flames in the deep pit. As the water dragon and the beast were neck and neck in strength, it was a pitched battle. Previously, the water dragon's body was bound by the iron chain, so he was unable to exert his full strength. Yun Luofeng didn't know that the water dragon was so powerful until now. If he was still alive, no one would be able to resist him on this continent. However, no matter how strong the water dragon was, it was no match for the fiery beast. Although water could quench fire, the fiery beast still gained the upper hand of the battle. If the water dragon and the flame reached a balance in Yun Luofeng's body, perhaps the crisis would be resolved. However, if any party gained the upper hand, he would defeat the other and devour Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng made up her mind and ordered, all of you, except Huohuo, pass on your power to me. Huohuo was not included because she was a spirit beast with fire attribute. Instead of helping her, she would increase the power of the fire of reincarnation. Chapter 1562, Hot as Ice, 4. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yes, Master. In an instant, several powerful forces passed onto her body from her soul. Yun Luofeng hurriedly gathered all the forces together and passed them onto the body of the water dragon. As the water dragon gave out a roar, its strength grew rapidly. Though he was at a disadvantage before, he was soon tied in strength with the fiery beast. Suck! As Yun Luofeng shouted, the water dragon and the beast immediately disappeared and were sucked into her body. Through her consciousness, she could see that there were 2 light spots in her soul. One was red and the other was blue. The 2 light spots stayed on either side and were eyeing each other covetously, waiting for a chance to defeat the other party. Perhaps because Yun Luofeng had tamed the fiery beast, the surrounding flames quickly moved aside and made a way for her. Master, I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse, Xiaomo said helplessly. Although we help the water dragon, we can't help him all the time. If he is defeated by the fire of reincarnation, your soul will immediately turn to ashes. Yun Luofeng asked after pondering for a while, what's the solution? You can find something with the water attribute to increase the strength of the water dragon. Then they will reach a balance even though they both live in your body. Yun Luofeng, as a human, couldn't digest the water dragon, so she could only suppress it with the fire of reincarnation. Although some of the water dragon was devoured by the gold-seeking hamsters, those souls could not exert much influence on it. Even so, the water dragon was no match for the fiery beast. Boom. 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 Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and a powerful spirit energy rushed into Yun Luofeng's body. Yun Luofeng quickly sat cross-legged, letting the fierce gale whip up her pitch-black hair. Master, congratulations, you finally broke through to the Sage Lord level. On the continent of 7 provinces, only Sage Lord level spirit cultivators were qualified to stand above all beings. At the same time, people of the country all heard the loud noise on the back mountain. They all turned their eyes to the back mountain. Above the back mountain, a whirlpool hovered in the sky that contained infinite power and great pressure. Under its pressure, the people who were not powerful enough couldn't even stand up straight. The back mountain. Xuanyuan and the queen were watching. Compared with the man beside her who looked excited, the queen was nervous and worried. Why did this happen? Who would have a breakthrough in the uninhabited back mountain? Was it Yun Luofeng? No. That was impossible. Yun Luofeng was dead. It couldn't be her. As the queen was anxiously thinking, footsteps came from behind her. Xuanyuan turned his head only to see the elders had come and he respectfully said, First Elder, you've come. First Elder looked very excited. He stared at the storm above the back mountain without blinking. He was so excited that his voice changed. It's a great thing that someone in our country has finally broken through to Sage Lord level after all these years. I just don't know who it is. Is there a strong master of our country living in seclusion on the back mountain? This was possible. He prohibited anyone from entering the back mountain, but that didn't mean there wasn't anyone living in it. After all, the ban was issued about a decade ago. Maybe someone was living in the back mountain before that. After all, he didn't search the back mountain for survivors because he thought it was too dangerous. Chapter 1563, Hot as Ice, 5. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Therefore, there must be someone living in seclusion on the back mountain, who had broken through to Sage Lord level. He didn't think it was Yun Luofeng, because she didn't show her power when she came to the country. A Sage Lord level spirit cultivator was so powerful. How could she, a young woman, break through to this level? This was completely impossible. Swish. At that moment, a sudden and powerful force came and made everyone shiver. They looked up only to see a black figure rushing through the sky and stopping in front of them. It was a very handsome man whose cold eyes were as sharp as an eagle's eyes. He stood in the sky, with his hands clasped behind him. He looked down at them like a king standing high above all beings. No figure was reflected in this man's cool and deep eyes. He was too cold to get close to. The moment the queen saw the man, she was stunned. She thought that the king was the most handsome man in the world and no man could match him. However, compared with the cool and powerful man in front of her, Xuanyuan was as small as the dust on the ground. If she hadn't fallen in love with the king and had met this man first, she would probably fall in love with him. However, she already had Xuanyuan in her heart. No matter how outstanding this man was, he couldn't touch her heart. Thinking of this, the queen turned her head and affectingly gazed at Xuanyuan. Who are you? First Eldest scowled. This man was not from their country. Otherwise, he would remember such a powerful man. The man didn't speak. Pursing his lips, he gazed affectionately at the storm above the back mountain. His cold eyes were filled with tenderness. Are you the one who made the breakthrough on the back mountain? First Elder asked, frowning. He asked this, because since this man appeared, the storm gradually diminished, which meant that the breakthrough had been finished. But why was he looking at that place as if there was someone there? More puzzlingly, why did such a mysterious man suddenly appear in their country? Young master, Xuanyuan frowned, are you? Go away. The man shouted coldly and became cold and unapproachable again, not as tender as before. He coldly glanced at Xuanyuan, his face expressionless. Your Majesty, he's so rude. The queen angrily stamped her foot and looked up at the cold man on the sky. This is the territory of our country. You are a stranger here. You should explain why you are here, or else we will kill you. The man remained cold and ignored the queen as if a single glance at her would soil his eyes. The queen blushed with anger. Just when she was going to curse, she saw a small head popped up from the man's shoulder. It was an emerald green bug that was so beautiful that people would want to put it in their hand and carefully appreciate it. However, the bug's eyes seemed to be filled with contempt. Yes, contempt. It was like it was laughing at the queen's stupidity. Your Majesty, how dare they? The queen clenched her fist in anger. Even a little bug dared to despise her. Chapter 1564, Little Bug Weeping Without Tears, 1. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Xuanyuan raised his hand, stopping the Empress while his vigilant gaze looked at the black-robed man standing in the skies. Not knowing the reason, this man gave him a dangerous feeling, as if the entire country could be exterminated with a wave of his hand. The man's unapproachable gaze gradually turned gentle, as he looked towards the skies before him. A faint arc unconsciously quirked up on his lips. His smile was very faint, to the extent of being undetectable. Even so, that faint smile was still imprinted in everyone's eyes. Everyone had followed the man's gaze and looked in the same direction, perhaps wanting to know why this ice-cold man had such a huge transformation. Just as the gaze shifted over, a snow-white long robe came into view. Her white robes were purer than snow, and she had an extremely gorgeous appearance. Her devilish aura had disappeared the instant she saw the man who was standing in the air. Meeting each other's eyes, there were indescribable tender sentimental feelings between them. The man slightly extended his arms as his black robes flew in the breeze. His serious gaze filled with gentleness stared at the white-robed lady not far away, seemingly wanting to carve her figure into his mind. Suddenly, the young lady ran towards the man and dashed into his embrace. The man tightly embraced the woman's thin waist, giving her an unforgettable kiss in the sky. 3 years. They had been separated for 3 years. Within these 3 years, no one knew how he had endured it. If he hadn't believed firmly that Yun Luofeng wasn't dead, then it would be impossible for him to continue going on. The queen's complexion turned pale from shock. Yun Luofeng wasn't dead. How was this possible? Furthermore, looking at the situation, Yun Luofeng and the black-robed man were lovers. Then what were her previous actions considered to be? If she knew earlier that Yun Luofeng had a lover, why was there a need to deal with her so persistently? Thinking of this, the queen couldn't refrain from biting her lips as her body started trembling. Right now, everyone was looking at the pair of lovers kissing in the skies and no one noticed the queen's peculiarity. This girl's strength seems to have changed drastically. Surprise could be seen from the head elder's expression. Our guess was wrong and the person who broke through was this girl. From the start, the head elder was also unable to determine Yun Luofeng's strength. At that time, she had not caused him to feel restraining fear, but at this moment she gave him a feeling of profound mystery. It was to the extent that he feared her aura. What did this mean? It meant that Yun Luofeng had attained the Sage Lord level realm. I finally found you. The man's voice contained magnetism and was hoarse, while filled with seduction as before. Yun Xiao, I missed you. Her heartfelt words caused the man's expression to change subtly. He tightly hugged her and once again kissed her fiercely. After a long time later, he loosened his embrace while his lips quirked up and his expressionless ice-cold face was similar to a melted ice cube. Her inverted figure could be seen within his black eyes. Mistress, I finally got to meet you. You're more beautiful than I expected. The little bug on Yun Xiao's shoulder swayed its head and spoke to Yun Luofeng in a fawning manner. Chapter 1565, Little Bug Weeping Without Tears, 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. This was his master's lover. If he didn't try to please her, what if she commanded his master to abandon him in a fit of anger? Then who could he complain to? Yun Luofeng finally noticed the little guy on Yun Xiao's shoulder and questioned, a bug. The bug was somewhat discontented yet dare not show it and could only defend himself. I'm not a bug, I'm a dragon. A dragon. Yun Luofeng caressed her chin and shot a sideways glance at the bug while beaming with a big smile. Yun Xiao, I'm hungry. Her sinister and crafty expression caused the bug to shiver and he couldn't help but retreat with its two claws tightly covering his chest. I'm not tasty at all. Master. The bug, who was afraid, turned toward Yun Xiao and complained while feeling wronged, the mistress is thinking of eating your pet. Yun Xiao ignored little bug and looked at Yun Luofeng in all seriousness. Do you prefer it steamed or fried? Crayak. The little bug heard his heart breaking and became petrified, as if not believing its own ears. Hauhu, master, why don't you have any integrity? Mistress wants to eat me and you're handing me over with both hands. It hadn't seen enough of this world yet it was about to be devoured by this heartless couple. At this moment, the little bug had never been so regretful as now. If presented with another chance, it would rather be sealed for thousands of years rather than follow Yun Xiao to leave that place. Yun Luofeng smiled. Her smile was very beautiful, to the extent of being emotionally moving. I feel that the bug's meat isn't nutritious enough. I'm a dragon, a dragon. Even though the little bug was worried about becoming Yun Luofeng's food, at this very moment, for its dignity as a dragon, it had decided to stand up and defend its reputation. Yun Xiao, have you named this little guy? Yun Luofeng acted deaf and continued asking Yun Xiao. Not yet. In Yun Xiao's heart, he would only pay attention to Yun Luofeng. Asking him to name a bug. Wait, a dragon. That was impossible. Then from now on, Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. It shall be called Little Bug. No. Little Bug revealed despair as it looked towards Yun Xiao in pain. Master, I'm your pet, and you're so powerful and respected, so it's impossible you'll allow your pet to have such a retarded name. Otherwise, it's embarrassing, and in addition, I'm not a bug, I'm a dragon. Yun Xiao shot him a cold glance, then looked at Yun Luofeng. Okay. At this moment, Little Bug felt his views shattering and wept without tears. At the same time, he understood that Yun Xiao would heed Yun Luofeng in all aspects. Even if Yun Luofeng asked him to jump a cliff, he would do so without second thoughts. Why? Why did I encounter such an infatuated master? It was fine if he was infatuated, but why am I the one who is suffering? Little Bug wiped his tears and his expression was filled with despair towards this world. Seemingly recalling something, she asked, Yun Xiao, why are you here? Yun Xiao answered in all seriousness. I was chasing the surviving members of the Poison Valley and mistakenly stepped into the place that sealed Little Bug, accidentally sealing myself as well. I spent 3 years to break the seal and took spoils of war in passing. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment, looking up at the man's handsome and grim face. Chapter 1566, Little Bug Weeping Without Tears, 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Reasonably speaking, originally we should have been trapped in this place, unable to leave. However, I have lifted the restriction on this country and so now we can leave. Her voice wasn't loud or soft but was heard by everyone. The restriction was that water dragon, and after it disappeared the restriction was also lifted. What? The head elder who heard her couldn't control his excitement. What did you say? Our country's restriction has been lifted. That's right, Yun Luofeng looked around at everyone. The restriction has been lifted, but it will depend on your own ability to leave God Burial Mountain. Furthermore, I have something to settle before I leave. When she spoke, her gaze slowly landed on the queen while a wicked smile surfaced on her lips, seemingly extremely sinister. The queen's complexion was as pale as snow and lacked color. Meeting Yun Luofeng's sinister and eerie gaze, she retreated while her lips trembled. Boom. Spirit energy was released, causing the queen to fly out and crash at the rear of the crowd with a bang. Everyone was shocked, not understanding why Yun Luofeng had attacked the queen. My queen. The head elder turned pale with fright, and his eyes filled with confusion landed on Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, what are you doing? The queen went looking for you in the rear mountain because she didn't wish for you to take the risk and intended to pull you back. Yun Luofeng snorted, and her slightly lifted eyes were wild and arrogant. Are you sure that's the case? In an instant, everyone's attention gathered on the queen, with a questioning look in their eyes. Could it be? Had the empress done something inappropriate to Yun Luofeng? Yun Luofeng can rely on my own abilities to stand at the peak. Why would I need to vie for the measly position of a concubine? Not to mention the queen's position, I don't even care if it's the position of the king. Her voice was incomparably arrogant, similar to a meteorite that fiercely rammed against everyone's hearts. However, you thought I wanted to snatch your position and did not hesitate to push me into the deep pit. If it weren't for my luck, I'm afraid I would have disappeared in that pit. Xuan Yuan's body stiffened. Slowly turning his head, his grey eyes contained fury and disbelief. Queen, can you provide me an explanation? No, it wasn't so, she's lying. Your Majesty, you have to believe in me. I love you deeply, so how could I commit such acts that harm others and injure myself? The queen knelt and crawled towards Xuan Yuan, then tightly hugged his thighs and wept. Shutting his eyes, and opening them once again, his gaze was filled with grief. Why are you still lying at this point in time? There are no grudges between you and Miss Yoon, so why would she attempt to frame you? The queen was speechless. If Yoon Seo hadn't appeared, she would have been certain of Yoon Luofeng pursuing Xuan Yuan, but right now. This black-robed man was so outstanding, so how could Yoon Luofeng abandon such an excellent man and go after Xuan Yuan? Seeing the queen silent, Xuan Yuan sneered and pushed away her arms that hugged his thighs, with disappointment in his eyes. He thought that the queen was kind-hearted and had sacrificed everything for him discreetly, which caused him to visit her occasionally. Yet ultimately, he had been hoodwinked by her. Chapter 1567, Little Bug Weeping Without Tears, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. KK. The queen took a step back and revealed a desolate smile. Her tears flowed down from her eyes as she mocked herself. Your Majesty, me and you, along with my sister grew up together since we were young and I had already fallen for you at that time. However, you only had eyes for my sister. My appearance and strength were inferior compared to hers, and all the elders intended to crown her as the queen after you ascended the throne. But did you know how jealous I was at that time? Xuan Yuan coldly looked at his queen. Therefore, you conspired to murder her. The queen's expression suddenly froze and became flustered. Looking at her sudden change of expression, the flames of fury in Xuan Yuan's heart were ignited. It was really you who harmed her. Actually, Xuan Yuan was only testing her with his questioning. In the past, he would never have suspected the queen, but now that her true colors had been exposed, he started to be skeptical. However, the queen's expression had proven everything. Boom. Xuan Yuan's violent rage erupted and spared no effort to strangle the queen. His eyes were red through and through, radiating fury as he shouted, "She was your sister. You were orphaned since you were young and she was the one who raised you. How could you be so ruthless as to kill her?" The queen was strangled by him and unable to utter any words. Her face turned red from being choked while revealing despair. She did not regret killing her sister. To possess this man, she would rather kill everyone instead of allowing anyone to steal her man. However, the king's actions towards her had caused her heart to turn cold. All the elders stood by one side without stopping the king. Having committed such a grave mistake, the queen should be punished. Furthermore, they understood that the king would not kill the queen. At most, he would cripple her. In their country, there wasn't a precedent of the death penalty. As expected. After venting his anger, the king loosened his hands. His hands were still slightly trembling and his eyes contained hatred. Men, drag the queen away. Cripple her strength, and expel her from the country. Yes, your majesty. Just as the two bodyguards wanted to walk up, a powerful energy swooped down all of a sudden, penetrating the queen's body with a bang. The queen stiffened and widened her eyes in disbelief. Fresh blood spread from her chest and she suddenly froze before she collapsed. Your majesty. Everyone was stunned and they looked up at the black-robed man standing in the sky. The man's black robes were lightly rippling along with the wind while this right hand gently embraced the white-robed lady. He was still as expressionless as before, while this look was incomparably callous. Young master, the head elder's expression was somewhat unsightly. The queen committed a crime and we had decided to punish her. However, isn't killing her too excessive? The man slightly lowered his eyes, looking down at everyone beneath him. His callous eyes were unyielding while releasing an austere killing aura, making them tremble with fear. Your country's original predetermined queen was murdered and you didn't avenge her. Even the man who loved her deeply did not severely punish the murderer. The man's voice was callous and low as before, however. Whoever dares to touch a single strand of hair on my wife's head shall have their blood spilled. So what if he killed? For her, he could slaughter the whole world, not to mention a woman. Xuan Yuan's body somewhat froze. He lightly sighed, and a bitter smile surfaced on his handsome face. Chapter 1568, Meeting the Skeleton Troop Again, 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. If he had the boldness of this man, would his beloved have avoided a premature death? Yoon Seo, let's go. Looking at the man's face, Yoon Luofeng gently smiled and her lazy voice sounded. All right. Yoon Seo met her gaze and smiled, as his arm embraced her waist. Taking a single step, he had already traveled 100 feet. Wait. The head elder anxiously called out. However, their figures had disappeared before he managed to speak. Head elder, we can finally leave this god-forsaken place. Everyone felt happy deep down, and only the head elder's countenance was of worry. The ancestor left this saying behind, whoever could lift the restriction was the person God had sent to us. Now that she has left, what should we do? Evidently, the head elder wasn't aware of the ancestor's intent for leaving behind that saying. It was to give his descendants hope. Even the ancestor himself didn't expect that a woman named Yoon Luofeng would appear many years later, lifting the restriction of this country. On God Burial Mountain, underbrush was in abundance, and a powerful aura covered the whole mountain range. If someone weak was to come here, perhaps they would be immediately scared witless by the powerful aura present. One had to say that Yoon Luofeng's luck was good. She encountered the skeleton troop the moment she arrived at the God Burial Mountain, and now that she intended to leave, she had once again encountered the skeleton troop who had formed teams. Looking at those skeletons who waved their bones and were dashing over at a high speed, Yoon Seo expressionlessly commanded Little Bug, who was napping. Resolve this in the shortest time possible. Little Bug answered, and just as he intended to battle with the skeletons, Yoon Luofeng stopped him. I have a grudge against these skeletons. Yoon Luofeng gave a wicked smile. Therefore, I will dispose of them myself. She never forgot the time when she had been chased by these skeleton troops after she stepped onto God Burial Mountain. Right now, since she had broken through to Sage Lord level with great difficulty, she wanted to personally take revenge. Whoosh. After she spoke, she dashed towards the skeleton troop. She, who was once chased down and had to flee in disarray with a sorry figure, finally had the strength to deal with them at this moment. Even so, these skeletons couldn't be destroyed or feel pain. Even though Yun Luofeng had broken through to Sage Lord level, it was still slightly difficult if she wanted to exterminate this team of the undead. Not good. If this continues, sooner or later I won't be able to continue. Yun Luofeng fished out a spirit herb and swallowed it without chewing. Her originally depleted physical strength and spirit energy gradually recovered. Not far away, Yun Xiao fixed his eyes on Yun Luofeng's battle with a calm face. However, he was prepared. If Yun Luofeng couldn't defeat these skeletons, he would take action. Xiao Mo, do you know why these deceased became a skeleton troop? Yun Luofeng cleaned the blood traces on her mouth and used spirit voice transmittance to ask. In her spirit, Xiao Mo's voice immediately sounded. I'm unclear of the specifics, but have you noticed that there's a moss green will-o-wisp in the eyes of every skeleton? They are all souls, but not the skeleton's souls. Not the skeleton's souls. Yun Luofeng's eyes flickered for a moment. Seemingly understanding something, she hastily shut her eyes. The noises in her surroundings instantly disappeared as if only she existed in this whole world. Chapter 1569, Meeting the Skeleton Troop Again, 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The instant those skeletons arrived, she opened her eyes and powerful energy abruptly exploded. Soon after, countless moss-green soul flames drifted into the skeleton troop's eyes. At that moment, the skeletons halted their actions while the two will-o-wisps of soul were endlessly contending against each other, vying for control. Yun Luofeng did not relax. Those souls she produced were from her own soul, and only by using the power of her own soul would she be able to control these skeletons. Of course, if Yun Luofeng hadn't devoured the water dragon's soul, she wouldn't be able to undertake this risky method to control the skeletons even if her own soul had grown. Finally, Yun Luofeng's soul flames had taken control, engulfing the opponent's soul flames. In the next instant, her body went soft and she fell into a warm embrace. Yun Xiao tightly embraced her while a trace of heartache flashed through his black eyes. Yun Xiao, I'm fine, Yun Luofeng smiled. She knew what Yun Xiao wanted to say, and so before he opened his mouth, she said, my soul can gradually recover, you don't have to worry. Furthermore, I didn't want to rely on you for everything, but to fight side by side with you. Frankly speaking, she could have had Yun Xiao subdue these puppets from the start. However, with his abilities, he could only cause these puppets to disappear. As such, it would be better to use them for her own sake, which was to increase her strength. At the same time, in the depths of God Burial Mountain, a woman seated cross-legged suddenly opened her eyes, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her complexion was pale and fury could be seen in her eyes. Who swallowed my soul flames and snatched my skeleton troop? If I find the culprit, I'll never let him off. Her last few words were spoken with her teeth clenched together. Her own soul flame had been swallowed and she would have to cultivate for a long time to recover, so how would she forgive the person who did that? Yun Luofeng was unaware of what was happening in the depths of God Burial Mountain. After subduing the skeleton troop, she left the mountain together with Yun Xiao. However, she sensed that Mo Chancheng in the Wishcraft tribe's matrix had begun to stir, with a faint trend of leaving the matrix. This feeling caused Yun Luofeng to shudder. Mo Chancheng deeply loved Ju Qian, and save Ji Jutian and herself, she had passed herself off as Ju Qian. If Mo Chancheng were to leave the matrix and find out about Yun Xiao's existence, he would definitely go crazy. However, Mo Chancheng was the matrix's central point, and according to reason, he shouldn't be able to leave the matrix, but why did he begin to stir? Yun Luofeng's fast-beating heart gradually calmed down. She had to increase her strength as fast as possible to deal with the following problems. In addition, she would never allow Mo Chancheng to harm Yun Xiao in the slightest. Master. Xiao Mo also sensed this, and even his voice was faintly trembling. Now that matters are imminent, I have to increase my strength in this available time to be able to rival Mo Chancheng. Yun Luofeng clenched her fist and revealed determination. Slightly raising his brow, Yun Xiao turned towards Yun Luofeng and asked, what happened? Yun Luofeng was startled and recovered her senses. Her pitch-black eyes deeply gazed at the man before her while her tone was incomparably resolute. Yun Xiao, I will absolutely never let you leave my side. Chapter 1570, Zhun Fengling and Old Man Zhun. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. It should be here. Not long after Yun Luofeng left, a man and a woman slowly descended from the sky while they attentively watched God Burial Mountain ahead. The red-robed lady's looks were extremely gorgeous, valiant, and formidable-looking, while her appearance resembled Yun Xiao. The man was as gentle as jade and his emotional eyes were filled with worry, so he did not forget to console the woman beside him. Jinsa, I'm sure Feng Er is safe. We'll go and look for her now. I hope so. If I find out who injured my daughter-in-law, I'll burn their corpse and scatter their ashes. A dangerous glint streaked across Zhun Fengling's narrowed eyes. Yi Jingchens looked at Zhun Fengling and a faint curve quirked on his thin lips. Jinsa, let's go. Just as they were about to enter God Burial Mountain, an aged voice suddenly sounded from the side, with traces of sigh and worry. At that time, I should have stopped the girl from entering God Burial Mountain. I wonder if she has encountered any dangers. Old Man Zhun revealed a bitter smile, while his voice contained helplessness. Zhun Fengling subconsciously looked towards Old Man Zhun. The moment she saw his aged face, she couldn't help but frown. She didn't know why, but this old man gave her a feeling of being close and familiar. This feeling made her want to become friends with him. Yi Jingchen evidently saw through his wife's internal thoughts and patted her shoulders, then walked towards Old Man Zhun and spoke with his hands cupped together. Senior, are you here to find someone? Old Man Zhun's line of sight fell on Yi Jingchen and replied with an aged voice, that's right. May I know the person you're looking for is? My granddaughter. Granddaughter. Yi Jingchen stared blankly while internally feeling disappointed. Yun Luofeng had encountered dangers in God Burial Mountain, and since this old man was also here to look for someone, he assumed they would fortuitously be searching for the same person. Unexpectedly, this man was looking for his own granddaughter. Fang's grandfather was Yun Luo, and this old man before him clearly did not come for Feng Er. Brother Yi, Zhang Fengling walked Yi Jingchen's side and turned to old man Zhang with a smile. Senior, if you don't mind, why don't we travel together? If it was Yi Jingchen who invited him, the old man would definitely reject him. However, just as he saw the lady walking towards him, he became distracted. If his daughter was here, perhaps she would be the same age as the lady before him. But his daughter was still in the land of no return, so it was impossible for her to appear here. Sure. The old man wouldn't accept any stranger trying to worm their way into becoming his friend, but he was unable to feel malice toward the red-robed lady in front of him. Furthermore, subconsciously he wanted to get closer to her. Cough cough. Seeing old man Jun staring at his wife, he couldn't help but dryly cough, and his handsome face was clearly unsightly. Old man Jun recovered his senses and had an awkward expression on his face. With his earlier expression, it was indeed easy for others to mistake him as a lecher. However, he couldn't restrain himself from wanting to look at her. It was only several days later that Zhang Fengling and old man Zhang understood what it meant when something was fated. In Luye town, the market was incomparably bustling, while the peddlers' shouts repeated continuously. From a distance, Yun Luofeng spotted a familiar figure and was astonished. Chapter 1571, Meeting Huang Yingying Again, 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Huang Yingying, why was she here? Currently, perhaps sensing someone's gaze, she turned to look, and in that instant, she was struck dumb as her clear eyes stared blankly at Yun Luofeng. Huang Yingying. The moment Yun Luofeng called out her name, she suddenly trembled and hastily covered her trembling mouth, preventing herself from crying out in shock. Miss Yun. Had she finally met her? All of a sudden, Huang Yingying's light yellow robe streaked across the distance between them, and she stood before Yun Luofeng. She stared intently at the white-robed lady, speaking every word clearly. You're really Miss Yun. I'm not dreaming, am I? Huang Yingying, why are you here? The lady's voice was even more mature and steady compared to 3 years ago. The only thing unchanged was her wicked voice. Miss Yun. Huang Yingying smiled. Her ice-cold face was similar to a melted ice cube and was full of warmth. At that time, after hearing news about you being alive, I went searching for you at the Jun family. However, I was too late and you had already left, so once again, I chased you to this location. I didn't expect that we would meet here. Frankly speaking, Yun Luofeng didn't have very many sentimental feelings for Huang Yingying. At that time, she had helped her because they had a common enemy, not because of Huang Yingying herself. However, looking at Huang Yingying, her disappearing for 3 years hadn't been easy on her. The originally light-hearted young lady had unconsciously become cold and detached. Looking at her blossoming smile, Yun Luofeng was moved. An unintentional help had helped her obtain someone who treated her with sincerity. Miss Yingying. Suddenly, an anxious voice sounded behind Huang Yingying, and in that instant, Yun Luofeng clearly perceived her body stiffening. Just as Yun Luofeng looked up, she saw a noble young master appearing alongside Huang Yingying with joy on his face. I thought my eyes failed me, but think it's really you. Seeing that the noble man was about to pull her arm, she frowned and subconsciously dodged his hands and coldly said, Young Master Ling Shuang, please conduct yourself with dignity. His body stiffened while his gaze was filled with sadness. Yingying, it's only been 3 years. Why have you changed? Huang Yingying sneered and looked at the man's handsome face. 3 years ago, your father personally came, warning me not to get close to you. Right now, I'm the one who despises you. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. It seems like after Huang Yingying left the witchcraft tribe 3 years ago, she had not followed Hongluan and instead had something to do with the North Province young master. If her guess was right, this man named Ling Shuang should be the younger brother of Hongluan's ex-fiancée. Ling Shuang tightly clenched his fist, with a look of suffering on his face. He couldn't understand, why did that dainty young lady become so cold? Miss Yun. Huang Yingying ignored Ling Shuang, turned towards Yun Luofeng and smiled. Yun Luofeng slightly nodded. Ignore him, let's go. Later on, tell me what happened between you and the North Province Governor Estate. Huang Yingying stiffened, seemingly recalling some memories that she was reluctant to recall, and she looked like she was suffering. All right. Chapter 1572, Meeting Huang Yingying Again, 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. In an unadorned and compact inn, Huang Yingying poured a cup of tea for Yun Luofeng before sitting down. 3 years ago, the leader of Witchcraft Tribe tasked me to deliver the witchcraft flower to save Miss Hongluan, and so I left the tribe. Furthermore, after Miss Hongluan had regained consciousness, I left and traveled alone. While traveling, I encountered Ling Shuang. Huang Yingying's smile contained bitterness. Ling Shuang didn't have a haughty attitude like other young masters, and his personality was very gentle, taking care of me in all aspects. Furthermore, I wasn't experienced in matters of love, so I fell in love. However, after the governor found out about our relationship, he came looking for me and forced me to leave Ling Shuang. Yun Luofeng sipped her tea and quirked her brow. He was unaware you're the Witchcraft Tribe's Lady Saintess. Huang Yingying shook her head. I did not reveal my identity to Ling Shuang, and when the governor came looking, I stopped the guards the tribe leader dispatched to protect me, who wanted to stick up for me. With the North Governor's influence as such, why should I cling to them? Since he intends to find a woman with a well-matched background, he should do as he pleases. I do not value the position of Lady of the Governor Estate. Even though the North Governor Estate of North Province was the faction that dominated the North Province, the Witchcraft tribe was one of the top-ranked factions of the Central Province. Their faction would be on par with the Central Province's Governor Estate. If a traitor hadn't appeared in the Witchcraft tribe, they would be able to exterminate the Poison Valley without an effort with the tribe leader's strength even if all their experts had attacked. One could imagine how powerful the Witchcraft tribe was in the Central Province. Existing in the Central Province for so long, the Witchcraft tribe had also inherited many things. If it weren't for the unforeseen event within the tribe several years ago, perhaps the tribe would be a faction that was above various provinces. What about Ling Shuang's attitude towards you? Yun Luofeng pondered for a moment and asked. Huang Yingying trembled and she lowered her eyes. Ling Shuang treats me well, but he's not firm and steady enough. He did not accept or reject the fiancé his father selected, and only advised me to wait. Huang Yingying bitterly laughed. He said there would come a day when his father would accept us. Alas, what awaited me was his father's warning. After she spoke, Huang Yingying looked at Yun Luofeng, while tightly biting her lips. At that time, I cried and returned to the Witchcraft tribe where I found out about your death. The tribe leader deceived me and claimed that if I were to complete the inheritance, you would return. 3 years ago, after obtaining news of Yun Luofeng's death, she nearly crumbled, and coupled with losing her love, there was a time where she wanted to abandon herself to despair. However, the tribe leader's words gave her hope and confidence. Huang Yingying was filled with guilt. The tribe leader had done this in her best interests and she shouldn't have been so cruel to him. Yun Luofeng stroked her chin. She had nearly forgotten about the North Governor Estate. Oh right, Miss Yun. I heard that you went looking for the Ghost Emperor at God Burial Mountain. Did you find him? Yun Luofeng lifted her sight and said while gently smiling. Since I have been low on medicinal herbs recently, he went to the medical stores to purchase some. Initially, I was waiting for him at the market, but unexpectedly I bumped into you. Regardless of whether it was Little Tree or the gold-seeking hamsters, they required medicinal herbs as nutrients. Right now, there was another pet that consumed medicinal herbs as food, Little Bug. Chapter 1573, Clinging Obstinately, 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Miss Yun, Huang Yingying shallowly smiled and her appearance was sharp, looking extremely beautiful. What are your plans from now on? Plans? Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment, while a cold glint streaked across her eyes. The top priority job now is to increase my strength. What she was about to face was not only the saintly virgin tribe but also Mo Chancheng, who was glaring like a tiger while watching their prey. Furthermore, her lies could only deceive Mo Chancheng temporarily and not forever. In the end, they would be seen through by him. Oh right, Huang Yingying suddenly recalled something. I remember that Hong Luan went to the Beast Province and after that, I lost all contact with her. After news of you being alive was passed on, the East Province went looking for Hong Luan, but even after searching the whole province, they couldn't locate her whereabouts. Just then, the door was pushed open and as she turned over, she saw the black-robed man walking in and a bewitching smile surfaced. Yun Xiao, you're done. Yun Xiao paused for a moment and asked, you're heading to the Beast Province? Hong Luan was missing in the Beast Province and according to Yun Luofeng's personality, she would definitely head there. Yes, Yun Luofeng's eyes were pitch black. I want to search for Hong Luan. Okay, I'll accompany you, Yun Xiao faintly smiled. Furthermore, I have some power in the Beast Province and I'll take the opportunity to hand them to you. Ever since Yun Luofeng arrived in the Seven Province continent, she had never seen the faction Yun Xiao had established. Since he decided to pave the road for Yun Luofeng, he would definitely have achieved something. Right now, Yun Luofeng finally knew that Yun Xiao's faction was in the Beast Province. Yun Xiao, when you were being chased at that time, why didn't you utilize your faction? Hearing her words, he turned silent. After a long time, he honestly replied. Those people were prepared for you, so I didn't want any members to get injured. Furthermore, I don't believe that they could injure me. When speaking, his tone was domineering, having an awe-inspiring momentum. The man's expressionless face was cold and callous, while his black eyes faintly contained a violent storm. I know the road that goes to the Beast Province. Huang Yingying bit her lips. We need to pass through the North Province and after that, we will have to travel past the desert. Following that, we will arrive at the Beast Province. North Province. When mentioning these two words, Huang Yingying's heart shuddered. You should return to the Witchcraft tribe. Yun Luofeng turned towards Huang Yingying and said with indifference. The tribe leader should be searching for you. In addition, Yun Xiao's faction was in the Beast Province, so he would certainly be familiar with the road there. No, Huang Yingying shook her head. I intended to accept the Witchcraft tribe so I could assist you. Before locating Miss Hong Luan, I will never return. When she spoke, Huang Yingying lifted her skirt and walked to stand before Yun Luofeng. Half kneeling on the ground, her expression was of respect and determination. Miss Yun, please allow me to follow beside you. In my life, I will never turn my back on you. Yun Luofeng lowered her sight and looked straight at her determined countenance and suddenly, she chuckled. Following me, you'll definitely encounter many dangers, trials and might even lose your life the very next moment. Do you still intend to follow me even so? Huang Yingying spoke with bitterness. My family was killed by others and if it weren't for revenge, I'm afraid I would have followed them. Now that I've avenged my parents, I have no regrets even if I lose my life. Chapter 1574, Clinging Obstinately, 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. I understand, this is your choice and I'll take you with me from now on. Yun Luofeng lifted Huang Yingying up, as her wicked voice contained indifference. Huang Yingying was delighted. Frankly speaking, she had steeled her heart to be rejected but unexpectedly, Yun Luofeng agreed to it. Miss, to head to the Beast Province, we must pass through the North Province but I'm worried. They might not let us through. There were guards at the gates of every city in the North Province, and they had to go through the gates in order to pass by the North Province. If they were unwilling to let them pass, they would be unable to successfully proceed towards the Beast Province unless they used force. So what if the North Province is unwilling to let us pass? Even though Ling Chen of the North Province had a grudge against her, he wouldn't paste her portrait on the city gates to prevent them from passing through, would he? The Ghost Emperor should be well aware of this. The Beast Province is different from various large provinces, with the majority of residents being spirit beasts with comparatively few humans. In addition, the Beast race is fond of attacking humans, and so, their relationship with various provinces isn't good. However, the Beast Province is the most powerful among the various large provinces. The strength of the spirit beast could be seen from the territory they established that could stand tall without falling among numerous humans. As such, the city gate separating the Beast Province and the other various provinces is heavily guarded. Humans from the Beast Province can leave, but they'll never allow any humans to enter. I doubt the North Province would be so kind-hearted as to dispatch guards and heavily guard the gates to prevent humans from throwing away their lives, Yun Luofeng slowly said. Huang Yingying helplessly shook her head. Miss, it's human nature to be greedy. Each and every spirit beast in the Beast Province is powerful, and the majority of them have swallowed the anthropomorphism fruit and morphed into a human appearance. For humans, such a spirit beast is a treasure they yearn for even in the dreams. Over the many years, there would often be humans delusionally wanting to enter the Beast Province and have those spirit beasts be contracted to them, so they could use them to fight. At this point, Huang Yingying's words became somewhat cautious. However, later on, those humans had instead surrendered to those spirit beasts, increasing the Beast Province's influence. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow. Why is that so? This. Huang Yingying pursed her lips. It's rumored that those spirit beasts who morphed into human appearance are all extremely gorgeous, even more beautiful than humans. There's even a fox clan that specializes in the art of seduction, charming others and have them willingly abandon their human nature, becoming a slave for the spirit beasts. To prevent the number of experts on the continent from decreasing, the various provinces unanimously decided to turn back all experts who wanted to enter the Beast Province. As a result, the Beast Province only allowed exits and prevented entrances. However, any experts who left the Beast Province would be supervised by various large factions, guaranteeing they would not be brainwashed by the Beast race. As for those weaker humans wanting to leave the Beast Province, the moment they took a single step out, they would be secretly disposed of by the North Province's experts. Yun Luofeng lifted her brow, looking towards Yun Xiao, and asked with a smile, how did you previously enter the Beast Province? The arrival location of the spatial wormhole is the Beast Province. What about those who were supervising you when you left? Dead. Yun Xiao's answer was simple and straightforward. Yun Luofeng gently stroked her chin. I'm not sure how Hong Luan entered the Beast Province, but I understand that I must head there. Yun Xiao, Huang Yingying, we shall leave today. The faster we find her, the sooner any danger she encountered will decrease. Chapter 1575, Clinging Obstinately, 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. On the streets that were as noisy as always, just as Yun Luofeng and company stepped out of the inn, they bumped into Ling Shuang, who seemed to appear everywhere. He stared at Huang Yingying with fixed eyes, with unconcealed adoration. Yingying, stop being angry and return with me. My father has agreed that he will no longer stand between us. Huang Yingying sneered, do you think I'll believe that someone so snobbish would accept me? Yingying, regardless of whether my father accepts you or not, as long as you return with me, I will marry you. Ling Shuang's had an anxious look on his face, wanting to pull Huang Yingying to him. She twisted to the side, evading his hands while a cold smile quirked on her lips. Why should I believe in a man like you who has no courage? After speaking, Huang Yingying no longer spared Ling Shuang a glance and respectfully stood behind Yun Luofeng. Miss, you can ignore him and let's continue to set off. Miss. Ling Shuang's eyes revealed surprise as he looked at Yun Luofeng with astonishment, and his complexion was unsightly. Yingying, you're a maid. Huang Yingying was only a maid. Impossible. With her mannerism, how could she be someone else's maid? Even if she was only an aristocratic family's young miss, perhaps his father wouldn't oppose them. Why was she only a maid? HMPH. Huang Yingying's gaze changed to revulsion from its initial disappointment. As expected, everyone in the North Governor estate was snobbish, so why should she constantly think of him? Miss, Ling Shuang's eyes flickered, then slowly walked to Yun Luofeng and cupped his hands, and said, I know you're Yingying's lord, but could you help me with a favor? I hope you'll take in Yingying as your foster sister, and this way, I can persuade my father. He was unaware of Yun Luofeng's identity, but looking at her mannerism, she would at least be a second-rate family even if she wasn't a first-rate one. Although such an identity couldn't be well matched with the North Governor estate, at least there was still a trace of hope. Yun Xiao's callous eyes gradually landed on Ling Shuang, with a dense killing aura contained in his eyes. This aura caused Ling Shuang's body to shudder. However, in order to marry Huang Yingying, he looked at Yun Luofeng with resolution. Yun Luofeng chucked. Why should I help you? Miss, you aren't helping me but instead, helping yourself. Ling Shuang's expression was somewhat unhappy. If I marry Yingying, she'll be the lady of the North Governor estate and your status would also develop accordingly to the situation. This is an advantageous business transaction for you. If it weren't for Yingying, he would never speak rubbish with this woman without the ability to make discerning judgments. North Governor estate. Yun Luofeng slanted her head, with a smile surfacing her wicked eyes. That's right, Ling Shuang held his head high and chest out. I'm the young master of the North Governor estate. At this moment, Ling Shuang was currently waiting for Yun Luofeng's shock and fawning. If it was others who had the opportunity to meet with him, they would immediately kneel and hug his thigh, without an exception. However, facing the conceited Ling Shuang, Yun Luofeng's smile deepened. I only know that there is someone called Ling Chen in the North Governor estate. He betrayed Hong Luan first, yet was pestering her incessantly. Alas, he suffered retribution. Ling Shuang stiffened, looking up with shock as his startled gaze fell on Yun Luofeng. This woman knew Hong Luan. Even Huang Yingying standing beside her was startled. Chapter 1576, Ling Chen's Hatred. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Having been in the North Governor estate for so long, she was unaware that Hong Luan and Ling Chen had a past relationship. In fact, Ling Chen had lost all his face in the East Province, so how could he allow others to gossip about his affairs at their leisure? He issued a command sealing the news, and so Huang Yingying was unaware of their relationship. Hold it. Seeing that Yun Luofeng and company were about to leave, he subconsciously looked up, wanting to grab onto Yun Luofeng's arm. At that moment, that black-robed man with a callous expression coldly swept him a glance, speaking a single word, scram. Fuchi. Ling Shuang was blown away, landing inside the inn. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his handsome face was deathly pale. He wanted to stand up but felt an immense pressure and was unable to move, only capable of looking on helplessly at Yun Luofeng and her company leaving. North Province, Governor Estate. Ling Chen furiously swept the teacups on the floor and angrily shouted. Scram, get lost. The servant maids were scared, not daring to utter a single word as they hastily retreated. Suddenly, footsteps sounded, and just as Ling Chen wanted to flare up, he swallowed his words after spotting the man stepping into his room, while his face was still ashen. HMPH, weren't you searching for your beloved? Why? You still know to return. Ling Shuang tightly clenched his fist. Big brother, are you acquainted with a white-robed lady? White-robed lady. In that instant, an extremely gorgeous appearance surfaced in his mind, and it was that face that caused him to gnash his teeth in hatred. Why are you asking about this? When I went looking for Yingying, I found out she was only a maid, and the lord she was following seemed to be related with Hong Luan. Hong Luan. Ling Chen suddenly looked up, and his eyes stared unwaveringly at the handsome man standing in front. Yun Luofeng, it really is that DM'd woman. Ling Shuang lowered his eyes. Brother, are you aware of Yun Luofeng's identity? Just an insignificant nobody that coincidentally clicked well with Hong Luan, and so dared to ride roughshod over others. Ling Chen gnashed his teeth, while his eyes looked vicious. Ling Shuang sighed in disappointment. I thought she was some influential family's young miss and intended to force her to acknowledge Yingying as her sister, helping her break away from the slave registry. Unfortunately, her status is also lowly, so how could she possibly help Yingying? Ling Chen turned taciturn, and after a long time, a sinister glint streaked across his eyes. If you want to marry Huang Yingying, it's simple and I have a solution. But the precondition is, you have to help me kill that woman Yun Luofeng. Ling Shuang was somewhat shocked. Help? How should I help? HMPH, did you think I didn't know that father gradually handed the North Governor Estate's authority to you after my body became defective? Now that father isn't in the estate, you have the authority to mobilize the experts in the estate. I want you to dispatch him to kill her. Ling Shuang's expression was incomparably awkward. Big brother, father did this because. Save your explanation. Not being the head of the North Governor Estate isn't important. What I want is to kill Yun Luofeng. Ling Chen's fingernails sunk into his flesh, and fresh blood flowed out, but he was completely unaware. After you help me, I'll provide you a way that will allow father to accept both of you. Thinking it through, Ling Chen nodded in agreement. All right, big brother, I will comply with you on this. Chapter 1577, False Accusation 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. On the streets of the North Province, a beautiful scene attracted everyone's attention, with a man and woman walking through the center of the streets. The female's white robes were purer than snow, looking devastatingly gorgeous. Her appearance was slightly bewitching as her pair of pitch-black eyes radiated the luster. The man standing beside her was handsome and callous, while his black robes were similar to an eagle's feathers at night, and looked dangerous and sharp. It was reasonable to say that Huang Yingying was also considered an exceptional beauty, but she appeared dim and without color while standing behind them. Hold it. Two bodyguards near the city gates had instantly obstructed their pathway after noticing their arrival. The road ahead is to the Beast Province. Without the governor's commands, no one is allowed through. The guard's expression was cold and detached, unmovable like a mountain. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow and met Yun Xiao's gaze with a smile. What do you think of handing them to me to deal with? Okay. Whoosh. Just as Yun Xiao spoke, the ground beside her trembled. Soon after, a tattered puppet appeared by her side. Yun Yi, kill everyone without exception. Kill everyone without exception. These few words were particularly domineering and incomparable arrogant. Yun Yi expressionlessly dashed towards the two guards and launched a fist with a loud bang. The guards who were defending the city gates were immediately sent flying, and they crashed heavily on the gates. Who has such nerve to cause trouble here in the North Province? Boom. Suddenly, a powerful energy came from the sky. Not long after that, an Eldest streaked across the sky, hastily arriving and standing upright before Yun Luofeng. At the same time, footsteps rapidly sounded, and an army of troops had encircled Yun Luofeng and company shortly after. I've worn out Iron's shoes in fruitless searching, but now I have found you without even having to search. I didn't expect that you'd dare to come to our North Province territory. Ha ha ha. A haughty and sinister laugh like a cold wind blowing through the leaves entered Yun Luofeng's ears. The troops dispersed, and in that instant, Ling Chen and Ling Shuang walked over through the air, standing before Yun Luofeng and her company. Ling Shuang spotted Huang Yingying standing behind Yun Luofeng in a glance and hastily spoke. Yingying, hurry and come to my side, I will protect you from getting injured. Facing Ling Shuang's urgent look, Huang Yingying sneered and a mocking smile surfaced on her lips. She straightforwardly turned away, not sparing him another glance. Ling Shuang was angry and anxious at the same time. He really couldn't understand why Huang Yingying's temper was so unyielding. She'd rather stay as a maid than become the governor estate's lady. Everyone. Ling Chen turned to the crowd spectating and his eyes contained a sinister glint. This girl named Huang Yingying was specifically instigated by someone to seduce my little brother. Furthermore, she has stolen our estate's wealth. Only a few people knew of Ling Chen's experience in East Province. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, Ling Chen still had a good character. Right now, after hearing Ling Chen's words, everyone revealed disbelief. Such a beautiful girl was actually a thief, and was even so courageous as to steal from the governor estate. Big brother, what do you mean? Ling Shuang's expression thoroughly changed. This was different from what you promised. Ling Chen smirked. Second brother, I'm doing this for your own good, and I don't wish for you to be entrapped by a little maid. All the elders present are also unwilling to let you commit such a mistake. Chapter 1578, False Accusation 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Even though the governor has gradually handed the authority to Ling Shuang, but how could a little maid assume the position of the future governor's wife? As such, facing Ling Shuang's pleading gaze, all the elders acted blind without a change in their expression. HMPH, thieves should be sentenced to death. The grey-robed elder coldly snorted and overlooked Yun Luofeng and company. In addition, you dared to attack our men and it's an added crime. Death is insufficient for the crimes you've committed. Elder, Ling Shuang's lips turned pale as his body trembled. His face revealed pain and suffering. He regretted it. Regretted trusting Ling Chen and calling upon the elders. Who would have expected that this beast-starred Ling Chen wouldn't even let Yingying off? Second brother, Ling Chen sighed and walked to Ling Shuang's side, patting his shoulders. Frankly speaking, there is evidence for everything I've said. Huang Yingying had indeed stolen from our estate. Otherwise, why do you think our father would oppose you? Ling Shuang suddenly shivered and shook his head. Impossible, Yingying isn't someone like that. Hearing his response, Ling Chen subconsciously swept a glance to the grey-robed elder. This elder had the most authority within the estate and his words were more credible. Eldest young master is right. Huang Yingying had indeed stolen from the North Governor estate. The elder's voice was hoarse and dry as it slowly sounded. Ling Shuang would be the future governor of the North Province, and to prevent any retaliation in the future, they could only splash dirty water on Huang Yingying. Huang Yingying was stunned. She widened her eyes in astonishment, seemingly not expecting that they would falsely accuse her. Yingying, tell me the truth. Is what they say true? Ling Shuang looked at Huang Yingying in pain as he asked while trembling. Huang Yingying laughed mockingly. Although I don't wish to marry you, I also don't intend to bear the brunt of these false accusations. Ling Shuang, you had better hear this clearly. I've never taken a single copper from your North Governor estate. I'm afraid the stench radiating from the copper coins in your house would contaminate my hands. Keke, Ling Shuang self-mockingly laughed. Yingying, how many times do you want to deceive me? I remember in the past you told me that you were alone outside to experience the world, but you never told me that you were a maid. He retreated a few steps while his mouth contained a bitter and astringent taste. If I knew you were a maid, perhaps I might not have fallen for you and wouldn't be in such a dilemma. However, why did you hide it from me? Ling Shuang had gone mad. Confronted by Huang Yingying's shouted reply, he felt that everything was all her fault. It was she who had betrayed his love. Huang Yingying slightly trembled. Clearly, she was quite angry. Suddenly, a hand landed on her shoulder, pressing on her trembling body. At the same time, it caused her ice-cold body to warm up. Yun Luofeng's eyes revealed a smile, with her wicked eyes glancing at Ling Shuang. I want to ask you a few questions. First, you've repeatedly claimed that Huang Yingying deceived you, but did you ever ask her identity? Second, you say she stole, but where's the evidence? Ling Shuang shuddered. Indeed, he had never questioned Huang Yingying's identity, but that was because he never expected that she was a maid. Feng Yun Xiao knitted his brows as the killing aura in his callous voice became denser. Why waste time with them? His words implied that it would be sufficient to directly deal with them, so why waste time? Chapter 1579, Barbarous Beast Race, Ruling with Usurpation, 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Outside the city gates, a squall was wreaking havoc. An austere killing aura filled the entire skies, causing others to tremble with fear. Ling Shuang suddenly stiffened and looked at the black-robed man stationed at the city gates with fear. Not knowing why, he felt like this man had emerged from the underworld, as his body radiated killing aura. Puchi. Before the grey-robed elder in the sky could react, he saw Yun Xiao's side locking onto him, and at the same time, an invisible sword penetrated through his body. With a bang, he came crashing down. All the streets were silent. The crowds that were previously looking at Yun Xiao had become fearful after their initial shock. At that moment, everyone swiftly escaped, similar to a flock of birds dispersing, afraid that they would be implicated if they stayed. In an instant, there were only Yun Luofeng and her group left on the streets other than people from the North Governor estate. Cold sweat flowed from Ling Chen's forehead, revealing a pale expression as his lips faintly trembled. You. What are you intending to do? If you really kill the North Province estate's forces, you'll be opposing the entire Seven-Province continent. Are you sure about this? Within the Seven-Province continent, glory belonged to everyone, and damage to one province would mean damaging all the other provinces. Regardless of what hidden internal conflicts there were, they would still stand together like the three legs of a tripod. If one faction were to be attacked, the other few huge provinces would also treat them as enemies. This was also Ling Chen's last guarantee. Yun Luofeng's smile was languid and unruly, as her wicked eyes glanced at Ling Chen's pale complexion. Even if I don't kill you, would the North Province let us off? Ling Chen hastily nodded. That's right, our grudges will be written off if you let me go. Even though you have the East Province as your backing, don't forget that there's still the West Province, South Province, Central Province, and Strat Province. He paused for a moment and continued. Do you think you could oppose the other 5 provinces by joining forces with the East Province? Oh right, there's still the Witchcraft tribe. Yun Luofeng staying silent caused Ling Chen's eyes to flicker as he continued his threat. The Witchcraft tribe of the Central Province is very powerful and is equally matched with the Central Province Governor Estate. As such, it's equivalent to opposing 6 powerful factions. Witchcraft tribe. Yun Luofeng wickedly laughed. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Ling Chen widened his eyes and just then, a black flame appeared at his feet with a bang, instantly enveloping his body. His heart-wrenching wails reverberated throughout the skies, causing one's hair to stand on end. Yun Xiao indifferently retracted his hands. He was unhappy that others dared to threaten Yun Luofeng. Huang Yingying, Yun Luofeng looked at Huang Yingying. How do you intend to deal with this man? Huang Yingying's body froze and lowered her head. Being silent for a moment, she looked up towards Yun Luofeng. Miss, even though he trusted others, he's done nothing to harm me, and so I will not kill him. However, he delusionally wanted to harm Miss, so he should be punished by you. Yingying. Ling Shuang's expression turned pale. Never did he imagine that Huang Yingying would be ruthless to such an extent, not caring about his life or death. Huang Yingying bluntly turned her head, not sparing Ling Shuang another glance. She was afraid if she took another look, she couldn't control herself. Yun Yi, cripple Ling Shuang and kill the others. This time, the North Governor's estate had suffered great losses. Countless powerful elders had been killed, with one of the young masters dead and the other injured. For the North Governor estate of the North Province, this was the most painful setback they ever experienced, and they might not be able to recover even after several decades. Chapter 1580, Barbarous Beast Race, Ruling with Usurpation, 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Xiao, Yun Luofeng lazily stretched and leaned on Yun Xiao's shoulders with a smile. I'm tired. Then take a rest, we'll be arriving in the Beast Province in a moment's time. Yun Xiao gazed at the young lady on his shoulders with lowered eyes and lifted her up. With a whoosh, his silhouette broke through the city gates rapidly and leaped into the skies. Their long hair flew in the wind, and with her white dress and his black robes fluttering in the skies, it was as beautiful as a painting. Huang Yingying blinked her eyes in amazement. Just as she wanted to chase them, she saw Yun Luofeng glancing at the puppet. After that, Yun Yi picked up Huang Yingying in both arms and chased towards Yun Luofeng at lightning speed. As a puppet, he was naturally unable to traverse across the skies, but at the same time, he wouldn't get tired. He ran at high speed on the ground, to the extent that Huang Yingying, who was carried by him, was seeing stars and almost about to faint. As one of the main cities of the Beast Province, the Beast City was naturally bustling with noise and excitement. On every street, there were beasts hurtling past, and this scenery can be seen in other huge provinces. At present, those of the beast race who were walking in the town suddenly saw a man and woman walking through the city gates and couldn't help but stop their tracks. Both of them were unusually outstanding. The man was handsome and callous, while the woman was devastatingly gorgeous. Even the Fox clan, who were known for the good looks, couldn't be compared to them. Quickie, hurry and report to the eldest princess that humans have come. Beast City was different from other huge provinces. The main city would usually be in the middle of the province, but Beast City was actually the first city one had to go through after stepping into the Beast Province. There was no governor estate within this Beast Province, but instead, various kinds of clans were established here. For example, in this Beast City, the monarch would be the rumored barbarous Leopard clan. The eldest princess they mentioned was the first daughter of the Leopard King. It was said that the Leopard clan's eldest princess was unreasonable and loved handsome men. Any man who she took a fancy to wouldn't be able to escape from her palms. Other than the man she took a fancy to a few days back, who had been snatched by her sister. As cannibalism within the clan was restricted, she could only swallow her anger. Clop clop clop. A wave of footstep sounds came from the front. Yun Xiao, who was currently conversing with Yun Luofeng, glanced at the troops heading towards them with a cool eye. Standing in the lead was an unruly gorgeous bare-chested woman with a javelin in her hands. Domineeringly sweeping a glance at the black-robed handsome man, greed streaked across her eyes. She had seen plenty of humans, but he was the first one who was so outstanding. Even the foxy man her sister snatched away couldn't compare with this man. Hey. Thinking of that, the beautiful woman stroked her chin and spoke exuberantly. In the future, you belong to me. Other than me, there cannot be other women alongside you. Therefore, men. She shouted and coldly said, kill all the women, and as for the men, bring them all back. I don't like people who have contaminated my men to exist in this world. Although Yun Yi's looks were ordinary, with scars all over his body, he seemed tall and sturdy. She reckoned that his skills in bed should be pretty good. Chapter 1581, Barbarous Beast Race, Ruling with Usurpation, 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. As for Yun Luofeng and Huang Yingying, she snorted disdainfully at the gorgeous women. She only wanted men, and women were unable to escape death. Furthermore, she would never allow any women to delusionally think of contaminating her men. I understand, Your Imperial Highness. In an instant, numerous bodyguards of the Leopard clan had surrounded Yun Luofeng and company while their javelins were aimed towards them. Yun Xiao tugged Yun Luofeng into his embrace, while his callous gaze swept past the guards surrounding them. A chilly glint streaked across while his killing aura spread out, enveloping the entire street. Bang! Bang 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 bang. No one witnessed how Yun Xiao attacked, but the first row guard suddenly exploded. Soon after, a blood fog diffused before everyone's eyes, and they could smell a bloody stench. The princess's face suddenly sank and she snorted. Foolish humans. On our Leopard clan's territory, you only need to obey us, yet you dared to kill our bodyguards. If it weren't for your looks, I would personally dismember you into pieces. Eldest. Just then, a clear voice sounded. You're here snatching human men again. Just as Yun Xiao raised his hands, powerful spirit energy gradually converged within his palms. However, before he managed to attack her, a lily-white hand suddenly reached out and tightly held his hand. Yun Xiao, don't attack first. Let's wait and see. The influence of the Beast Province was very strong, as even other provinces couldn't defeat them by joining forces. Yun Luofeng didn't know the strength of Yun Xiao's faction, so she held Yun Xiao back temporarily to wait and see. If worst came to worst, it wouldn't be too late to take action. She wasn't someone who was willing to lose out, but at the same time, she wasn't overly rash. Unless she was completely confident. Why are you here? The princess turned to look at the young lady, revealing a trace of loathing. This young lady had a similar appearance to the princess, but on her originally gorgeous face, there was a vertical scar that disfigured her looks. Within the Beast Province that was renowned for having beauties, she was an exception. The young lady lightly frowned and asked, Elder sister, relationships should be mutual. Why are you always stealing someone else's man? HMPH. The princess snorted. Those that I fancy, I will never let them go. Yili, I'd advise you not to meddle in my affairs, or else I won't be as nice as before. Yin Li smiled disapprovingly. What if I insist on meddling? Then don't blame me for being impolite. Within the Leopard clan, even though the eldest princess was the most beautiful and more doted on by the Leopard King, the one with better talent was this little princess. Although the little princess was young, her strength was on par with the eldest princess. In time, her strength would surpass the eldest princess. Unfortunately, the little princess's appearance had been disfigured. Otherwise, she would definitely be the most popular woman in Beast City. You. The eldest princess clenched her teeth in anger. Yili, I yielded in regards to that man you fancied previously, but if you intend to vie with me again, don't blame me from complaining to father. Yili smiled and ignored the eldest princess. She walked towards Yun Luofeng slowly, revealing a polite and friendly smile. Miss Yun, since you've come to Beast City, you're our guest and I won't allow others to be rude to you. Chapter 1582, Prince Consort 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng frowned. This Leopard clan's youngest princess knows my identity. Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng turned vigilant against her, and Yun Xiao hugged her in his embrace as his cold eyes gazed at the woman. Miss Yun, don't be too nervous. I've heard about you from Hu Li. Hu Li. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao met each other's gaze before shifting their line of sight towards Yili. You know Hu Li. Hu Li is. Yili somewhat embarrassingly lowered her head. He's my husband. Similar to lightning striking down, Yun Luofeng was shocked on the spot. Having disappeared for so long, he had actually become a prince consort among the beast race. As it turns out, the man both princesses were fighting over was also him. My husband guessed that Miss Yun would definitely come to the Beast Province and especially drew a painting of you and requested for me to be alert. After I saw you earlier on, I couldn't help but come to your aid. Compared to the barbarous eldest princess of the Leopard clan, this little princess's speech made her comfortable. Yun Luofeng paused before saying, I would like to meet Hu Li. Sure, Miss Yun, please follow me. Yili saluted towards Yun Luofeng with the beast race's etiquette before walking towards the palace. The moment she was in front of the eldest princess, her footsteps paused and a slight smile surfaced on her face. Elder sister, they're my guests and I hope you can be more courteous. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our relationship. The eldest princess trembled from rage and tightly clenched her fists. Her eyes filled with rage stared intently at Yili. This darn girl was opposing her in all aspects. She could forget about Hu Li, but this man was so outstanding that she would never let him go. Ah. Suddenly, the eldest princess felt pain on her face and screeched. She tightly covered her face because of the incessant pain. Princess. The guards came to her side with haste and after witnessing her appearance, they were clearly shocked. What are you staring blankly for? Hurry and take a look at my face. Why is it so painful? Looking at the eldest princess's furious look, a female guard hesitated for a long time before fishing out a mirror from her lapel. The eldest princess did not have time to question the guard about carrying a mirror, because in that instant she saw her appearance in the mirror. Ah! Looking at her face covered with rashes, she screeched and fainted. As for the commotion caused by the princess, Yun Luofeng and her company acted as though they had nothing to do with it. Only Yun Xiao looked at Yun Luofeng with a smile in his eyes. He was the only one who had noticed Yun Luofeng's actions. His wife was truly the type that wasn't willing to lose out. The beast race princess took pride in her appearance and so she had disfigured her. However, what he loved deeply was this trait of Yun Luofeng, wasn't it? We've arrived. This is our leopard clan's palace. Yili paused her steps and turned towards Yun Luofeng with a faint smile as she gently announced. Yun Xiao. Before entering the palace, Yun Luofeng frowned and spoke in a volume only both of them could hear. I don't know if Yili can be trusted, but I have to make this trip. As such, we have to be vigilant to prevent accidents. After all, this was the first time she met Yili, so how could she easily trust her? In order to find Hu Li and Wu, she had willingly dared to take the risk. Chapter 1583, Prince Consort 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. No one can harm you. Yun Xiao spoke in all seriousness. If the leopard clan intends to harm you, then there's no need for them to exist. Yun Luofeng smiled but did not pay much attention to Yun Xiao's words. She walked through the dazzling entrance and was constantly on guard. Luckily, nothing unexpected happened along the way. They entered the rear garden unimpeded and just then, the man seated in the pavilion suddenly registered in her eyes. Yun Luofeng. At the same time, Hu Li also noticed her and joy surfaced in his eyes. His figure rapidly flashed across the distance and appeared before them. As expected, you're here. She shot a glance behind Hu Li but did not notice the petite figure and couldn't help but frown. Where's Wu? The little child she addressed as Wu was the boy she picked up on the road previously and tasked Hu Li to take care of. Hu Li's body stiffened and lowered his head in guilt. I'm sorry but I lost him. Lost? Yun Luofeng quirked her brow and asked. Hu Li bitterly smiled. After finding out that Hong Luan went to the Beast Province, I brought Wu along with me. I didn't think that we would encounter danger when going through the desert and I lost him as a result. No worries, if that fellow really has treacherous intentions, he will appear again. Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders and said with a fake smile, Hu Li, can you explain to me how you became the leopard clan's prince consort? This. Hu Li coughed dryly, with an awkward expression on his face. When I first entered Beast City, I suffered from the eldest princess's pestering. To save me, Princess Yili acted as though she had taken a fancy to me. Otherwise, he figured that you would have become a member of the eldest princess's harem. Thinking of this, Hu Li couldn't help but shudder, as he expressed loathing with all his might. Princess Yili promised to help me seek for Wu and take note of your appearance. Therefore, I stayed here. How did you know I would definitely come to Beast City? Yun Luofeng stroked her chin and continued asking. Hu Li cast a seductive glance at her. With your personality, how would you not appear when Hong Luan is missing in this Beast City? Boom. Unexpectedly after Hu Li finished speaking, a powerful force exploded with a bang, causing him to instantly fly out and crash on the ground in a sorry mess. Yun Xiao tore his own sleeve and wiped her eyes with while frowning. Yun Xiao, what are you doing? Yun Luofeng took a few steps back and asked. He cast a seductive glance at you earlier on. And then? I was afraid it might stain your eyes. The instant she looked up and saw Yun Xiao's serious expression, her mouth couldn't help but twitch. At that very moment, a wave of footsteps sounded and in the lead was a middle-aged man exuding an imposing aura, with unruliness and resolution. His appearance was handsome and with the bodyguards accompanying him, he appeared even more king-like. Father. Yili's expression faintly changed as she respectfully lowered her head and called out. Yili, you've snatched your sister's man again. The middle-aged man's tone was cold as he spoke with indifference. Father, these are my husband's friends. Therefore. HMPH. The middle-aged man snorted and shot a disgusted glance at Hu Li. For a man, you've opposed your sister again and again. Is he worth it? Hu Li, who had been mentioned by the Leopard King, leisurely found a stone bench and sat down. A rice straw hung from his mouth, making him look like a hooligan. There was a disapproving smile in his seductive phoenix eyes. Chapter 1584, Prince Consort 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Hu Li's disrespect caused the Leopard King to be more infuriated. Take a look, that's the human man that you've taken a fancy to, without any upbringing in the slightest. Evidently, his friends are all the same, to have not knelt upon my arrival. The Leopard King glanced towards Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao company, revealing chilliness from his expression. Yun Xiao, who was looking at Yun Luofeng, finally looked up and his ice-cold gaze fell on the Leopard King. His black robe fluttered without any wind, and his hands had already gradually stretched out as powerful spirit energy converged in his palms. Father. Yili clenched her teeth. Elder sister tried to snatch a man on the streets. Isn't she the one lacking upbringing? Pa. The Leopard King furiously slapped Yili's face. He trembled from anger towards this daughter of his who failed to live up to his expectations. Who allowed you to be disrespectful to your elders? Do you honestly think I won't punish you? If she hadn't been disfigured, you would definitely favor his younger daughter. Unfortunately, her appearance had been disfigured, and within this beast province that was widely known for its beauties, she was destined to be ridiculed. Boom. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the Leopard King felt the ground beneath his feet trembling, and he turned pale as he hastily looked at the origin of the aura. Within the violent wind, the man appeared to be a grim killing god, as if stepping through from the underworld. He was walking over while the killing intent radiated from his body caused one to tremble uncontrollably. He radiated a powerful aura from his body, and pieces of the surrounding building had been sent flying into the sky, spreading out over the entire azure skies. Following that, they had crashed down with a bang in everyone's sight. As the Leopard King was right in the middle of the turbulence, he fainted on the spot. All the bodyguards rapidly recovered their senses and hastily dashed towards the Leopard King. The king has fainted. Save the king. In this instant, no one paid attention to Yun Xiao and company. Even the king had been struck unconscious by him with a strike, so how could they deal with this terrifying man? Yili's mouth widened in astonishment. It seems that she never expected Hu Li's friends to be so powerful. Soon after that, she became worried as she said, Hu Li, although your friend is powerful, various clans are interconnected in this beast province. Once a clan falls into a human's hands, the other clans will initiate an attack towards them. She paused for a moment and continued. Do you know why our beast city is the nearest to the North Province? That's because our beast city's strength is the lowest, as the other clans are more powerful than us. In particular, the mysterious dragon and phoenix clan are placed above various huge clans. This was the matter Yili was most worried about. You're tired. Yun Xiao turned towards Yun Luofeng. His speech was not of questioning but an affirmative sentence. Therefore, I'll take you to get some rest. Okay. Yun Luofeng smiled. With Yun Xiao by her side, she felt at ease. Hu Li, are you about to leave? Looking at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao's departing figure, Yili pursed her lips and her tone contained reluctance to see him go. Hu Li did not perceive her peculiarity and said, probably. Actually. If you're looking for someone, I can help you. As long as he could stay for a period of time. Hu Li was stunned for a moment. I've bothered you for too long and this can't continue. Since Yun Luofeng is here, I will depart together with them to search for Hong Luan. Yili sighed. She understood that she was incapable of making him stay. Chapter 1585, Yun Xiao's Faction 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Phoenix Clan. Above the volcano, cries of a blazing phoenix could be heard, echoing throughout the entire mountain peak. Within the mountain, the elder who was originally seated cross-legged had suddenly opened his eyes in pleasant surprise. The Lord has returned. Several years ago, the Phoenix Clan had encountered a huge calamity, causing countless experts to be annihilated. It was at that time when a black-robed man appeared out of nowhere like a god and resolved their crisis. From then on, they had referred him as the Phoenix Clan's Lord, and unfortunately, he had disappeared without a trace. Unexpectedly, the Flame Phoenix dispatched to search for him had arrived with news that the man had appeared. This mind-blowing news caused a sensation in the entire Phoenix Clan. At the same time, before the Dragon Clan's altar, a white-haired man was currently seated cross-legged with his eyes shut. Even though he was handsome, it couldn't conceal the hardships of life that he had experienced. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes and a trace of joy appeared among his lethargy. Men, summon all the elders of the Dragon Clan. This lord has something to announce. Yes, your majesty. A figure faded and very soon, disappeared without a trace. The man stood up from his seat, and with his hands behind his back, he hastily went towards the clan hall. Within the clan hall, all the elders were already quietly waiting, and after spotting the white-haired man, they all hurriedly stood up and respectfully said, We wonder what instructions does your majesty have, by summoning all of us. The white-haired man walked up to his seat with big strides, as his stern and sharp expression surveyed his surroundings. I've summoned you here to announce something. He paused for a moment and continued, Our Dragon Clan's ancestor has returned. Ancestor. Everyone turned pale from shock and some even stood up, with unconcealed excitement on their faces. Your majesty, are your words the truth? Our ancestor has returned. That's right, the white-haired man lightly nodded. 1,000 years ago, our ancestor had provoked a matchless powerful expert. He claimed that he had to leave the Dragon Clan in order to lead that expert away and guarantee our clan's safety. After mentioning those past events, the white-haired man couldn't help but be sentimental. Unfortunately, our ancestor's guess was wrong, and that expert did not chase him down but instead came and wrecked our clan. However, our ancestor's spirit of abandoning self for others is what we have to learn from. Your majesty, it's better if you inform us where the ancestor is so that we can welcome him back. Actually, I don't know his specific location, as my spirit isn't powerful enough and can only spread throughout the beast province. If our ancestor is outside this range, then I am unable to locate him. However, just a moment ago, a single strand of my spirit sensed his existence. He has returned. The white-haired man became increasingly excited, and his eyes were filled with tears. Your majesty, in the current Dragon Clan, only you have met the ancestor and none of us know what he looks like. How should we go about searching for him? An elder questioned. Indeed, in order to locate the Dragon Clan's ancestor, the white-haired man's life was similar to an oil lamp about to dry up. Although a spirit beast's lifespan was very long and even weaker beasts could live up for 1,000 years, it did not mean that their lifespan wouldn't dry up. Unless their strength was at the pinnacle, there would come a day when their lifespan was used up. Chapter 1586, Craven and Cowardly Little Bug. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Consequently, although the white-haired man maintained his youthful looks and even his physique had not declined, that was due to him overdrafting his lifespan in order to make the Dragon clan willing to serve him. In fact, he was already unable to step out of the clan, and could only rely on various elders to search for their ancestor. I've considered this question before, and so I have especially drawn the ancestor's portrait. You'll be able to locate him according to this portrait. The white-haired man mysteriously smiled and fished the portrait out from his chest, placing it on the table. The portrait was slowly opened, and in that instant, the portrait of the Dragon clan's ancestor was seen by all the elders. How should they say this? Their ancestor's appearance was somewhat unexpected. A tiny green bug was drawn on the painting, with a transparent body and a pair of huge eyes that looked cute. If they didn't know of his identity beforehand, perhaps everyone would regard it as a harmless little bug. Your Majesty. The elders looked up collectively, and the shocked gaze landed on the white-haired man. Are you sure that this is our Dragon clan's ancestor? Why does he look so different? Not only did it not look like their ancestor, clearly it didn't even look like a dragon. A small thing like that actually had the strength to control the Dragon clan. At that time when the ancestor was still present, I was young, but I saw him from a distance. He's indeed our ancestor and is extremely formidable. The white-haired man's eyes were filled with adoration and reverence. His expression was just like worshipping his own god. In the Dragon clan's heart, the ancestor was just like a god in their hearts, and a selfless one. Your Majesty. Witnessing the white-haired man's expression, the elders took the portrait and respectfully said, "Please rest assured that we will definitely locate the ancestor and bring him back." The white-haired man faintly smiled and spoke in a gentle tone, "I feel confident handing this matter over to all of you. After the ancestor returns, I'll be able to rest in peace." In a guest room within Beast City, Yun Luofeng leaned on Yun Xiao's shoulders while playing with Little Bug in her hands. Little Bug dared to be angry but didn't say it out loud. He could only restrain his grievance and allow Yun Luofeng to handle him. If he hadn't reached an agreement with Yun Xiao in order to leave that place, he wouldn't be suffering so miserably. Yun Xiao, what are Little Bug's origins? Why was he at the God Burial Mountain? Yun Luofeng quirked her brow and asked while beaming with a big smile. Yun Xiao expressionlessly turned towards Little Bug. Although he hadn't spoken, he revealed his intentions with his expressions. The Little Bug felt wrong, yet he didn't dare to resist and could only honestly reply, "In the past, I accidentally provoked a deity-level expert." Deity-level expert? Yun Luofeng was startled. A deity-level existence existed on this continent. That deity-level expert's strength was too terrifying, so I escaped. Of course, how could a powerful dragon like me tell others I was escaping? Therefore, I informed my clansmen that I provoked an expert, and to prevent bringing calamity to the clan, I would bear the responsibility of leading that expert away. When he spoke, Little Bug had a complacent expression, similar to being proud of his own intellect. That expert couldn't find my location, so he wrecked my territory. Frankly speaking, I knew about that expert's personality, and he would at the most damage some buildings and not harm my clansmen. This was the reason why I had escaped with ease. Chapter 1587, Hong Luan 1. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Little Bug held his head high, completely not thinking that his actions were disgraceful. From his point of view, letting others know he was being chased would cause his status to be lowered. How did you offend the deity-leveled expert? A smile could be seen in Yun Luofeng's eyes. Little Bug stiffened and had an awkward expression. His mouth twitched a few times, and his expression was just as if this topic was extremely embarrassing. Feng, do you prefer it grilled or steamed? Yun Xiao's voice was merciless, and anyone could detect that he was very unhappy that Little Bug hadn't answered Yun Luofeng's questioning. Little Bug's expression instantly paled. He originally wanted to bluff his way through, but after sensing Yun Xiao's callous glance, he shuddered. If it was others, perhaps his lies would be effective. However, he had already reached an agreement with this man, and Yun Xiao would see through it if he spoke even a single lie. Many years ago, I got to know a deity-level expert, but we were only considered casual acquaintances. However, Little Bug's expression turned even more unsightly. There was once when I was having my afternoon nap and the Beastard did not notice my presence. After I had been shocked awake, I found that I was buried in his excrement. In a fit of anger, I enlarged my body and pierced into his. Us. Yun Luofeng's fingers froze and her expression also turned to embarrassment. She took a deep breath, to resist the impulse of throwing Little Bug outside. Mistress, don't you think the Beastard was too much? Little Bug complained angrily. He first used a lump of excrement to bury me, and I only burst into his anus out of anger. Was there a need to chase me all the way to my clan? Yun Luofeng shot a glance at Little Bug. You should rejoice that he only chased you. Little Bug blinked his eyes, looking at Yun Luofeng blankly. What did Mistress mean? He actually had to rejoice being chased down. Yun Luofeng paused and continued speaking. Luckily he didn't fall in love with you due to this. Little Bug revealed a stupid look, seemingly not understanding what she meant. Suddenly, a large hand stretched out from the side, grabbed Little Bug, and forcefully threw him out the window. Yun Xiao pulled Yun Luofeng's shoulders with force, making her face himself. His cold eyes were currently overflowing with a grievance. He occupied too much of your time, to the extent that he wanted to slaughter that bug. This was the first time Yun Xiao regretted bringing along Little Bug. Although Yun Luofeng hadn't said it out loud, she was in fact quite fond of this bug, and this made Yun Xiao jealous. Looking at the man before her, Yun Luofeng chuckled and pressed Yun Xiao on the bed. Yun Xiao, you're jealous of a spirit beast. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and a dangerous glint streaked across. Sensing 2 soft lumps on his chest, lust clouded his mind. He then pulled her arm and flipped her over, pressing her down on the bed and kissed her lips, causing her to grab onto the bed sheets. The man's lips were very thin and cold yet overbearing. Flames of lust could be faintly seen in his eyes and seemingly able to literally cause one to burn from desire. With their clothing taken off, there were only 2 figures continuously in a tangle on the huge bed, and the room was filled with an exquisite scene. Chapter 1588, Hong Luan 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yili, get the hell out here right now. The next day, a furious shout echoed through the entire palace. Just as Yili was getting dressed with the palace maid's help, she saw a woman covered with a veil across her face rushing in. Yili, who jumped from shock, had relaxed after hearing the woman's voice. Elder sister, why have you come looking for me? Yili, you sure are bold to bring outsiders to deal with the leopard clan. In addition, they injured father. My face must have also been their mischief. The eldest princess trembled with rage and her slender fingers furiously pointed at Yili. Her appearance of gnashing her teeth in anger was just like she was about to dismember Yili. Yili gently smiled. Elder sister, father was injured by some falling objects and no one had attacked him. As for you, maybe you have been infected with some disease, so don't even think about framing someone. You. The eldest princess's complexion became increasingly unsightly. Although everyone knew that their father getting injured was related to Yun Xiao, who had seen him attacking. Could Yun Xiao overpower their father just relying on his aura? Was this even possible? Yili, just you wait. I'll make you regret this. The eldest princess fiercely flung her sleeves and walked out. Yili sneered as she gazed at her back. She wasn't stupid and knew that her face getting injured at that time was caused by her elder sister. As everyone knew, spirit beasts' nature was simple and wouldn't fight and scheme against each other. However, those were spirit beasts that resided in the mountains and woods for long and hadn't had dealings with humans, thus they hadn't learned how to be scheming. Now that the beast province had progressed, how could the residents here be as simple and naive as other spirit beasts? Any simple living beings would no longer be white paper after being dyed. Within the rear court, the moment the eldest princess stepped in, a group of handsome men had surrounded her. They were acting like concubines of an emperor and encircled around the princess, waiting for her love and pampering. Get lost. The eldest princess snorted and kicked their chests as she furiously shouted. One man's appearance was rather handsome, with an ascetic bearing. On normal occasions, it was also his appearance that caused him to be pampered by the princess. However, after meeting a man of Yun Xiao's standards, the eldest princess actually felt that the male concubines in her rear court were ugly and would make her want to puke if she took another glance. Since this man has rejected me, then I must obtain him. The eldest princess licked her lips while revealing greed. In Beast City, no matter it was spirit beast or humans, no one could escape from her charms. Her status was respectable and with a peerless appearance, no male could even resist her enticement. There were only 2 men who dared to reject her. The first was Hu Li, and the second was that calloused black-robed man. The more she was rejected, the more she wanted to obtain them, and she would not hesitate using any methods to have them. The eldest princess walked into her room and closed the door. After commanding her bodyguards to leave, she walked to her bed and carefully took out a scroll from under her pillow. She took the scroll, and slowly set it on fire using the flame of a candle. Among the rising smoke, a blue dragon figure could be seen. Its expression contained dominance and arrogance, looking down at the eldest princess as if looking at a cockroach. Within its blue eyes, no one would be worthy. Why are you looking for me? Chapter 1589, Hong Luan 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The dragon's tone was cold as it looked down on the eldest princess. Dragon Lord, the eldest princess felt joy and hastily said, recently I've encountered a few humans, and a female named Yun Luofeng among them has the flame spirit fruit you're looking for. The fate between the eldest princess and this dragon was something that happened many years ago. In those days, the young eldest princess was learning through experience outside and incidentally encountered a heavily injured dragon. She had saved this dragon in order to obtain a friendly relationship with the dragon clan. Before the dragon left, it had given the eldest princess this scroll, and if she were to encounter danger, she could use this scroll to summon him. Flame spirit fruit. You're certain about that? The dragon's eyes suddenly brightened. Hearing its response, the eldest princess's eyes twinkled. Unfortunately, this flame spirit fruit has been consumed by that woman. HMPH. So what if she has consumed it? The flame spirit fruit isn't that easily digested. After I've located and killed her, I'll be able to extract the fruit by dissecting her organs. The dragon's voice contained disdain. However, in recent days, our king has passed down commands that the whole dragon clan has to search for our ancestor. I have no time to extract the flame spirit fruit, so you shall deliver that woman here to the dragon clan. The moment he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. The eldest princess was completely flabbergasted. Using up her sole life-saving opportunity had only given her such a result. If she could deal with Yun Luofeng herself, would she have to seek for him? The fact that the dragon would be unable to find the flame spirit fruit in Yun Luofeng's body was no longer in her scope of consideration, as she had gone mad from jealousy. What right did that type of woman have to such an outstanding man? Even if she can obtain him, she would never allow Yun Luofeng to have him. However, at present, how should she deceive Yun Luofeng to go to the Dragon Clan? It seems like this method isn't useful. The eldest princess's eyes darkened. Right now, the only method to deal with them is to seek for other beast races' help. Thinking of this, she pushed the door and walked out. Men, inform the Fox Clan, Falcon Clan, Wolf Clan, and various other large clans that there are humans who came forth to provoke us. In addition, they injured my father and we require everyone's help. I understand, eldest princess. The bodyguard cupped his hands and retreated. Under the azure skies, Yili impatiently looked at Hu Li standing before her. Are you honestly leaving? Hu Li nodded. Princess Yili, please take care of yourself. At this moment, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao walked out. Shooting a glance at the young lady who was reluctant to part with Hu Li, she smirked in a teasing manner. However, she did not say anything concerning that, merely turning towards Hu Li and slowly saying, Hu Li, we should set off. All right. Hu Li did not notice Princess Yili's peculiarity and smiled seductively. Originally wanting to walk beside Yun Luofeng, he tactfully retreated after meeting with Yun Xiao's cold expression. They walked out of the arched door very soon. Princess Yili looked on helplessly at Hu Li leaving and was tempted to speak up, hoping they could bring her along, but alas, she was unable to say anything. Oh right. Yun Luofeng suddenly stopped and threw a porcelain bottle towards Princess Yili with a wave of her hand. The herbal plaster in that bottle can treat your scar. Remember to apply it every morning and night. Princess Yili stared blankly and tightly held onto the porcelain bottle in her hands. Biting on her lips, she said, thank you. After Yun Luofeng and company walked out the palace gates, this news was also transmitted to the eldest princess and she suddenly stood up. Chapter 1590, Hong Luan 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. What did you say? Those humans have left. She tightly clenched her fist. I didn't expect they would leave just like that. However, there's no concern as the Beast Province is the Straight Beast territory. They won't be able to escape. Concurrently in a cavern of the Dragon Clan, a faint smile surfaced on the blue-robed man's face as his gentle gaze spilled out and landed on the woman laying on the ice bed. This woman's appearance was gorgeous, capable of ruining and overturning states, and her aggressiveness could be seen. At this moment, the red-robed lady had been firmly confined in the ice bed, unable to move a single step. She could only use her eyes filled with fury to glare intently at the blue-robed man, and the fury apparent in her eyes seemed to be able to burn him to ashes. The blue-robed man reached out, wanting to touch her face, but her temper was so fierce that she bit his outstretched fingers. The man sucked in a cold breath from pain, yet did not rebuke her. In contrary, he had a gentle expression while looking at her. Hong Luan, why are you doing this? Isn't being my wife a good thing? Get lost, the red-robed lady furiously shouted. I feel revulsion whenever I see your face. Hong Luan, have you heard? I've located the flame-strip fruit, and with that, I can save you. Hearing his words, the red-robed lady sneered with a ridiculing smile. Who was the one who landed me in such a state? Hong Luan, I had fallen for you previously and wanted you to bear my child. I didn't expect such an incident to happen. The blue-robed man frowned, carrying guilt on his handsome face. Unfortunately, I don't fancy you. She had to increase her strength and avenge Yun Luofeng. She would never stay here to become a dragon's wife. Evidently, Hong Luan was still unaware of the news of Yun Luofeng being alive. Hong Luan, you will be my wife and I'll have you bear a complete child, not a half-beast. Once a human and straight beast consummated their relationship, the child they produced would be a half-beast, and regardless of its talent or life expectancy, there would be a huge difference. He would never allow his own child to be a half-beast. There was only one method available in order for Hong Luan to bear a complete child, and that method was extremely dangerous. Otherwise, Hong Luan wouldn't have to rely on this ice bed to survive. However, what he couldn't understand was why Hong Luan was unwilling to accept such an outstanding dragon like himself. Hong Luan tightly clenched her fist but felt powerless. If my friend is still alive, she'll definitely come looking for me, and if she's here, she'll take me away even if she has to overturn your entire dragon clan. If Yun Luofeng is still alive, she will definitely rescue me. Hong Luan lowered her eyes, concealing the grief and sadness in her eyes. As long as she recalled her old friend's death, she would still feel a heart-wrenching pain. Hong Luan, the blue-robed man couldn't help but chuckle. Are you joking with me? Are you unaware of what kind of existence my dragon clan is? If your friend truly dares to barge in, there will be no future for her. Hong Luan coldly smiled and straightforwardly shut her eyes, not caring about this man before her. Yun Luofeng, if you are still alive, I believe you'll definitely come to rescue me. The blue-robed man glanced at Hong Luan, revealing a helpless expression. He turned towards the bodyguard and said, retrieve the flame-strip fruit in Beast City. I don't completely trust that princess. By the way, the woman who has the fruit seems to be called Yun Luofeng. Chapter 1591, Wind Chasing Alliance 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng. Hong Luan shuddered but instantly regained her calm. Impossible. This Yun Luofeng absolutely could not be the Yun Luofeng that she knew. It was nothing but a coincidence. Although the hope in Hong Luan wanted to burst out, she harshly suppressed it to the bottom of her heart. She was afraid that she would get excited for nothing in the end. Beast Province. Inside the overgrown mountainous forest, people were a rare sight and even spirit beasts were not seen. Hence, Yun Luofeng was not yet aware of the commotion she had caused in Beast Province. Human. A sneaky little head peeked out from a tree and looked at Yun Luofeng and her group in astonishment. Are you a newly arrived human in Beast Province? Huang Yingying and Hu Li stood on guard beside Yun Luofeng, cautiously watching the little boy. The little boy might look young, but how could someone who appeared here be someone average? Who are you? Huang Yingying coldly asked with a wrinkle of her eyebrows. I am human, just like you. However, regarding the humans inside Beast Province, those who are ugly are turned into slaves by the beast race while those who are good-looking are overtaken. My dad was the same as you and accidentally stumbled into Beast Province. Fortunately, he had joined the alliance, or perhaps he would have already been snatched by the beast race. Before coming to Beast Province, Yun Luofeng had learned about the treatment of humans in Beast Province. Although Hong Luan once said that some humans could not resist the temptation of handsome men and beautiful women, there were still some people who were unwilling to be enslaved by the beast race. Hence, the alliance mentioned by the boy must have been created because of this. Have you seen a woman in red called Hong Luan? Yun Luofeng asked after a moment of contemplation. The boy tilted his head innocently. She is not part of our alliance. If she was a member of the alliance, he would have heard of her. How long has your alliance been established? Yun Luofeng continued asking. The boy thought about it before answering, about 2 years. 2 years ago, the humans of Beast Province were still in an abyss of suffering, but a man suddenly appeared and established the Wind Chasing Alliance, gathering the humans of Beast Province. Wind Chasing Alliance. Who's the president of the alliance? Yun Luofeng gently stroked her chin and narrowed her eyes. The alliance doesn't have a president. The founder of the alliance only granted himself the position of vice president. He said that the president had not appeared yet and the Wind Chasing Alliance was established on behalf of his old friend, the boy patiently explained. Then the name of the vice president is? I am not certain, I only know vice president's surname is Nangong. Nangong. Yun Luofeng was startled but she did not think about this surname too much. After exchanging a glance with Yun Xiao, she turned to face the innocent and adorable boy again. Can you bring us to the alliance? All right. The boy innocently smiled, showing his eye teeth. Vice President isn't in the alliance currently, but the other people inside the alliance are all friendly. Follow me. Seeing the lack of threat from the boy, Hu Li familiarly walked toward the boy and asked with raised brows, Little guy, are you half beast? Yes, my dad was previously violated by a spirit beast. When he escaped, he brought me along. The little boy turned to look at Hu Li with a brilliant smile. I like humans a lot, so I followed dad to the alliance. Chapter 1592, Wind Chasing Alliance 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The boy's smile was innocent, as though he was a child unversed in the world, easily winning other people's trust. A house appeared in sight not far from them. Willow trees surrounded the house, the branches falling everywhere and encasing the house. When the boy entered, the people who were drinking and chatting merrily discovered him and whistled. Xiao Yan, you have returned. These people are Uncle Tian Feng, Uncle Song Yu, Auntie Xiao Shi. These guests are humans who accidentally stumbled into Beast Province, so I brought them here. A brilliant smile curled on Xiao Yan's face. His smile gave people a comfortable feeling, and his round face was akin to an egg, fair and tender. Oh. Tian Feng raised his eyebrows and stood up. He walked toward Yun Luofeng with a loud laugh and brightly said, Since you are also humans, then I will allow you to join the alliance on behalf of the vice president. Please report your name. My name is Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng shrugged. This is my man, Yun Xiao. The other two are my subordinates Huang Yingying and Hu Li. Tian Feng and his associates' eyes brightened. The girl in front of them had clothes whiter than snow and a beauty that could ruin cities. Her appearance could contend with that of the beast people. As for Yun Xiao, although his face was icily handsome, he was like a loyal canine who silently guarded the girl beside him. However, the man's aura was very formidable, sending people's heart trembling. Our Wind Chasing Alliance's main mission is to gather all of the humans of Beast Province to fight the spirit beasts. I guess you were hunted by the spirit beasts, so you escaped here. But that's not important. Now that you have come to Wind Chasing Alliance, we won't allow any spirit beasts to bully you, Song Yu swore, clapping his chest. I have something that I wanted to ask you. Hu Li lifted his eyebrows. Since you are hunted by the spirit beasts here, why don't you leave Beast Province and head for human territory? What was their objective for remaining here? Leave. Are you kidding? Don't you know that as soon as you leave Beast Province, those who are weak will be directly killed by people of North Province while those who are strong will live the rest of their lives under their monitoring? If it's like that, it's better to take a risk here at Beast Province. The one who spoke was the only woman among the three people. Her smile was cold and full of despair. Xiao Shi. Qian Feng frowned and glanced at Xiao Shi before turning to Yun Luofeng and amiably said, "Not long ago, I heard news that the king of the leopard tribe was seriously injured by a human and it angered the other tribes of Beast Province, so those tribes planned to team up and kill the human who injured the leopard king." A human who injured the leopard king. Yun Luofeng glanced at the emotionless Yun Xiao beside her before quickly looking away. She helplessly shrugged. It appeared something major happened after they left Beast City. Hu Li was swelling with worry and appeared to be pondering something. Yun Luofeng glanced at him and smiled. Worrying about the little princess of the leopard tribe. Having his thoughts seen through, Hu Li's face froze, and embarrassment covered his face. She is the princess of the leopard tribe. Those people shouldn't hurt her. Although he said this, Hu Li did not have a lot of faith in his heart. Chapter 1593, Wind Chasing Alliance 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. No one knew the personality of the eldest princess better than him. If she shoved all of the responsibility to Yili, then Yili might lose her life. He did not want to see that. If you are worried, then I will have Yingying accompany you to bring Princess Yili back here. Yun Luofeng looked up. The beast race's objective is to find Yun Xiao and I, so she shouldn't be in any danger at the moment. If they waited any longer though, then she might be. Yun Luofeng had Huang Yingying follow her because Huang Yingying had already successfully received her inheritance and her strength skyrocketed, so the beast race would be unable to stop her under normal conditions. Alright, Hu Li directly agreed. He did not have feelings for Yili, but she saved his life, so he could not leave her behind without a care no matter what. Miss Yun, why did your subordinates leave? Song Mu curiously looked at the departing Hu Li and Huang Yingying with an astonished gaze. Yun Luofeng conducted the conversation just now inside Hu Li and Huang Yingying's mind, so they did not hear her voice. Plus, her vigilance had always been very high, so she would not allow the people in front of them to know her objective even if they were human. Nothing. Yun Luofeng did not plan to explain any further. Although Song Mu and the others were full of confusion, they did not inquire further. Everyone had something they were unwilling to say, right? The next day, an explosion rang in the house, causing everyone to jump up from their bed with fright. What happened? Song Mu was the first to rush out of his bedroom. The moment he stepped out, he was greeted with a sky covered with aerial beasts, causing cold sweat to pour down his body. What is going on? How did the spirit beasts find this place so fast? At the same time, other people also quickly left their rooms. When they saw the audacious spirit beasts, their face also turned unsightly. Sir Song Mu, was it the people who arrived yesterday? They brought the spirit beasts. Someone in the crowd spoke, eliciting discussions from everyone present. That's right, it must be those people. Moreover, that woman's subordinates left suddenly yesterday. It must have been to report our whereabouts to these spirit beasts. Otherwise, why were the spirit beasts able to find us as soon as they arrived? The people could not help but be suspicious. They had been hiding here for nearly 2 years and had never been discovered by spirit beasts, so how did the beasts find them as soon as these people arrived? At this time, Yun Luofeng pushed open her room's door, and her gorgeous figure appeared under the rays of dawn. Yun Xiao tacitly stood by her side, his icy eyes seeing no one but the girl beside him. Sir Song Mu, I suggest that we should kill this human before the spirit beasts kill us all. Xiao Yan that punk as well. If it weren't for him bringing these humans back, this wouldn't happen. We should kill him first too. In the crowd, the man who initially vilified Yun Luofeng sharply spoke again, glancing at her with a chilly gaze. Xiao Yan's face drained of colors, and he was unable to say anything due to terror. His aggrieved eyes pitifully watched Song Mu. Enough. Song Mu frowned. We don't have any evidence to prove that it was Miss Yun who brought the spirit beasts here. It's unwise to say things like that before we have evidence. Chapter 1594, The Battle Between Human and Beast 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The man instantly stopped speaking, but his expression retained his dissent. His dark eyes harshly glared at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao again. Yun Xiao's eyes coldly swept across him. His gaze carried a heavy pressure, similar to a giant rock pressing down on him and making him unable to breathe. His face turned ashen. Yun Xiao quickly retracted his gaze, and his face remained its usual indifference. Miss Yun, these spirit beasts are all very strong. Stay hidden. Leave them for us to handle. Qian Feng faintly smiled. When he turned to face the sky, his eyes abruptly sharpened like a sword and he snorted. So what if you found us? Our wind-chasing alliance absolutely cannot coexist with you beasts. Kill. Song Mu waved his hand and everyone in the alliance drew their weapon without a single person cowering. Roar. In the air, a spirit beast released an angry roar and swiftly dived down. He was similar to a fireball, so fast that people were unable to capture his speed. Song Mu hurriedly held his broadsword across his chest and with a bang, the spirit beast's head hit the body of the sword, creating a giant hole in it and causing Song Mu to stagger a few steps back. Not good. The spirit beasts that came this time are all too strong. Logically, why would the beast race send out such formidable experts? Normally, experts were unwilling to personally act and would all order their subordinates to complete the task. However, the beasts who came this time were all formidable presence inside the beast race. Why would these beasts appear due to a wind-chasing alliance? Could there be some unknown reason behind this? Be careful. When Qian Feng turned around, he saw the gigantic flaming lion floating behind Xiao Shi. His figure was like lightning and darted behind Xiao Shi, raising his sword to block the flaming lion's ferociously sharp claws. Clatter! The claws snapped Qian Feng's sword and pierced his chest. Blood rushed out his chest, dyeing his long cyan-colored robe red. Qian Feng coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was stumbling and nearly unable to remain standing. Despair rushed into everyone's heart. Qian Feng was undoubtedly the strongest of this group of people. But if even he was unable to face these powerful beasts, then weren't they merely waiting for death here? It's over. We will certainly be over this time. If Vice President was here, perhaps we would still have the ability to fight back. Everyone's face was pale beyond comparison. It was their first time feeling such immense despair. Even so, no one surrendered to the spirit beasts. They might die, but they did not want to be without their pride. Sister, I'm sorry. Xiao Yan's eyes contained tears as he apologetically said, if I didn't bring you back here, then you wouldn't encounter something like this. Boom. A giant noise came from behind Shan Yan the second he finished speaking. When Song Yu and the others looked up, they saw a giant gorilla jumping to the back of Xiao Yan. It swung its King Kong-like fists toward the young figure. Watch out! Song Yu shouted with panic. Qian Feng and Xiao Shi were the first to react, and they swiftly dashed towards Xiao Yan. But they were too late. Chapter 1595, The Battle Between Human and Beast 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The gorilla's fist was about to make contact with Xiao Yan's head. Only one hit would crack his head open and leave him without an intact corpse. Boom. An enormous force emitted from the gorilla's fist and sent dust flying in the air, causing people to choke non-stop. Song Yu and the others' eyes were filled with despair. Before Xiao Yan's father passed away, they all promised him to take care of Xiao Yan. They did not expect to have Xiao Yan encounter danger in front of them. Qian Feng, Song Yu, look. Xiao's eyes pupils dilated as she intently watched the dust clear. A fist several times smaller than the gorilla's steel-like arm was blocking it. It was a battered but still sharply dressed man. No matter how muscled he was still distinctly smaller than the gorilla. Ha ha ha. Delicate laughter was heard from a tree, closely followed by a flaming little girl jumping down. Her appearance frightened the originally relaxed people of the Wind-Chasing Alliance. This is also a spirit beast. The little girl looked innocent and naive, and her delicate face was incredibly cute. If one ignored the powerful and imposing flames emanating from her body, perhaps one could mistake her for a normal child like Xiao Yan. Huohuo, why do you jump down from a tree for your every entrance? A voice came from the earth, stupefying everyone. A milk-colored gold-seeking hamster burrowed out of the earth with countless other gold-seeking hamsters following his lead. Two of the hamsters were the most eye-catching. One of them was a pink-colored hamster while the other had a crown on her head. Aren't you the same? We were clearly dispatched from the same location, but why do you choose the underground every time? Huohuo curled her lips and disdainfully retorted. We are gold-seeking hamsters. Isn't hole digging normal? You are a fox, why do you keep climbing trees for no reason? I like it, why do you care? Huohuo lifted her chin and overbearingly declared. The gorilla could not stand by idly and watch, so he interjected, you must be members of the hamster tribe and fox tribe. Why did you come so late? The people of the Wind-Chasing Alliance felt their hearts sinking. These spirit beasts were hard to handle, to begin with, but there were so many newcomers. The flaming little girl's strength was especially hard to ignore. Although gold-seeking hamsters were considered to be low-leveled spirit beasts, they couldn't overlook the fact that these hamsters could speak human speech. Unfortunately, what threw them into further despair was the sight of the gold-seeking hamster who was making snide remarks at the little girl transforming into a handsome youth. The pink-colored hamster and hamster queen beside him also turned into a human. A gold-seeking hamster who could utter human speech and transform into a human was simply legendary. Fox tribe. The little girl sneered. How could an inferior tribe like that be where I stay? Moreover, I wouldn't mingle with bad company like you brutes. She might have lost a tail, but her talent was still formidable, so how could she be a member of the fox tribe that survived by charming people? Because the gorilla's face was dark, the transformation on his face could not be seen, but anyone could feel the heaven-bursting fury that erupted from him. Roar. He pounded his fists against his chest, and his gaze was extremely ferocious. Since you aren't part of us, then go die. Chapter 1596, The Battle Between Human and Beast 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The gorilla wanted to go around Yunyi to attack Huohuo, but his path was blocked by Yunyi. He grew angrier and his fists fiercely shot toward Yunyi's chest. At the same time, the other spirit beasts moved again. They wanted to swoop down but Huohuo stopped them with a wall of fire. Some of the beasts can restrain their forward motion fast enough, so they instantly slammed into the wall of fire, which caused them to wail in pain. The people of the Wind-Chasing Alliance were dumbfounded as they watched the leader in a fiery red dress, unable to say anything due to their shock. This spirit beast was here to help them. Squeak, squeak. The spirit beasts who previously charged into the crowd had to face the group of gold-seeking hamsters. With the wall of fire here, no one can pass through. Huohuo clapped her hands and turned to look at Yun Luofeng with a brilliant smile. Master, this should be enough. Yunyi and the gold-seeking hamsters could handle the other spirit beasts. Master. Everyone instantly looked at Yun Luofeng. This spirit beast was her pet. With a powerful trump card like this, no wonder she dared to enter Beast Province. Ha ha ha, you idiotic humans. The gorilla guffaw. Do you think you can subdue the beast race like this? Truly naive and laughable. The two strongest tribes of our beast race have yet to appear. But I have received news that an expert of the Phoenix tribe is on the way here. The faces of the wind-chasing alliance turned ashen. The wall of fire prevented the troop of spirit beasts outside, but it also meant they would be trapped here. When the member of the Phoenix tribe arrived, they still would not escape death. Humph. The gorilla snorted and looked at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao with contempt. These two humans injured the leopard king. Our beast race absolutely won't spare any provokers. What? Song Yu turned to look at him, shock clear in his eyes. Why you? Injured the leopard king. Yun Xiao was emotionless as his dark eyes coldly watched the gorilla in front of them. An austere aura rushed from him again, sending his black robes madly dancing. At this time, the call of a phoenix rang in the sky, shocking everyone and nearly causing them to stumble to the ground. Phoenixes were affiliated with fire, so they naturally turned the sky fiery red, akin to the most magnificent glow of sunset, brilliant and dazzling. The sky was a spectacular sight. Countless fiery phoenixes swept in from the distance, leaving a red shadow behind in the air the moment they flew past. It was as though a fire was igniting the sky. These phoenixes were all beautiful and elegant as they enveloped every inch of the air and exerted a powerful pressure on everyone present. It made him aware of how weak they were in front of these imposing phoenixes. Ha ha, humans, do you see? One of the strongest tribes of our beast race, the Phoenix tribe, has appeared. If you submit without resisting and obediently become slaves of the beast race, perhaps you can still retain a trace of hope. The gorilla proclaimed with large guffaws. His laughter was full of ridicule and contempt. Evidently, to spirit beasts, humans only deserve to be their slaves. Just like how humans enslaved spirit beasts outside of Beast Province. The phoenixes released another graceful and resounding cry, ringing in the sky and causing the roars and howls below them to appear as though they were responding to the phoenix's cry. Chapter 1597, Face Slapping. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. It's over. Despair rose on Song Yu's face, and the hope in his eyes dissipated without a trace. The arrival of the phoenixes was the same as a death penalty for the wind-chasing alliance. Sir Phoenix, these humans are too cunning and shameless. I beg you all to lend us a hand. All of the beasts cried in unison. Some of the spirit beasts sent a call of aid to the phoenix in the tribe, reverence and worship clear in their eyes. In contrast, the people of the wind-chasing alliance had already collapsed on the ground, as though silently waiting for the arrival of the god of death. In the air, the build of the leading phoenix was gigantic. Raging flame burned between his wings, and with a flap of his wings, the weeds on the ground were instantly ignited. Terror invaded everyone's heart. It was only then that they understood how small humans were in front of the beast race. Boom. Suddenly, an ear-splitting sound rang, and the leading phoenix was already swooping toward Yun Xiao, charging toward the ground. The originally firm wall of fire was shattered by the powerful and fierce aura in a split second and turned into balls of flames that disappeared from the world. We respectfully welcome Master's return. Bang. The leading phoenix abruptly landed on the ground and his figure gradually elongated, turning into a handsome man with fiery red hair. He deferentially kneeled in front of Yun Xiao. We respectfully welcome Master's return. The vigorous voices of all the phoenix resounded in the night sky, shaking the horizon and lingering in the air. Everyone's expression transformed. For the members of the beast race, surprise turned into shock, and shock turned into fear. Dread enveloped their eyes. In comparison, hope crept onto the originally pale faces of the humans, and they all turned to Yun Xiao and the phoenix tribe expert before him. Master. If they heard correctly, the expert of the Phoenix tribe called Yun Xiao, Master, just now. How? Was this possible? How could a powerful existence like the Phoenix tribe willingly follow a human as master? Although everyone had an abundance of questions in their mind, no one dared to raise an inquiry. After all, no one dared to provoke an expert of the Phoenix tribe. Yun Xiao, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and looked at the man beside her with a pointed smile. I previously said that I came to the Seven Province continent to scout for you, and I also told you that some of my power existed inside Seven Province continent. Yun Xiao paused and seriously looked at Yun Luofeng. The Phoenix tribe is the race that I acquired when I came to Beast Province. The corner of Yun Luofeng's lips slightly twitched. But why didn't you mention the power you acquired was the Phoenix tribe? Yun Xiao's expression contained surprise, incomprehension, and also aggrievement. You didn't ask me. If Yun Luofeng asked him, then he would certainly tell everything to her. However, she did not ask him, so he never told her the situation inside Beast Province. Yun Luofeng clenched her teeth. I will punish you well tonight. I will prepare a whip in advance and wait for you, Yun Xiao seriously responded. The expert of the Phoenix tribe felt his world shatter. Mistress claimed she would punish Master, and Master actually said he would prepare a whip in advance and wait for her. Chapter 1598, Let's Get Married, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. This. They never expected their master to have masochistic tendencies. The expert of the Phoenix tribe's mouth twitched. As expected, powerful people had peculiar hobbies. Yun Xiao coldly glanced at the red-haired man, causing him to shudder. The man hurriedly curbed the smile on his face and turned solemn. Do you need something? The man's voice was as cold as always while his face remained devoid of emotions. His pitch-black eyes were dark beyond words, and one could not see their figure in his eyes. He considered everyone beneath him. However, he had the qualifications to do so. Master, it was Elder who sent me here to invite Master to head to the Phoenix tribe. Yun Xiao's voice was icy. I'm not the master of the Phoenix tribe. Then, he pulled Yun Luofeng into his embrace and imposingly declared, the only master of the Phoenix tribe is her. His everything belonged to Yun Luofeng. Even if he took over the world, it would be for her. If it were not for Yun Luofeng, he would not have conquered the Phoenix tribe. Hence, he naturally gave the Phoenix tribe to her now. This. The red-haired man was startled, bearing some hesitance. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Yun Xiao, if I wanted to establish a faction, I would rely on my own abilities. I don't need to obtain it from you. Yun Xiao peered down at the girl before him, his thoughts enigmatic. A while later, his rough and magnetic voice rang, all right. His woman had always been so self-reliant and independent. He should be proud of her, shouldn't he? The red-haired man subconsciously relaxed. They acknowledged Yun Xiao not only because he helped them, but also because of his strength. Currently, this woman's strength remained unknown, so they did not want to submit to her. However, Yun Xiao's following words drained the colors from his face. The Phoenix tribe belongs to me, and I belong to you. I'm the master of the Phoenix tribe, but also a guard that will protect you for your whole life. After their initial encounter, he had cast away his identity as the Ghost Emperor and willingly became her guard to accompany her. Although their relationship had changed already, one thing had not changed. He was still willing to listen to her on every matter and was wholeheartedly willing to be her guard her whole life. The red-haired man's complexion turned paler, and his lips started lightly trembling. Master meant that he was willing to remain the master of the Phoenix tribe, but more importantly, he was mistress guard. Then wouldn't the status of the Phoenix tribe become lower? Sir Phoenix, the gorilla returned to his senses finally, but his mind was still tangled as he impetuously asked, are you mistaken? This guy is a human, how could the Phoenix tribe recognize a human as master? Idiot. The red-haired man snorted and turned to the gorilla, rage in his expression. Who gave you the guts to bully the master of my Phoenix tribe? Sir Phoenix, he is merely lowly human. Swish. The red-haired man raised his hand and fire shot out of his palm. The gorilla's gigantic body flew back with his limbs in the air and incredibly battered. You ridiculed the master of my Phoenix tribe as lowly, isn't that the same as insulting my Phoenix tribe as lowly? This is an unforgivable crime. Someone, turn the gorilla tribe into the most inferior race, strip them of all of their power, and cast them to the frontier. Chapter 1599, Let's Get Married, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The gorilla's gaze turned from initial astonishment to despair and dazedly looked at the red-haired man's infuriated face. The gorilla tribe categorized as the most inferior race. Stripped of all power. To the frontier. These words were like a hammer, harshly pounding on the gorilla's heart, and caused him to regretfully beat his chest while bawling. His sobs reverberated through the forest and lingered in the air. You want the same fate as the gorilla tribe? The red-haired man indifferently asked with a glance toward the stripped beasts of the other tribes. Plop. The beasts all knelt down in unison from fright and mercilessly kowtowed, afraid that they would share the same fate as the gorilla tribe. The members of the wind-chasing alliance felt like they were in a daze and did not dare to believe what they were seeing. The stripped beasts who were lording over them and clamoring for their lives just now were kneeling in front of them. Their trembling figures were particularly satisfying. Xiao Yan. Inside the crowd of beasts, a pretty woman swiftly stepped out and climbed to the front of Xiao Yan, tightly tugging his sleeve. Xiao Yan, I'm your mother. Hurry and plead on my behalf. I don't want to be sent away. Xiao Yan froze. He looked down at the woman kneeling before him and begging and tightly bit his lips. Since I was a child, you have never given me a smile. Because I wasn't talented and did not compare to my brothers and sisters, you claimed I was a burden. My dad clearly didn't do anything wrong, but you frequently beat him, simply because he was human. If you despise humans so much, then why do you snatch humans to be your husbands? Hence, Dad escaped. I didn't want to see you, so I left with him. All I remember after that is the countless number of assassins you sent after us. Xiao Yan's expression revealed his pain, and his voice was full of emotion. Now, you bring a group of people to kill us. Why should I plead for you? I wish you would die faster so I can avenge Dad. Xiao Yan, don't forget, you are half-beast. The blood of stripped beasts flows through your veins. The woman desperately exclaimed, not having expected Xiao Yan to be so heartless. Xiao Yan snorted. Different from his previous innocence, his voice was brimming with hatred. Then I would rather be fully human. It would be better than having the blood of stripped beasts flowing through me. The woman gave up hope. She released her grasp, and her body grew limp, collapsing on the ground. Her face was deathly pale and her lips were shivering. Song Yu, do you still remember me? I am Xiao King. Xiao Shi, come back. I'll treat you better from now on. Plead on my behalf, I. Zhang Yu, I was wrong. Save me. Almost every member of the wind-chasing alliance shared some type of relationship with these stripped beasts. However, their memories with them were too nauseating. So nauseating that they did not want to remember. However, the wind-chasing alliance had become their only hope. They could only grasp at this last straw with their life without relenting. The red-haired man turned to Yun Xiao and respectfully asked, Master, how do you plan to punish these audacious beasts? Yun Xiao did not answer and turned to look at Yun Luofeng. Seeing Yun Xiao's action, the red-haired man understood and hurriedly looked at Yun Luofeng. Mistress, please issue an order. Chapter 1600, Let's Get Married, 3. Yun Luofeng's hand lightly stroked her chin, a dangerous glint in her eyes. This history of the beast tribes is long, and every tribe contains precious treasure. She paused briefly. So if they want us to let bygones be bygones, then I want to see their sincerity. The beast race did not lack intelligent individuals. They understood her meaning as soon as she spoke and hurriedly sent a tribesman to bring their tribe's treasures here. They would rather hand over precious treasures than be evicted. However, spirit beasts like the boar were innately stupid and did not comprehend Yun Luofeng's meaning at all. A boar blankly asked, sincerity. Will you spare us if we sincerely apologize? Stupid. An expert from the wolf tribe smacked his fist onto the boar's head. She is implying for you to take out your tribe's treasure in exchange for your whole tribe's safety. So it's like that. Only then did the boar come to a realization. But he felt somewhat disdainful. Humans were truly troublesome. Why didn't they clearly speak their thoughts and instead needed to waste their brain cells? Before those people bring their treasures as a ransom for them, these people will remain here. Huo, stand guard over them. Whoever wants to escape, kill without mercy. Yun Luofeng lifted her hand to pull on Yun Xiao's lapels and wickedly smiled. Yun Xiao, shouldn't we go to our bed and settle the score? Yun Xiao's lips slightly turned up, and his magnetic voice uttered, all right. He would never say no to her. Inside a spacious room, Yun Xiao silently took out a whip before slowly turning around and holding his hands behind his head, similar to a person who erred accepting the discipline. Yun Luofeng was dumbfounded. She accepted the whip that Yun Xiao handed to her as she asked, what are you doing? Waiting for your punishment. Yun Xiao's eyes were very serious, so serious that it made Yun Luofeng's face darken. Bang! Suddenly, Yun Luofeng dashed toward Yun Xiao and harshly pressed him onto the bed, forcefully kissing the man. Yun Xiao, let me tell you now what my punishment is. In truth, Yun Luofeng was not angry at Yun Xiao at all. Moreover, she did not ask him to begin with. With Yun Xiao's personality, he did not say anything unless she asked him. More importantly, she did not intend to borrow his power all along. She was unwilling to become a woman who stood behind a man. She wanted to fight by his side and stand at the pinnacle of this continent together. Yun Xiao, after I find Hong Luan, I want to return to Land of No Return and hold our marriage ceremony. Yun Xiao stared at the woman holding him down, a smile rising in his dark, bottomless eyes. You finally plan to give me an official title. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. Are you truly the same as grandfather and think I'm the type of person who evades responsibility after eating you clean? I was merely separated from you the whole time. After we met again after many difficulties, Hong Luan went missing. Without these friends, how can I get married in peace? She paused briefly before continuing, so, I decided that we would hold our wedding after we find Hong Luan. All right. Not only our wedding, Yun Xiao pulled on Yun Luofeng's arm and reversed their positions. Shouldn't we also begin creating a new life? He began stripping Yun Luofeng of her clothes, littering them onto the floor, and drew down the bed curtains as well. Two panting people could vaguely be seen through the white curtains. Chapter 1601, The President of the Wind-Chasing Alliance 1. The next day. It wasn't until sunlight streamed into the room that the two people on the bed sleeping in an embrace opened their eyes. Yun Luofeng moved her aching shoulders and glared at Yun Xiao. Next time, if you torment me like this again, then go sleep on the floor. I will be gentler next time. Yun Xiao pulled Yun Luofeng back into his arms, a faint smile spreading on his face. It's late. We should make our preparations to leave this place. Yun Luofeng stretched her legs and sat up from the bed. Squeak. The room door was pushed open. A young girl entered and respectfully said, Master, Mistress, Sir Fang Yue ordered this servant to serve you. This girl was evidently a member of the Phoenix tribe, and the aforementioned Sir Fang Yue was the leader of that group of phoenixes. Yun Xiao frowned. Leave. I don't need anyone to serve us. Master, Sir Fang Yue had this servant come here to dress mistress. The girl kept her head lowered, not daring to look up at Yun Xiao. The man's aura was too powerful, so much so that it caused her to tremble in fear. Sir Fang Yue already said Master was difficult to serve, but she did not expect it to be difficult to this extent. Not permitted. Yun Xiao coldly glanced at the girl, expressionless. I will suffice. The girl was startled. She did not dare to believe the man in front of her was the master of their Phoenix tribe. Would he personally serve mistress? For humans, men were superior and women were inferior. Even the Phoenix tribe who respected the powerful did not have men who were willing to attend to their woman. Master was truly different from normal humans. As you ordered. The girl cupped her fists and retreated from the room. Yun Xiao's sharp brows were knit closely together, and a cold and solemn air emanated from his handsome face. It looks like I need to teach the Phoenix tribe some rules. They intruded in the room without announcing themselves. Yun Xiao, the sun is high in the sky already, shouldn't we rise? After being tormented the whole night by Yun Xiao, the sun was high in the sky. All right. Yun Xiao smiled, a rare gentle tone in his rough voice. He casually pulled some clothes from the floor. Let me dress you. Everyone from the alliance was already gathered inside a hall. It was a long while before they saw the late Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. Sister Yun. Xiao Yan happily ran to Yun Luofeng's side. Brother Yun, and you are truly awesome. From now on, you are the savior of our wind-chasing alliance. Yun Luofeng faintly smiled. Suddenly, she caught sight of a chilly glance from the crowd. When she looked over, the gaze was already withdrawn, and the person had donned an apologetic smile. This man was evidently the person who earlier claimed that Yun Luofeng was the one who attracted the spirit beasts here. She originally thought it was merely a misunderstanding, but it appeared that this man was not simple. I need to leave this place temporarily. If Huang Yingying and Hu Li return, let them wait for us here at the wind-chasing alliance. Yun Luofeng paused. Also, have you seen a woman named Hong Luan? Hong Luan. In an instant, everyone blankly looked at each other with astonishment in their eyes. Feng Er, Yun Xiao glanced at them before turning his gaze at Yun Luofeng. I had Fang Yue interrogate those beasts yesterday. None of them have seen Hong Luan. More than that, they have never heard of this name. If Hong Luan came to Beast Province, she shouldn't disappear without a trace. So why hadn't these people seen her? Chapter 1602, The President of the Wind-Chasing Alliance 2. Miss Yoon, Song Yu spoke up. The beast tribes that came here include a majority of the tribes in Beast Province, including the Phoenix tribe. If you still can't find who you are looking for, then I suggest that you go to Dragon Mountain. Dragon Mountain. That's right. One of the strongest tribes of Beast Province, the Dragon tribe, inhabits Dragon Mountain. Yoon Luofeng pondered over it. Some time later, she looked up and narrowed her eyes. Since it's like that, then we will visit the Dragon tribe. Mistress. Fang Yue heard Yoon Luofeng's words just as he entered. He hurriedly offered, do you need the help of our Phoenix tribe? The Phoenix tribe and the Dragon tribe were the two strongest factions in Beast Province. Hence, if the Phoenix tribe interfered, then they would find Hong Luan faster. However, send someone to search for Hong Luan's whereabouts first. Yoon Xiao and I will personally visit the Dragon tribe. Ignoring whether the Dragon tribe had truly kidnapped Hong Luan, if Hong Luan was in the hands of the Dragon tribe and they forced them, then it might push Hong Luan into danger. Personally paying them a visit was their only option. Moreover, I don't want other people to know I am looking for Hong Luan, nor do I want them to know of my relationship with the Phoenix tribe. This is the only way to guarantee Hong Luan's safety. Yoon Luofeng resolutely uttered, seriously looking at the red-haired man. Yes, mistress. Fang Yue reverently cupped his fists and immediately ordered people to seal the information. A lot of spirit beasts came here, and it would not be easy to seal their lips, but even so, no one dared to disobey when faced with the looming threat of the Phoenix tribe. The vice president is back. At this time, an astonished voice came from the door. The previously sitting crowd instantly shot up with excitement in their eyes. The vice president is back. He was truly back. When a man in brocade robes entered the estate hidden by trees, he froze. He caught sight of several phoenixes spiraling in the air, and underneath the phoenixes, the leaders of several beast race tribes were kneeling on the ground with their hands behind their head, not daring to move the slightest. He was stupefied and scratched his head, completely clueless. What is this situation? Vice President. Suddenly, familiar figures darted out of the house and arrived in front of him. Vice President, you've finally returned. The man referred to as Vice President dumbfoundedly watched his excited companions and scratched the back of his head as he asked, who can tell me what is going on? Why are there so many spirit beasts here? And there are phoenixes as well. But those phoenixes didn't destroy you. Vice President, we met a savior this time. The Wind-Chasing Alliance was originally going to suffer a crushing defeat, but who would have expected two saviors to appear? Even the Phoenix tribe is their subordinates. They saved us, and we no longer have to worry about being hunted down by spirit beasts. These people were excited and vividly described the awe-inspiring sight from yesterday, their faces full of worship and reverence. The man blinked and looked up. When he saw the girl in white who walked out, his mind went blank. Yoon Luofeng also halted and intently stared at the brocade-robed man in front of her, a wicked smile rising on her lips. Chapter 1603, The President of the Wind-Chasing Alliance 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. When Xiao Yan said the alliance was called Wind-Chasing Alliance and the vice president's surname was Nangong, I had some suspicions. She briefly paused. I didn't expect it to really be you. Nangong, long time no see, how are you doing? Wind-Chasing Alliance, Fang-Chasing Alliance 1, why did she only confirm this now? Nangong Yunyi loudly laughed and swiftly walked toward Yoon Luofeng, wanting to hook his arm around her neck as usual. Before his arm could touch Yoon Luofeng though, a strong and powerful hand stopped him. Yoon Luofeng, won't you introduce me? Nangong Yunyi asked, awkwardly retracting his hand and touching his nose. Yoon Luofeng smiled. My man, Yoon Xiao. Tut, I pursued you for so many years back then, but I didn't succeed. I didn't expect there to actually be a man who could conquer you. Nangong Yunyi commented, not noticing Yoon Xiao's darkened face at all. You pursued me. How come I didn't know? Yoon Luofeng raised her eyebrows, mirth on her face. She met Nangong Yunyi back in Waxia University, and he fearlessly confessed her and even expressed an intent to badger her, so he was beaten up by Yoon Luofeng and unable to leave his bed for several months. But this exchange of blows led them to become close friends. In truth, Nangong Yunyi was merely stunned by Yoon Luofeng at the beginning and did not sincerely like her. After all, every man who saw an outstanding and beautiful woman would be involuntarily attracted to her. Later on, he knew there was no possibility of anything between Yoon Luofeng and him, so he obliterated all of his other intentions and also fell in love with the department beauty of Waxia University. Upon arriving in this strange world and encountering Ou Ya, who held a resemblance to the department beauty, his intentions reignited. If Yoon Luofeng did not help him wake up, perhaps he would not have his current accomplishments. No matter what, Yoon Luofeng was the most important woman in his life. This was unrelated to romantic love. It was simply because the other person was a close friend who he wanted to use his whole life to protect. Yoon Luofeng, an eminent person like you has a short memory indeed. Back then, I did nothing more than confess to you but ended up unable to leave the bed because you beat me up. Yet, you have forgotten already. Nangong Yunyi's gaze was resentful as he looked at Yoon Luofeng like he was a bitter wife. Yoon Xiao's face turned darker. He forcefully tugged Yoon Luofeng into his embrace and pointedly declared, you aren't strong enough. She likes strong people. Tut. Nangong Yunyi wryly commented, Yoon Luofeng, your man is truly a pot of vinegar too. Yoon Xiao was expressionless. The only one who can make me drink vinegar 3 in this world is her. AKA, no matter what you said, I won't be jealous. I only trust her. Vice President, you know each other? Song Yu dazedly asked. He and the others were stupefied. Nangong Yunyi smiled. That's right. She is the president that I mentioned to you. Boom. It was as if they were struck by lightning. Yun Luofeng was their president. Heavens, were they dreaming? If Yun Luofeng was the president, then didn't it mean the wind-chasing alliance could be treated the same as the Phoenix tribe? Everyone's face reddened with excitement as their eyes shot to Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng was taken back. I didn't agree to be the president. Yun Luofeng, with our relationship, there's no difference in whether it's you or me who's the president. Moreover, to begin with, the wind-chasing alliance was established on your behalf. You won't reject me so cruelly, right? Nangong Yunyi aggrievedly looked at Yun Luofeng, appearing to have the inclination of forcing her to accept the wind-chasing alliance. Chapter 1604, The President of the Wind-Chasing Alliance, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Fine, I will accept it. Yun Luofeng shrugged. Also, how did you come to Beast Province and establish the Wind-Chasing Alliance? It's a long story. After you left back then, I randomly received an opportunity that caused a life-changing transformation to my strength. Coincidentally, the space wormhole opened and I arrived at Beast Province. Unfortunately, this place is too complicated, so I was never able to leave. Nangong Yunyi sighed as he reminisced about past events. Right, Vice President, didn't you go out this time to look for someone? How was it? Did you find that person? Song Yu asked. I didn't find her. I don't know where she went. Nangong Yunyi was helpless. Vice President, tell us the name of the miss you are looking for. Perhaps we can help you. Suddenly, every member of the alliance turned to look at Nangong Yunyi. Yun Luofeng smirked. Nangong, during your time in Beast Province, it appears you obtained more than just the wind-chasing alliance. This. Embarrassment crept onto Nangong Yunyi's face. I still don't know her name. It's just that I accidentally peeped on her showering and was hunted by her for some time. It turns out you have masochistic tendencies that I didn't realize in the past. Yun Luofeng stroked her chin lightly, the smile on her face deepening. However, you can describe the appearance of the girl. I will have the Phoenix tribe help you look for her. Red clothes. Nangong Yunyi looked up at Yun Luofeng and seriously replied. She wears red clothes. She is very beautiful and seductive. Her hair is very long, like a waterfall. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. Red clothes. Beautiful. Very long hair. Wasn't this the same as not saying anything? Nangong Yunyi was immersed in his memories. However, she is easily irritable and has quite the temper. When she was hunting me down, I accidentally touched her butt, and she nearly chopped me into mincemeat due to rage. Thankfully, I ran away fast enough. Otherwise, you wouldn't see me again. Song Mu and the other people were stupefied. He touched someone's butt. It was extremely benevolent that the mist didn't immediately kill you. What else? Yun Luofeng inquired further. Nothing else. I only remember this. Nangong Yunyi shook his head and pleadingly looked at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng, considering how many years we have been brothers, help me out. Yun Luofeng supported her forehead with her hand and turned to Yun Xiao, full of indecision. What do you think? Yun Xiao coldly glanced at Fang Yue, causing him to nearly kneel on the ground from fright. Fang Yue wanted to cry as he responded. Master, mistress, we will use everything we can to find her. We will absolutely find his woman for mistress's brother. Nangong Yunyi hastily corrected. Don't call her my woman. If that lunatic hears, she will certainly kill me. If you are so afraid of her, why do you want to find her? Yun Luofeng mirthfully asked with a wry smile. Nangong Yunyi's face twitched, brimming with embarrassment. That crazy woman hunted me down for so long but suddenly stopped hunting me, so I'm not quite used to it. In truth, according to that woman's personality, she would not spare him, so Nangong Yunyi suspected she was in danger and left the alliance to search for her. Chapter 1605, The Expert of the Dragon Tribe, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Nangong, we are both looking for someone, why don't we journey together this time? Sounds good, Nangong Yunyi chuckled. Also, that crazy woman still wants to hunt me down. With you by my side, you can protect my safety. Unfortunately, he spoke too soon. It was not until he found the woman that he understood that Yun Luofeng would not help him at all. Beast City. Inside a serene and hidden courtyard, there was a girl dressed in a long, pale yellow dress, fleeting like an immortal and unimaginably beautiful. Her firm skin was fair like the finest powder, its perfection eliciting envy in people. The eldest princess had nearly grounded her teeth into powder from hatred, and her nails sunk into her skin from how tight she clenched her fists. Her envious gaze unwaveringly glared at the fair-skinned girl. Inside Beast City, she was the most perfect being. Who would have expected her disfigured younger sister would recover her appearance one day? How could she not hate it? Yili suddenly discovered the hidden eldest princess. Her eyes gently cast down, her long eyelashes leaving a shadow on her eyelid, evoking tenderness in people. Her expression was aloof and proud, similar to a blooming chrysanthemum, permeating the air with its delicate fragrance. Big sister, did you need something? Having been discovered, the eldest princess stood up with a harumph and disdainfully watched Yili. Sister, I'm here to tell you something. You must have heard the recent news of the continent. Many beast tribes went to capture Huli and the others. Your prince consort was torn into pieces by the beast tribes long ago. Yili snorted. If Huli truly died, you wouldn't look so displeased. I am guessing those beast people did not succeed, am I right? Ha ha. The eldest princess madly chuckled, her smile brimming with rage and murderous intent. She originally thought that Yun Luofeng and her group would die without a doubt this time, but those beasts unexpected failed. That's right, the beast tribes failed indeed. However, I also received another piece of news. The eldest princess sneered. My sister, perhaps you don't know the relationship between your prince consort and the human woman, Wang Yingying. I can tell you right now though. The eldest princess took a deep breath before coldly stating, they're secretly entangled already, and Huli only became your prince consort to use you. Hence, you are the true person to be pitied. Yili's heart tightened, and her hands beside her involuntarily clenched. You think I will believe you? The eldest princess derisively chuckled. If Huli had you in his heart, why didn't he leave together with you and abandon you here instead? That was because he already had a wife, and he was only with you to use you. Humans have always been malevolent, yet you trusted them without a doubt. Yili's breathing sped up, and her face turned pale. She harshly bit her lips, not uttering a word. Huli already had a wife. No, impossible. He never mentioned he had a wife. Seeing the effect of her words, mockery entered the eldest princess's eyes. She slowly turned around and walked out of the courtyard. It was not until the eldest princess was far away that Yili stumbled and nearly fell onto the ground. She bitterly chuckled in her mind and said with self-ridicule, Huli took advantage of me from the start, but I also willingly allowed him to use me to keep him with me. Since it's like that, how could I have any wishful expectations? Chapter 1606, The Expert of the Dragon Tribe 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. She knew this would be the result from the start, didn't she? Then why did she still hope that it would turn out differently? Did she expect that man to come looking for her? Yili slowly stood up from the ground. Her eyes were downcast and her fists tightly clenched. Suddenly, she appeared to have come to a decision and looked up. Since the day I met Huli, I feebly wanted to be his wife. But as long as I can remain beside him, I won't have any resentment or regrets regardless of my status. Unless, Yili's gaze was fraught with determination. Unless he no longer needs me. After saying this, Yili made her way out of the courtyard. When she reached the doorway, several experts of the leopard tribe blocked her path. Princess, King has yet to gain consciousness. You aren't allowed to leave the leopard clan. Move. Yili's expression became cold. I need to go find Huli. Princess, you can't be impulsive. The leopard clan needs your leadership. Wait until King wakes up at least. Scram. Yili sternly shouted. At the same time, a powerful force slammed into these experts, causing them to take a few steps back. Then, Yili stepped through the doorway under the guard's pleading and desperate gaze. That's right. If a strut beast wanted to remain by a human's side forever, there was only one method. They needed to establish a contract that reached deep into the spirit. Even if the human's life ended, as long as he had a chance to reincarnate, then she could wait for him. Lifetime after lifetime without any resentment or regret. Inside a luxurious and refined room, the eldest princess laid on a chaise lounge and listened to her subordinate's report, her eyes brightening. Yili, that fool, truly left the leopard tribe. Her heart began to stir. Yili's talent surpassed hers, and her appearance recovered its beauty, so the elders of the tribe preferred her. Fortunately, the fool willingly left the leopard tribe for a man. Wasn't this the same as giving her an opportunity? Yili has always been unambitious. If I was her and I had a man I liked, I would keep him by my side regardless of what it took. Only a fool like her would allow her beloved man to leave as he wished. The eldest princess sneered, evidently disdainful of Yili's behavior. Moreover, it appeared Yili planned to follow Huli without any promises. She was a princess of the leopard clan. There was an abundance of men in the world, so why must she love only one man? Roar. The call of a dragon was suddenly heard from the sky, causing the eldest princess to fall off the chaise lounge from fright and frantically crawl out the door. In the azure sky, an enormous dragon was circling above them. His gigantic body covered the sky and concealed the clouds and the sun from view, darkening the whole court. Sir Dragon. The eldest princess looked up at the giant dragon with astonishment, and pleasant surprise flashed through her eyes. She did not expect a member of the dragon tribe to arrive so quickly. You are the one who sent information to our dragon tribe. The dragon derisively looked at the eldest princess. His voice was low and rough, emanating a formidable power that directly slammed into people's hearts. Yes. The eldest princess did not deny it. Unfortunately, that woman is no longer in Beast City. She joined the Wind Chasing Alliance and allied with the Wind Chasing Alliance, declaring a war with the Beast tribes. Wind Chasing Alliance. The dragon scoffed. A resistance formed by a group of lowly humans. If our dragon tribe wasn't fairly busy recently, the Wind Chasing Alliance would have already been extinct. Since this woman went to the Wind Chasing Alliance, then there's no need for this alliance to exist. Chapter 1607, The Expert of the Dragon Tribe 3. A smile slowly turned up on the eldest princess' face, but it instantly receded. A glint of satisfaction remained in her eyes. However, the dragon haughtily looked down on the eldest princess. I leave my mark on every place I visit, so. Boom. A loud sound suddenly shocked the air. The dragon in the sky released a puff of dragon's breath, demolishing the entire court in an instant. Some weaker folks were directly reduced to ashes from the dragon's breath. The eldest princess was stupefied. Her complexion was ghastly white as she shivered. It was only now that she understood what havoc she had unleashed. The dragon did not give the eldest princess another look and disappeared into the air, revealing the azure sky. The dragon might have a giant body, but it was incredibly agile, akin to a small snake, and its size did not cause any burden on him. The eldest princess harshly swallowed. Regret sprouted in her heart. Was she correct in pulling the dragon tribe into this matter? At this time, a voice came from the doorway. Did that dragon just now leave from the palace of the leopard tribe? The eldest princess was not very familiar with this voice, but it wasn't entirely unknown to her either. She looked up at the two people entering the court. It was a man and a girl. The man looked like an incubus with seductive upturned eyes. He was also like a cunning fox, making him dangerous to interact with. A girl stood next to the man in white clothes. She was nimble like a black-napped oriole that rested on a tree, melodious and compelling. However, her features were icy and expressionless. Hu Li. The eldest princess spat out between gritted teeth after seeing the fox man. Hu Li raised her eyebrows. I came to find Yili. I plan to take her with me and leave. Hearing this, a glint flashed through the eldest princess's eyes, and she said with a snort, You came to find Yili. Humph, you caused Yili's death, but you dare to come and find her. Caused Yili's death? Hu Li's face darkened. What do you mean? Explain yourself. An intense hatred permeated the eldest princess's eyes. Your friends offended the dragon tribe somewhere, so people from the dragon tribe came looking for trouble. In the end, the dragon tribe did not find your friends and learned about the relationship between Yili and you instead, so they killed her in a fit of anger. Boom. The eldest princess's words were like a thunderclap in the clear sky, causing Hu Li's mind to explode and turn blank. What did you say? Yili was dead. Impossible. The eldest princess must be deceiving him. If you don't believe it, you can ask other members of the leopard tribe, the eldest princess coldly stated, some emotion flashing through her features. The hearts of the leopard tribe's members skipped a beat. They exchanged a look with each other before turning to Hu Li. Eldest princess spoke correctly. Little princess has already passed away. A guard of the leopard tribe nearly sobbed with grief plaguing his features, and his eyes radiated pain. A sorrowful atmosphere suffocated the entire leopard tribe. Hu Li staggered back a few steps, his face pale. He harshly knocked on his head and his seductive face carried an intense pain. If I had brought her with me when I left, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Yili died. The girl who had a radiant smile even though her face was disfigured truly died. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Princess Yili wouldn't have left us. An expert of the leopard clan furiously cried. You should pay for Princess's death with your life. Chapter 1608, The Expert of the Dragon Tribe 4. He said she left, not died. However, to other people's ears, what was the difference between leaving and dying? I caused Yili's death. Besides pain, Hu Li's eyes also contained doubt as he looked at the people before him in bewilderment. Where's Yili's corpse? I want to take her with me. Corpse? Yili didn't die, so what corpse? The eldest princess snorted. Yili was reduced into ashes by the dragon's breath, so what corpse? If you truly feel guilty, then you should go to the dragon tribe and avenge Yili. Slandering the dragon tribe. What a joke. In any case, she absolutely would not admit she said these things in the future. The experts of the dragon tribe also would not believe Hu Li. As for the members of the leopard clan, all of them did not wish for Yili to be bound with a human, so they helped her lie. Since they all took part in this matter, how could they betray her? Moreover, she was a princess of the leopard tribe. There was no way they had the guts to say it. Wait. Seeing the change in Hu Li's emotions, Huang Yingying hurriedly pulled him back and immediately looked down to check the disarrayed courtyard. She contemplated for a moment before saying, this truly is the aftermath of a dragon's breath. The eldest princess snorted. Why would I lie? Huang Yingying looked up at the eldest princess. As for whether Princess Yili truly died in the hands of the dragon tribe, it requires further investigation. How about you come with us when we seek out the dragon tribe for revenge? The eldest princess' expression dramatically changed. What are you implying? An excessive amount of fury and sorrow would cause some people to believe things without a doubt. Yili was like this, and Hu Li was also like this. In contrast, as an observer, Huang Yingying was incredibly cool-headed. You said the dragon tribe killed Yili. We should at least find a witness, shouldn't we? So we will have to trouble you to come with us. Huang Yingying coldly smiled. The things she had experienced over the years had caused her to shed her previous naivety. More than that, she understood that a naive woman could not follow Yun Luofeng for a long time. Stop. The eldest princess backed up a few steps from fright, but Huang Yingying grabbed a hold of her. Seeing this, the guards of the leopard clan darted forward, wanting to save the eldest princess. Huang Yingying icily swept her eyes over everyone, slowly unearthing her aura. If anyone takes a step forward, I will kill her. As expected, the guards did not dare to move the slightest. Of course, after we verify that Yili was killed by the dragon tribe, we will release her. Huang Yingying looked away. Let's go. She grasped the eldest princess's lapels and dragged her out of the door. Elder, what should we do now? A guard asked, voice full of panic and face brimming with worry. What can we do? The elder of the leopard clan looked very displeased. Since we helped Eldest Princess lie, it means we are in the same boat now. Also, it appears that Eldest Princess is very familiar with those experts of the Dragon Tribe. The Dragon Tribe will believe her, so we don't have to worry too much. However, King is still unconscious, Little Princess ran away, and Eldest Princess was taken. What will our Leopard clan do? Wind Chasing Alliance. Inside a pub, the people were drinking and chatting merrily. I didn't expect the battle between humans and Strud beasts would be over so fast. We don't have to constantly hide anymore, haha. Yeah, it's been so long since I drank alcohol with delight. During these years, the Alliance was hiding left and right. What inclination did I have to drink? Today, I will certainly drink to my heart's content. Chapter 1609, The Expert of the Dragon Tribe, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Watching these brothers who had gone through fire and water with him, Song Yu's lips could not help but turn up. Indeed, although they joined the Alliance, in order to avoid discovery by the Strud beasts they had been living life in hiding these past few years, it was only now that they could drink without inhibition like this. This was not something they dared to even think about in the past. They feared enemies attacking when they were drunk and they did not have the power to resist. Boom. Suddenly, the ground shook, startling people and causing alcohol to splash out of their cups and splatter onto the ground. What is happening? Everyone turned pale with fright. Logically, all the leaders of the beast race had been controlled by the Phoenix tribe, so who would come so daringly to cause trouble? Let's go, we will take a look. Song Yu's features darkened as he slowly exited the pub. However, when they all walked out and saw the gigantic dragon in the sky, they nearly collapsed with terror. Dragon. Heavens, how did we forget about the Dragon Tribe? The Dragon Tribe is on equal footing with the Phoenix Tribe in Beast Province, so they don't have to fear the Phoenix Tribe. The young man who spoke was deathly pale from fright. His legs were trembling, nearly falling over. However, he forced himself to stand upright and not fall in front of a dragon. Song Yu inquired with a frown, "This expert from the Dragon Tribe, why did you come to our wind-chasing alliance?" The dragon snorted, and his tone was haughty and derisive. "You aren't worthy of asking me anything." His extremely arrogant voice caused the staunch men of the wind-chasing alliance to be incredibly furious. "Sir Song Yu, let's not waste words with this dragon. We should just fight." Anyone could tell the visitor had ill intentions. Who cared about the difference between their strength at a time like this? They would rather die standing than live kneeling. "You overestimate your abilities." The dragon snorted. The snort appeared unconcerned and normal to other people. Nothing should happen. Yet. Splat. A mouthful of blood sprayed from the man who spoke in anger. He wavered a few times before falling face down on the ground. "Kinglin!" Song Yu shouted and hurriedly took the man's into his arms, his fingers frantically laid over his pulse. His heart is shattered, and his life is beyond help. Song Yu's eyes were red as he slowly stood up from the ground. His voice trembled. "What did we humans do wrong? Why must the Strud beasts kill us to the last one?" The dragon's deep voice carried a trace of contempt when faced with Song Yu's angry inquiries. "This is Beast Province, the Strud beast's domain. In the other provinces, don't you humans treat Strud beasts the same way? Any strong Strud beast will be fought over or sorted. Moreover, didn't you enter the Beast Province to contract a strong Strud beast?" Song Yu was rendered speechless. Indeed, humans wanted to possess any strong Strud beast that they saw. Strud beasts were the same way. They desired to acquire any good-looking human that they saw. And if they didn't obey, then they could only be beaten until they did obey. In this world, the strong lord it over the weak. There's no difference between Strud beasts and humans. The stronger side has the right to enslave the weaker side. White mist came from the dragon's mouth as he domineeringly looked down on the group of insignificant humans under him, as though they were nothing more than ants. "Now, you only need to hand over Yun Luofeng, and I can allow the wind-chasing alliance to retain a few survivors." Chapter 1610, The Expert of the Dragon Tribe, 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Song Yu snorted. "The president isn't here at the alliance. Even if she was, we wouldn't hand her over." "HMPH. The dragon snorted. "You forced my hand. Since you want to die, then I will grant your wish." Roar. The dragon's angry roar reverberated in the sky and a puff of dragon's breath sliced through the air, aimed directly at the humans on the ground. "Careful." Xiao Shi grabbed Xiao Yan and protected him under her body. Xiao Yan froze. He could feel a warm liquid slowly dripping down onto his face, moistened with a scent of copper. He slowly looked up. His heart jolted, and tears wanted to escape his eyes. "Auntie Xiao Shi." The woman was bleeding from all of the orifices on her face, the fresh blood provoking his nerves and causing his body to stretch taut. "Leave here and tell the president to not go to Dragon Tribe. She mustn't go to the Dragon Tribe." Bang! Xiao Shi punched Xiao Yan's chest, and he instantly flew back. He frantically stretched his hand out to grasp Xiao Shi, but he could do nothing but watch as his companions grew farther and farther away. The dragon disdainfully glanced at Xiao Yan, but he didn't chase after him. He snorted, his face devoid of any emotion. "Merely a half-beast boy. He doesn't elicit my desire to kill him. It's good to let him leave. That way, someone will inform Yun Luofeng about this." The moment she sent Xiao Yan away, Xiao Shi could not support herself anymore and fell over with a bang. Blood gushed out of her body, dyeing the ground around her red. CO 11. Song Mu's eyes spat out furious fire filled with hatred. He turned to the dragon in the air. Today, even if we die here, we will die without regrets. President and the others will certainly avenge us. Avenge you. The dragon haughtily stated, a group of insignificant humans delusionally wants to seek revenge from our dragon tribe. The Phoenix tribe is the subordinate of our president. Don't you think president has the ability to avenge us? Song Mu tightly clenched his fists. Ha ha. The dragon madly laughed. No wonder you dare to disregard the dragon tribe. It turns out you have the backing of the Phoenix tribe. You think those little birds can provoke the dragon tribe? If the Phoenix tribe has the nerve to come, then I will shoot each one that comes and shoot each pair that comes. Although the dragon tribe and Phoenix tribe both stood at the peak of Beast province, how could two factions that both claimed to be number one admit that the other party's strength was the same as theirs? The dragon tribe looked down on the Phoenix tribe, but the Phoenix tribe also looked down on the dragon tribe. Sir Song Mu, let's risk it all against this dragon. If we unfortunately die here, then we will continue to be brothers in hell. That's right, people die eventually anyways. What's the difference between dying early and dying later? We can even scout the road for president and vice president in hell, ha ha ha. Perhaps due to excessive fear, brash things suddenly started to spill out of these people's mouths in order to mask the trembling of their hearts. FK it, I am done with living in hiding. I will go first, just follow me. A man cursed before swiftly charging toward the dragon, madness ruling his eyes. Stop. Song Mu anxiously shouted. It was too late though. The man reached the front of the dragon and was instantly swallowed by a puff of dragon's breath. Song Mu's eyes constricted. His hand was still stretched out as he saw another companion disappear before his eyes. Chapter 1611, Dragon Tribe 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. FK it, let's go at him with everything we have. The man's companions could not hold back the rage and fear in their hearts anymore. We can't allow our deceased brothers to have died for nothing. That's right, even if we can't kill this dragon, we must strip him of his scales as a sacrifice for our brother's spirits. Everyone charged toward the dragon without any inhibitions. All except for the man who once slandered Yun Luofeng. He took advantage of the people's inattention to secretly sneak away. Currently, everyone's eyes were focused on the dragon, so they did not notice his escape. Blood dyed the earth red. Like courageous warriors, every member of the wind-chasing alliance did not back down despite their fear in the face of death. They had enough of living in hiding and would rather take a risk with everything they had. Even if they died, they wanted to enter the underworld together and carve out a new path. The dragon tribe was situated inside a towering mountain range with dangerous terrain. An intense sense of danger emanated from a valley. Who has the guts to trespass into the dragon tribe? An oppressive voice rumbled from the eerie valley. Soon after, an enormous body dashed up and obscured the entire sky with its body. He is the mountain's guardian deity dragon from the dragon tribe. Nangong Yunyi narrowed his eyes. He is at low-rank sage lord level. Hearing Nangong Yunyi's voice, the dragon in the air looked down at him, his gaze containing pride and disdain. His oppressive voice was akin to a heavy hammer that mercilessly pounded on people's hearts. Human, why did a group of insignificant humans come here? We came to find someone. Yun Luofeng looked up at the dragon. Our dragon tribe doesn't have who you are looking for, so immediately leave here. Otherwise, I won't allow you to leave Dragon Mountain. The dragon's voice was derisive, clearly disregarding Yun Luofeng. In his view, it was already good enough if he leniently allowed her to leave. If she was foolhardy, then don't blame him for being impolite. Oh. Yun Luofeng smiled with raised brows. Then I would like to see how you won't allow me to leave Dragon Mountain. Humph. A white mist puffed out of the dragon's nostrils. His eyes dripped with arrogance as he peered up. I can fulfill your wish. Roar. A loud roar thundered to the horizon. The dragon's mouth gradually grew bigger, containing a formidable power inside. Instantly, a huff of dragon's breath shot out, similar to the sun rapidly descending from the sky, and turned the whole sky hazy. Bang! The dragon's breath slammed into the ground with Yun Luofeng at its center. For 100 meters around her, everything turned into ruins. The dragon smiled with satisfaction. Those three humans had no possibility of surviving under his dragon's breath. However, the subsequent scene caused the dragon's pupils to contract and his expression to drastically change. The dust cleared, revealing a man with his arm extending forward and his clothes fluttering in the air without any wind. He was icy like a killing god, and a formidable aura surrounded him, causing a cyclone to be generated in his surroundings. His huff of dragon's breath was single-handedly blocked by this man. Impossible. Since when were humans strong to this extent? Affected by the man's cyclone, the girl's white clothes danced in the wind, and her hair gently brushed across her face. Her beauty caused people to forget to breathe. Swish. While the dragon was embroiled in shock, the girl on the ground had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1612, Dragon Tribe 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. When he regained his senses, he abruptly discovered that Yun Luofeng was standing in front of him. The girl's features were mirthful and wicked, and her lips were slightly turned up. For some reason though, her smile made people's hair stand on end. He had been the guardian dragon deity of this mountain for many, many years, but this was the first time he felt scared of a human. Is the dragon tribe very powerful? The girl jovially asked. The dragon's voice did not have its previous power, but he was unwilling to display any weakness. That's right, our dragon tribe has always been very powerful. Is that so? Yun Luofeng bewitchingly smiled. Then I would like to know who's more powerful, your dragon tribe or the water dragon in my possession. What? The dragon's eyes widened with surprise. A dragon pleaded allegiance to a human. However, before the dragon could recover, Yun Luofeng suddenly waved her hand, and a transparent figure slowly appeared in front of her. It was a sky-blue dragon. His eyes were domineering and severe with a hint of cruelty, as though the deity dragon before him was merely his food. Roar! The cry of the water dragon reverberated in the sky, shaking the mountain range. This water dragon is merely a spirit, but why is he so powerful? Panic flickered through the deity dragon's eyes. Although he could feel that the water dragon was only at Sage Lord level, for unknown reasons, he gave him a powerful pressure. It could be imagined how powerful the water dragon was when he was alive. The two dragons faced each other in the air. The deity dragon could not repress the fear in his heart and turned around, wanting to escape. However, an angry roar came from behind him, causing him to shudder in fright and nearly fall down. Suppression had an extremely intense effect on spirit beasts. The water dragon was very powerful when he was alive, so even though only his spirit remained, it could still provoke fear in other dragons' hearts. Especially because the mountain guardian deity dragon was merely low-rank Sage Lord level. Bang! When the deity dragon turned around to escape, he accidentally stumbled into a figure. He halted, staring at the man who had appeared out of thin air. The man was dressed in blue robes. His handsome and aloof face was dark as he coldly looked at the deity dragon who was escaping in panic. What happened? So Long Yin, you are finally here. The deity dragon nearly started crying. These humans said they came to the dragon tribe to find someone and sent out a water dragon to threaten me. Oh. The blue-robed man disdainfully peered at the water dragon in front of Yun Luofeng and derisively chuckled. The spirit of a water dragon managed to scare you to this extent. You can truly only ever be a mountain guardian deity. In truth, the deity dragon's strength was more than enough for him to become an elder. Unfortunately, the dragon didn't have enough guts and always ran away before a battle, so in a fit of anger the king demoted him to a mountain guardian deity. I, Long Yin, never kill nobodies. So introduce yourself this instant. The blue-robed man slightly looked up with a haughty expression and an arrogant tone. The blue long sword in his hand was pointed at Yun Luofeng in the air, contempt clear in his prideful gaze. Yun Xiao and Nangong Yunyi had arrived beside Yun Luofeng at some point in time. They stood guard on her left and right, protecting her in the center and preventing her from suffering any harm. Leave it to me, Yun Xiao said in a low voice. Nothing but a little worm, I can take care of him quickly. Chapter 1613, Dragon Tribe 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. You overestimate yourself. The blue-robed man's face abruptly shifted, and his gaze turned more haughty. A mere human daring to provoke the dignity of the dragon tribe, aren't you seeking death? Nangong Yunyi was very displeased with the man's attitude and harumphed. Yun Luofeng, Yun Xiao, let me teach him a lesson first. If I don't beat him to the point of crying father and mother, I will kneel down and call him father. Yun Luofeng. This name drifted to the blue-robed man's ears, causing his eyes to narrow, and killing intent flashed through his eyes. He wanted to find her, but she unexpectedly sent herself into his hands. It looked like the heavens were helping him too. You aren't worthy of saying the name Yun Luofeng. Nangong Yunyi slightly lifted his chin, evidently unconcerned about the expert of the dragon tribe. The blue-robed man did not grow angry and darkly chuckled. Yun Luofeng, hand over the fire-spread fruit. Fire-spread fruit. Yun Luofeng's eyebrows slightly knitted, a cold glint emitting from her eyes. I don't know what you were talking about. You still have the nerve to play dumb at a time like this. The eldest princess of the leopard tribe already told me you possess the fire-spread fruit. Immediately hand it over, and perhaps I will spare you in consideration of your sincerity, the blue-robed man overbearingly ordered as he extended his hand. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. She did not expect this to be the fault of the eldest princess of the leopard tribe. I don't have the fire-spread fruit. Yun Luofeng laid her hands out. Believe it or not. I would rather believe spirit beasts than cunning humans. If you don't hand over the fire-spread fruit and make me unable to save my beloved Hong Luan, I will make you meet a tragic end. Hong Luan. This name slammed into Yun Luofeng's heart, causing it to start trembling. Yun Xiao was about to act, but before he could, Yun Luofeng swiftly grabbed his hand, making his aura retract in an instant. She deeply inhaled, suppressing the emotions boiling inside of her, and coldly looked at the blue-robed man. If you tell me the cause and effects, perhaps I can save the person. She said she was going to save the person, not hand over the fire-spread fruit, but to Long Yin, Yun Luofeng was clearly unable to withstand his threat and planned to hand over the fire-spread fruit. Since you will soon be a group of dead people anyways, it won't matter if I tell you. The blue-robed man snorted. Hong Luan is my beloved woman. Unfortunately, if we copulate, the child she would bear would certainly be only half-beast, and their blood will be impure, affecting the child's talent. He continued with a smile, so, after hearing that the frost fruit could resolve this problem, I fed it to her. Who knew that the sequelae of the frost fruit would be extremely strong? She requires the fire-strip fruit to be saved. Yun Luofeng tightly clenched her fists, the fury in her heart nearly rushing out. With Hong Luan's personality, how could she remain in the dragon tribe to have children and engage in a romance when Yun Luofeng's fate was unknown? Every detail pointed to the fact that Hong Luan must have been forced. And to satisfy his selfishness, this dragon forced Hong Luan to consume the frost fruit. She absolutely would not spare him. No wonder everyone couldn't find Hong Luan. It turns out she was snatched away by the dragon tribe. Yun Luofeng smiled, an eerie smile that was accompanied by a murderous aura erupting from her pitch-black eyes. She was domineering and bewitching. Anyone who hurts her must be punished. Chapter 1614, Dragon King 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Long Yin was startled before recovering after a moment. A cold smile turned up on his lips. You know Hong Luan. A chilly killing intent emanated from his smile, and his aura spilled out of him, turning into a cyclone that spiraled in the air. No matter what, he would not allow anyone to take Hong Luan away. Hong Luan was his. She was not allowed to leave him her whole life. Yun Xiao, don't interfere in this matter. Yun Luofeng slightly looked up, her bewitching eyes silently stared at Long Yin. This dragon. I want to handle him personally. Yun Xiao hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. He had said that if she wanted to rely on her own capabilities to fight, then he would silently stand behind her and protect her. He had never believed Yun Luofeng to be a woman who needed to hide behind a man and seek protection. Instead, she would use everything she had to protect the safety of the people around her. HMPH. The blue-robed man snorted, eyes permeating his smile. That's right, I locked Hong Luan up, but so what? She's my woman, so she's destined to remain in Dragon Tribe and give birth to children for me. Nangong Yunyi stood behind Yun Luofeng and coldly watched the man speak provoking words. He clucked his tongue. This guy is truly unafraid of death. Yun Luofeng is the type of person who becomes stronger the more you anger her. Yet, he still dares to say these things in front of her. Isn't that the same as completely angering her? Boom. As expected, a storm of spirit energy abruptly appeared on top of Yun Luofeng's head. The dangerous storm engulfed her surroundings. Long Yin was astonished. Low-rank Sage Lord level. This human woman was at low-rank Sage Lord level. No wonder the Mountain Guardian Deity Dragon was intimidated by her. Unfortunately. So what if you are at low-rank Sage Lord level? The fighting capabilities of us dragons extend beyond our level. Otherwise, we wouldn't have such a supreme status. Dragons were sturdy and powerful, added with the might of anthropomorphic beasts. Low-rank Sage Lord level humans normally could not defeat advanced-rank Sage Lord level dragons. The deity dragon was intimidated simply because he did not obtain an anthropomorphic fruit and could not turn into a human. Yun Luofeng coldly watched Long Yun with narrowed eyes, a sinister chilliness settling over her wicked face. You forced Hong Luan to consume the frost fruit. Her voice was nefarious. You are asking something you already know. Dragons were prideful, this pride did not allow him to lower his head to a human, so why would he lie? Roar. The water dragon straight in front of Yun Luofeng released an angry call, his body transformed into a stream of water, shooting toward the blue-robed man. Long Yin swiftly backed away, his feet leaving a deep mark in the air, and lifted his hands to block the water dragon's attack. Bang! The water dragon slammed onto his arm, and an icy feeling crept from his arm to his heart, causing him to shiver. We are both water dragons, so I can feel the water dragon was very powerful when he was alive. He wouldn't give me this feeling otherwise. Unfortunately, he is already dead. Long Yin sneered and walked toward Yun Luofeng. Swish! With a wave of his hand, a long sword made of a water pillar appeared in his hands. Chapter 1615, Dragon King 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. What threat is a deceased dragon to me? Long Yin coldly smiled, evidently unconcerned about the other water dragon. More importantly, this water dragon's spirit was not whole. Yun Luofeng absorbed the spirit into her body but could not digest it, so he was able to appear in this form to fight for her. How about with him added? Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint flashing through her eyes. She slowly waved her hand. With a rumble, a countless number of flames shot out of Yun Luofeng and gathered in front of her, gradually forming an enormous beast. Roar. The ferocious beast stood on his hind legs and released an earth-shattering roar. The mountain range trembled under its might. You can actually control two opposing attributes like water and fire. Long Yin's expression shifted. The water dragon and flame beast could actually maintain a balanced state in Yun Luofeng's body. However, have you forgotten? I am also a water dragon. How could mere flames be able to subdue me? Ha ha ha. That might not necessarily be true. Yun Luofeng smiled, a bewitching light engulfed her gaze. At that moment, the flame beast and dragon sped toward the blue-robed man one after the other. In the sky, the dragon's roar shattered the sky, and the blazing beast also swiftly rose up, his ferocious flames instantly assailing the man. This Long Yin's blasé expression finally changed after seeing the overwhelming pressure exerted by the blazing beast. His eyes filled with fear and he did not dare to rashly counter their moves. With the point of his finger, a transparent, sky-blue screen appeared in front of him. Boom. Brightly colored flames filled the whole sky, making it resemble the most magnificent and gorgeous sunset. Cough, cough. Long Yin was stumbling and nearly collapsed to the ground. His robes had turned shabby, and the fear in his eyes was replaced by rage. The pride of the dragon tribe doesn't permit provocation. You are destined to never leave Dragon Mountain. Suddenly, a grave and imposing voice came from their front. What happened? Their actions just now had unavoidably attracted other experts of the dragon tribe. Your Majesty. Long Yin turned around, joy filling his eyes when he saw the man in white who arrived behind him in a flash. Reporting to Your Majesty, these reckless humans came to provoke the dignity of the dragon tribe. I beg Your Majesty to order the elders to act and seize them. The Dragon King did not typically personally act. His body was growing weaker by the day and he was relying on the support of the last of his willpower. Of course, only members of the dragon tribe knew this. The man stood with his arms behind his back and looked at Yun Luofeng and her group with a slight frown. He aloof asked, "You came to Dragon Tribe to provoke the dignity of the Dragon Tribe." "We came here to find someone." Yun Luofeng glanced at the man in white. "The Dragon Tribe took my friend away, so I came to take her back. If the Dragon Tribe doesn't release her, I will have to forcefully charge in." The Dragon King's eyebrows knitted tighter together, and he turned to Long Yin. "What's going on?" Long Yin arrogantly raised his head and disdainfully looked at Yun Luofeng. "These humans came to steal my wife. Of course I won't permit them to steal my wife. Your Majesty, I beg you to obtain justice for me." Chapter 1616, Dragon King 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The man in white pondered for a moment. This woman was able to injure Long Yin, so these people's strength must be exceptional. Their venerable ancestor had not appeared yet, and the dragon tribe was unlike the past. They could not attract enemies at a time like this. The Dragon King hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your friend has already become a member of my dragon tribe. I request you to return, and I will overlook your harming of the residents of the dragon tribe. How about it?" "Your Majesty." Long Yin's heart jolted. "You can't allow these people to leave. This woman possesses the fire spirit fruit inside her body. Only the fire spirit fruit can save Hong Luan." "That's right. Hong Luan could only live if Yun Luofeng died." Long Yin turned to Yun Luofeng. "You said Hong Luan is your friend. Then you must be willing to sacrifice for your friend. If you stand on the sidelines without lending a hand, what right do you have to steal Hong Luan from my hands?" Yun Xiao icily glanced at Long Yin and waved his hand. A wave of power hit Long Yin in the chest with a bang, causing him to fly back. Before the elders of the dragon tribe could react, Long Yin had already collapsed. Their face dramatically changed and they furiously looked at Yun Xiao. "Human, you truly have the nerve. You dare to be so impudent even in front of us. Your Majesty, if we don't kill these people, where would the pride of our dragon tribe stand in the world?" The Dragon King did not speak. He stared intently at Yun Xiao's sleeve. Was he mistaken about what he saw? When Yun Xiao attacked Long Yin, he clearly saw a little bug hidden inside this man's sleeve. And why did that little bug look so similar to their venerable ancestor? "Can you show me the thing in your sleeve?" The Dragon King did not respond to the begging of the dragon tribe elder and avidly looked at Yun Xiao. The elders of the dragon tribe were startled, uncomprehending of His Majesty's interest in a human sleeve. Could it be that this human man hid some treasure in his sleeve? Inside the sleeve, the little bug curled its body and inwardly cursed Yun Xiao. "Why didn't you use your other hand when you attacked Long Yin? Then you wouldn't expose me." The little bug was very resentful. Although he was the ancestor of the dragon tribe, he did not want to see these people at all and had no desire to return to this so-and-so dragon tribe. Yun Luofeng glanced at the Dragon King and connected it to something little bug previously said. An answer faintly formed. However, ever since little bug heard she wanted to enter dragon tribe, he had hidden inside Yun Xiao's sleeve, illustrating the little guy's unwillingness to return to dragon tribe. Yun Luofeng held down Yun Xiao's hand and looked up at the Dragon King with a brazen expression. "The dragon tribe not only kidnapped my friend but also lacks sincerity. Why should I do as you wish?" "Your Majesty." Long Yin clutched his injured chest and climbed up from the ground, glaring at Yun Luofeng. "These humans are too insolent. Since it's like this, we should just steal the treasure." His Majesty's temper had always been bad. Anyone who offended him would often meet a tragic end. Hence, Yun Luofeng just had to offend His Majesty of all the things she could have done. His Majesty certainly would not allow these humans to leave. Seeing Yun Luofeng's attitude, the Dragon King was more certain that the object hidden in Yun Xiao's sleeve was the venerable ancestor they had been looking for. Suddenly, he kneeled on one knee and loudly said in a reverent tone, "I, the King of the Dragon Tribe, hereby respectfully request venerable ancestor to appear." Chapter 1617, Hong Luan 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Every dragon was astonished and dazedly turned to their king. Had His Majesty lost his mind? How could venerable ancestor be at a place like this? Under everyone's doubting eyes, a little bug that resembled green crystal sluggishly crawled out of Yoon Seo's sleeve. His movements were very slow wiggles, as though he was unwilling but had no other alternative. Joy entered the Dragon King's heart. He did not expect to have guessed correctly. The little figure he suddenly saw was their venerable ancestor. However, the members of the dragon tribe appeared to have been struck by lightning and were instantly petrified when the little bug appeared. Venerable ancestor was truly here. Were they dreaming? In contrast, Long Yin was extremely displeased. He tightly clenched his fists, and he was trembling. Why? Was venerable ancestor on this man? Venerable ancestor, you are finally willing to appear. The Dragon King was joyous. We have spent so many years looking for you. The little bug released a snort. His expression was especially haughty and arrogant. This ancestor originally did not want to return to the dragon tribe. If you didn't all kneel and beg, this ancestor absolutely wouldn't appear. In truth, he had no choice but to appear since he was discovered. This was all the fault of that abominable dragon, Long Yin. Venerable ancestor, your willingness to appear is already a blessing for our dragon tribe. As the king of the dragon tribe, I beg venerable ancestor to come back with us. The little bug's face froze. His originally light green transparent body instantly flushed red. It was unknown whether he was ashamed or... This. The little bug coughed. You know the past events. This ancestor originally intended to lead the god-level expert away, but who knew that expert would be so stupid as to be unable to find this ancestor's trace and even destroyed the dragon tribe. Although there were no fatalities, their foundation of a millennium was destroyed and countless treasures were stolen by that expert. Even the previous Dragon King was forced to become the mount of that god-level expert. This had been the humiliation of the dragon tribe over these many years. It was also why Little Bug did not dare to return to the dragon tribe. He was probably the only king of the Beast Province who would flee in the face of a fight. Ancestor, this wasn't your fault. The Dragon King was emotional. You did what you did in consideration of the dragon tribe. Who knew that god-level expert would so idiotic? You clearly schemed to lead him away, but he did not take the bait. Little Bug was dumbfounded, his eyes were blank. Was the Dragon King of the dragon tribe stupid? Did he not see his obvious mistakes from back then? Ancestor, you are the pride of our dragon tribe and also the most heroic figure in our dragon tribe's history. Every tribesman of the dragon tribe is proud of you. Little Bug was completely stupefied. He suddenly thought that it was good for the members of the dragon tribe to be more foolish. The initial embarrassment in Little Bug's eyes receded. He cleared his throat and earnestly said, "That's right, this ancestor is heroic like that. Although my plan was slightly faulty, this ancestor did everything with the dragon tribe in mind. This ancestor is proud that you all remembered me for so long." The corner of Yun Luofeng's lips twitched. She was well aware of Little Bug's cowardice. He had escaped from the dragon tribe in order to not end up in the hands of that god-level expert. Chapter 1618, Hong Luan 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yet, in his mouth, his cowardly behavior became a heroic deed. The members of the dragon tribe were truly gullible. No wonder Long Yin would trust the eldest princess of the leopard tribe. Little Bug's face was full of satisfaction. That's right, he wasn't a scum who fled in the face of battle, he was the hero of the dragon tribe. We respectfully welcome venerable ancestor's return to the tribe. The Dragon King faintly smiled. Since the venerable ancestor had returned, the dragon tribe's position would immediately be able to surpass the Phoenix tribe and become the #1 tribe of Beast Province. Hold on, Little Bug suddenly called out, halting the Dragon King, and turned his eyes toward the ashen Long Yin. What were you saying earlier? You wanted to forcefully marry my mistress's friend. You even planned to kill my mistress to extract some fire spirit fruit. Cold sweat rained down Long Yin's face. He opened his mouth but was unable to say anything in defense of himself. Wait, mistress. Venerable ancestor called this human woman mistress. The Dragon King opened his mouth in shock. Venerable ancestor, these two humans aren't your slaves. He had thought that these two humans were nothing more than venerable ancestor's slaves. But, according to venerable ancestor's wording, this cold man in black was actually his master. What good had he done to be able to tame venerable ancestor? Idiot. Little Bug rolled his eyes. If he wasn't my master, why would I appear by his side? The Dragon King was rendered speechless. What he said seemed reasonable. He had no refutation. Little Bug snorted. He did not look at the Dragon King anymore and set his sight on the trembling Long Yin instead. I have stayed with mistress for a long time, so why haven't I ever seen this fire spiritual fruit? The eldest princess of the leopard clan told me this, there's no way. Suddenly, Long Yin came to a realization. His eyes shot open, rage invading it. Could it be that the DMN woman deceived him? I want to see Hong Luan. Yun Luofeng's wicked voice was heard, lowering the temperature of the surroundings by several degrees. The dragon man glared at Long Yin. Why haven't you gone to bring this Mrs. Friend over already? Long Yin was displeased, his tightly clenched fist slightly trembling. However, there was nothing he could do. Yes, your majesty. No matter what, Long Yin never would have expected Hong Luan to have connections to venerable ancestor. If he knew, perhaps he would not have impulsively done something irreparable. However, your majesty, due to her condition, Hong Luan is unable to leave the ice bed. Hence, I can only invite him to go and see Hong Luan. She is unable to come. The Dragon King's face turned more displeased. He did not expect things to progress like this. With this in mind, he cautiously glanced at Little Bug, afraid Long Yin's behavior would provoke Venerable Ancestor. What are you still waiting for then? Hurry and lead the way. Inside an icy and snowy cave, a girl in red peacefully laid on the ice bed, her eyes gently shut. Her skin was white as snow, and a chilly air emanated from it. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside the door, causing her to open her eyes. A cold glint flashed through her eyes. Why are you here again? I already said I would rather die than become your wife. If you force me, I don't mind taking you down with me. She was greeted with a chuckle, and an extremely familiar voice drifted to her ears. Chapter 1619, Hong Luan, 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Hong Luan, I had trouble finding you, yet you want to take me down with you. Hong Luan froze. She tightly grasped the corner of her clothes. Disbelief flashed through her deathly pale face, anxiety surfacing in her eyes. It was her. No. She was already dead, so how could she be here? She must be hallucinating. What? We haven't seen each other for 3 years, but you aren't willing to even take a look at me. The familiarly wicked voice near her ear caused Hong Luan to be unable to hold back her excitement. She slightly turned her head. A girl in white stood silently at the entrance of the snowy mountain cave, sunlight shining on the unrivaled beautiful face. Her clothes were whiter than the snow that covered the ground, and her beauty had the ability to cause people to forget to breathe. Yun Luofeng. This name was too distant, so distant that it caused Hong Luan's eyes to redden. It's really you. Hong Luan, I came to take you away. Yun Luofeng slowly entered. Her steps were light, but she reached Hong Luan's bed with a few steps. Her fair and slender fingers gently grasped Hong Luan's arm. Instantly, a stream of spirit energy flowed from Yun Luofeng's palm and gathered inside Hong Luan's body. A while later, she released Hong Luan's hand and asked, how do you feel? A lot better. I'm not as cold. Although Hong Luan's condition was the consequence of the frost fruit, she had to remain on the ice bed if she wanted to stay alive. Her originally already icy body was cold beyond reason after being chilled by the ice bed. However, at this moment, she could feel an oddly warm current circulating in her body. I temporarily suppressed the cold air in your body. I will treat you later. But it's time to settle our accounts with people. Yun Luofeng placed her arm in front of Hong Luan, and Hong Luan used her arm as support to stand up. Her luring and determined eyes silently stared at the girl standing in front of her. A moment later, she smiled. Yun Luofeng, it's truly good that you are still alive. Yes, it was truly good that she was still alive. Hong Luan's tears could not be held back any longer, flooded out. It was her first time crying without abandon in front of someone else in her 20+ years. She did not cry when she experienced betrayal. She did not cry when she was forced to be married to someone. She also did not cry when Yun Luofeng died. It was only after seeing Yun Luofeng that she could not bear it anymore and unleashed her emotions from the past 3 years. Yun Luofeng went up and gently embraced Hong Luan's shoulders, killing intent flickering through her downcast eyes. Hong Luan, you have suffered these past 3 years. I won't allow anyone who hurt you to get away with it. Hong Luan smiled. Her smile was akin to a flower on her tearful face. Besides Long Yin, another scoundrel also hurt me. Who? I don't know him, but I discovered a holy spring and bathing in this holy spring could allow my strength to rise. Hong Luan's gaze was brimming with rage, murder sparkling in her eyes. Who would have thought that a scoundrel would accidentally stumble inside? Yun Luofeng was startled. For some reason, she felt like Hong Luan's words were very familiar, as though she heard it from somewhere else. It was enough that he saw my whole body, but the scoundrel just had to have a nosebleed. Hong Luan tightly clenched her fists. The only weak point of the holy spring was that it could not be tainted by blood. His blood contaminated the holy spring, causing the spring water to lose its effects. Chapter 1620, Hong Luan, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng, I had already stayed inside that holy spring for 3 whole months. I endured the torment of 3 months of soaking. I needed only 1 more day to break through. Hong Luan's tears started falling again. This time, it wasn't caused by sadness, it was heartache. Her heart ached for herself. Tell me, shouldn't I kill this scoundrel? Yun Luofeng nodded in agreement. Should kill. So, if the heavens pity me and let me encounter that scoundrel again, I will shred him into pieces, flay him, and tear out his tendons. If you put yourself in Hong Luan's place, and for example, you gained 3 months of hard-earned money after trials and tribulations. You suffered through torment and pain during these 3 months and only needed 1 more day to acquire this sum. This sum of money was also life-saving money. After all, to Hong Luan back then, every time that she raised her strength was particularly important to her. However, the person who was going to pay you suddenly ran away. Wouldn't you want to kill that person due to rage? You probably would have the desire to rape his ancestors too. Yun Luofeng, at that time, I don't need you to revenge me. Just help me tie that punk up. I want to personally kill him. No, killing him isn't enough. I will whip his corpse 100 times. That punk is too good at escaping though, he slips through my fingers every time. Hong Luan's teeth made cracking noises from how hard she ground them. She had never loathed someone as much as him. Yun Luofeng touched her nose. She kept feeling like the person who Hong Luan spoke of was Nangong Yunyi. Let's go, other people are waiting for us still. Yun Luofeng smiled and supported Hong Luan to leave the cave. Inside the palace of the dragon tribe, Long Yin was kneeling on the ground, shuddering. His face was pale, and he was biting his lips with fear overflowing from his eyes. Little Bug's chubby little figure was loftily standing on the stage and looking down on the dragons kneeling before him with disdain in his eyes. This ancestor was not gone for very long. Yet, the dragon tribe has fallen so low and would even do something like kidnapping women. A dragon below quietly muttered, "Isn't this normal in Beast Province? Why can't our dragon tribe do this?" "Shut up." Little Bug was very angry. "This ancestor is so stately, how can I possess a group of vulgar descendants like you? Whoever dares to commit a blunder like this in the future won't be pardoned." As he announced this, footsteps were heard. When they turned around, they discovered Yun Luofeng helping Hong Luan walk toward them. Yun Xiao walked to Yun Luofeng's side and silently stood there. A rare tenderness that only appeared whenever he looked at her surfaced in his cold eyes. "Ah." Hong Luan's eyes shot open and pushed Yun Luofeng's hand away. She swiftly darted forward. Nangong Yunyi was stunned out of his wits. He did not expect that the person he wanted to find would be Yun Luofeng's friend. This woman was especially aggressive, as though she would not give up until she killed him. Seeing Hong Luan within reach, Nangong Yunyi rapidly fled toward Yun Luofeng. "Yun Luofeng, hurry and help me stop this crazy woman." Hong Luan's face was livid as she clenched her teeth. "Punk, I will definitely make you pay for destroying my holy spring. Prepare to die." In truth, Hong Luan did not actually want to kill Nangong Yunyi. Her words to Yun Luofeng were mere words of anger. However, if she did not mercilessly punish this punk, her rage could not be pacified. Bang! Chapter 1621, Hong Luan, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Hong Luan kicked Nangong Yunyi's butt, instantly sending him flying. He rolled a few times before stopping in front of Yun Luofeng. He dusted off his pants and shot behind Yun Luofeng to hide. "She's the crazy woman I told you about." Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. "I know, you peeped on her while she was bathing and she hunted you down for a while. Then, after she stopped hunting you down, you masochistically went out looking for traces of her, right?" Nangong Yunyi blushed, and the look at the glowering Hong Luan caused him to shiver. "Yun Luofeng, ignore that for now, help me stop this crazy woman." Yun Luofeng shrugged. "Sorry, I just promised Hong Luan that if we found that scoundrel who peeped on her bathing, I would help her kill him." Nangong Yunyi immediately turned ashen and resentfully looked at Yun Luofeng, his expression remarkably similar to a complaining wife's. "Yun Luofeng, you are so cruel. She is your friend, but we also have a deep friendship. Yet, you help her but not me." Yun Xiao's eyebrows knitted, clearly unhappy about Nangong Yunyi using deep friendship. "Yun Luofeng, move over. I am going to make this scoundrel pay." Hong Luan was trembling from her anger, and she was about to shed tears again. As soon as she remembered how her 3 months of hard work was flushed down the drain, she would wish nothing more than shred him into pieces. "Didn't I merely get a peek of your body? Must you chase after me for this long?" Nangong Yunyi pursed his mouth. "At worst, I will take responsibility for you." Hong Luan snorted. "How will you take responsibility? The holy spring was incredibly valuable, so how could it be a responsibility that he could handle?" Yun Luofeng glanced at the two of them and realized that the content of their conversation was not on the same wavelength. "I will take responsibility by marrying you, of course," Nangong Yunyi candidly declared. Hearing this, Hong Luan grew even angrier, and fury spat out of her eyes. "Dream on. Marry her. Why would she marry someone who ruined her holy spring? No can do." Fury boiled in Long Yin's heart when he heard Nangong Yunyi's words. This punk was clearly a toad who pined after a swan. He dared to covet Hong Luan. If he did not use the wrong approach, Hong Luan would be his woman already. "Your Majesty, a guard of the dragon tribe came to report. Long Yin's guard, Long Yun has returned and claims that he must see Long Yin. What does your Majesty think?" The Dragon King glanced at Long Yin and indifferently ordered, "Let him enter." "Yes, your Majesty." The roar of a dragon subsequently pierced the sky and traveled to the hall of the palace. A moment later, a man in a long, green robe slowly descended and reverently kneeled in front of the Dragon King. "Your Majesty, this subordinate requests to see Sir Long Yin." Logically, as the subordinate of Long Yin, he would not come to the palace to request to see Long Yin because there were too many heirs here and it would certainly provoke trouble. However, he heard that Sir Long Yin had made a mistake and was about to be imprisoned by His Majesty, so he just wanted to see Long Yin and report to him. The dragon tribe was truly stupid. Since Long Yin already committed a wrong, wasn't he making Long Yin's wrongs worse by coming here at this moment? Also, he did not investigate what Long Yin had done wrong before rushing here. The Dragon King peered at Long Yun and asked, "What is it?" Chapter 1622, Enraged Nangong Yunyi. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Long Yun subconsciously glanced at Long Yin, reluctance flickering through his eyes. He did not know if he was allowed to say it in front of His Majesty. Sweat soaked Long Yin's forehead. "Your Majesty, about this." However, before he could finish speaking, the Dragon King shot him a cold glance and asked, "What, is there something we aren't allowed to know?" Long Yin grew limp. Long Yun was evidently the dragon that he sent to go to Leopard Tribe to assassinate Yun Luofeng. Then, he realized that Yun Luofeng was currently inside Dragon Tribe, so his subordinate must have failed. Only then did he relent. "Speak." "Yes, Sir Long Yin." Long Yun respectfully cupped his fists. This subordinate obeyed your order and went to Leopard Tribe to find the woman called Yun Luofeng to steal the fire-spread fruit inside her body. Who knew that Yun Luofeng had already left the Leopard Tribe? Long Yin glanced at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao with embarrassment and dryly coughed. "Since you failed, then you may leave." "Sir Long Yin, although I failed in hunting her down, I was able to discover that Yun Luofeng had connections with the Wind Chasing Alliance, so this subordinate has already killed everyone from the Wind Chasing Alliance. Ha ha." The green-robed man guffawed, not seeing Long Yin's drastic shift in expression at all. Nor did he care about the other people present. Instead, he was looking at Long Yun boastfully, seeking compliment. What did you say? Nangong Yunyi flew into a rage, his tightly clenched fists cracking. You killed the members of my wind-chasing alliance. Long Yun was startled and dumbfoundedly looked at the flowering Nangong Yunyi. So Long Yin, this. Long Yin inwardly voiced his regrets. This useless failure. He only had him kill Yun Luofeng, he never said anything about destroying wind-chasing alliance. What should he do now? Plop. Suddenly, Long Yin was kneeling on the ground and sobbing, Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with me. This beastard acted on his own. I didn't order him to touch the members of the wind-chasing alliance. Long Yun was stunned. However, Nangong Yunyi's fist had swung onto his face already. Bang! Long Yun staggered back a few steps, and blood flowed down his nose. Who are you? Long Yun asked between gritted teeth. Nangong Yunyi was livid, veins popping out of his forehead. He was similar to a deadly volcano, and his erupted lava could corrode other people's body. Who am I? You dared to harm the people of my alliance, yet you ask me who I am. Nangong Yunyi lifted his leg and mercilessly kicked the green-robed man's chest, sending him flying back. If it was in the past, the green-robed man would certainly stand up and fight back, but he could feel the peculiar atmosphere and did not dare to resist, allowing Nangong Yunyi's fierce attacks to land on him. That's right, Nangong Yunyi was purely venting his hatred. Killing Long Yun would not eliminate the hatred in his heart. If he did not beat this bastard to death, how could he avenge his deceased brothers and sisters? Tears streamed down the corner of Nangong Yunyi's eyes. His attacks turned more and more ferocious, causing Long Yun to spit out blood non-stop. In these 2 years, the brothers and sisters of Wind-Chasing Alliance accompanied him through all of his challenges and hardships. However, now that the danger to the alliance has been dissolved, his brothers and sisters were all dead. How could he accept this? Sir Long Yin. Long Yun pleadingly looked at Long Yin, clearly wanting him to tell him what was happening. Long Yin bitterly chuckled. The Yun Luofeng who I had you go kill is already here in the dragon tribe. Chapter 1623, Fate 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. What? Long Yun's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Long Yin's deathly pale face, stunned. Seeing everyone staring at him, he unconsciously shivered. HMPH. Little Bug twisted his chubby body and crawled forward from the stage. His gaze was arrogant as he looked down on the kneeling man. The dragon tribe is truly brave. They dare to harm the people around my mistress even. I originally only wanted to discipline you, but it appears this ancestor can't help you this time. In truth, Little Bug did not plan to plead on Long Yin's behalf, to begin with. Who told this bastard to kidnap mistress's friend and wanted to harm mistress? He purposefully said those words in order to illustrate his benevolence. However, his voice caused Long Yun to shudder. Wasn't this Bug the venerable ancestor that his majesty had them find? What did his words mean? No. Mistress. Long Yin frowned. We were tricked by that woman from the leopard tribe this time. If he survived, he absolutely would not spare the despicable woman. She caused him to lose Hong Luan as well. As though struck by lightning, Long Yun froze. Before he could plead for mercy, he heard the Dragon King coldly order, guards, take him away. Flay him and pull his tendons. Ha ha. Suddenly, Nangong Yunyi gave a deranged laugh. Flay him and pull his tendons. How could that little pain compare to all the brothers that I lost? Nangong Yunyi was gnashing his teeth from hatred. Unless I slice his meat off piece by piece, the hatred in my heart won't be eliminated. All the brothers who went to hell and back with him had their spirits dissipated because of this evil dragon, so how could he swallow his anger? Yun Luofeng silently looked at Nangong Yunyi before pulling out a porcelain bottle from her space ring and passing it to him. After you slice a piece of him off, sprinkle this powder on the injury and it will recover within a few days. You can torture him for as long as you want until your anger has dissolved. Nangong Yunyi accepted the bottle. Good brother. Only Yun Luofeng understood him the best in this world. Also, only Yun Luofeng would hand him the most useful item when he needed it. Yun Xiao icily swept his eyes over Nangong Yunyi's hand before he deftly held Yun Luofeng's hand in his and gently brushed over the spot where Nangong Yunyi's fingertip had barely touched her palm. Perhaps due to sympathy, Hong Luan did not continue screaming at Nangong Yunyi and gently sighed. In truth, I can understand his feelings. If all of my brothers were wiped out, then I would have the intent to eradicate his ancestor too. Nangong Yunyi was fairly rational still and did not take his anger out on the dragons because of this. This dragon of the dragon tribe injured my people. From now on, you aren't permitted to interfere with his fate, Yun Luofeng coldly stated with a glance at the Dragon King. Seeing that Yun Luofeng had spoken, how could the Dragon King dare to say no? Couldn't you see his ancestor harshly glaring at him right now? Since it was his fault in the first place, then his punishment will be left to Miss Yun. Alright, Yun Luofeng walked to Nangong Yunyi's side and lightly clapped his shoulders. Nangong, you can take revenge however you want, but don't grieve too much. In this world, if the soul was not destroyed when the body died, then there's a chance to meet again. This was not Waxia where if your family in Waxia passed away, you would not see them ever again. Here, as long as your soul still existed, then there was a chance to meet again. If fate willed it, then they would naturally meet again. Thank you, Nangong Yunyi hoarsely said. He knew Yun Luofeng was comforting him. Even so, it did not eliminate the sorrow in his heart. Yun Luofeng did not say anything else and turned her gaze toward the main culprit, Long Yin. How will you punish this dragon? Chapter 1624, Fate 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. This punk owes me, so give this dragon to me. Hong Luan narrowed her eyes, a cold glint flashing through her eyes. Hong Luan, I did that to save you. Long Yin frantically defended himself as he subconsciously took a few steps back. Hong Luan snorted. To save me, did you forget who caused me to become like this? Long Yin turned silent. It was a while before he found his voice again and weakly protested, I love you too much. I wanted you to give birth to a dragon son for me, which was why I love me. Must I marry you simply because you love me? Hong Luan raised her chin and imposingly stated, even if I remain unmarried my whole life, I won't marry someone like you. You continually claim that you love me, so you forcibly snatched me and imposed your will on me. And I must obey your desire to birth a child for you. Did you ever ask if I was willing? Hong Yin's face paled further. He despairingly and sorrowfully gazed at her gorgeous face. Hong Luan, I thought you would be happy to birth a child for me. The dragon tribe had always been distinguished and formidable. Many people wanted to but could not be married to him. Hence, in his mind, he believed that Hong Luan was willing but did not express it because she was too shy. Hong Luan must hate him merely because of the frost fruit. If he did not take advantage of her and feed her the frost fruit, perhaps Hong Luan would joyfully become his new bride. Of course, this was all Long Yin's own opinion. Your Majesty, a god of the dragon tribe hastily ran inside and reverently said, 2 humans came here to provoke the dragon tribe, this subordinate. Who has the guts to come provoke the dragon tribe? The guard was interrupted by the Dragon King before he could finish speaking. The Dragon King immediately slapped the table and furiously stood up without questioning the reason. He flicked his sleeve and wanted to walk forward. Their venerable ancestor had returned to the dragon tribe anyway, so even if the dragon tribe came to attack, he would not need to fear. Your Majesty, they are 2 humans and kidnapped the princess of the leopard tribe with them. They said our dragon tribe harmed their friend. What? Humans again? And they also came here to find someone. The Dragon King's fury was instantly extinguished and he fearfully glanced at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. Could those 2 humans be related to them? Seeing that Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao both did not declare their position, the Dragon King coughed in embarrassment. Let them enter first. I would like to know if there are any misunderstandings. As for the provocation that the guard mentioned earlier, he completely overlooked it. Yes, Your Majesty, the guard of the dragon tribe retreated. A moment later, a man and a woman entered under the guard's guidance. The seductive man was similar to a fox spirit who had turned into a human, his eyes full of cunning. The other girl was dressed in yellow and held a struggling woman in her hand. When she noticed Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao, she was startled. Miss, why are you here? The Dragon King was stunned. Could he have guessed correctly? These people really knew Yun Luofeng, and they were Yun Luofeng's guard and maidservant. Thank goodness he did not impulsively make an irreparable mistake. Hong Luan. Joy entered Hu Li's heart when he saw Hong Luan. I didn't expect to see you here at the Dragon Tribe. Could you have been here this whole time? Chapter 1625, Fate 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng gave Hu Li an odd look. Didn't you say you came here to find someone? What? Isn't it Hong Luan? Hearing this, Huang Yingying frowned, tossed the eldest princess of the leopard clan onto the floor, and icily said, Miss, this woman claimed that a member of the dragon tribe killed Princess Yili, so we came here to confront them. Yili. Instantly, everyone focused on the green-robed man, Long Yun. I had you go to Beast City to deal with Yun Luofeng. Why in the world did you kill the princess of the leopard tribe? Long Yin was furious. This troublemaking failure, it was his fault I ended up like this. So Long Yin. Long Yun knelt on the ground with a plop. I really didn't kill the princess of the leopard tribe. What reason would I have to kill her? The words of a man on his deathbed always come from the heart. Long Yun would not lie at a time like this. The eldest princess was drained of colors. The constant movement of the trip had already caused her health to nearly fail, so her voice was quite weak. I didn't say that. They are unjustly accusing me. So Long Yin, you must believe me. I'm utterly devoted towards you, so why would I frame the dragon tribe? Yun Luofeng smiled. Her smile was evil, and her pitch-black eyes appeared as if they could see through a person's heart. You didn't want to frame the dragon tribe indeed. Nor did you have the guts to. The eldest princess snorted. She did not understand why Yun Luofeng was here. However, based on her words, she was merely licking the dragon tribe's boots. Unfortunately, the dragon tribe would absolutely trust other beasts and would not carelessly trust a human. However, you could borrow the hands of the dragon tribe to kill Hu Li and Huang Yingying, am I right? Yun Luofeng deviously asked with an upturn of her lips. The eldest princess' complexion turned paler. Yun Luofeng, don't bother falsely accusing me. Who do you think the dragon tribe will trust, you or me? Currently, the eldest princess had not realized the situation and evidently did not know the change that had occurred to the dragon tribe. She only knew that her identity as a spirit beast was her protection. I don't care whether you admit it or deny it. The mere fact that you had the intention to kill someone around me means I won't spare you. Yun Luofeng lifted her hand and the force landed on the eldest princess's chest with a bang, causing her to fiercely smack against the wall in an instant. Blood gushed out of her mouth. Yun Luofeng, how gusty you are. You dare to harm me in the dragon tribe. The eldest princess clenched her teeth and turned to Long Yin. So Long Yin, this woman is stomping on the dignity of the dragon tribe, you should tie her up and shred her into pieces. Long Yun appeared to recall something and suddenly knelt on the ground, tearfully claiming, so Long Yin, it was this woman who told me Yun Luofeng was in the Wind-Chasing Alliance. Otherwise, I wouldn't go to destroy the Wind-Chasing Alliance at a time like this. In a split second, several murderous gazes shot to the eldest princess. Nangong Yunyi's fist crackled, and his teeth were tightly clenched. He would not control his power, and it instantly rushed out. However, Long Yin was quicker than him and reached the front of the eldest princess. A fist loaded with water-colored spirit energy ferociously hit the eldest princess. It's all your fault. If you didn't tell me Yun Luofeng's body contained the fire spirit fruit, I wouldn't hunt her down. If you didn't lead my subordinate to the wind-chasing alliance, we wouldn't commit such an irreparable error. You have caused disaster to befall me, I will drag you to hell. Chapter 1626, Fate 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Long Yin's attacks were very ferocious and continually landed on the eldest princess without holding back. The eldest princess was beaten senseless and could not understand the current situation. So Long Yin, you. Before she could finish her words, Long Yin burst into laughter and started crying as he laughed. Do you know, because of you, I'm about to lose my life. His voice was like lightning, and the eldest princess was struck dumb. What? So Long Yin was about to lose his life. You DMN woman, do you know who you want to harm? She is the mistress of our dragon tribe's venerable ancestor. You wanted me to step beyond my station and kill her, isn't that the same as sending me to my death? Long Yin's teeth cracked from how hard he clenched them. He wished nothing more than to cut this woman into thousands of pieces. No, even cutting her into pieces could not pacify the rage in his heart. Boom. The eldest princess was completely dazed. Yun Luofeng was the mistress of the dragon tribe's venerable ancestor. This sentence alone continued to echo in her mind. She was unable to think about anything else. Her body started trembling, and her pale face was drained of blood. Only now did she understand the enormity of the mistake that she had committed. What was laughable was that I idiotically believed your words. Long Yin was in great pain. He sent another punch toward the eldest princess and caused the wall behind her to collapse, instantly burying the eldest princess. Wait. Hu Li hastily called. She can't die yet. I need to know where Yili went. Back in Beast City, his mind was muddled enough to believe the eldest princess nonsense. But now, he wanted to know nothing more than Yili's whereabouts. Inside the rubble, the eldest princess snorted. She was immobilized and only her eyes, full of discontent and resentment, were exposed. Back then, I was clearly the one who discovered you first. Why did you choose Yili? The eldest princess did not like Hu Li, but her ego caused her to continue to brood over this. Her looks surpassed Yili's by a mile, so why did Hu Li choose Yili? She did not even have the chance to take him by force. Although Yili's appearance was disfigured, her heart wasn't. She was very kind, unlike you, and she would not force other people to do things they were unwilling to. Moreover, my marriage with her was only a pretense so that you wouldn't have any ulterior motives toward me. However, he had been subconsciously attracted to the strong and patient girl for a long time. So what if her face was disfigured? What he cared about had never been her looks. The eldest princess derisively smiled. You want to know Yili's whereabouts? I insist on not telling you. Even if I die, I won't let you find her. After saying this, the eldest princess pulled her arm out of the rubble with a struggle and forcefully clapped it towards her head. Before her hand could make contact, a black sword light shot over and chopped her whole arm off. Ah! An intense pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from the eldest princess. She nearly fainted from the excess blood loss. Yun Xiao silently withdrew his hand and calmly stood beside Yun Luofeng, as though the person who ruthlessly acted just now wasn't him. Although you're not the one who killed the members of the wind-chasing alliance, their deaths are still related to you. Yun Luofeng glanced at her. If I had known you had the intention to kill them earlier, then I absolutely would not have allowed your continued existence. Hence, death is wishful thinking for you. Chapter 1627, Fate 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. After Yun Luofeng said that, she turned to Nangong Yunyi. Nangong, she can be considered to be the main culprit of this, so I will leave her to you. Nangong Yunyi's throat was choked with emotions. Yun Luofeng, the wind-chasing alliance was originally established because of you. Who knew that it would be utterly destroyed now? His heart ached for the deaths of his brothers and sisters. He was also in grief about the fact that his present for Yun Luofeng was wrecked like this. And no, the eldest princess' hoarse voice was trembling. She shook her head, eyes full of fear as her hand tightly clutched her severed shoulder, allowing the blood to drip down her fingers. Nangong Yunyi's line of sight landed on the eldest princess and an intense fury ignited in him with a boom, causing people to feel like they were being burned by a ferocious flame. You caused my brother's deaths. He would certainly make her life worse than death. Hu Li, the eldest princess abruptly turned to Hu Li and pleaded, didn't you want to know where Yili was? I beg you to release me. As long as you release me, I will tell you her whereabouts. Hu Li glanced at the eldest princess and sneered. Knowing that she's still alive is enough. As for where she is, I will find her myself. I don't need your help. Bang. The eldest princess had just struggled to stand up, but she was stricken by Hu Li's words and harshly fell on the ground again, her ashen face full of despair. She knew that she would be unable to escape this calamity. Yun Luofeng, I will leave with these two guys first. Nangong Yunyi darkly smiled. I will make them understand the consequences of killing my people. Nangong Yunyi might not have been acquainted with those people for that long, but he had already developed a deep friendship with them. He would not be so enraged otherwise. Yun Luofeng understood the fury in his heart, so she had him handle these two people. Venerable ancestor, are you satisfied with this outcome? The Dragon King looked at Little Bug with an ingratiating smile. Little Bug proudly lifted his chin. Since my mistress is satisfied, then naturally I am satisfied as well. Meaning, the one who was in charge here was Yun Luofeng alone, even Yun Xiao must yield to her. This was the rule that Little Bug discovered after the past days of interaction. His master was a man heavily controlled by his wife. He would not say no to anything that Yun Luofeng said, and he was satisfied as long as Yun Luofeng was satisfied. And since Little Bug was an innately self-protective person, he unsurprisingly chose Yun Xiao and his wife over the dragon tribe. He might be the ancestor of the dragon tribe, but he did not want to return after leaving for so many years, so it can be imagined how unattached he was to the dragon tribe. Otherwise, he would not have abandoned the dragon tribe back then. Miss Yoon, do you have any more requests for the dragon tribe? The Dragon King beamingly turned to Yoon Luofeng. Yoon Luofeng shook her head. I merely came here to find someone. Since it's like that, the king of the dragon tribe paused before jovially continuing, is Miss Yoon willing to oppose the Phoenix tribe with our dragon tribe then? The Phoenix tribe's power has grown stronger over the years and can contend with our dragon tribe now. Now that venerable ancestor has returned, how can we permit the Phoenix tribe to stand at the pinnacle of Beast Province? Chapter 1628, Leaving Beast Province 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Hearing this, Littlebug sent the enthusiastic Dragon King a peculiar look. He could not bear it and said, you are dreaming, right? The Phoenix tribe has already sworn their allegiance to my master, so why would my master help you attack the Phoenix tribe? The Dragon King's smile abruptly disappeared. Shock invaded his face and he was stupefied as he met Littlebug's derisive gaze. You said the Phoenix tribe has sworn allegiance to your master. Littlebug snorted. If you want to attack the Phoenix tribe, then you can go yourself. We won't interfere with this. Then, Littlebug wiggled his body and leisurely crawled toward Yoon Seo. Yoon Seo casually picked Littlebug up and turned to Yoon Luofeng with a gentle expression. Let's go. They came here to find Hong Luan. Now that Hong Luan had been found, there was no need to stay. Ancestor. The Dragon King turned pale with fright and knelt in front of Littlebug with a plop. Seeing this, the other members of the dragon tribe all simultaneously knelt down, forming a row. Ancestor, you can't leave. What will we do if you leave? He sobbed. The dragon tribe finally found venerable ancestor after so many years. If they allowed venerable ancestor to leave, when would they ever see him again? Yoon Seo disdainfully glanced at the Dragon King's pleading face and coolly stated, he is my pet, so he must follow me if I leave. The Dragon King's eyes sparkled. So Yoon Seo, we are willing to obey your orders. We only hope you can remain here. If Yoon Seo stayed, their venerable ancestor would not leave. However, was it possible to make Yoon Seo stay? I will come back when I need you. In other words, he would only return here when he needed the dragon tribe. After saying this, his hand wrapped around Yoon Luofeng's waist and he immediately leaped a distance away. The dragon tribe wanted to block Yoon Seo, but before he could touch even a corner of his clothes, the black figure had already disappeared from his sight. Nangong Yunyi looked at Hong Luan with hesitation and was silent for a moment before saying, I'm very sorry about peeping at you before. I will also take responsibility for you, but I have something to take care of right now, so. Whether it was Long Yin's subordinate or the eldest princess of the leopard clan, he would not spare either one. Hong Luan glared at Nangong Yunyi. When did I say I want you to take responsibility? Moreover, you destroyed my Strid Spring, do you think that just admitting guilt is enough to erase my loss? Nangong Yunyi, let me tell you, you are dreaming. She snorted and added, however, seeing that you still need to take revenge, I will spare you for now. I will settle the matter with you after you finish taking care of everything. In truth, Nangong Yunyi had realized already that this woman had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, so he was not as terrified of her as before. All right. Nangong Yunyi smiled. You can punish me however you want after I finish taking revenge. I won't run away this time. For some reason, when Hong Luan heard Nangong Yunyi's last sentence, her heart skipped a beat. She looked up and met the man's determined eyes and felt a trace of unease. Even she herself did not understand the reason behind this sudden feeling. Witnessing the two people's unusual atmosphere, Long Yin's face turned more displeased, and he intently glared at Nangong Yunyi. Chapter 1629, Leaving Beast Province 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. That glare was as though he wanted to shred the man into thousands of pieces. Discovering Long Yin's gaze, Hong Luan domineeringly glanced at him and smiled. Long Yin, I already said that if you dared to touch me in the slightest, I would make your life worse than death when you ended up in my hands. Her words that day looped in his ears. What was laughable was that he previously disregarded these words. How many women could resist an expert of the dragon tribe like him? He did not expect to have spoiled the ship for a halfpenny worth of tar. Hong Luan, I don't care how you take revenge on me. Being able to die in your hands is my honor. Even now, Long Yin still pretended to be deeply in love and hoped Hong Luan will spare him based on his deep affection. Hong Luan smiled and gently stroked her chin before nodding. Don't you want to have children? Then I will marry you to a princess of the Strid Pig tribe. I heard she has been looking for a husband recently. Every member of the beast race had extraordinary looks, with one exception, the Strid Pig tribe members of that tribe were famous for their ugliness. Not only that, but they were all barbarians. Every beauty that ended up in their hands had a tragic fate. Hence, when Long Yin heard Hong Luan's words, his face turned ashen and full of despair. Hu Li, Miss has already left. Huang Yingying turned to look at Hu Li with a small frown. I haven't found Wu and even lost Yili, so I want to temporarily stay in Beast Province, Hu Li stated with a shake of his head. All right, then come and find Miss and son-in-law one after you find them. Huang Yingying did not say anything else before chasing after Yoon Luofeng and Yoon Seo. However, how could she be quick enough to catch up to Yoon Seo? Thankfully, after she reached the base of the mountain, she discovered the awaiting Yoon Luofeng. Miss, Huang Yingying swiftly walked to Yoon Luofeng. Hu Li. I know. Yoon Luofeng wickedly smiled. Unless Hu Li finds Yili, I reckon he won't leave Beast Province. If Yoon Seo's fate was unknown in Beast Province, she also would not leave by herself, so she understood Hu Li's choice. She knew from the start that Hu Li would not leave with her this time. Huang Yingying, we will leave Beast Province now. We have come out for a while this time, so I should bring Yun Xiao with me and visit the Jun family. The Jun family. Yun Xiao looked at Yun Luofeng with confusion brimming from his eyes. Sensing the man's gaze, Yun Luofeng started. She had somehow forgotten that Yun Xiao still did not know about the existence of the Jun family because he delved into God-buried mountain to find her. Yun Luofeng grew silent for a while before looking at the cold man. Yun Xiao, when you went to God-buried mountain, some things happened in the continent, and one of them is related to the Jun family. Yun Xiao quietly waited for Yun Luofeng's subsequent words. Yun Luofeng took a breath. The grandfather of the Jun family is mother's biological father. In other words, he is your biological grandfather. Oh. Yun Xiao's expression was very calm, and his words were concise. Just like when he first met Jun Fengling, he was not too excited, even though he had searched for his mother for many years. However, Yun Luofeng knew Yun Xiao's personality well. This man had always been bad at expressing his feelings. He thirsted for family, but he never displayed it and would only bury his affection in the deepest corner of his heart. Yet, a man like this frequently expressed his love and loyalty for her in front of her. Chapter 1630, Leaving Beast Province 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Xiao, don't you want to see your grandfather? Yun Luofeng asked with raised brows. I don't know any Jun family. Yun Xiao contemplated for a moment before continuing. If you like them, then they're my family. If you don't like them, then they can only be my enemies. In other words, the people you like are people that I will protect for the rest of my life. And the people you don't like are people that I must eliminate even if I exhaust everything I have. Yun Luofeng's heart jolted and she looked up at the man's determined and loving eyes, a smile turning up on her lips. This man had already previously said that he would massacre the whole world for her, even if the other party was his family. Hence, when the Xiao family made things difficult for her back then, he chose to expose his strength without any scruples, just to protect her dignity. A man like him was worth every bit of her sincere feelings. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng walked up and gently embraced Yun Xiao, pressing her lips against his warm lips. The contact between their lips caused a hot stream to rush through their whole bodies, incredibly satisfying. Seeing them act as though no one else was present, Wang Yingying was stupefied. She hastily covered her eyes to stop watching them be intimate. Yun Xiao, after seeing the Jun family, I want to make a trip back to the land of no return. I should bring mother to see grandfather. Grandfather Jun longed for Jun Fengling for so long, so she should naturally bring mother here. Moreover, we have left land of no return for almost 5 years. I haven't seen our family for 5 years, so we should go back and see them. All right. Yun Xiao had never declined Yun Luofeng's requests. Wherever she wanted to go, whether it was to the most remote corner of the world or the deepest part of the ocean, he would accompany her and never leave. What about you? Yun Luofeng turned to Huang Yingying. Will you follow us? Huang Yingying shuddered. She slightly cast down her eyes, pain brimming from them. Logically, I should go sweep the tombs of my family, but as soon as I returned to the Huang estate, I recall the scene from back then. The death of her family was an eternal pain in her heart, so how could she be willing to recall everything? If you don't want to go back, then wait for us here. Yun Luofeng shrugged and did not force Huang Yingying, a languid smile turning up on her bewitching face. Yun Xiao, let's go. I hope we can leave Beast Province before tomorrow. Yun Luofeng and the others had already entered Beast Province for a while. During this period of time, a heaven-turning transformation occurred inside Seven Province continent. First, the grandfather of the Jun family went missing. Ever since Yun Luofeng went missing inside God Burial Mountain and grandfather impulsively charged inside the mountain, he had gone missing and did not appear again. No one knew his fate. Second, the two young masters of North Province Governor's estate had one fatality and one injury at the hands of Yun Luofeng. This irreparable damage enraged the governor of the North Province, and he originally wanted to seek retribution from Yun Luofeng. Unfortunately though, Yun Luofeng had already gone to Beast Province at that time. As a result, after an investigation of the Yun Luofeng's identity from the people of North Province, they sent people to Land of No Return to cause trouble for her family. Hearing this, those connected with Yun Luofeng, the Jun family, West Province Academy, and the East Province Governor's estate, all sent people to stop them. Unfortunately, a situation occurred inside West Province Academy at the last minute, so they were too preoccupied themselves. As for the experts sent by the Jun family and East Province Governor's estate, they were assassinated by members of the Saintly Virgin tribe. This matter had already provoked waves of commotion on the continent. Chapter 1631, Returning to Land of No Return 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. North Province. Inside the governor's estate, a woman in a white dress was sitting in the chief seat with a frosty expression. Her fingers gently traced the rim of a teacup as her aloof eyes swept over the people below her. The person standing at the forefront was a middle-aged man. In contrast to his previous imposing and severe expression, his face was full of ingratiation. Lady Qin Zhu, although the people of the Jun family and East Province Governor's estate were killed by you, the people I sent to Land of No Return to assassinate the family of Yun Luofeng were also eliminated by those people. What do you? Qin Yue raised her eyebrows, an icy smile turning up on her frosty face. Her smile was cold to the bones, akin to the wintry air, utterly devoid of warmth. Yun Luofeng killed my sister, so her family must die. The people of Xuanqing sect came to inform the Saintly Virgin tribe that the heir they had been searching for all along was in the hands of Yun Luofeng. Hence, her younger sister, Qin Yue, nominated herself to go assassinate Yun Luofeng. Who would have expected Qin Yue to die at the hands of Yun Luofeng? The Saintly Virgin tribe was only able to discover this piece of news through great tribulations. Recalling her younger sister's tragic death, a cold glint flickered through Qin Yue's eyes, and her killing intent was sharp as a sword. This was why I had members of the saintly virgin tribe visit the land of no return. Qin Zhu coldly stated. As for you, your task was to recruit the other provinces. Well, the North Province governor hesitated for a moment. I am afraid this matter will be extremely difficult. The daughter of the East Province governor, Hong Luan, has an intricate friendship with Yun Luofeng. After the Jun family helped Yun Luofeng with this, I went to investigate the relationship between Yun Luofeng and the Jun family and learned that grandfather Jun is the grandfather of Yun Luofeng's husband. As for West Province, they have a Jitian. So I'm afraid I can't recruit them. The previous governor of Central Province is good friends with grandfather Jun, so we can only recruit South Province alone. Qin Zhu sneered, unmoved by the North Province's governor's words. Jitian of West Province appeared to have his hands tied with the situation recently, so he can't come to stop the course of events. A West Province academy without Jitian is not scary. As for the other places, as long as you get them to come here, then I have a method to make them obey my orders. The North Province governor was shocked. What did Qin Zhu's words mean? Lady Qin Zhu, you were saying. The North Province's governor's voice was cautious, but he could not stop the trembling of his heart. Suddenly, Qin Zhu shot him a cold look and caused the North Province governor to swallow the words at the edge of his lips and look at her with fright. The inside of the city was surprisingly quiet. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao were stopped as soon as they stepped out of the city gates. Halt! The guard had just shouted, and Yun Xiao's cool gaze had already darted toward him. Splat! The guard spat out a mouthful of blood and harshly fell over. Huang Yingying, we will part ways here. Wait for me at the witchcraft tribe. Yun Luofeng turned to Huang Yingying, a smile in her pitch-black eyes. All right. Huang Yingying nodded. Stay safe. Yun Xiao, let's go. Yun Luofeng looked away and set her eyes on the man's cold and handsome face. The man wrapped his arm around her waist and leaped into the air in an instant, quickly disappearing from Huang Yingying's sight. Because Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao made most of their journey in the air, they did not make any stops. With the current strength, even if they did not drink or eat, they would not be exhausted at all. Chapter 1632, Returning to Land of No Return, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Jun Estate. When Yun Luofeng encountered danger, Jun Lingao went out to find her, but she was discovered and brought back not too long later. Ever since then, she was closely watched and not given any chance to leave. However, they did not expect grandfather's whereabouts to become unknown before Yun Luofeng could be found. When Yun Luofeng appeared at the doorstep of the Jun Estate, the guard could not believe his eyes. He hastily rubbed his eyes and stared at the woman in white who appeared out of thin air with wide eyes and nearly screamed. After a moment, he recovered his voice and swiftly dashed toward the inner court of the Jun Estate. Family head, Miss Yun has returned. Miss Yun, Yun Luofeng. As soon as Jun Lingao, who was originally sitting inside a court and fretting, heard the guards shout, she stood up with a swish and a bright light glittered in her strutted eyes. A moment later, a snow-white figure floated into her sight. Her throat became choked with emotions, and her eyes sparkled with tears. Sister Yun, you've returned. But my grandfather went to God Burial Mountain to find you, and his fate is currently unknown. Jun Lingao tightly bit her lips and pitifully looked at Yun Luofeng, the tears at the corner of her tears making her more pitiful. The family head of the Jun family, Jun Xuan, had also swiftly arrived and walked to Yun Luofeng. He lifted his hand, wanting to clap her shoulder but ended up feebly placing it down. It's good that you are safe and sound. Everyone knew grandfather Jun's affection for Yun Luofeng. Only her safety could allow the Jun family to settle down. Grandfather went missing. Yun Luofeng slightly frowned. That's right, he went to God Burial Mountain to find Yuan but did not return. I also sent experts of the Jun family to search for him, but they all did not return. In truth, Jun Xuan wanted to personally go find Master several times. However, the Jun family needed a leader, so he could only remain. However, Jun Xuan paused. Did you kill Ling Chen of North Province and even cripple Ling Shuang? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Yes. Jun Xuan wryly shook his head. I'm afraid you've stirred up trouble this time. North Province and the Saintly Virgin tribe have teamed up and even sent someone to Land of No Return to cause trouble for your family. Although those people have been jointly eliminated by East Province and us, it won't stop them from continually sending people later. Yun Luofeng's face slowly darkened. It appears I need to make a trip to the Land of No Return as soon as possible. My worry won't be assuaged until I bring grandfather and the others here. However, as soon as she thought of grandfather Jun's unknown whereabouts, unease plagued her mind. Could grandfather have encountered danger after delving inside God Burial Mountain? I will go to God Burial Mountain, Yun Xiao indifferently said after a moment of silence. Yun Luofeng pondered over it. This was the only option. With Yun Xiao's current strength, escaping wouldn't be a problem no matter how great the danger. She had to head to the Land of No Return. Perhaps the North Province had sent people to the Land of No Return to kill her family again. Feng he is, Jun Xuan curiously asked with a questioning look at Yun Xiao. My husband, Yun Xiao, Yun Luofeng lightly replied with a curve of her lips. Jun Xuan's body trembled, his eyes intently stared at Yun Xiao, wanting to carve his appearance into his mind. You are the Ghost Emperor. My teacher's biological grandson. Chapter 1633, Yun Ruoshui, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Xiao expressionlessly nodded. His face was as cold as always. There's no time to lose. We will divide and conquer now. Yun Luofeng turned around and gently embraced Yun Xiao. After you find Grandfather Jun and I bring Grandfather and them here, we will meet up at the Jun estate. Yun Xiao lightly ran his fingers over Yun Luofeng's hair, a smile slowly turning up on his lips. He lowered his head and pressed a kiss on her forehead. Be careful. Jun Xuan's mouth moved, and his gaze lingered on Yun Xiao, but he understood that he could not make Yun Xiao stay at a time like this. They had more important things to do. Feng our Jun family also has a wormhole. You can head to the land of no return from the Jun family's wormhole. Land of no return. In a town not far from Endless City, a company was traveling in haste, but two small figures suddenly blocked their path. Excuse me, how do I get to Endless City? The leader of that company was a man in long embroidered robes. He looked up in shock, and his sight landed on the two little girls in front of him. The two little girls were fairly young, looking about 4 or 5 years old, and the big, glistening eyes were very adorable. Based on their clothing, it was evident they originated from large clans. However, most misses of the big clans have an entourage, so why didn't they have anyone following them? Little sisters, why did you appear here alone? Where are your parents? The youth asked with a faint smile after patiently lowering his head. Big brother, I am called Yun Ruoshui, and she is my older sister Yi Jun. We secretly left home without telling our parents. Can you tell us the direction to Endless City? The slightly younger girl had a pure and innocent smile dawned on her face. Her fair face was exquisite like a porcelain doll. She would undoubtedly be a country-ruining beauty when she grew up. As for the little miss that she called Yi Jun, she was young, but her red clothes displayed her extraordinary looks. In contrast to Yun Ruoshui's exquisite cuteness, she was valiant and formidable looking, and her features had a sharp handsome quality to them. Endless City is quite chaotic. Why are you going there? It was the woman beside the man who spoke. The woman carried an alluring air with curved eyebrows and cunning eyes. Her eyes were sparkling as she looked at the two little girls. Sister and I want to go to the physician tower inside Endless City to find my cousin. My dad told me my cousin is awesome, she. Shueisa. Yi Jun's expression shifted. She hastily tugged Yun Ruoshui's sleeves and shook her head, stopping her sister's following words. Immediately, she raised her petite face and maturely said, just tell us how to get to Endless City. You don't need to know why we are going there. Grandfather said that the world was dangerous and she must not trust any strangers. Moreover, even if she said the tower master of the physician tower was her sister-in-law, these people would not believe her. However, if they wanted to go to the 7-province continent to find second brother and second sister-in-law, they must go to physician tower. The people there would help them think of a way. The alluring woman was somewhat unhappy. Her eyes glittered, and a cunning smile turned up on her lips. Chapter 1634, Yun Ruoshui 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Little sister, we happen to be going to Endless City as well. Why don't you go with us? Yun Ruoshui paused, and a tinge of suspicion flashed across her face. She just asked the way. Why was this big sister so accommodating? Yi Jun secretly pulled Yun Ruoshui's sleeve. Both of them stepped back 2 steps, keeping a distance from the group of people. No, thank you. We'll ask someone else. Shueisa, let's go. She took Yun Ruoshui's little hand, bypassed the coquettish woman and wanted to go forward. The woman and the brocade-robed young man looked at each other and stood blocking the way on either side. Little sister, the world is dangerous. It's too dangerous for you to go to the Endless City alone. Let's take you there. The two little girls were gorgeous though they were still little. She could definitely sell them for a good price. Yi Jun frowned and a touch of vigilance flickered across her eyes. What on earth do you want to do? Don't you dare kidnap us. Though we are little, we won't be tricked by you. The coquettish woman's face changed. A grim and sinister smile appeared on her face, and her eyes shone with a greedy light. Ha ha, let me tell you, kids who run away from home are bound to be kidnapped. Wise up, little girls. Come on, tie them up. I'll sell them for a good price. Yun Ruoshui was timidly hiding behind Yi Jun. Her big frightened eyes were full of tears. She gently bit her pink lips. Her frightened face looked piteous. Shueisa, I'll protect you. She was 1 year older than Yun Ruoshui, and, as her older sister, she was supposed to protect her. Miss Ruyi, the boy we captured some time ago is also very nice looking. He's about the same age as the little girl called Yi Jun. If we take all 3 of them to auction, we can certainly make a fortune. Boy. Yi Jun paused and the light flashed through her eyes. Her elder brother secretly left the Yi family several days ago to look for their parents, second brother and his wife. And they ran away from home after him. Her brother was also caught by these bad guys. Sister Jun, Yun Ruoshui patted, with tears in her eyes, we must not fall into the hands of these people. I'm so scared. Yi Jun patted Yun Ruoshui's little hand consolingly. With a cold gleam in her eyes, she lowered her head and said to Yun Ruoshui in a very small voice, Shueisa, I suspect they captured my brother. Brother Coxe. Yun Ruoshui's eyes widened in surprise, and her small, pink face was covered with consternation. You mean brother Coxe is in their hands? I'm just guessing, so. Though Yi Jun stopped, Yun Ruoshui knew what she wanted to tell her. Little sister, do you choose to go with me or to be tied up and carried away by me? Ruyi slowly asked with a sneer. Yi Jun squeezed Yun Ruoshui's little hands again to calm down. And then, she raised her head. Looking valiant in bearing, she looked just like Jun Fengling. I'll go with you, but I advise you not to touch my sister, or else you won't be able to bear the consequences. Ruyi's smile was no longer as chilly as just now. Good, you made the right choice. Come on, take them away. Chapter 1635, Yun Ruoshui, 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yun Ruoshui and Yi Jun ran away from home. This news caused a great uproar in the land of no return. That was because Yun Ruoshui and Yi Jun were both from the Yi family. What was the Yi family? It was the most powerful family in the Fengyuan kingdom. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao were both from it. And Yi Xi, the little genius, was also from the Yi family. With a noble status, he was also the first genius in the Yi family and was doted on by grandfather Yi. Even though Yi Jun was not as talented as Yi Xi, grandfather Yi also placed great hopes on her because she was sensible and smart. As for Yun Ruoshui, though she was not the child of the Yi family, she was Yun Luofeng's cousin. Everyone in the Yi family was very fond of this lively and adorable girl. So, grandfather Yi almost fell sick after discovering they ran away from home, so this news caused a great uproar on this continent. At that moment, Yun Luofeng slowly landed from the sky in the mountains and Xiao Mo followed closely behind her. She finally came back to the land of no return, and a myriad of thoughts crowded into her minds. I never thought the wormhole of the Jun family was at Endless City. Since I'm passing by here, I will stop by and visit my acquaintances. Yun Luofeng smiled and looked around only to see a person lying in the grass. Ha! She frowned and turned her eyes to the blood-soaked brocade-robed boy. For some reason, she slowly walked towards him. In the grass, there lay a little body that was covered with bruises. His brocade robe was tattered and his small fair-skinned face was blood-stained. With his eyes closed, he was lying motionlessly in the grass. Xiao Mo, the little guy is still alive, Yun Luofeng said, raising her eyebrows. Master, are you going to save him? Xiao Mo paused and asked curiously. Without saying a word, Yun Luofeng bent down and took out the map the little boy held tightly in his hand. She spread it out and saw a red dot on the map, which happened to be the medical tower. His destination is the medical tower. Yun Luofeng pondered, since he wants to go to the medical tower, I must save him. Over the years, the medical tower had grown stronger and stronger, and many people had come over and pledged allegiance to it. No matter whether the boy harbored evil intentions against the medical tower or not, she could figure out his purpose only when he woke up. At the thought of this, Yun Luofeng took a black pill from her sleeve, gently put it into the boy's mouth, and poured a pot of water into his mouth. Glug. The pill rolled down with the water into the boy's stomach, and then the wounds on his body began to heal fast enough for the naked eye to see. Soon the little boy, who was lying in the grass, slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were they? Clean, clear, and transparent, as if they had been washed with water. You would be able to see your reflection in his pupils. You saved me. The boy's voice was as tender as marshmallows, soft and comfortable to hear. Yun Luofeng waved the map in her hand. Were you going to the medical tower? Hearing this, the little boy immediately looked at them warily. What do you want? Nothing. I just want to know your name, and why you're going to the medical tower. The little boy lowered his head. My name is Yi. Just when he was about to tell her his name, he thought of his reputation on the continent, so he lied. My name is Lin Xi, and I want to go to the medical tower because I want to join it. Chapter 1636, Yun Ruoshui, 4. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng gave a wicked smile. I happen to be going to the medical tower as well, so let's go together, all right. No. Yi Xi's delicate little face changed slightly. Though you saved me, you can't menace me. Yun Luofeng grabbed Xiao Xi under her arm, ignored his struggle, and looked back at Xiao Mo. We are not far away from Endless City. Let's go. No sooner had she said this than she jumped into the air. As the wind whizzed past, Yi Xi turned pale with fright, his arms wrapped tightly around Yun Luofeng's body, his lips trembling slightly. Are you afraid of heights? Yun Luofeng looked down at Yi Xi's delicate and cute face, and asked, raising her eyebrows. Yi Xi looked pale but refused to admit it. Who says I'm afraid of heights? I am just afraid of you. After all, as the first genius of the Yi family, he was going to become a sky-level spirit cultivator. How could he let others know he was afraid of heights? Without looking at Yi Xi, Yun Luofeng turned her eyes to Yun Xiao and flatly ordered, Xiao Mo, it'll be too tiring if we fly all the way. Let's get down for a walk. Xiao Mo smiled, knowing that Yun Luofeng did this for the boy. But he didn't stop Yun Luofeng and just followed her to the ground. The moment his feet touched the ground, Yi Xi was relieved. I'm not afraid of heights, Yi Xi blushed and tried to explain. All right, it's not because you're afraid of heights, but because I'm afraid my husband is too tired to keep flying. Yun Luofeng looked at Yi Xi's little blushing face and gave him a grin without exposing his lies. Xiao Mo, if we speed up, we should be able to get to the medical tower by this night. Yi Jun and Yun Ruoshui were thrown into a dark and humid woodshed. As soon as they were thrown in, Yi Jun scrambled up and rushed to the group of children who were hiding in the corner. Not my brother, not my brother, not. My brother is not among them. Where is he? Yi Jun was a bit anxious. Seeing her brother was not among these children, she was really disappointed. She wouldn't have come to this place with those people if it hadn't been for her brother. Sister Yi Jun, it seems that brother Xi is not here. Yun Ruoshui blinked cutely and said, I think we made a mistake. Are you looking for someone? In the corner, a childish voice slowly sounded. Yi Jun and Yun Ruoshui immediately turned their eyes to the source of the voice. It was a tall little boy about 8 or 9 years old. With shabby clothes he looked like a beggar, but he had an extremely delicate and handsome face. His eyes were especially attractive. Who are you? Yi Jun's eyes were full of vigilance and shielded Yun Ruoshui with her body. The boy glanced at them. We were caught by a child trafficking gang who will sell us to some pedophiles. Where we are is just one of their bases, and there are also a lot of abducted children in the other bases. Yi Jun stroked her chin with her little hand. Shueisa, I guess we'll stay here temporarily. Okay, I'll stay with you, Sister Yi Jun. Yoon Ruoshui smiled brightly, showing her cute canine teeth. Chapter 1637, Yoon Ruoshui, 5. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. At the same time in a room, Ruyi and her companions were discussing how to deal with these children. Miss Ruyi, that little girl named Yi Jun is pretty and talented. I think we can sell her for a good price, but how about giving her to Master Chu Lin of the Chu family in Endless City? Endless City witnessed great changes in the last few years. The past 3 families were long gone. Now, the ruler of the Endless City was the medical tower, and several powers attached to it. Master Chu Lin of the Chu family has a special relationship with an elder of the medical tower. Besides, it's said that Chu Lin plans to find his son a child bride who must have a good talent in addition to good looks. Indeed, Yi Jun could bring him a lot of money, but how could money be compared with a good relationship with the Chu family? Okay, then bring Yi Jun to Chu Lin. A light flickered across Ruyi's eyes and she smiled. As for the little girl called Yoon Ruoshui, I can't feel any straight energy in her, so there is only one possibility. That girl is a trash. Since she is a trash, she has no value. Just sell her to pedophiles for some money. In a few words, these people had already decided the fates of Yoon Ruoshui and Yi Jun, but they didn't know that this decision would bring a disaster to them. Lin Shi, bring Yi Jun here. Lin Shi was a handsome young man, but such a good-looking person was engaged in child trafficking with these people. The door of the damp hut was pushed open by a hand, and the handsome young man appeared at the door, gazing coldly at the children inside. Yi Jun, he said expressionlessly, his eyes resting on Yi Jun, come with me. Sister Yi Jun. In a rush, Yoon Ruoshui grabbed Yi Jun's hand, and there were crystal tears in her eyes. Yi Jun patted Yoon Ruoshui's hand consolingly and looked up at Lin Shi. Where are you taking me to? A wonderful place where you'll have a bright future. You should thank us. Lin Shi said with a sneer, it's getting late. Let's go now. No, I have to go with Shui, Yi Jun said seriously, taking Yoon Ruoshui's icy hand. She left the Yi family with Shui, so she couldn't leave her behind in such a place. Lin Shi sneered. She doesn't deserve to go with you. We are giving you such a good chance because you're talented. But she is just a trash, so she can't go with you. I won't go with you if I am not allowed to take Shui, with me. Yi Jun's big eyes shone with firmness. Though her voice was childish, she didn't look like a 5-year-old girl at all. Lin Shi frowned. I can't decide this. It's up to Miss Ruyi. You too, come with me. With that, Lin Shi walked out of the door. Yi Jun tried to pacify Yoon Ruoshui and her childish voice carried a calming force. Shueisa, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Chapter 1638, Yoon Ruoshui, 6. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. No sooner had Yi Jun and Yoon Ruoshui stepped into the dark room than they saw that the people sitting in the room stopped the discussion and turned to look at their faces. Miss Ruyi, she insisted on taking her sister with her, but this kind of trash. Lin's eyes complaints were stopped by Ruyi. She slightly raised the corners of her lips and gave an enchanting smile. In that case, send both of them to the Chu family. Lin Shi was surprised, but his questioning words were choked back when he saw Ruyi wink at him. Yi Jun clenched her fist tightly. Her eyes were like a sharp long sword that made Ruyi's heart tremble. The little girl was only 5 years old. Why did she have such a frightening look? When she grew up, she might bring disaster to her. For a moment, Ruyi didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse to send Yi Jun to the Chu family. Little sister, at the thought of this, Ruyi slowly stood up and smiled, I am doing this for your own good. The Chu family is on good terms with the medical tower. If you can be a member of the Chu family, you'll be able to enjoy a high position and great wealth. Yoon Ruoshui glared at Ruyi with her big eyes. The master of the medical tower is my cousin. If you dare to send Sister Yi Jun to the Chu family, my cousin won't spare you. Dad said that her cousin was very strong. The Yoon family used to be bullied on the Longsha continent. Her uncle and aunt were murdered and grandpa was insulted and bullied, but her cousin took up the heavy burden with her weak shoulder and founded the famous medical tower. As for the Chu family, what was that? Sister Yi Jun was her cousin's sister-in-law. How dare this woman give Sister Yi Jun to a family attached to the medical tower? Upon hearing this, Ruyi and her companions looked at each other with a sardonic smile on their faces. You said your cousin is the master of the medical tower. Ha, that's ridiculous. If the master of the medical tower is your cousin, then I'm the husband of the master of the medical tower. A heavy-set man burst into laughter. Apparently, he thought Yoon Ruoshui was lying. Although Yi was well known on this continent and the names of Yi Jun and Yoon Ruoshui were also known to many people, those who knew this were only important figures on this continent. Even the news that the children of the Yi family were missing was only known to the powerful families. Ruyi and her companions were only a small gang that lived by trafficking children and were part of the underclass of the continent. They wouldn't know the names of the Yi family's children. This was why Ruyi didn't feel anything wrong upon hearing the names of Yi Jun and Yoon Ruoshui. Little sister, a lot of people try to establish a relationship with the medical tower, but I don't think you can do it. Ruyi squinted and gave a contemptuous smile. However, now I'll give you a good chance. If you minister to the young master of the Chu family well after marrying into it, you'll surely have a bright future. With this, Ruyi waved her hand and ordered in a cold voice, Lin Shi, tie them up and throw them into my carriage. Among these people, Ruyi and the brocade-robed man were leaders. Since the brocade-robed man never made any decisions, Ruyi was in charge. Lin Shi made an obeisance and took Yi Jun and Yoon Ruoshui away. Chapter 1639, Yun Ruoshui 7. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Ruyi, Yun Ruoshui's talent is too poor and the Chu family probably won't want her. Why did you agree to Yi Jun's demand? The big man asked, frowning. Do you think I'll really send Yun Ruoshui to the Chu family? Of course not. I did this just to appease Yi Jun, who is young and strong in character and not so easy to deal with as Yun Ruoshui. Ruyi sneered. In order to prevent her from making a wrong decision, I must meet her demand. Obviously, compared with the strong-willed Yi Jun, Yun Ruoshui was just a pushover in their mind. On the way, find a way to separate Yun Ruoshui and Yi Jun and then bring that girl back here. On the rugged street, a carriage flashed by. The coachman was a big man, and in the carriage sat a young man and two little girls of about 4 or 5 years old. The younger girl held the other girl's hand tightly, and her big, innocent eyes were filled with fear. However, the girl next to her made her feel better. I have a question. Yi Jun slightly lifted her head and coldly looked at the young man in front of them. Besides this place, do you still have other bases? Lin Shi glanced at Yi Jun. Yes. Then, you said that you captured a little boy of my age. Where is he now? Lin Shi paused. Why do you ask this? Yi Jun wanted to continue to ask, but she was afraid of being threatened for this, so she just turned her head and replied coldly, I'm just curious. That's all. Lin Shi didn't ask her any more and just said, little sister, you'd better behave yourself. Try to cater to the Chu family when you enter it. Otherwise, you will suffer a miserable fate. At that moment, the racing carriage suddenly stopped. Lin Shi frowned and said coldly, I'll see what happened. You wait here. With that, he jumped out of the carriage. When Lin Shi jumped out of the carriage, Yi Jun hurriedly looked at Yun Ruoshui. Shueisa, listen to me. Those people won't let you follow me to the Chu family. Since I'm not sure if my brother was captured by them, I have to stay here. Sister Yi Jun. So, if they want to separate us later, you can separate from me temporarily and send a message to the Yi family, asking them to go to the Chu family. I see. Yun Ruoshui blinked and said, Sister Yi Jun, I will send the message to the Yi family. Please wait for me at the Chu family. As Yi Jun wanted to continue, Lin Shi had returned to the carriage. He glanced coldly at the two adorable little girls and said expressionlessly, Yun Ruoshui, there is something wrong with this carriage. It can't bear such a heavy weight, so I'll take you to the Chu family first. The carriage couldn't bear their weight. Yi Jun was dumbfounded. She thought these people would come up with a better excuse, but he just found such a lame excuse. Did they think they were gullible because they were kids? Sister Yi Jun, Yun Ruoshui said, looking piteously at Yi Jun with tears in her eyes, I'll come to you later. Chapter 1640, Yun Ruoshui 8. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. With that, Lin Shi grabbed Yun Ruoshui's arm and pulled her out of the carriage. The palm that Yi Jun held behind her back was covered with a layer of spread energy. If she hadn't wanted to look for her brother, she would have killed the beastard. However, though her brother was strong, he was as naive as Shueisa. What if he was deceived by these people? For the sake of her brother's safety, Yi Jun withdrew the spread energy. She slightly raised her eyes, and her pink face was chilly. If you dare to touch a single hair of my sister, I will make you regret it. In the jungle, Yun Ruoshui walked quietly behind Lin Shi. When Lin Shi didn't pay attention, she secretly spilled a special powder on the ground. During the years when Yun Luofeng was away, Grandfather Yi learned how to raise spread beasts. Since Yun Ruoshui and the other two kids left home, they had sent the spread beasts of the Yi family to search for their whereabouts. This powder was used to attract those spread beasts. They didn't spill any powder in the thatched hut where they were imprisoned because it would be discovered easily. Only when they were outside could they spill the powder on the ground freely. This was why Yi Jun insisted on taking Yun Ruoshui away with her. Where are you taking me to? Feeling that Lin Shi was walking further and further away, Yun Ruoshui panicked. She couldn't help but draw back 2 steps and dared not go any further. Her big eyes were filled with fear. Lin Shi smiled coldly and turned his head to Yun Ruoshui. He looked no longer cold and his eyes were full of greed. Little sister, you are so cute. I'm really reluctant to sell you to others. He licked his lower lip and walked slowly toward Yun Ruoshui. Yun Ruoshui kept retreating and her face was ghastly pale. There was a tree behind her, and she felt overwhelmed by fear when her back touched the tree. If you dare to touch me, you will die. Lin Shi laughed and said, let alone you're a trash, even if you're a genius, what threat can a 4-year-old kid pose? I don't think you can injure me. Little sister, you'd better obey me if you don't want to be hurt. Yun Ruoshui's little body trembled with fear and anger. However, her frightened look aroused a perverted desire in Lin Zai's heart. He was getting closer and closer to her. His long fingers had touched Yun Ruoshui's delicate face, and the silky feel made him desire to leave an indelible mark on that pink, soft, little face. Do you know where the little boy is that Yi Jun asked about? TSK, I have to say, that little guy was really cute. I made a random excuse to get him from Ruyi, and then cut him into meat sauce. Haha, what I like most is watching those little guys struggle in fear. Yun Ruoshui's body was a little stiff, tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes and her face was pale and colorless. Seeing that evil hand reaching out to her chest and the nails that shone with a green light, she covered her ears tightly and cried out loud, no. Boom. In an instant, black spread energy floated out of her body. Wherever it went, all the plants withered. She raised her tearful eyes. I told you you'd die if you touched me. Why didn't you believe me? Chapter 1641, Yun Ruoshui 9. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Lin's eyes opened wide in shock. Before he had any time to beg for mercy, he had been devoured by the endless black strut energy. Then he disappeared as if he had never existed. Feeling exhausted, Yoon Ruoshui lay on the ground. Big teardrops fell down from her eyes and she sobbed. Mom, I killed again, but they made me. In this uninhabited jungle, her tiny body was buried by the surrounding weeds, her shoulders were slightly shaking, and her face was ghastly pale. On her face, a tinge of black smoke gradually appeared, but disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it was an illusion. At this time, in a mountain near the medical tower, a group of young men and women in white robes were fighting a swarm of strut beasts. They had the medical tower's badges on their chests. However, these were low-level badges. It seemed that these people had joined the medical tower not long ago. Brother Yu, these strut beasts are too powerful. We can't resist them, so we'd better leave this place. A younger girl, looking worried, wiped the sweat from her brow. The man called Brother Yu was the leader of the group. He scowled and replied, we must get this snake's strut grass and exchange it for the medical books of the medical tower. Entering the medical tower had always been his goal. So, how could he give up the chance to improve himself when he finally entered the medical tower? He had to get the snake's strut grass. However, the strut snakes were attacking them more and more fiercely. With a grim and chilly light in their eyes, they kept flicking their tongues. The green teeth were obviously toxic. A young man was bitten by a strut snake. In an instant, his whole arm turned blue. In pain, he covered his arm with his hand and drew back 2 steps. His pale face showed the pain he felt. Rong Chang. Brother Yu's face changed. His eyes turned more solemn as he looked at the strut beasts that were guarding the strut snake grass. But now it was too late for them to regret because the strut snakes had surrounded them and they wouldn't be able to get away this time. Besides, the long battle had exhausted them and they were no longer able to resist. Are we all going to die here today? Brother Yu looked sad and regretted that he got his companions into this trouble. Hiss. The strut snakes flicked their long tongues and quickly crawled to them. Looking at them, they all froze. Just when a strut snake was going to attack a girl among them, all of a sudden, a long sword fell from the sky and cut the snake in half. The people paused and looked up in astonishment. In an instant, everyone was stunned. God. At this moment, a woman landed from the sky. She was like a god, so formidable and noble. She was gorgeous yet wicked. Now she was looking unconcernedly at the swarm of strut snakes with her haughty dark eyes. The woman was carrying an innocent-looking boy and followed by a tall, handsome young man. Brother Yu respectfully made an obeisance. Miss, thank you for saving us. Chapter 1642, Came Back to the Medical Tower, 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Are you from the medical tower? Yoon Luofeng looked down at the people below, and there seemed to be infinite power in her wicked voice. Brother Yu said in embarrassment, my friends and I joined the medical tower not long ago. This time, we came here to find the snake's strut grass so we could exchange it for the medical books of the medical tower. If Miss hadn't rescued us, we all might have died this time. Hearing this, Yoon Luofeng glanced at his handsome face. You have good talent, and there is nothing wrong with taking risks. However, you should remember that no matter what you do, you should do it according to your ability. If you can bear this in mind, you'll be able to make a place for yourself on this continent. Swoosh. With that, Yoon Luofeng's figure suddenly turned into a flash of light and disappeared. After she left, these young people realized what had happened and looked in surprise at the direction in which she left. Who is she? Why did she say this to us? The girl among them frowned and her delicate face looked confused. Brother Yu thought for a moment. Let's take the snake's strut grass back first. At this moment, he didn't know that what Yoon Luofeng said to him today would save his life in the future. Until that moment, he didn't know what her words meant. The medical tower. In the spacious and bright room, 2 old men sat opposite each other, playing chess. One of them was dressed in white and looked aloof, as unworldly as a celestial being, while the other one with a smiling face looked quite cynical. Ha ha, Ji Yang, this time, I won again. King Yu laughed. Why do I feel that you were absent-minded when playing chess with me? Ji Yang shook his head. I don't know why. But I have a feeling that something is going to happen on the continent. Tut, King Yu tutted, since Master left, the land of no return is very peaceful, and how can anything bad happen? By the way, Master has been away for almost 5 years, and I wonder how she is on the 7-province continent. 5 years passed away like running water. During the 5 years when Yoon Luofeng was away, however, there were too many changes. Thinking of the woman who had disappeared for 5 years, King Yu sighed. When he left the Tianhui Empire, he had decided to follow Yoon Luofeng for his lifetime. However, when King Yu and Ji Yang were talking, Yoon Luofeng was stopped by a guard at the medical tower. If you came to the medical tower to identify your medical skill level, please go out and turn right. There is a place for appraisal. If you want to join the medical tower, you must first identify your medical skill level, or else no one is allowed to step into the medical tower. The guard guarding the gate said expressionlessly and routinely. Yoon Luofeng was stunned. She was away for 5 years, and as soon as she came back, she was shut out by her own men. I'm here to find someone. The little boy, who had been carried by Yoon Luofeng, broke loose from her hand, flicked the dust off his dirty robe and raised his cute face. I want to see Elder King Yu and Elder Ji Yang. I'm sorry, the elders won't meet anyone without the badge of our medical tower. How dare a little beggar in rags ask to meet their elders? Chapter 1643, Came Back to the Medical Tower, 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. What made him believe he could ask for this? Exe scowled, clenched his little fist with a great effort to restrain his anger and said, clenching his teeth, I want to see the two elders. Report to them now. Though he was the young master of the Yi family, he had never been away from home, so the people of the medical tower had never met him. Just then, a low voice came. What happened? The guard turned around only to see an old man walking out the door, and he smiled. Elder Chu, you've come. These people want to see Elder Ji Yang and Elder King Yu, but they don't have our badge, so I am persuading them to leave. Chu Yu nodded indifferently. His eyes swept over Yun Luofeng and the others and a faint gleam came into his old eyes. Is this young lady a physician? With sharp eyes, Chu Yu found Yun Luofeng was a physician at first glance. Yun Luofeng glanced at Chu Yu's old face and slightly nodded, yes. She was a physician, so she didn't deny it. Since you're a physician, you can join our medical tower, but I have a requirement. Chu Yu gave a smile, and arrogantly lifted his chin. I want you to become my disciple. What do you think? Xiao Mo glanced at Chu Yu as if looking at an idiot, and there was contempt in his eyes. Was this old man stupid? His master was master of the medical tower. How could he, an elder, ask the master of the medical tower to serve as his disciple? Miss, first impressions count. I had a very good first impression of you when I first saw you, so I want you to become my disciple. Don't worry, I have a high status in the medical tower, which is only second to Elder King Yu and Elder Ji Yang, so you'll surely have a bright future in the medical tower. When it came to King Yu and Ji Yang, Chu Yu was quite deferential. After all, the medical tower was developed by the two elders since master left. He, a latecomer, couldn't be compared with the two elders. Yun Luofeng squinted. What if I refuse? Are you going to keep me out of the medical tower? Chu Yu laughed. Miss, you are the first person to refuse me. If you refuse me, of course you won't be able to join the medical tower, and besides, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Hearing his words, Exe, who was silent, couldn't help but snort. If she wants, I can ask King Yu and Ji Yang to take her as a disciple. Who are you? How dare you speak to the one who saved me like this? To be honest, though Yun Luofeng saved Exe, he was wary of her at first. However, on the way to the medical tower, Yun Luofeng gave up flying just because he could not adapt to flying, which moved him. However, when they were crossing the mountains, as there were too many traps there, she took him flying again to save time. Ha ha, Chu Yu sneered, kid, watch your tongue. Neither Elder King Yu nor Elder Ji Yang has a grandson. Do you think I'll believe your words? If she doesn't agree to be my disciple, fine. Get out of here now. If Yun Luofeng was willing to be his disciple, he would surely take good care of her. If not, why should he waste his precious time for these people? Miss, what are you doing here? Do you want to join our medical tower too? Chapter 1644, Came Back to the Medical Tower, 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Suddenly, a surprised voice came. A moment later, the group of people who was just saved by Yun Luofeng from Strit Snakes walked to them quickly. However, when they saw the black-faced Chu Yu, they could not help but break into a cold sweat. Elder Chu Yu, this. Are you members of our medical tower? Chu Yu slightly raised his chin. How dare you collaborate with a spy? Spy? Brother Yu was stunned and looked at the woman in astonishment. Elder Chu Yu, are you serious? This young lady saved our lives, and she can't be a spy. Chu Yu sneered. I said she is a spy, so she must be a spy. This girl's medical skill must be excellent. Otherwise, her mental strength wouldn't be so strong. Yes. Chu Yu wanted Yun Luofeng to be his disciple, not because he had a good first impression of her, but because he had the ability to detect people's mental strength. He had never seen or heard of anyone having such great mental strength, so if she didn't want to be his disciple, he would use every possible means to discredit her. Yun Luofeng leaned languidly against a tree beside her, her hands clasped around her chest, and her wicked eyes turned to Chu Yu's face. She seemed to be waiting to see what choice the person she saved would make. Elder Chu, if you say this young lady is spy, what evidence do you have? Brother Yu bit his lips. If you don't have evidence, aren't you framing her? He didn't know what happened, but he knew that if it hadn't been for Yun Luofeng, they would have lost their lives under the attack of the Strit Beasts. So, even if they would be expelled from the medical tower, they should not be ungrateful. You. Chu Yu angrily pointed at Brother Yu. You just joined the medical tower. How dare you question an elder's decision? Guards, get them. In an instant, several people rushed out of the medical tower and surrounded Yun Luofeng and the others in the middle. Over the past 5 years, the medical tower had many new members, so like Chu Yu, not all the people knew Yun Luofeng. Why is it so noisy outside? What's going on? Suddenly, a querulous voice came from inside the medical tower, and then two old figures stepped out of the threshold. Seeing King Yu and Ji Yang, Exe rushed towards them when no one was paying attention. King Yu was startled, but when he saw Exe, his face immediately changed. Why, my little ancestor, why are you here? The Yi family is looking for you all over the world, and you just came here without telling anyone. The Yi family. A gleam of doubt flickered across Yun Luofeng's eyes and she stared at the back of Exe suspiciously. Along the way, Exe was very strong and didn't shed a tear even when he was seriously injured. But now, his eyes were filled with tears and he said pitifully, Grandpa King Yu, these bad guys bullied me. Chu Yu turned pale and trembled. Did this kid really know Elder King Yu? And Elder King Yu just mentioned the Yi family. No. That was impossible. Was this kid the little genius of the Yi family? Chu Yu was so frightened that he almost wet his pants. Chapter 1645, Came Back to the Medical Tower, 4. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. However, though the Yi family was powerful and closely connected with Master, he was forgivable. After all, no warning, no fault, right? Besides, the one he wanted to deal with was this girl, and the little genius of the Yi family was just involved. So what he did was a minor offense at most. At the thought of this, Chu Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and carefully glanced at King Yu and Ji Yang. However, at this moment, the two elders fixed their eyes on Yun Luofeng and couldn't move them away. King Yu's eyes were filled with surprise. He rubbed his eyes hard and opened them only to see the woman in white looking at him with a smile on her face. Master, you've come back. Am I dreaming? Master. Plop. Qiu was so scared that he dropped to the ground, his face ashen. The hope in his heart disappeared in an instant and his eyes were filled with despair. Brother Yu and other people were also dumbfounded. So the woman who saved them was the legendary master of the medical tower. Ji Yang looked at the guards that surrounded Yun Luofeng, scowled, and asked in a cold voice, "What's going on?" Elder Ji Yang. One guard swallowed hard and said with a trembling voice, "Just now, Elder Chu Yu claimed the woman. Master was a spy and ordered us to catch her." With every word the guard uttered, Chu Yu's heart trembled. It never occurred to him that this woman was Master. Wasn't it said that Master went to the seven-province continent, and wouldn't come back until decades later? It had only been 5 years, and she was already back. Yi Xe stared at the white-clad woman standing in the sun. His bright and innocent eyes were filled with surprise, but he just couldn't move his eyes away from her. Grandpa King Yu said she was master of the medical tower. That was to say, this woman was his sister-in-law. Yun Luofeng also turned her eyes to Yi Xe and slightly narrowed her eyes. This little guy lied to me and said his surname was Lin. Spy. Ji Yang sneered, leaned over to look at Yi Xe who froze and gave a kind smile. "Xiao Xe, tell Grandpa Ji Yang, why did these people frame Master as a spy?" Yi Xe recovered from his reverie and said truthfully, the old man saw that she was talented and wanted her as a disciple, but she refused, so he framed her as a spy. Hearing this, King Yu got angry. He walked quickly to Yun Luofeng and plopped down on his knees. "Master, it is my fault. I failed to choose the right people. But Master, I promise I will punish them severely without mercy." Chu Yu collapsed to the ground, and he knew that this time he was doomed. "Get up," Yun Luofeng said, pulling up King Yu, "I won't blame you for this. But the next time you promote someone, you need to polish your eyes and see clearly." After saying this, Yun Luofeng walked up to Brother Yu. "Your name?" Brother Yu was stunned for a moment and replied respectfully, "Master, my name is Yu Sheng." "You have talent. I will ask King Yu to take you as a disciple. I hope you can grasp this opportunity." Yu Sheng was very happy to hear that. He fell to his knees. "Thank you, Master. I'll never let you down." Chapter 1646, Came Back to the Medical Tower, 5. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. At this point, Yu Sheng still felt as though his head was in the clouds. He never expected this, and everything had happened so suddenly. Yun Luofeng slowly withdrew her gaze, turned it to Yi Xe and smiled. "You said you were called Lin Xe." Yi Xe forced a smile and took 2 steps back while sweat seeped from his forehead. "Well, I was just." Seeing Yi Xe stepping backward, Yun Luofeng approached him slowly. "You came to the medical tower because you wanted to join it." There was a dangerous glow in her eyes, which made Yi Xe's skin crawl and he felt uneasy and nervous. Yi Xe bit his lips, his eyes shining with tears. "I ran away from home, so I didn't dare to tell you my real name, in case my grandpa would catch me." Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and gave a faint smile. "Why did you run away from home?" Yi Xe shivered and slightly hung his head. "I want to find my mom and dad, as well as you and second brother." His eyes looked lonely. "Grandpa once told me that you and second brother went to the seven-province continent, and my mom and dad left home to find you, so I haven't seen him since I was born." He raised his head, and his large, bright eyes shone like stars. "Sister-in-law, I miss my mom and dad whom I have never met. If I can find them and stay with them, I would gladly accept any hardship and risk." Yun Luofeng felt as if her heart was seized by a hand, and she fell silent. Since Yi Xe was born, Zhang Fengling and Yi Jingchen left the Yi family, and now it had been 5 years. In the past 5 years, he didn't see his parents or enjoy any parental love. However, he had no resentment toward his irresponsible parents. He understood that his parents left home to improve their strength, so he would leave the Yi family to find them. "I know it hasn't been easy for you these years." Yun Luofeng reached out her hand and pulled Yi Xe into her arms. Smelling the faint medicinal fragrance emanated from the woman's body, Yi Xe relaxed. Unable to restrain his grief over the years any longer, he tightly hugged Yun Luofeng's waist and cried out loud. No matter how talented and famous he was just a child. At the age of 5, he should have been loved by his parents, but he had already taken on important responsibilities at such a young age. "Sister-in-law, I really want to stay with my parents." He had waited his whole life for this. To fulfill this dream, he had cultivated so hard and gained today's achievements. "Your mom and dad had no alternative but to do this. I hope you don't blame them." Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes. If it weren't for her and Yun Xiao, Zhang Fengling would not have left her babies behind and left home. Yi Xe wiped the tears from his eyes and gave a bright smile. "I know. I never blamed them. Lord Chu Yu." At this moment, a servant of the Chu family rushed to him. Not knowing what happened, he quickly ran to Chu Yu. "Good news. Master has found a girl to become young master's wife. That girl is very talented, and young master is very satisfied with her. Maybe in a few years, young master will have offspring." Chapter 1647, Rage of EXE 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. King Mu slightly frowned. The young master of the Chu family was born with dementia. However, since Master Chu gave birth to this son, he became infertile for some reason and could only have this son in his life. In order to revitalize the Chu family, Master Chu Lin of the Chu family was eager to find a girl who was both talented and beautiful to marry his son when she grew up. Falling into the hands of the Chu family, that girl was really unlucky. Chu Yu was relieved to hear this. He was going to die, but he would die without any regrets as long as the Chu family could go on forever. Besides, today's events had nothing to do with the Chu family. The two elders were sensible and wouldn't blame the Chu family for this. It's a blessing to our Chu family that Chu Yue can find a girl willing to marry him. But, Lord Chu Yu, that girl is unwilling to marry young master, and master is taming her. I am sure that in several days the girl Yi Jun will become our Chu family's young mistress. Yi Jun. The name, like a hammer, hit EXE hard in the heart. Chu Yu also shuddered and almost collapsed to the ground once again. His face ghastly pale. What did you say was the name of that girl? Coincidence, it must be a coincidence. Though the Chu family people didn't know the name of the Yi family's Miss, Yi, an elder of the medical tower, surely knew it. She's called Yi Jun. That little girl is very cute, and looks like. The servant caught a glimpse of EXE nearby and said in surprise, like this little brother. Boom. Like being struck by a bolt from the blue, Chu Yu finally crumpled to the ground once again. His face was filled with despair and he looked painful. It's all over. He had thought that the Chu family could escape this disaster, but who would think that they were so audacious as to kidnap the Miss of the Yi family? This time, no one would be able to save the Chu family. EXE clenched his fists, and his big, innocent eyes were filled with anger. Where is the little girl you caught? He clenched his teeth and people could even clearly hear the grinding of his teeth. The servant hesitated for a moment, but before he could speak, EXE suddenly kicked at him and kicked him out of the room. It was hard to imagine that a child 5 years old could have such great strength. Grandpa King Mu, EXE turned his head and looked at King Mu. Take me to the Chu family. He wouldn't spare anyone who dared to touch his sister. Xiao Mo curled his lip and stared at Chu Yu who had slumped to the ground. The Chu family people are all audacious. This old guy framed my master as a spy, and his son kidnapped my master's sister-in-law. Tut, I think they must be tired of life. Who in the land of no return didn't know his master's behavior and style? Kidnapped Yi Jun. They were literally sending the Chu family to hell. Yun Luofeng thought for a while and slightly raised her head. Xiao Mo, let's have a look too. A murderous desire gradually appeared on her beautiful face. Mom and Dad left home for her and Yun Xiao, so she would never allow anyone to hurt their children. Chapter 1648, Rage of EXE 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. The Chu family. In the hall, Chu Lin scowled at the girl standing in the middle of the hall, her eyes grim. I'll give you one last chance. Will you join our Chu family and become my son's fiancé? Yi Jun sneered, and her handsome face looked resolute. There was a mature look on her little face, which didn't match her age. No matter how many times you ask me, I have only one answer, no. How dare you? Chu Lin hit his palm against the table and glared at Yi Jun. I bought you, so you have to obey me. Our Chu family had a high position in Endless City. We can do anything we want here. It's a blessing to you that you can be my son's fiancé. Don't be silly. Hearing this, Yi Jun turned to look at the boy who was standing next to Chu Lin and drooling over her, and a cold gleam came into her eyes. Her voice was as childish as ever, but was resolute. I, Yi Jun, will never marry a moron. You. Had it not been for his son's marriage, Chu Lin would have been very glad to slap her to death. Daddy, said the boy, dragging Chu Lin's sleeve and staring at Yi Jun, the little sister looks so beautiful. Yue, wants to play with her. Chu Lin's anger evaporated as soon as he heard the boy's voice and he lovingly comforted him. Okay, the little sister will accompany Yue to play. Daddy will give Yue anything, as long as you like it. Daddy, then let the little sister share a bed with Yue and Yue also wants to eat her mouth. The boy smiled foolishly, not taking Yi Jun a human being. In his mind, Yi Jun was just a toy his daddy gave him. Yi Jun's little face darkened, especially when she heard the last words of the boy. Her face immediately changed. Gross, she said coldly and refused to look at the boy again. You darn girl, who do you think you are? I will give you a good lesson. Chu Lin wouldn't tolerate anyone humiliating his son, so when he heard Yi Jun's words, he quickly rushed to Yi Jun and slapped her hard. Though Yi Jun was not as talented as her brother, EXE, she was also a rare genius. However, she was only 5 years old. What was a 5-year-old child capable of, even if she was a genius? Under the pressing power of the middle-aged man, she was unable to move and was slapped hard. Smack. Yi Jun's cheek was immediately swollen and burned with pain. However, she tried to hold back the tears that almost burst from her eyes, and continued to coldly stare at Chu Lin. This endless city is the territory of our Chu family. You are courting death if you dare to disobey us. Chu Lin arrogantly raised his chin and looked down at Yi Jun expressionlessly. Besides, no matter how stupid my son is, he is the only heir of our Chu family. If you marry him, you'll become the young mistress of the Chu family. In addition to a high position and great wealth, you'll also enjoy unlimited power in Endless City. Chu Lin didn't understand why anyone would be so stupid to reject such a high-flying path right in front of them. He didn't think this little girl could resist such a temptation. Yi Jun, Chu Lin continued, softening his tone, if you become the young mistress of our Chu family, even if you want to get into the upper levels of the medical tower, I can arrange it for you. Chapter 1649, Rage of Exe 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yi Jun raised her eyebrows, and her pink little face was filled with disdain. The master of the medical tower was her sister-in-law, and the Chu family was only a subordinate of sister-in-law. How could these people entice her with the medical tower? It seems that you really don't want to marry my son. Chu Lin's face darkened. In that case, don't blame me for being unkind to you. Guards, take this girl away and beat her hard until she agrees. After this, 2 guards of the Chu family came forward and grabbed Yi Jun's arms to take her away. Just then, from the sky, a young yet domineering voice resounded, like a flame of anger surging out. Beastard, let go of my sister. Hearing the childish voice, Yi Jun froze. She slightly raised her head, and tears appeared in her eyes. Third brother. In the sky there was a gorgeous woman in a snow-white robe carrying a little boy about 5 years old. Though the boy looked a bit pale, when he saw his sister being bullied, anger welled up within his heart like blowing waves that could instantly drown people. Who are you? Chu Lin asked coldly with a frown. Yun Luofeng cast a sideways glance at Chu Lin and gave a faint smile, the one who comes to take your life. Hearing this, Chu Lin paused and then burst into laughter. Then I will see how you take our lives. After all, Chu Yu was an elder of the medical tower. How dare this girl speak so presumptuously? It was literally a provocation to the medical tower's authority. However, as Chu Lin said this, a sneer suddenly came from outside the door. I'd like to see how the Chu family is courting death. Chu Lin's body stiffened for a moment, and he raised his head in surprise only to see Elder King Yu and Elder Ji Yang walk in. Elder King Yu. Elder Ji Yang, why have you come here? He stammered and his voice trembled. And Elder King Yu said he was courting death. What did it mean? Hearing this, King Yu gave a sarcastic smile. Tut, your Chu family is really audacious. How dare you ask me why I am here? You caught Grandfather Yi's granddaughter and forced her to be your silly son's wife. Did you ever ask for the Yi family's opinion? The Yi family, wait. Elder King Yu wasn't talking about that Yi family, right? Elder King Yu, the Yi family you mentioned is the Yi family you were thinking of. At this moment, Chu Lin felt his heart skip a beat. His face was ghastly pale, and his legs were so weak that he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Fortunately, he hastily took hold of a column beside him to prevent himself from falling. Even so, he was trembling all over, and his frightened eyes were fixed on Yi Jun. How could this be possible? He just bought a girl from a human trafficker, and she happened to be Grandfather Yi's granddaughter. Daddy, I want this little sister to be my wife, the silly boy grunted, tugging at Chu Lin's sleeve. His eyes were greedy, and he stared intently at Yi Jun's lovely little face. Shut up, Chu Lin snapped, his voice trembling. Chapter 1650, Rage of Exe 4. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. The young boy was scared. He didn't understand why his father, who always doted on him, was so angry at him. Elder King Yu, Elder Ji Yang, I really didn't know about the girl's identity. Plop. Chu Lin fell to his knees, his body shaking. It's the Tiger Bandit gang who is to blame. They kidnapped Miss Yi Jun, and I just bought her from them. Ignorance could be forgiven. Elder King Yu would not destroy the Chu family just because of this. With a smile, Yun Luofeng, carrying Exe, slowly descended from the sky and landed in front of Yi Jun. Staring closely at Yi Jun's red and swollen cheek, Exe felt his heart twitch and the furious flame in his heart surged out again. Junsa, who was it? Who hit you? Yi Jun pounced heavily into Exe's arms and raised her little face. She looked aggrieved. However, she finally relaxed the moment Exe appeared. Third brother, I thought you also fell into the hands of those people, so I deferred to them, trying to find out your whereabouts. Now I am finally relieved to see you safe and sound. She smiled. No one could deny that Yi Jun's smile was very similar to Jun Fengling's, cute yet handsome. Suddenly, a warm hand touched Yi Jun's swollen cheek, making her body slightly shiver, but she didn't avoid the woman's touch. Her hand was gentle, like a mother's. As it touched her aching cheek, tears came to her eyes and she kept trembling. As a spirit cultivator, Yi Jun could feel the spirit energy contained in this jade-like hand, and the pain on her cheek gradually disappeared the moment the spirit energy passed through. Mom. Under the gentle touch of Yun Luofeng, Yi Jun couldn't help calling her Mom. Everyone in the Yi family loved her, but no one's hand gave her such a warm feeling. Except for this woman. But she soon realized that this woman was not her mom, so she wiped off her tears and gave a smile. Sorry, I miss my mom so much, and you made me feel so warm that I couldn't help it. Junsa, Exe smiled at Yi Jun. It's not strange that you felt she was like your mom. Isn't there an old saying that a virtuous elder sister-in-law is comparable to a mother? Though she is just our sister-in-law, she is like our mother. Sister-in-law. Yi Jun's hand, wiping her tears, stopped. She raised her head in surprise and stared intently at the gorgeous white-clad woman. Ah, are you my sister-in-law? Is it really you? Her heart was throbbing fast, and even her lips trembled. Chu Lin was dumbfounded. Though he hadn't met Yun Luofeng, he knew that the wife of the Yi family's second young master was the master of the medical tower. She was also the real ruler of Endless City. But what did he do? He kidnapped her sister-in-law and talked a lot of nonsense in front of her. No wonder Elder King Yu said he was courting death. At the thought of this, Chu Lin finally fell to the ground, his face ashen, his eyes filled with fear. The Tiger Bandit gang. If it hadn't been for them, how would I have offended the woman who was called the God of Calamity? Chapter 1651, Make the Yi family expel Yun Luofeng. 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Sister-in-law. No matter how mature Yi Jun appeared, she was only a child 5 years old. When she saw Yun Luofeng, her mouth twitched and tears came down from her eyes. Shueisa is still in the hands of the bandit gang. If we go late, I'm afraid. Shueisa. Yun Luofeng cast a suspicious glance at Yi Jun and asked, Shueisa is. She's the child of Uncle Yun and Aunt Ning Sin. Boom. Anger welled up within Yun Luofeng when she heard Yi Jun's words, and she gave a wicked smile. Junsa, lead the way. Anyone who dared touch her family must pay. Sister-in-law, I'll take care of the matter here. Yi Xe coldly glanced at Chu Lin who had slumped to the ground, and a cold gleam flickered across his slightly narrowed eyes. You and Junsa go find Shueisa. Chu Lin swallowed hard. His throat was dry, and he stared in horror at the young face. Although the boy was still young, he already had a terribly powerful aura. It was not hard to imagine that in a dozen years the little boy would dominate the land of no return and become a new ruler. Are you afraid of heights? Yun Luofeng asked softly as she looked down at the girl beside her. Yi Jun shook her head, no. Good, then let's go find Shueisa. This time, Yun Luofeng didn't reserve her power but released all the spirit energy in her body. Her figure was like a shadow and disappeared in an instant. Xiao Mo, who had been following Yun Luofeng, was dumbfounded. He stared in the direction of her departure and his clear eyes were filled with a grievance. Master has forgotten me since she has the little girl named Yi Jun. Yun Luofeng had never left him behind all these years, but now she had just forgotten him. Fortunately, with Yun Luofeng's current strength, Xiao Mo could leave the Goat Code world for a while. Trash. In a bungalow, Ruyi trampled on the man underneath, her coquettish face purple with anger. You can't even find one man. How dare Lin Shi, that moron, just quit our tiger bandit gang like this. Not long ago, Lin Shi took Yun Ruoshui away. However, his behavior infuriated Yun Ruoshui, and the latter can control the power in her body and made him disappear from the world. However, the tiger bandit gang didn't know what Yun Ruoshui did. They only knew that Lin Shi was missing and Yun Ruoshui was gone too. The brocade-robed young man pondered for a while and said slowly, Ruyi, did anything happen to Lin Shi? Ruyi clenched her teeth. With his strength, how would things go wrong? And, even if there's something wrong, he would have time to let us know, and wouldn't disappear for no reason. So I think the guy ran away with Yun Ruoshui. At that moment, Ruyi heard footsteps coming from outside the door, and she raised her head slightly only to see a pink little face. Ruyi paused for a while and then anger welled up within her. If she hadn't been stopped by her subordinate, she would have jumped up and whipped the girl hard. Tell me, where have you been lately? What about Lin Shi? Where is he? Chapter 1652, Make the Yi family expel Yun Luofeng. 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yun Ruoshui raised her confused eyes, and her childish voice slowly rang in the quiet bungalow. He's dead. She was telling the truth. Lin Shi did die in her hands. I killed him. However, Yun Ruoshui's next words made these people who were still in shock burst into laughter. Little girl, do you think we'll believe your story? As we can see, you don't have any power. Even if you were a genius, how could you, a 5-year-old kid, kill Lin Shi? Ruyi looked contemptuously at her and she clearly didn't take Yun Ruoshui's words seriously. Yun Ruoshui blinked. Believe it or not, I've told you the truth. Now I'm back. You can lock me up. Humph, Ruyi snorted. Lock up this darn girl first. As to Lin Shi, as long as he joined us, he can never get rid of us. Hearing Ruyi's words, a man came forward, grabbed Yun Ruoshui's small arm, and dragged her out of the door. Yun Ruoshui did not resist, letting the big man drag her out. Inside the damp thatched hut, hearing the door squeak, everyone in the room raised their heads and looked at the little girl thrown into the hut. You came back. It was the boy who spoke to Yun Ruoshui and Yi Jun. Though his face was dirty, it was clear he was a handsome boy. I came back to save you, Yun Ruoshui said, raising her big bright eyes. I won't let the bad guys sell you. Hearing this, the kids, who didn't take her words seriously, could not help but sniff. You can't even save yourself. How can you save us? Yes, since we fell into the hands of these people, we'll be sold to the perverts sooner or later. The kids talked to each other and no one believed Yun Ruoshui's words. Yun Ruoshui said sincerely, I'm telling the truth. If my mom hadn't prohibited me from killing, I would have turned all the bad guys into ashes. She had a special constitution. The black spirit energy in her body had to devour people to grow. That was why her mother prohibited her from killing, because the growth of the black spirit energy would bring a fatal crisis to her. Come on, we'll accept our fate since we have been caught by them. Among the kids, a little girl with 2 pigtails sighed. There was no childish innocence in her eyes, but only despair. These children all looked cute. Otherwise, they would not have been abducted. Seeing that Yun Ruoshui was going to cry, the handsome boy sitting in the corner tried to comfort her. Well, I believe you have the ability. By the way, I remember you and your sister wanted to find someone. Have you found that person? Yun Ruoshui answered with tears in her eyes, no, we haven't found him yet. Little brother, I'm Yun Ruoshui. What's your name? Wu Yan. The boy said flatly. Wu Yan. Yun Ruoshui paused. This name sounded like a pseudonym. It seemed that the boy didn't want to tell her his real name. You said you could save us. How are you going to do it? Wu Yan looked at Yun Ruoshui and asked curiously. Chapter 1653, Make the Yi family expel Yun Luofeng. 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yoon Ruoshui smiled. Her two small canine teeth looked cute as she smiled. Brother Wu Yan, I've informed my family, and soon they'll come here. That's why I came back here alone. When they come here, we will be saved. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. If you wanted to save us, why did you come back? You could have just waited for your family outside. She paused, patted her head and sighed, I'm so stupid. Why didn't I think of that? But Brother Wu Yan, don't worry. These bad guys can't hurt me. That was because any person who bullied her would become the food of the black spirit energy and turn into ashes. Haha, someone among the kids laughed sarcastically. Do you know the background of the Tiger Bandit gang? The Tiger Bandit gang is powerful in itself, but more importantly, they have a good relationship with a lot of powerful families on the continent. Even if your family comes here, they can't be a rival to the Tiger Bandit gang. It was the little girl who laughed at her just now. She bit her lips tightly and her face was pale with despair. No one could save them. No one. Yoon Ruoshui didn't know the little girl was mocking her. She smiled innocently. My family is very powerful and there isn't any problem they can't solve, so as long as they come here, we will be saved. No one took Yoon Ruoshui's words seriously. In their minds, Yoon Ruoshui was just boasting. There wasn't any problem they couldn't solve. How could that be possible? Besides the supreme medical tower in the land of no return, who else had such power? Just then, a chorus of birdsong came from outside. Hearing the birdsong, Yoon Ruoshui jumped to her feet and her eyes suddenly lit up. It's the spirit beasts that my family domesticated. They finally found me. Countless spirit beasts were hovering in the sky and tweeting from time to time. Startled, Rui and others ran out of the door, and their faces changed when they saw the spirit beasts in the sky. Look at the badges these spirit beasts wear. A woman screamed, these spirit beasts are from the Yi family. Oh no, why did the Yi family's spirit beasts appear here? Although these spirit beasts were not very powerful because the Yi family hadn't been able to domesticate powerful ones yet, they represented the Yi family. That was really frightening. Rui's heart sank and she felt uneasy. For some reason, she had a feeling that something had gone wrong. Miss Rui, what should we do? The woman looked anxiously at Rui. Since these spirit beasts have appeared here, it means that the Yi family people will come here soon. How on earth did we offend the Yi family? Rui's face was ghastly pale, and suddenly Yi Jun's face popped up in her mind. That little girl's surname was Yi. Was it, because of her that the Yi family came here? No, it was impossible. Rui hurriedly shook her head and violently tossed away the thoughts in her mind. It was just a coincidence. She couldn't be so unlucky as to bump into the Yi family people. Besides, if she was the miss of the Yi family, how could she not be followed by strong masters? Miss Rui, quote. Chapter 1654, Make the Yi family expel Yoon Luofeng. 4. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Seeing that Rui didn't respond, the woman anxiously called her again. What can I do? Rui snorted, now we should figure out what happened first, so as to make preparations for an emergency. Besides, the Yi family is not unreasonable. If there is a misunderstanding, we just need to clear the air. Just after Rui said this, a beautiful figure stepped on a falcon and flew into the sky. The woman, in a yellow robe, looked beautiful and graceful. Her long pitch black hair was gently fluttering in the wind and her delicate facial features were somewhat similar to Yoon Ruoshui's. Rui took a deep breath, looked up at the woman on the sky and asked aloud, are you from the Yi family? Ning Xin looked at Rui, I'm not from the Yi family, but my niece is the granddaughter-in-law of the Yi family. Rui, on tenterhooks, was relieved to hear this. It turned out that this woman was not from the Yi family. She just strutted in on borrowed plumes. She was not from the Yi family, which meant that she didn't offend the Yi family. Ironically, Rui didn't even think about their relationship. The Yi family only had one grandson who had been married, who was Yoon Xiao. Hence, it was clear that Ning Xin was the wife of Yoon Luofeng's second uncle. Compared with the powerful Yi family, Yoon Luofeng was more frightening. Otherwise, she wouldn't be called the god of calamity. But Rui didn't figure it out and made an unforgivable mistake. Miss, is there any misunderstanding between us? Rui smiled, look, you tried to frighten me with the spirit beasts of the Yi family. If the Yi family finds out about it, I'm afraid you can't explain to them, right? This woman was not a member of the Yi family but flaunted their spirit beasts. How could the Yi family people tolerate such behavior? There is no misunderstanding between you and me. Ning Xin glanced at Rui, her beautiful face cold. I came here to look for my daughter. Daughter. Rui paused and a gleam flickered across her eyes, and she simpered, Miss, I think you made a mistake. Your daughter is not here. You'd better look for her somewhere else. Ning Xin looked down at Rui and the other people and slowly raised her hand. Miss. Rui's face changed sharply. You brought out the spirit beasts of the Yi family. The strong masters of the Yi family don't know about it, do they? As she spoke, she glanced at Ning Xin out of the corner of her eye. Seeing Ning Xin slowly put down her hand, she smiled triumphantly. Powerful as the Yi family is, they certainly dislike anyone to bully others in the names. If you attack us today, perhaps Grandfather Yi will have his grandson divorce your niece and expel her from the Yi family if he finds out what you did. Quote. Ning Xin stroked her chin with her fingers and smiled. Your words make sense. So, I'd like to see if the Yi family will expel Feng Er or not. Wait. Rui shuddered. How many grandchildren of the Yi family were married? And she just called her niece Feng Er. Rui's face turned ghastly pale, and an obvious answer popped up in her mind but was pressed down by her. Her lips trembled and she couldn't utter a word. Chapter 1655, Yun Luofeng arrives, 1. Translator, BRZ editor, Rock. You. Who are you? Rui's voice trembled, without its initial contempt and arrogance. Ning Xin smiled. I've said that my niece is the Yi family's daughter-in-law. Didn't you mention making the Yi family divorce my niece? Hearing her words, Rui opened her mouth, wanting to confirm her internal suspicions. However, before she managed to speak, a child's voice suddenly sounded from the sky. Second aunt, Shueisa had been hidden by them in this place. To everyone present, this voice was very familiar. Rui stiffly raised her head, and she saw two figures who were rushing over across the skies at a fast speed. High above the azure skies, there was a woman dressed in white robes and her appearance was extremely gorgeous. She held a child about 5 years old in her arms and this child was very adorable, yet her eyes showed a heroic spirit. Yi Jun. Wasn't she sent over to the Chu family? Why would she appear here? In addition, who is that white-robed lady? Ning Xin. With a quick glance, Yun Luofeng spotted the yellow-robed lady standing on the falcon's back not far away, and a trace of astonishment flashed through her eyes. Concurrently, Ning Xin had seen Yun Luofeng. Her lips faintly moved as a glint surfaced in her eyes, seemingly having thousands of words to say. Yet after meeting her, she couldn't utter a single word. Aunt Ning Xin, a smile surfaced on Yi Jun's face. You're finally here. Shueisa was locked up by these people. Aunt Ning Xin. Yi Jun addressed this woman as aunt and that was to say. Yi Jun was from the Yi family. Whoosh. In that instant, Rui's complexion became increasingly pale and her body was on the verge of collapsing. Feng Ning Xin smiled and asked, why have you returned? Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders. I provoked some people and they wanted to attack you to retaliate against me, so I returned to deal with them. Oh right, has anyone been looking for trouble at the Yi family in recent days? Thinking for a moment, Ning Xin shook her head. No one has come looking for trouble. Having heard this, Yun Luofeng relaxed. It seems like she was in time and the saintly virgin tribe had not appeared at the Yi family yet. You, who are you? Just as Yun Luofeng was muttering to herself, a shivering voice sounded from below. Rui stared unwaveringly at her peerless appearance and her body shook uncontrollably, afraid that she would hear the answer she dreaded the most. You're asking for my name. Yun Luofeng smiled. My name is Yun Luofeng. Boom. In an instant, it was just like thunder sounded and exploded, causing Rui's body to tremble even harder. With a bang, her butt fell against the ground. Consequently, the others' expressions also turned deathly white in succession and looked in dismay at the lady who was standing facing into the wind. Yun Luofeng. She's Yun Luofeng. Oh no, she's actually the godlike existence. What kind of enemy has our fierce tiger bandit gang provoked this time around? In these 5 years, there was a saying that circulated within the land of no return. One would rather provoke the king of hell than provoke Yun Luofeng. Otherwise, you would meet the same end as the 3 families in Endless City. Unexpectedly, the person they abducted this time was actually Yun Luofeng's cousin. Yi Jun swept a glance over at the group of people with their heads lowered and with faces as white as a sheet. Previously Shueisa mentioned that the physician Tower Master was her cousin, but do you remember what you said then? Yi Jun paused and her smile was exceptionally resplendent. You said that if the Tower Master was really her cousin, then you're the Tower Master's husband. Chapter 1656, Yun Luofeng arrives, 2. Translator, BRZ editor, Rock. In that instant, 2 ladies standing in the air looked towards the fierce tiger bandit gang, and the person who spoke those words was filled with despair as his expression changed. Suddenly, a penetrating shout echoed and could be heard from a thatched cottage not far away. Ah. Ning Xin's expression suddenly darkened. Keep a close watch and prevent them from escaping. After she issued her commands, the strud beasts in the skies bellowed and encircled the fierce tiger bandit gang. Even without these strud beasts' encirclement, the members didn't dare to have any other thoughts. The Yi family was a powerful influence and if they dared to escape, they would definitely be hunted down by them. At that time, they would have to suffer a more severe punishment. Without the slightest hesitation, Yun Luofeng transformed into a streak of light and dashed towards the thatched cottage. Outside the cottage, 2 guards who were dispatched by Rui to watch over had hastily pushed the door open and entered after hearing the yell. The moment they saw the scene in the cottage, they instantly screamed. The little girl was tightly hugging her knees, and black spirit energy emerged from her. A man was firmly bound within that energy as he released painful and anguished wails. In no time at all his body had progressively dried up and turned into ashes, drifting throughout the thatched cottage. The children within the cottage were shocked as their astonished gaze fell on Yun Ruoshui's young face, swallowing their saliva with difficulty. In particular, the young lady who had ridiculed her before was shocked into silence. I said before that I caused Lin Zai's death. Why didn't you believe me? Yun Ruoshui raised her young face, and her large glistening eyes were filled with sadness. If you believed what I said, you wouldn't have continuously provoked me. The 2 guards of the fierce tiger bandit gang were still unaware of the happenings, but they knew that the little girl before them was a demon. Escape. Both of them met each other's eyes, turning to leave. However, the instant they turned around, a figure suddenly appeared before them. Seeing that they were about to collide with that figure, spirit energy suddenly surged forth from the other party, sending them crashing with a bang. Yun Ruoshui froze and the instant she looked up, a beautiful and dignified face was reflected in her eyes. A layer of tears surfaced from her eyes and she suddenly stood up, then pounced toward the lady with a loud cry. The lady spread her arms and hugged the little girl's petite figure into her embrace, gently smiling. Shueisa, mother has arrived late. I'm sorry. Mom, why do others constantly provoke me when I didn't do anything? I've told them that they'll definitely die if they provoke me, but they just don't believe my words. Yun Ruoshui felt wronged. She had never lied, yet no one believed what she said. Ning Xin felt sorry and hugged her own daughter. Her slender long fingers gently stroked Yoon Ruoshui's beautiful hair, with a gentle look on her face. Shueisa, mother will never let anyone harm you in the future. Her fingers gently caressed Lin Ruoshui's face, and the black aura between her brows caused Ning Sin's heart to suddenly thump and sigh heavily. The more Yoon Ruoshui killed, the more her life would also be in danger. This was the reason Ning Sin forbade her to kill. Within the thatched cottage, there was another young lady in ragged clothing. Compared to the others, she was evidently older, around the age of 12 to 13. Her lapels seemed to have been torn and appeared to be in bad shape. Chapter 1657, Yoon Luofeng arrives, 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The young lady was silent for a moment before gathering her courage to walk to Yoon Ruoshui and timidly said, "Thank you for what you did earlier. If it weren't for Yoon Ruoshui's help, she would have long lost her chastity to that beastard." Ning Sin quirked her brows and turned towards Yoon Ruoshui, evidently asking her what happened. "Mom, that person earlier was also the accomplice who abducted me. He wanted to attack this little sister and Shueisa couldn't stand by and look, so I argued with him. After that, I didn't manage to control myself and killed him." Yoon Ruoshui pouted, with her eyes gleaming with tears. Shueisa didn't do so on purpose, he was the one who was wrong. Ning Sin sighed and didn't have the heart to blame Lin Ruoshui. Instead, she hugged her petite figure with even more strength. "Shueisa, believe in mother. There will come a day that I'll make your body to be the same as others." Lin Ruoshui hastily nodded, and as if recalling something, she suddenly turned towards the young ladies in the cottage and smiled innocently. "I said before that my family will definitely come to rescue me. With them here, the fierce tiger bandit gang is nothing." The crowd was silent, and after a long time, a young child spoke with a timid voice. "The background of the fierce tiger bandit gang is very powerful, and many factions on the continent are connected with them. After offending her, our ending will definitely be more miserable. Influences behind the fierce tiger bandit gang." Just then a bewitching and wicked voice sounded from outside the cottage. A moment later, a white-robed lady slowly entered, as an eerie smile quirked on her peerless face. "I wonder what factions does this fierce tiger bandit gang have behind them?" The little girl stared blankly. She only knew that the factions behind the bandit gang were very powerful, but as to how powerful they were, she was unaware. Wu Yan shot a glance at the little girl before turning his eyes towards Yoon Luofeng and revealing all the information he knew. The Fengyun estate of Wushuang Empire, Lu family, who is one of the 3 big families in Tianhui Empire, Tianyin sect of Luyu Empire, and... In addition, I've heard that the fierce tiger bandit gang is also related with the Chu family, the one in Endless City. Yoon Luofeng narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Second aunt, did you hear him? I've destroyed the Chu family, and for the other factions, you shall lead troops to destroy them. The fierce tiger bandit gang does not shrink from any crime, and they must have committed crimes sufficient to fill the heavens to be connected with various large factions. I should return this land of no return to a peaceful and orderly state." Everyone was dumbstruck. Her tone was very arrogant, and she said she wanted to casually exterminate so many powerful factions in the land of no return. What background did she have? Furthermore, she said that she had destroyed the Chu family. That young man named Wu Yan quietly looked at Yoon Luofeng as his eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. "Mother," Yoon Ruoshui blinked her eyes as her gaze fell on Yoon Luofeng. "Who is this big sister? Why did she bring about a familiar feeling?" Ning Sin smiled and stroked Yoon Ruoshui's head. "She's the cousin we've mentioned to you before." Lin Ruoshui's eyes instant brightened. God knew how long she had wanted to meet this cousin of hers that was renowned throughout the continent. Unexpectedly, she had met her in such a situation, and she jumped in excitement. "Cousin," she struggled free of Ning Sin's embrace and walked to Yoon Luofeng's side, with a naive and innocent look. "Shueisa has often heard Mom and Dad talk about your heroic and valiant deeds. Therefore, you've always been Shueisa's idol, and the target Shueisa strives to reach." Chapter 1658, Yoon Luofeng arrives, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Lowering her head and looking at the young girl with a childish nature, her heart was struck and filed with gentleness in an instant. "Your name is Yoon Ruoshui. It's fine to call me Shueisa," Yoon Ruoshui happily said. Giving a slight smile, her fingers gently pressed between Yoon Ruoshui's brows. In that instant, Yoon Ruoshui felt the other party's fingers were similar to a thorn that pierced between her brows. Soon after, warm spirit energy flowed through from there and spread throughout her body, causing her to feel comfortable. Second aunt, Yoon Luofeng turned towards Ning Sin. "Her physique is somewhat special, and I can only use this method to temporarily suppress the spirit energy within her. After I manage to find other methods, I'll return to help her." In the first instance she met Yoon Ruoshui, Yoon Luofeng had discovered the peculiarity in her body. If this continued on, Yoon Ruoshui would be devoured by the black spirit energy within a few years. Hearing her words, Ning Sin's heart was filled with worry. "Feng, you have no methods to help Shueisa?" "Actually." Yoon Luofeng was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "It isn't a problem to save her. I have the ability to let the black spirit energy completely disappear, but as a result, she would be unable to cultivate, and would definitely be a trash." Ning Sin's expression perked up. She did not care for her daughter's talents, it was sufficient as long as her daughter was safe and sound. However, before she spoke, Yoon Ruoshui hastily interrupted. "No, Shueisa doesn't want to be a trash. If Shueisa becomes one, I can't chase after cousin's footsteps. I absolutely don't want that." Ning Sin's heart froze. She wanted her daughter to continue living, yet she did not wish to go against her wishes. "Feng, are there other methods?" Yoon Luofeng shook her head. "My intentions are the same as Shueisa's. Instead of completely uprooting her internal spirit energy, I suggest that we let it become her power. Not only would it not harm her, it will even become her strength. However, I don't have the ability to accomplish this at this moment." Ning Sin sighed. Feng when you are able to help Shueisa, will she still be alive? If her daughter was unable to survive, then she would rather let Yun Ruoshui become a trash and she could also take care of her forever. I've sealed the spirit energy, preventing it from affecting her body. Yet I can only seal it for 5 years at the most. In these 5 years, I will find a method to help Shueisa. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment and continued. If I'm unable to find a method in 5 years, I'll remove this spirit energy from her body. Ning Xin's body stiffened. Lowering her eyes to look at Yun Ruoshui's childish face, she secretly made a firm decision. All right, we will act according to your plan. In contrast, Yun Ruoshui did not have many worries as she innocently smiled. Cousin, you're very powerful and you will definitely be able to help Shueisa. Shueisa believes in you. Shueisa believes in you. The child's young voice caused Yun Luofeng to gradually become resolute. With this sentence of hers, she must absolutely help her. Give me 5 years. After 5 years, I will definitely allow Shueisa to become a matchless genius. Ning Xin looked at Yun Ruoshui and Yun Luofeng. A trace of determination surfaced in her clear eyes. Shueisa, in the future, not only will Feng be your cousin but also your master, do you understand? No matter how huge of an accomplishment you achieve in the future, you have to remember that this was given to you by Feng and your life was also saved by her. Yun Ruoshui nodded in confusion. Mother, Shueisa understands. Chapter 1659, Yun Luofeng arrives, 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. If someone else said they could save her daughter, Ning Xin would never believe their words. It was precisely because it was Yun Luofeng that she believed that she had the ability. The 2 members of the fierce tiger bandit gang had been scared by Yun Luofeng, not daring to utter a single word. They were still continuously hesitating as to why Miss Yi had yet to appear. Although they had witnessed the strange phenomenon in the skies, they did not take it to heart and didn't know that those spirit beasts had come for the fierce tiger bandit gang. If my guess isn't wrong. Wu Yan was silent for a moment before looking up towards Ning Xin. You're from the Yi family. It's said that the daughter-in-law of the Yi family was named Yun, while the second son's wife of Yun family was called Ning Xin. I wonder, are you that person? Ning Xin squinted her eyes and smiled. You know quite a lot. The young man smiled. There's nothing I don't know on this continent. Oh. Ning Xin quirked her brow. Then why did you fall into the hands of the fierce tiger bandit gang? The young man's eyes flickered. Just as how a horse stumbles, humans can also make mistakes, and I was simply careless. Clearly, he was unwilling to say anything else. Since you're the wife of the Yun family's second son, the young man slowly turned and he looked at Yun Luofeng. You're the calamity of the land of no return, the physician Tao master, Yun Luofeng. Hua. The group was in an uproar. Perhaps they might not have heard of Ning Xin in the land of no return, or the number 1 genius of the Yi family, but no one was unaware of Yun Luofeng's name. From the oldest centenarians to the youngest toddler 3 years old, they all knew Yun Luofeng's past achievements by heart. Even though she was named as the calamity god by everyone, she was the lofty ideal of the entire continent. Especially the Yun Luofeng of the past that exterminated 3 big factions of Endless City for her own disciple out of rage. Even until today, her deeds were discussed enthusiastically by people. The 2 members of the fierce tiger bandit gang were so shocked that they had even wet the pants as their pale faces were filled with fear. Yi family. Yun Luofeng. Oh god, what type of expert had they provoked this time? Compared to those people who were shocked, the smile on Yun Ruoshui's face became even more resplendent, similar to the sun that illuminated hearts. I've said this before, in my family, the fierce tiger bandit gang is nothing. Do you believe me now? The crowd maintained their silence. A moment later, the young lady who questioned Yun Ruoshui stood up and deeply bowed before her. I'm sorry, I had failed to recognize the influence of your family. I beg of you to save us, I want to return home. Yun Ruoshui was not someone who held a grudge, but the precondition was that the other party did not touch her bottom line. Therefore, facing the little girl's apology, she smiled in embarrassment. Since I said that I'll save all of you, I will definitely bring you out. After speaking, Yun Ruoshui turned towards Wu Yan. Brother Wu Yan, where is your home? I'll have mother dispatch someone to take you home. Ning Xin furrowed her brows and unconsciously looked at the young man's handsome appearance. She could sense that her daughter treated this young man preferentially, but he was too mysterious to the extent that she did not wish for her daughter to have dealings with him. Wu Yan was silent and only spoke up after a long time. My parents are dead and I'm alone by myself. Ning Xin remarked, how would you understand so much about the continent without any parents, to even claim that there's nothing you're unaware of on this continent? Chapter 1660, Going Home, 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Wu Yan turned taciturn, seemingly pondering over something, and after a long time, he made a decision. His unwavering attention fell on Yun Luofeng. Regarding this matter, I wish to speak with you alone. Feng. Hearing his request, Ning Xin's heart tightened and she was filled with vigilance towards Wu Yan, afraid that the other party would do something harmful towards Yun Luofeng. In contrast, Yun Luofeng revealed a smile. Second aunt, take others out first. I'd like to speak with him alone. Ning Xin was somewhat hesitant, but ultimately she chose to believe in Yun Luofeng's choice. Shueisa, let's go out first and not disturb your cousin. She quirked her brow and her eyes swept across the children. Now you're free and I'll send Yi family guards to take you home. After speaking, her stern gaze shot towards the 2 members of the fierce tiger bandit gang. You'll have to pay the price for daring to kidnap my daughter. Whoosh. In that instant, 2 spirit beasts swooped down and landed before Ning Xin. Bring these 2 along and take everyone back to the Yi family for punishment. Ning Xin then stepped out of the cottage after settling everything, leaving the space for Yun Luofeng. There was a smile on Yun Luofeng's face as her fingers gently caressed her chin. All right, now you can tell me your identity. I can't tell anyone my identity. Wu Yan looked up, and his pitch-black eyes contained a resolute glint. However, I wish that you could take me in. If you do so, I will definitely be of help to you in the future. Help. Yun Luofeng gently chuckled. Someone has cast a restriction on your body, so how can you help me? The young man's expression stiffened. Evidently, he had anticipated that the condition of his body can be concealed from Yun Luofeng. I believe you have the ability to remove this restriction. Reason, give me a reason. Or should I say, how would I benefit from helping you? Yun Luofeng would never do something without a benefit. Bang. Wu Yan suddenly knelt on the ground with one knee, with a deferential expression. I have nothing to give you, and the only thing I have is this life of mine. If you're willing to take me in, from today on my life belongs to you. All right, I'll agree to it. The young lady's wicked voice was similar to a gentle wind, entering Wu Yan's ears. His eyes widened and he looked at the white-robed lady in disbelief. Did she agree? Why? Everyone claims that Yun Luofeng is vicious and merciless, but why did she agree to my request without asking for a reason or figuring out my identity? This was too unconventional. Thinking of this, Wu Yan felt apprehensive internally. You're not going to continue asking about my identity. Since you're unwilling to say, naturally I won't force you. I've always believed in my instincts. Her instincts had always been accurate. For example, her instincts told her that the little boy she picked up and named Wu was definitely problematic. Thank you. Wu Yan's voice was somewhat hoarse. Right now, I can't reveal my identity, but when the time comes, I will honestly reveal it to you. However, I can guarantee that I will never betray you in my life. The young man's expression brightened, to the extent it was as dazzling as the sunlight. I have a matter to settle now and can't take you with me. Right now the assignment I'll give you is to stay in the Yi family and accompany Shui's growth. Chapter 1661, Going Home 2. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. The young man stared blankly. The assignment Yun Luofeng gave him was to accompany a little girl. Wasn't this somewhat like using a talented person in an insignificant position? Master, even though my strength has been sealed, I am still of use if I stayed by your side. You. Yun Luofeng frowned. I don't like others questioning my decisions. If you do not carry out my orders, I can only ask you to leave. The young lady's words were wicked and filled with coldness, so much so that it had contained an eerie aura, causing the young man to suddenly shudder. He then lowered his head. Wu Yan is willing to obey my lord's orders. With my current strength, I'm unable to remove your seal. Give me some time and I will think of a method to help you. Yun Luofeng looked at the young man, and a glint streaked across her eyes. Just a moment ago, the voice of Bai Xiao the life tree was transmitted to her. Master, this young man isn't someone of this world. Not from this world. What do you mean? Bai Xiao hesitated for a moment and sighed. With a myriad of worlds, there's nothing too bizarre. In this world, there would naturally be countless continents generated. The seal in this young man's body is somewhat special, and with your current abilities, you can't help him. You'll only be able to remove his seal after getting stronger. However, not waiting for Yun Luofeng to question closely about the specifics, Bai Xiao continued speaking. The young man not telling you some things is very beneficial to you, and I will not say anything further. You only have to know that your strength is insufficient. That's right. Her current strength was insufficient. Only when she became even more powerful would she be able to help Shui and even more close family and friends. On the streets, there were many people crowded around. The moment they saw the Yi family's spirit beast sending Ru Yi and company under escort, their eyes revealed astonishment. In particular, behind them was a group of young and immature children. You all can leave. Ning Xin turned towards the children and said. The spirit beasts of the Yi family will take you home. A portion of the children shed tears of gratitude, but there was a portion who hesitated without leaving. Ning Xin quirked her brow. You all don't intend on going home. The child who questioned Yun Ruoshui spoke after hesitating for a moment. My parents were killed by the fierce tiger bandit gang. After speaking, tears surfaced from the corners of her eyes. When the fierce tiger bandit gang wanted to abduct me, they were discovered by my parents. Since they had already started, they decided to carry it through whatever happened, so they murdered my parents and threw their bodies off a cliff. The girl's tearful complaint had affected Yun Ruoshui, and her eyes also unconsciously reddened. Mother, she's very pitiful. Let's help her. Ning Xin frowned and looked at the other children. What about the rest of you? Hearing her questioning, the children explained in succession. Some kids originally did not have parents and were asking for alms out the streets, but had been seen by the fierce tiger bandit gang. There were even some whose relatives who lacked money and sold them cheaply. Towards a place like that, they would rather not return, or else they would still be unable to escape the life of being sold. Miss Ning, I beg of you not to send me back home. A girl hastily knelt before Ning Xin and cried pitifully. That year, my uncle fell sick, and my father was eaten by a spirit beast while trying to gather medicine for him. My mother then passed away due to sorrow. So, I was adopted by my uncle's family. However, in order to get my cousin a wife, they sold me to the fierce tiger bandit gang. Woo woo, I don't want to return. Chapter 1662, Going Home 3. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Yi Jun had always abhorred evils as deadly foes, and hearing the little child's tearful complaint, her face became red through and through from anger. Why are there people who are so cruel and unscrupulous in this world? Aunt Ning Xin, can we take in these children? In any case, the Yi family is huge and has a large business. They wouldn't be too much for us to handle. Ning Xin pinched her brows, and after a long time, she loosened her hands. I will send people to verify what you said. If it's the truth, the Yi family will take you in, but if I find out that are lying, I will not be lenient even if you're children. She would never allow anyone to scheme against her family and kin. The girl's grieving expression into happiness. Thank you, Miss Ning. Thank you, young Miss Yi-jun. Yoon Ruoshui walked up and helped her up while gently blinking her eyes. Do you wish to personally get even with your uncle and aunt? The girl was stunned and hastily nodded. My father died because of him, but before his death, he asked those who journeyed with him to bring the medicinal herb back. Otherwise, my uncle would have long been dead. However, they kicked their benefactor in the teeth and sold me. How could I not want to get even with them? Mother, Yoon Ruoshui looked up at Ning Xin and her watery eyes contained an innocent glint. Why don't you take her in as your disciple and teach her cultivation? Ning Xin stared blankly. This girl's talents were considered good, and if instructed well, she would have great achievements in the future. Furthermore, she had never rejected her daughter's requests. All right, the children who stayed behind today, I will impart cultivation methods to you, and it will depend on your talents and hard work. Ning Xin paused and continued speaking. If you can attain a level 1, I'm satisfied within 5 years, then Yi-jun and her brother along with Shueisa will be protected by you in the future. As Yoon Ruoshui and Yi-jun brother and sister were still young, having these children become their bodyguards was suitable. Of course, everything had to depend on their achievements. The children felt joyous, as they never expected an accident would provide them with an opportunity to enter the Yi family and receive Ning Xin's personal teaching. There was even a chance to become the attendant of the Yi family's heirs. Just as Ning Xin finished speaking, Yoon Luofeng had brought Wu Yan along. Wu Yan had changed his previous cold and detached attitude, and his handsome face revealed respect. Feng Ning Xin walked to Yoon Luofeng's side with quick steps. How is it? Have you questioned this young man's background? Yoon Luofeng shook her head. That isn't important. More importantly, you will stay in the Yi family in the future and in addition, protect Shueisa by her side. If it was someone else and without checking the other party's background, Ning Xin would definitely reject arranging them into the Yi family. However, the one who spoke was Yoon Luofeng. She believed that every decision of hers was correct. All right. Without hesitation, Ning Xin agreed. Yoon Luofeng quirked her lips. Although Wu Yan's strength had been sealed, she believed that with him by Shueisa's side, she would definitely be safe. Brother Wu Yan, an innocent smile surfaced on Yoon Ruoshui's face, looking naive and adorable. In the future, we are friends. Friends. Wu Yan was stunned. He lowered his head and looking at the hand she stretched out, he was moved. So it turns out, he could have friends. With an unexpected coincidence, Wu Yan held onto Yoon Ruoshui's petite hand, and it was also at this instant that he made a firm resolution. Even if I had to give up my life, I will protect this naive and innocent smile on her face. Chapter 1663, Going Home, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Feng the old general and your second uncle long to see you again. Ning Xin's gentle gaze fell on Yoon Luofeng. Are you intending to return together with me? All right. Yoon Luofeng nodded. After separating for 5 years, it was time for her to make a trip back to visit the old general and her second uncle. Feng Yun Kingdom. Yun Qingya was seated near a tomb with a wine flask placed before him. His hands held onto a silver jade flute, and he was currently playing a piece. There were 3 tombs erected before him, and 2 of them were clearly moved over recently, but the wording carved on the tomb was exceptionally dazzling. 2 vertical lines of words were carved on the tomb, which was respectively the tomb of Yun Qian and the tomb of Bai Ling. Yun Qingya looked at these 3 tombs in silence, and his clear eyes reflected with sorrow. Big brother, sister-in-law, both the old man and I have left the Longsha continent and shifted your tomb beside that of General Wen. A faint smile surfaced on Yun Qingya's handsome face. I reckon you must have heard from General Wen about Feng's past achievements these years, and you can rest in peace. Not only has Feng found an ideal husband, her strength has also exceeded the norm. If you're still alive, you would definitely be gratified of her achievements of today. Oh right, big brother. I forgot to inform you that I'm married. My wife is very beautiful and I love her a lot. My daughter is also very innocent and adorable and is also my precious darling. If you're still here, you'll definitely be happy for me. In this world, the number of people I revere can be counted with one hand, and big brother and sister-in-law are 2 of them. Your heroic qualities and sister-in-law's bravery that did not lose compared to men had also caused everyone to be emotionally moved. When the day comes when I head down to the netherworld, I'll be able to meet with you. Big brother, sister-in-law, General Wen, let me offer you a cup. Yun Qingya lowered his jade flute and lifted the wine cup, spraying it on the ground. Suddenly, falcon cries could be heard, and looking up, a flock of falcons bearing the Yi family's emblem could be seen. The people who stood on the falcon's back had also simultaneously reflected in his eyes. Shinsa has brought Shueisa back. Yun Qingya smiled. He who originally wanted to speak had suddenly seen the white-robed lady standing beside Ning Xin. Feng He was stunned for a moment before joy surfaced within his originally grieving eyes. Feng has returned. It had been 5 years. God knows how much her family in the land of no return had longed for her return. Yet, this girl left for a period of 5 years without any news and messages. Even the Yun family, who was confident in her strength, couldn't help but worry. Second uncle. Evidently, Yoon Luofeng also saw Yun Qingya standing down below. With a leap, she jumped down from the falcon. Second uncle, why are you here? Yun Qingya smiled. Ever since moving your parents' graves here, I've been here to chat with them every month, and General Yun. At that time, he sacrificed his life to save Yi Jingchen, and I ought to frequently come here to visit him. Hearing Yun Qingya's words, Yoon Luofeng slowly turned back and noticed the tombs behind her. Father, mother, I've returned, she faintly raised the corner of her lips. I haven't been able to visit you for many years, would you blame me? However, Yoon Luofeng paused. Bai Xiao mentioned this before. There are myriads of worlds and nothing is too bizarre. If the netherworld truly exists in this world, then I'll definitely rescue you from there even if I have to turn the netherworld upside down. Chapter 1664, Saintly Virgin Tribe Came Looking for Trouble, 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Qingyu bitterly smiled. How could a place like the netherworld exist? This was only an imaginative world people had thought up of because of the longing for their family. However, he did not speak up to interrupt Yun Luofeng as his clear eyes gazed at her determined face and revealed a smile. If my big brother and sister-in-law could see the currently Feng heir, they would definitely be extremely gratified. Boom. Just then, a huge explosion suddenly sounded from the city, causing the ground to slightly shake. What happened? Yun Qingyu's face sank as he slowly turned. Looking at the spreading dust covering the skies, his expression gradually turned cold. Ning Xin landed from the skies and stood beside Yun Qingyu and her expression was serious. The commotion seemed to originate from the Yi family. Yi family. Just as these two words were mentioned, they saw Yun Luofeng who was just standing by their sides disappear all of a sudden. Her figure was as swift as a lightning bolt and shot out quickly. Brother Yun, we should head over and take a look. Even though they were married for 5 years, Ning Xin was still accustomed to addressing Yun Qingyu as Brother Yun. Mom, Shueisa wants to go too. Yun Ruoshui pouted and her eyes were gleaming with tears that looked clear and shining. Shueisa, Junsa, you and the others shall stay here. Ning Xin paused and continued speaking. I'll take a look at what happened. Yi family. A group of experts descended from the skies and obstructed the Yi family's gates. Leading the group was a woman that had an air of arrogance and her eyes contained contempt. Evidently, she did not place these people in her eyes. The task this time is very effortless. It'll be easy enough just to take down these people. Before coming to the Yi family, she had already investigated their background. Even though Yi family's reputation was renowned throughout the land of no return and no one dared to provoke them, unfortunately, they would collapse at the first blow when facing the Saintly Virgin Tribe. May I know your identities and why have you come to our Yi family? Old Man Yi hastily walked out from the gates with a frown as his vigilant expression looked at everyone obstructing the gates. Even if it was a group of women standing before him, he could sense terrifying strength radiating from their bodies. I heard that Yun Luofeng's family members are in your Yi estate. The woman sneered. I will not make things difficult for you. Just have those people get out here quickly and it'll be fine. Old Man Yi's expression slightly darkened. These people came looking for Yun Luofeng's family. Now that Yun Luofeng wasn't in the land of no return, he had the responsibility to protect her family. Miss, you're too overbearing. In this land of no return, no one dares to arrest people from my Yi family. Old Man Yi snorted and flung his sleeves. A powerful aura radiated from his body as his long grey robes flew without wind. The woman was stunned for a moment before continuing to laugh heartily. Old man, could it be that you're unaware of something called, however strong you are, there is always someone stronger. That's right, your Yi family is indeed very strong in the land of no return, but unfortunately, you're not worth a dime before our Saintly Virgin Tribe. She smirked as her face revealed disdain. Saintly Virgin Tribe. The old man was somewhat stunned. Where did this faction originate from, and why had he never heard of them? You're not from the land of no return. Only this answer could resolve his internal suspicions. At least you're able to make discerning judgments. You can only blame Yun Luofeng for killing our tribeswoman, and so we can only find her family to get even. Chapter 1665, Saintly Virgin Tribe Came Looking for Trouble, 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The woman slightly looked up and spoke with arrogance across her face. Old Man Yi's expression suddenly changed as his eyes darkened. Old man, you better make a decision. Are you going to defend the Yun family and be labeled with the same crimes? The woman coldly smiled. Suddenly, an aged voice sounded from the rear, containing an insufferably arrogant haughtiness. In-laws, since these people came looking for the Yun family, then your Yi family shouldn't meddle in this business. I'd like to see how the Saintly Virgin Tribe can deal with us. The woman narrowed her eyes and her line of sight gradually fell on the old man in brocade clothing. Who are you? The old man stroked his jaw and held his head high. This old man would never change my name or surname. You can call me as the Yun family's Yun Luo, which is also Yun Luofeng's grandfather. HMPH. The woman smiled in a mocking tone. Unexpectedly, you're not afraid of death and dare to reveal yourself. Old man Yun rolled his eyes as his aged face was filled with contempt. Why would I be afraid? Just because you suffered a defeat at my granddaughter's hands, you also dare to come to threaten me. Who did you say suffered a defeat? The woman furiously glared at Old Man Yun and gnashed her teeth in anger. Old Man Yun's face was filled with contempt. Since you mentioned my precious granddaughter killing your tribeswoman, then isn't it equivalent to being defeated by my granddaughter? If it weren't because you couldn't do anything to her, would you especially come to the land of no return and cause trouble? You. The woman's expression turned ashen as she angrily pointed at Yun Luo. No wonder you have such a savage granddaughter. So as it turns out, she was taught by you. Someone like you who is unpardonably wicked should be sent to the 18 depths of hell. Disciples, subdue this old man. I'd like to see how he continues being so egotistical and rampant. Whoosh. In an instant, the tribeswomen leaped and dashed towards Yun Luo rapidly. Facing their attacks, Yun Luo heartily laughed. My precious granddaughter isn't at fault, she merely kills those who deserve to be killed. If you dare to touch a single strand of my hair, my granddaughter will definitely overturn your Saintly Virgin Tribe. The woman trembled from rage. Capture the rest as hostages but kill this cheap-mouthed old man. In actual fact, Yun Luo said those words were to infuriate these people as he'd rather die than drag down Yun Luofeng. Careful, old man Yi's expression changed. His body reacted faster than his mind, and just as their attacks pressed near, he blocked in front of Yun Luo and forcibly received their attack. Boom. The old man was abruptly sent flying, with fresh blood flowing out and a huge power spread throughout the entire courtyard, producing a loud explosion. It was to the extent that dust had filled the entire courtyard and covered the azure skies. In-law. Yun Luo's aged face became pale in a flash as he hastily walked to old man Yi's side. In-law, what are you doing? Don't you know I purposely infuriated her so she would kill me instead of using me to threaten Feng Er? Old man Yi dryly coughed and fresh blood flowed out endlessly. His complexion was incomparably pale and even his breathing was very weak. Although Yun Xiao isn't my grandson, but in my heart, I treat him as my biological grandson. Therefore, I have always regarded him and Feng Er as my family. Feng Er decided to settle you down in the Yi family was because she believed that the Yi family could protect you. Chapter 1666, Saintly Virgin Tribe Came Looking for Trouble, 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Old man Yi's voice was disjointed and couldn't even string together a whole sentence. If he stood by one side and disregarded Yun Luo in danger, then he would have betrayed Yun Luofeng's trust. In-law, even at the expense of my life, I will never let anyone use you to threaten Feng Er. Yun Luo tightly clenched his fist as his furious gaze glared at the Saintly Virgin Tribe. All these years, Feng Er has never provoked others on her initiative, yet there will always be people who provoke her first. The woman's mocking eyes shot towards the half-dead old man Yi before turning towards Yun Luo. Who said she's never provoked us? If she hadn't abducted our successor, our experts would have never found trouble for her. Utter rubbish. Yun Luo spat out vulgarities in anger. Feng Er would never abduct anyone. HMPH. According to a reliable report, our tribe's successor Lin Ruobai was abducted by Yun Luofeng. Lin Ruobai. Yun Luo's body suddenly stiffened. Wasn't Xiao Bai Yun Luofeng's disciple? Thinking of this, he had also said his internal thoughts out loud. However, who knew after hearing the old man's words, the woman would egotistically laugh. Would our tribe's successor acknowledge some woman as her master? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Does she think she has the rights? Don't think you'll be spared from death with your lies. Those who offended our Saintly Virgin Tribe will definitely die. Whoosh. A gale surged forth and the woman's head full of black hair danced in the wind. Her aura that was as sharp as a sword shot towards Yun Luo. Under this powerful suppressive aura, Yun Luo couldn't move in the slightest. Even so, a mocking smile surfaced on his lips. At this point in time, he actually dares to be so arrogant. The woman became more furious and naturally, wouldn't show any mercy. Seeing the long sword formed by her aura about to penetrate the old man's chest, an invisible light suddenly pressed down from the sky in this instant and immediately her aura had disappeared. It seems like the lesson I've given the tribe was insufficient. This voice was chilly and wicked, containing an eerie aura that caused one to tremble with fear. The woman's expression had a drastic change, and looking up, a woman that looked extremely gorgeous in a white robe whiter than snow appeared in the skies. There was no lack of beauties in the Saintly Virgin Tribe and a great number of them were devastatingly beautiful. However, there was none who was more beautiful than this white-robed lady. Grandfather. The white-robed lady stepping on air had reached the ground in a few steps. It was so swift that her afterimage could be seen in the skies. Feng Er, quickly check if old man Yi can be saved. The moment he saw Yun Luofeng, he hastily spoke. In a flash, Yun Luofeng's figure appeared by old man Yi's side. She reached out and took a stalk of healing spirit grass from the God Code world and extracted the juice to feed old man Yi. His internal organs are crushed and for now, I'll stop his bleeding first. To have him recover from his injuries, I have to concoct some medicine. The medicine produced by ordinary medicinal herbs was unable to cure old man Yi's injuries, and only the spirit herbs in the God Code world could ease his wounds. Fortunately, the gold-seeking hamsters did not deplete all the spirit herbs and had left a portion for her, allowing her to have sufficient resources to concoct medicine for old man Yi. Following this would be the time to settle our debts. Yun Luofeng slowly turned around as her wicked eyes coldly stared directly at the Saintly Virgin Tribe. Yun Luofeng. The woman's expression changed. Why would she appear here? Yun Luofeng slowly raised her hand and powerful energy burst forth from her palms with a bang, suddenly striking the woman's chest. Chapter 1667, Saintly Virgin Tribe Came Looking for Trouble, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Ah. The woman screamed and flew out with a bang, landing on the ground in a sorry figure. Who allowed you to come to the land of no return? Yun Luofeng raised her head and looked down at the woman who fell on the ground. What are you staring for? The woman gnashed her teeth. Arrest this beastard right now. The tribeswomen wanted to go up, but they instinctively retreated after sensing the aura leaking from Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng coldly called out. Bang. The instant her voice sounded, a huge figure heavily landed on the ground. His imposing might was similar to a god that stood before Yun Luofeng and guarded her. This man was very tall and well built. Even if his body was ridden with scars, it couldn't conceal the hostility that radiated from his body. Other than that woman, kill everyone without sparing any. An order slowly flowed from her lips that was filled with austere killing aura, lingering within the courtyard. What do you think you're doing? The woman trembled. She never expected Yun Luofeng would return to the land of no return. Furthermore, she had returned in such a short time. What am I doing? Yun Luofeng sneered. Do you wish to know what hell is like? I don't. Before having the chance to finish speaking, she saw flames surging forth from underneath her and they instantly enveloped her body. She felt extreme pain as if she was in hell. Following Huohuo's strength recovering, her flames had become increasingly ferocious and under her control. She could cause others to experience pain and suffering. Those who attacked my family, kill them all. She, Yun Luofeng, wasn't a kind person. It was fine that the common people claimed that she was heartless and merciless, sinister and vicious. She only wanted to protect her family. As such, she would rather kill all without hesitation. Yun Luofeng slowly turned around and looking at the old man, a faint smile appeared on her exceedingly gorgeous appearance. Grandfather, I've returned. After a separation of 5 years, she had finally returned. Yun Luo's heart was filled with excitement and nearly cried out of joy. However, he suppressed his internal emotions and revealed an angry face while speaking as if in a bad mood. You still know how to return after leaving for 5 years. She was unable to refute him because it was the longest period Yun Luofeng had left the family. No one knew how he had endured or passed his days during this period of time. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow. Coming home this time, I even brought you a gift. Forget it if you don't need it. A gift? Hearing this, the old man's eyes immediately brightened. Clearing his throat, he pretended to be solemn and said, at least you still have a conscience and know to bring a present for your grandfather. Where's the present? Take it out and show your filial respect. Yun Luofeng's smile deepened and reaching out her hand, a dark green fruit appeared in her palm. This is the life fruit. After consuming it, it can extend your life for 10 years. Extend my life for 10 years. This was actually a good present. His eyes radiated an intense glimmer and even his breathing became urgent. Quick, give this fruit to me. How can just one of these be enough? At least you've got to gift me with 10. No, 100 of it. Looking at the old man losing his composure, seemingly a bad model example, Yun Luofeng helplessly shrugged her shoulders. I only have one right now and furthermore, you should let me treat the Yi family head's injuries first. Carefully keeping the life fruit, Yun Luo intended to slowly enjoy the fruit after returning to his room. On account that you're going to treat the in-law, I'll let you off for now. When you have something good in the future, remember to present it to your grandfather to show your filial respect. Chapter 1668, Yichi Abducted 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Facing the shameless old man, what else could Yun Luofeng say? Alright, if I have any good items in the future, I'll bring it back for you at the first chance I get. In any case, her hard work until now was for her family members. If they didn't exist, what purpose would there be in her life? Oh right, I'll say this in passing. After treating the Yi family head's injuries, I'll be leaving. The fingers Yun Luo used to caress the life fruit froze and after suppressing his overflowing emotions, he used a calm gaze to stare at Yun Luofeng. How long do you intend to leave this time? I'm not sure. Yun Luofeng rubbed her nose. However, I'll ultimately return to this place. Parting was a very emotional situation. However, Yun Luo had never revealed his internal reluctance, afraid it would affect Yun Luofeng. His granddaughter had her own path and as her family members, all the more he shouldn't drag her down. Yun Qingye glanced at his own father before his clear eyes slowly fell on Yun Luofeng as a faint smile quirked on his lips. Feng your second uncle will be waiting for you here. You can have a free hand and do what you want. A warm current flowed through Yun Luofeng's heart. In this life, she was satisfied having these family members of hers. HMPH, Yun Luo snorted and looked disgruntled. Previously, you promised that you would bring Yun Xiao back to have your marriage this time. Can you tell me where Yun Xiao is right now? Yun Luofeng's lips twitched. Next time I'll definitely bring him along. Rotten girl, let me tell you. I'll only acknowledge Yun Xiao as my grandson. If you dare to have an affair, this old man will definitely smack your butt till it rots. Yun Luofeng's forehead was filled with black lines. She very much wanted to ask if Yun Xiao was his biological grandson or whether she was picked up somewhere else. At this moment, someone had already carried the Yi family head into the room and without saying any more, she strode into the room and started his treatment. With Yun Luofeng's current strength and the help of straight herbs, as long as the Yi family head still had a breath, she could save him. Without using much time, old man Yi had opened his eyes and saw a gorgeous face before him. Feng you've returned. Yun Luofeng nodded. I've returned and in addition met up together with Yun Xiao. Unfortunately, he has something else to handle and so I came back alone this time. Have you seen Junsa and Chen? Yun Luofeng stared blankly. Father and mother. That's right. Not long ago they set off for the 7-province continent. You didn't manage to meet them. Hearing the old man's words, Yun Luofeng frowned and shook her head. I've never seen them on the 7-province continent, but if they have set off to that continent we'll meet each other sooner or later. Old man Yi opened his mouth, wanting to say something but ultimately, he swallowed his words. Feng now that you have returned, are you leaving soon? Yes, I have something even more important to complete. To prevent others from dealing with the Yi family, she had to head towards the Saintly Virgin tribe to settle this dispute. Alright, then off you go. No matter what, you have to return alive. Old man Yi faintly smiled. His voice was no longer as weak as before and his body had also gradually recovered. Chapter 1669, Yichi Abducted 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng was silent for a while before saying, please take care of yourself. Yi family, within the courtyard. Yun Ruoshui blinked her limpid eyes while naively and innocently looking at the white-robed woman striding out. Cousin, you're leaving so soon. Yun Luofeng was very fond of this cousin of hers. Walking up, she gently ruffled Yun Ruoshui's head and a bewitching smile surfaced on her face. Give me 5 years. I will definitely return within 5 years. Yun Ruoshu nodded her head seriously. Cousin, you're my target, and to catch up to you, I will do my best in training. Yun Luofeng smiled and looked at the Yi family brother and sister. I'll be waiting for you in the 7-province continent. With your talents, I believe it will only be a few years before you head there. Yi Jun was stunned. Gently pursing her red lips, her black eyes contained complicated feelings. Sister-in-law, I will head over and find you and brother as soon as possible. A smile curved up on Yun Luofeng's face and she suddenly asked, oh right, why haven't I seen Yi Eximo and Yi Chi? Ever since I was born, I've rarely seen Big Brother. However, not long ago, Big Brother has returned once and even brought his future wife. It was also this that caused Sister to be heartbroken, so she left home to learn through experience. Since then, she has never returned. Hearing her words, Yun Luofeng turned taciturn. She had long noticed that Yi Chi had feelings for Yi Eximo. If not because of those feelings, Yi Chi wouldn't have schemed against her in those days. However, Yi Eximo has viewed Yi Chi as his little sister all along, without any improper thoughts. Therefore, in this one-sided love, Yi Chi was destined to be heartbroken. Frankly speaking, Yun Luofeng did not have favorable feelings towards Yi Chi. She had accepted her existence at that time because of Zhang Fengling. You don't have to worry too much about this. Yi Chi will walk out on her own and only at that time will she find her own match. Just then, a figure hastily ran over from the front and was panting heavily. After spotting Yun Luofeng, his eyes brightened and ran over. Miss Yun, something bad has happened. Miss Yi Chi. She has been abducted by the Saintly Virgin tribe. What? Yun Luofeng's expression suddenly darkened. Those tribeswomen who came yesterday were killed and it was impossible for anyone to escape. How would Yi Chi fall in their hands? Could it be, those who came that day were not all of the tribesmen? Unfortunately, Yun Luofeng's guess was correct. The majority of the tribeswomen had come to the Yi family, yet there were a few stationed outside the Fangyun kingdom as support. After receiving the news of a complete wipeout, those people intended to return and report to their superior. However, they suddenly discovered Yi Chi's existence at that moment, causing their plans to change all of a sudden. Originally, they did not know Yi Chi was from the Yi family, but unexpectedly, a young master who walked past recognized Yi Chi. He had even talked about her with other people and so the Saintly Virgin tribe found out about Yi Chi's identity. In any case, since they had come to the land of no return, they couldn't return empty-handed. As such, Yi Chi had fallen into their hands. Sister-in-law, what should we do now? Yi Jun's face turned deathly pale. Big sister has been abducted by those bad guys. Yun Luofeng's eyes were gloomy and her aura had surged forth. Although she did not have a favorable impression of Yi Chi, she was Zhang Fengling's adopted daughter. If something happened to her, Zhang Fengling would definitely be heartbroken. Chapter 1670, Yi Chi abducted 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. She would never forgive anyone who caused Zhang Fengling to grieve. Stay here in the Yi family. Don't let anyone know of this matter and I'll make a trip to the Saintly Virgin tribe. Yun Luofeng's expression had recovered its serenness. However, a violent storm could be seen in her eyes that was very terrifying. I will never forgive anyone who dares to touch the Yi family. Whoosh. After speaking, Yun Luofeng transformed into a flash of light and shot towards the skies. Yun Ruoshui nearly cried out. Brother Xe, Sister Jun, will my cousin be in danger? It's unlikely. Yi Jun shook her head and tightly clenched her fist. Grandfather has said before that sister-in-law is very powerful. There's nothing she can't accomplish in this world. Therefore, we should listen to her and not speak of this incident, lest the others worry. Since the Saintly Virgin tribe could come to the land of no return, naturally they had their own spatial wormhole. Therefore, by the time Yun Luofeng went chasing after them they had already left. If she wanted to rescue Yi Chi, the only method was to personally travel to the Saintly Virgin tribe. Master. Xiao Mo appeared beside Yun Luofeng out of thin air. Yesterday, he had dealt with the Chu family's affairs with Yi Xe and returned to the Yi family. Yet, who would expect such a situation to happen? I sense that Xiao Bai has awakened. Why don't we wait for her to regain consciousness before heading towards the tribe? Xiao Mo's face was filled with worry. Furthermore, the Saintly Virgin tribe's strength is very powerful and can be considered the top faction on the 7-province continent. On the 7-province continent, there wasn't a territory managed by the Saintly Virgin tribe and that wasn't because they weren't strong enough. Instead, they were too strong. They disdained to become the 7 provinces governor and instead of wasting so much time on managing the continent, they would rather spend their time training. I can't wait. Yun Luofeng shook her head, but before heading to the tribe, I have something to do. She had another motive for returning to the land of no return, and it was to bring the faction that grew together with her to the 7-province continent, which was the Steel and Raging Flame Corps. Unfortunately, previously when she went to Endless City, all the members were training outside and thus, she did not manage to meet them. However, she had asked Ji Yang to issue a signal to the Steel and Raging Flame Corps for them to rush towards Endless City. As such, when Yun Luofeng returned to Endless City, the Corps had long been waiting for her arrival. Miss. My lord. The instant King Yin and Yi Ling saw Yun Luofeng, joy streaked across their eyes as they hastily went up and emotionally gazed at her. Miss, you've finally returned. After a separation of 5 years, they had finally seen her again. Returning this time, I will bring you all with me. However, I don't have any time to explain to you. Enter the illusionary realm first and wait for me there. After this, Yun Luofeng had taken in everyone before her into the illusionary realm with a thought. Soon after, her figure transformed into a flash of light and she hastily disappeared. She had rushed to the point of not giving anyone time to raise a question. Saintly Virgin tribe on the 7-province continent. Just as the prison cell was pushed open, Yi Chi was fiercely thrown in. She rubbed her aching arms and got up from the chilly floor. Who are you? Why have you abducted me? Yi Chi's body shivered as her lips turned pale. Her eyes were filled with shock and fear. Chapter 1671, Yichi abducted 4. Translator, BRZ editor, Rock. Why did I abduct you? An ice-cold voice sounded from outside the prison cell, chilly to the extent of causing Yichi's body to shiver uncontrollably. She had seemingly descended into an ice house at this instant, as she was chilled to the bone. On this matter, you have to blame Yun Luofeng. After she spoke, a man and a woman walked in. Lord Qinzu, I've dispatched someone to check. This woman is Yun Luofeng's husband's younger sister, and by capturing her, Yun Luofeng will definitely appear. The man smiled and his eyes filled with mocking swept past Yichi's deathly white face as he slowly spoke. Qinzu was the one who collaborated with the North Province, with the intention to deal with Yun Luofeng. She was also the sister of the woman named Qin Yue who perished in Yun Luofeng's hands that day in the Xuanqing sect. Qinzu raised her chin and spoke in an overbearing manner. Su Jun, after I've captured Yun Luofeng, I'll also provide you with a chance to personally torture her. Su Jun was the young sect master of the Xuanqing sect. That year since Su Jun failed to capture Xiao Bai's affection, he had complained about Yun Luofeng to the Saintly Virgin sect. It was to the extent that their experts believed Yun Luofeng had abducted Xiao Bai and so dispatched their forces to kill her. Unexpectedly, not only did Yun Luofeng destroy the Xuanqing sect, she had also killed Qin Yue. Originally, Su Jun would have died without a doubt, but he was transported away by Qin Yue using a secret art, allowing him to keep his life. Yun Luofeng. Yichi opened her mouth in astonishment. Had these people captured her to deal with Yun Luofeng? Lord Qinzu, when I dispatched men to investigate Yun Luofeng's family background, I found out that this woman named Yichi seems to have had a dispute with Yun Luofeng in the past. Having heard what he said, Qinzu frowned. If so, will Yun Luofeng come for her? Lord Qin Yue, you can rest assured that Yun Luofeng will definitely come. This woman cherished family relations, and for the Yi family, she would certainly save Yichi. However, I have an even better idea. Su Jun sneered and his line of sight turned towards Yichi, with a cunning glint contained within. Yichi, I'll present you with an opportunity. If you are willing to work together with us to deal with Yun Luofeng, you'll definitely have endless glory, splendor, wealth, and rank in the future. Yichi snorted and turned away, not sparing another glance at Su Jun. Su Jun didn't get angry and continued enticing her. Yichi, do you know of Lord Qinzu's identity? Now that all the elders of the Saintly Virgin tribe are in closed-door cultivation, she has the highest position in the tribe. If you rely on us, you'll definitely be able to walk freely within this 7-province continent. Furthermore, you lost all your face many years ago because of Yun Luofeng. Don't you hate her in the slightest? Yun Luofeng, someone of yours snatched Xiao Bai's heart and you even purged my Xuanqing sect. Having you die is letting you off too easy. I want you to have a taste of the pain and suffering of being betrayed by your family. Get lost. Yichi furiously pointed at Su Jun. Having me rely on you. Dream on. If you have the capability, then kill me right now. If not, stop chirping here endlessly. Su Jun's eyes darkened. Lord Qinzu, since this woman wants to have it the hard way, we should teach her a lesson. Hearing his words, Qinzu did not have any reaction. She coldly gazed at Yichi and slowly said, Yichi, what Su Jun said isn't without reason. If you're willing to rely on us, I will give you a way to keep on living. Otherwise, you'll be experiencing a living hell in the following days. Chapter 1672, Yichi's Choice 1. Translator, BRZ editor, Rock. That's right, when she met Yun Luofeng at the start, she had hated that woman, who asked her big brother to treat her so well, to the extent of chiding her because of Yun Luofeng. However, at that time, Yichi did not know that Yun Luofeng was actually her own sister-in-law. Her life was given to her by her foster parents, and how would she bear for them to be heartbroken? Furthermore, she was originally at fault regarding the matter, and so she had already accepted Yun Luofeng's existence in her heart. I've never hated her. Yichi slightly looked up. I owe the Yi family and my foster parents. If I can use my life to repay them, I have no regrets. Yichi, don't rush in giving me an answer. I will give you a few days to consider, Qinzu sneered. However, in these few days, I'll have you taste the methods of our tribe, and I hope you can be as determined as before. Su Ju, let's go. After speaking, Qin Yi slowly turned as killing intent was revealed in her eyes. A ridiculing smile quirked on Su Jun's lips. Yun Luofeng, the grudge of destroying my Xuanqing sect, I will return it to you with both principle and interest. Outside the prison cell, Qin Yue paused her footsteps and looked towards Su Jun with indifference. In a few days, the elders will come out from closed-door cultivation, and at that time, I will inform the elders about the recent happenings. Therefore, let me ask you one final time, is our tribe's successor in Yun Luofeng's hands? Su Jun clenched his teeth and nodded. Lord Qinzu, this matter is absolutely true. At that time, Miss Lin was indeed taken away by Yun Luofeng. In addition, she wanted to compel Miss Lin to marry her little brother. The little brother he referred to was evidently Xiao Mo. How could he not detect the intimacy between Xiao Mo and Lin Ruobai that day? When he recalled that the woman he was about to obtain had been snatched away, how could he be happy? Luckily Lin Ruobai was unconscious, or perhaps had even lost her life. As such, he had the chance to frame Yun Luofeng, who asked her to appear and disrupt his plans. Even though Yun Luofeng claimed that Lin Ruobai was her disciple, how could the Saintly Virgin tribe believe her words? Suddenly, Su Jun laughed maniacally in his mind but didn't dare to reveal it. His face was currently displaying a sad expression instead. Lord Qinzu, you have to revenge Miss Lin. Boom. The aura on Qinzu surged forth and caused the trees on one side to be instantly destroyed. Her expression was cold. If your words turn out to be true, I will definitely dismember Yun Luofeng into 1,000 pieces. This time around, not only was it for Lin Ruobai, she was also avenging her little sister. Therefore, regardless of whether Lin Ruobai was in Yun Luofeng's hands, this woman had to die. The saintly virgin tribe was erected on a mountain above the clouds and the scenery looked picturesque. At this moment beneath the mountain, a white-robed lady stopped her tracks and her slender fingers caressed her chin. Looking at this mountain reaching through the clouds, she quirked her brow and narrowed her eyes. Within her soul, Xiao Mo's voice slowly sounded. Master, since this mountain is the saintly virgin tribe's base, there will be countless danger everywhere. You have to be extremely careful. It doesn't matter, Yun Luofeng smiled. These traps don't pose a problem. The moment she spoke, the skeleton troop that she captured at God Burial Mountain had appeared out of thin air. This was the first time she put them to good use ever since she had obtained this skeleton troop. Chapter 1673, Yi Qi's Choice, 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. With these skeleton core, she no longer had to be careful and take precautions against dangerous zones. Instead, she could travel towards the saintly virgin tribe at the fastest speed. Boom. Within the saintly virgin tribe, a powerful and mighty force exploded from the rear forbidden grounds, shocking the entire mountain range. Qin Zhu ran over from the tribe's hall in haste and looked at the rear mountain brimming with spirit energy in pleasant surprise. The elders have finally come out from closed-door cultivation. Boom. Boom boom boom. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rolled around the rear mountain forbidden ground. With the lightning as contrast, the entire sky was awfully bright. However, the aura surrounding the rear mountain's forbidden grounds did not disperse. With lightning striking down again and again, it caused the whole mountain range to tremble. Lord Qin Zhu, something bad is happening. A hasty voice sounded from the front and soon after, she saw a disciple walking over in haste, with her forehead filled with sweat while revealing anxiousness. Lord Qin Zhu, someone has forced their way into the saintly virgin tribe. Forced their way in. Qin Zhu's face suddenly sank and she coldly asked, who has such courage to force their way into our tribe? It's a group of skeletons. The disciple's voice trembled. Skeletons. Qin Zhu stared distractedly and very soon, recovered her senses. The elders are coming out very soon. We can't let anyone disrupt them, so kill those who approach without mercy. As she spoke, Qin Zhu's killing intent had already spread out, flooding the entire mountain peak. In the prison cell, it was dim and damp. Yi Qi's body collapsed on the ground in bad shape. Her body was filled with scars and her face was deathly pale, revealing fear in her eyes. No one knew what she had suffered in these few days. And she wasn't willing to experience the same pain the second time. Yi Qi, how are you progressing with your choice? Su Jun's voice suddenly sounded. If you agree to our request, not only will you have your freedom back, you can also enter the saintly virgin tribe. This is something many have yearned for even in the dreams. Yi Qi slowly looked up. What do you want from me? In a few days, the saintly virgin tribe's elders will be coming out from closed-door cultivation. At that time, they will certainly capture Yun Luofeng for interrogation. I want you to step out and make a statement that Yun Luofeng not only abducted their successor, she had also been extremely harsh and brutal towards her. In addition, the successor has been living miserably in her hands. Those saintly virgin tribe's elders were not as easily deceived as Qin Zhu's sisters. If Qin Zhu wasn't able to kill Yun Luofeng before then, the elders would definitely encounter Yun Luofeng. With Yi Qi's testimonial, everything would be different. Can I ask, who is your saintly virgin tribe's successor? Lin Ruobai, Su Jun answered without hesitation. I know you understand Lin Ruobai's and Yun Luofeng's relationship. Unfortunately, now that Lin Ruobai is dead, the dead cannot testify and you can only help me. Yi Qi froze. The saintly virgin tribe's successor they mentioned was actually Lin Ruobai. Furthermore, Lin Ruobai was dead. Right now, you can tell me your choice. Su Jun raised his head. With a few days of torture, he believed that Yi Qi knew what choice she should select. Yi Qi smiled and beckoned Su Jun towards her. Strike your ears here and I'll inform you of my choice. Without hesitating, Su Jun slowly walked to Yi Qi's side. Lowering his body, he moved his ears closer. Within this saintly virgin tribe, he figured that Yi Qi didn't dare to attack him. Chapter 1674, Yi Qi's Choice, 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Ah. A penetrating scream echoed throughout the prison cell. Su Jun held onto his bleeding ear and retreated, using a furious expression to stare intently at Yi Qi. DMN woman, you dare to bite me. Yi Qi sneered, revealing a mocking smile. My choice is still the same. I'll never comply with you. Good. Good, good, good. Su Jun laughed from anger and repeated his words. I've given you your last chance and since you didn't cherish it, you can't blame me. Pa. Su Jun once again walked to Yi Qi and lifted her lapels, slapping her and producing a crisp sound. Instantly, Yi Qi's left face swelled, with a trace of blood flowing out her lips. Even so, the mocking in her eyes was still as dense as before, not fearing to look Su Jun in the eyes. Rotten girl. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know the price to pay for your actions. Su Ju lifted Yi Qi by her hair and fiercely slammed her head on the wall. With a bang, Yi Qi felt her eyes going dark and she only recovered after a long time. Hit me as you will and kill me if you have the guts. I'm Zhun Fengling's and Yi Jingchen's daughter and they educated me since I was young to die rather than surrender. No matter how many mistakes Yi Qi had committed because of her naivety in the past, she had not lost her lofty and unyielding character. This was because her mother was Zhun Fengling and her father was Yi Jingchen. They would rather die than surrender, and this was her air of arrogance and unyielding character. Ha ha ha, Su Jun laughed wildly with a malevolent smile. Well said. Rather die than surrender. Then what if I make you wish you were dead? Yi Chi slightly froze, yet her face still carried determination. She could never yield and she would never do anything that would cause her foster parents to grieve. Frankly speaking, ever since meeting Lin Ruobai, I've never touched another woman. Although your appearance cannot be compared to Lin Ruobai, it can still satisfy my thirst. Su Jun fiercely pushed Yi Chi on the ground and spoke sinisterly. I'd like to know Yun Luofeng's expression after knowing her husband's younger sister was raped by me. Fear finally surfaced in Yi Chi's gaze. She pushed the man away with her utmost effort and screamed. No, no. She was prepared to die, but that didn't mean she was willing to suffer such humiliation. If she were to lose her chastity, she would rather die. You're finally afraid. Unfortunately, it's too late. Rip. Su Jun smiled sinisterly and tore Yi Chi's clothing into pieces, revealing her snow-white chest. Su Jun, who originally acted to vent his hatred, had become aroused after looking at her undulating chest. With his two arms tightly pressing on Yi Chi, lust surged forth in his eyes. Yi Chi had abandoned her struggles, with her complexion as white as paper while tears flowed from her eyes. Ultimately, she shut her eyes. If this was her fate, then she could only resign herself. Suddenly a familiar appearance surfaced in her mind. That face wasn't Brother Yi Eximo who she longed for, but instead, Yun Luofeng who she once regarded as her enemy. However, with how she treated her in the past, would she come to rescue her? Outside the saintly virgin tribe's gates, a group of undead skeletons murdered their way in. They were just like a soldier without any feelings, with two moss green flames in their eyes. Chapter 1675, CO by Awakens 1. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. What exactly are these monsters? Why can't they be defeated? Within the tribe, a group of disciples was incomparably pale. Looking at the undead skeleton core, they retreated in succession, appearing as if unable to ward them off. Yun Luofeng stood in the light breeze, with her appearance similar to a painting that was devastatingly gorgeous. Her head full of black hair flew in the wind, looking arrogant and overbearing. She seemed like a monarch that looked down on everyone. Cha Cha, Huohuo, Xiao Mo, Milk Tea, Meng Meng, Hamster Queen. Following her words, those fruit beasts that she left in the illusionary realm to cultivate had appeared one by her side. First, it was a ferocious dog and a flaming red fox that appeared. Shortly after, Milk Tea and the Hamster Queen brought the gold-seeking hamster tribe and revealed themselves in the saintly virgin tribe, with their tribesmen filling the entire mountain. Xiao Mo was the last to appear. He had donned brocade clothing, looking extremely handsome. His face was still young and appeared delicate and pretty. However, the aura on his body struck fear to others, appearing to be a torrential wave that crashed down. These fruit beasts are in the Sage Lord level realm. When did so many Sage Lords fruit beasts appear on the continent? The saintly virgin tribe's disciples' expressions changed in succession, with dismay contained in their eyes as they stared in shock at the fruit beasts who appeared out of thin air. Cha Cha released a howl and dashed rapidly towards the disciples. Huohuo stood in the air, with flames appearing on her 8 tails. Her flaming eyes were faintly burning with anger and countless flames surged forth from her body, igniting the surrounding trees, flowers, and plants. The hamster tribe leaped and dashed towards those disciples, biting them without mercy. With a tearing sound, pieces of meat had been torn off. Xiao Mo did not move as he felt that it was sufficient for those fruit beasts to attack. He only had to stand there and watch the show. Halt! Suddenly, a furious shout sounded from the skies, echoing throughout the horizon. Qin Zhu dived down and landed in front of everyone. There were flames of fury apparent in her cold eyes as she coldly said, Yun Luofeng, you actually have the nerve to come to my saintly virgin tribe. Can this be considered walking right into the trap? Yun Luofeng quirked her brow. Where's Yi Chi? HMPH. Qin Yue snorted. You abducted our successor and killed my sister. I will recover this debt from your family members. This time, we weren't able to capture your grandfather as my disciples suffered defeat by your hands, but your husband's sister has fallen in our hands. Yun Luofeng raised her hand and a powerful wind leaped out from her palms, crashing towards Qin Zhu with a bang. Witnessing her incoming attack, Qin Zhu's eyes darkened and she raised her sword to block that attack. At that instant, she felt her chest receive a heavy blow and her footsteps couldn't help but retreat. As expected, Yun Luofeng is very powerful. No, this can't go on. She would never let this woman continue growing, or else no one could deal with her on this 7-province continent. Yun Luofeng, your fiancée's sister is in my hands and if you do not lay down your weapons and surrender, I have thousands of methods to make her suffer a living hell. Yun Luofeng looked down at Qin Yue and a wicked smile curled up on her gorgeous face. Who do you think will die first between the two of you? Qin Zhu's expression changed. What do you mean? If she's dead, then I believe she'll be perfectly content with you buried next to her. Yun Luofeng gradually pressed closer to Qin Yue. If it was in the past when she had crossed swords with the saintly virgin tribe, Yun Luofeng wasn't confident she could oppose them. However, at this moment, no one on this continent could deal with her. Chapter 1676, CO by Awakens 2. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Right now, I'm crashing into the saintly virgin tribe and those who oppose me will be killed without mercy. Those who oppose will be killed without mercy. The woman's voice was insolent and overbearing, reverberating to the horizon. Yun Luofeng, I'll admit you're very strong. However, my saintly virgin tribe isn't inferior to you. Qin Zhu's expression was ice cold. Ever since she ascended her current position in the saintly virgin tribe, no one had ever dared to treat her so. Whoosh! A violent storm arose as their auras increased. Qin Zhu's hair danced in the wind continuously while her eyes were incomparably cold. Whereas Yun Luofeng did not move the slightest and her wicked eyes gazed at Qin Zu's surging aura with an expressionless face. Yun Luofeng, I'll make you pay for your own arrogance of today. Boom. Qin Zu transformed into a hurricane, shooting towards Yun Luofeng at high speed. The killing aura on her body surged forth, with the intention to end the woman's life immediately. Facing Qin Zu, who came with a fierce figure, Yun Luofeng slowly raised her hand. And two hands collided. Powerful energy spread out from their surroundings with dust swirling around, and those disciples who were slightly near to them had been sent flying instantly by this trace of energy, crashing on the ground in a sorry state. Pu Chi. Qin Zu spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. She used a malevolent expression to stare at the woman. In contrast, Yun Luofeng was more unperturbed. Flinging her somewhat numb arm, her black eyes gazed at Qin Zu. I'll ask you one last time. Where is Yi Qi? If the saintly virgin tribe was determined to not hand over Yi Qi, she did not mind killing her way in. Keke. Qin Zu laughed. Her laughter was very low, seemingly sinister. Yun Luofeng, you're a genius. If you came a few days earlier, perhaps I might perish in your hands. However, today is the day our elders come out of closed-door cultivation, and no matter how strong you are, you're not even worth a dime when facing absolute strength. Just as Qin Yue finished speaking, the spiritual energy surfacing in the tribe's rear mountain had disappeared. Shortly after that, a low and aged voice sounded in the skies. I've been secluded from the world for several years and came out with great difficulty. Yet the moment I step out, I'm witnessing someone causing trouble in my tribe. May I know what grudge you have with our tribe to be so ruthless? Elder. Qin Zu felt delighted and hastily looked at the few figures appearing in the skies. There weren't many figures surfacing in the skies, only 3 of them. However, these 3 were the elders of their saintly virgin tribe and had paramount existence in the tribe. Elders, you finally came out. It had been over 10 years. Ever since the previous tribe leader disappeared 10 over years ago, the elders had collectively entered closed-door cultivation and threw the tribe in her hands. Now that they've come out, they'll certainly have attained some results, thus coming out. However, only the saintly virgin tribe knew about their elders going into closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, if the outside world were to know, their position would definitely be toppled. This was also the reason why the tribe had disappeared and gone into hiding. There were no men in the tribe and even the elders were women. These 3 ladies seemed very young and perhaps due to their maintenance, there were no traces of time on their faces. Only their head full of white hair had revealed their ages. I pay my respects to the red-robed elder, blue-robed elder and green-robed elder. Seeing the elders appearing, the tribeswomen knelt down in succession and said. However, from their way of addressing, it could be seen that these elders were addressed according to their robes. Chapter 1677, CO by Awakens 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Miss, anyone can make mistakes and one should forgive them when possible. No matter how big of a mistake my saintly virgin tribe had committed, it isn't an excuse for you to exterminate my tribe. The blue-robed elder's appearance was very dignified as she spoke coldly. If it was in the past where she encountered a genius like Yun Luofeng, she would definitely accept her into the tribe regardless of anything. However, she hadn't neglected the fact that Yun Luofeng killed many of their tribeswomen. Just for this reason, she would never take her in. I only came looking for someone. Yun Luofeng's indifferent voice sounded. Looking for someone. The blue-robed elder coldly laughed. My saintly virgin tribe doesn't have the one you're looking for. If she hadn't come out of closed-door cultivation, she could imagine what kind of massacre the saintly virgin tribe would encounter. With this point, she would never forgive these people. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow and her wicked eyes swept towards Qin Yue. I'm afraid you have to ask her about this. She captured my fiancé's sister and I came to save her. The few elders frowned and turned to look at Qin Zu. Qin Zu glared at Yun Luofeng and snorted. This was what happened. Previously, I located our tribe's successor. More than 10 years ago, the saintly virgin tribe's leader had suddenly disappeared and by the time she returned, she was pregnant. Women from the tribe were not allowed to get married and upon hearing the news at that time, the elders were instantly infuriated. However, she was the tribe's leader and even if the rules passed on in their tribe were not allowed to be changed, they could do nothing to the tribe leader. Unexpectedly, a prophet of their tribe had predicted that the child the tribe leader was pregnant with would certainly have extremely powerful strength. It was also because of this that the tribe had tacitly agreed to her existence. Yet, what they hadn't expected was that after the prophet had made that prediction, the tribe leader disappeared along with that prophet. However, before the prophet left, she informed the elders to increase their strength and when they were sufficiently strong enough, they would be able to locate their tribe leader. As such, the elders had entered closed-door cultivation and left an order to the Qin Zu sisters who had just ascended to their position as law enforcers of the tribe. That order was that they had to locate the tribe leader's daughter and serve her as the tribe's successor. Even though the tribe leader had headed to a location they were unable to determine, her daughter was still present in this world. With the item the prophet had left behind, it didn't prove difficult to search for their successor. However, never would they have imagined that their successor was not on the 7-province continent. As such, they had only obtained news of her location after searching for tens of years. The elders' breathing suddenly became sluggish as they hastily questioned, is what you say the truth? Where is the successor at this moment? Qin Yue gnashed her teeth. The successor had been abducted by this woman and during the search for the successor, my little sister Qin Yue was also killed by her. Luckily, the Xuanqing sect's young master Su Jun disclosed information to us and so I found out about this matter. All the elders' expression changed. Is what you say the truth? If this woman had truly injured their successor, the saintly virgin tribe would never let her off. This is absolutely true. Qin Zu looked up. Supposedly Su Jun would have also perished in her hands but it was Qin Yue who sent him out before her death, and her objective was to let me know of this matter. If the elders are still suspicious, I can summon for Su Jun and he'll tell you the truth. Facing Qinzu's complaint, Yun Luofeng did not move in the slightest or even think of providing an explanation. The reason was that Bai Xiao had told her a moment ago that Xiao Bai was about to awaken. Chapter 1678, Xiao Bai Awakens 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Within the prison cell, Su Ju fiercely pressed on Yi Qi's body and her clothing had been torn into pieces, revealing her snow-white skin. Yi Qi's expression was filled with fear, with tears clouding her eyes. She bit on her lips and glared at Su Jun with hatred. TSK, Su Jun extended his hand and pinched Yi Qi's body forcefully, looking at you, you're still a young chick. Unfortunately, you've offended me or else I would have been more gentle. Yi Qi shuddered and her snow-white skin had been bruised by Su Jun's pinching as sweat poured from her pale face. If you dare to touch me, my foster parents will definitely avenge me. They absolutely will. Haha, then I'll be waiting for them to look for me. Alas, Yi Qi was naked from head to toe, totally exposed. Looking at her body filled with enticement, Su Jun sinisterly laughed, intending to force himself on her. Unexpectedly, a disciple ran in at this moment. If it was in the Xuanqing sect, Su Jun would have killed the person who disrupted him, but right now he was in the Saintly Virgin tribe. Even if he was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to reveal it on his face. The Saintly Virgin tribe were all women and Su Jun was considered a special case. As such, these women were unaware of the ways of the world. After the disciple witnessed this scene, they were instantly struck dumb. The gazes looking at Su Jun were filled with loathing. Su Jun, Lord Qinzu allowed you to stay in the tribe on the account that you had located our successor, but unexpectedly, you dared to commit such dirty actions in our tribe. Su Jun suppressed his internal discontent and reluctantly revealed a smile. You're mistaken, I only meant to frighten her as she was extremely stubborn. How would I possibly dare to taint the Saintly Virgin tribe's territory? The disciple snorted, clearly not believing Su Jun's explanation. The elders have come out from closed-door cultivation. Lord Qinzu summons your presence. Su Jun stared blankly. Why does she require my presence? Because Yun Luofeng has killed her way into the tribe. Lord Qinzu asks you to head there to recount the incident against Yun Luofeng. Boom. Yi Qi's mind was in a state of an explosion and only a few words surfaced in her mind. Yun Luofeng killed her way into the Saintly Virgin tribe. Did she come to save her? Yi Qi's lips faintly trembled. Never had she expected that Yun Luofeng would honestly come to rescue her. Then I'll have to trouble for you to lead the way. Su Jun feigned an elegant demeanor and smiled. However, his previous actions had caused the disciple to be extremely disgusted with him. Hesitating for a moment, the disciple took off her outer robe and threw it at Yi Qi. Wear these clothes. A woman's chastity is the most important thing and no matter how big a mistake you've committed, your purity shouldn't be tainted by others. Her words were clearly meant for Su Jun to hear. The tribeswomen were very proud and condescending, to the extent of believing themselves to be infallible. However, they had always stuck to their morals. They couldn't put up with beastly actions such as those of Su Jun, and so did not treat him politely. If it weren't for Lord Qinzu, she would have chased this stinky man out the tribe, preventing him from tarnishing their sacred and beautiful place. Above the mountains and within the tribe, Xiao Mo had been angered by these people that his face was red through and through as he furiously glared at everyone. It was also at this time that he spotted Su Jun who arrived with the lead of the tribeswoman and the killing intent in his eyes became denser. You're Su Jun. The blue-robed elder swept a glance at Su Jun and frowned. Evidently, she was unhappy about a man appearing in the Saintly Virgin tribe. Chapter 1679, Xiao Bai Awakens 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Su Jun hastily went up, answering reverently and respectfully. Answering to Elder's question, I am Su Jun and I came here to the Saintly Virgin tribe because of Miss Lin. Are your words the truth? The blue-robed elder's face darkened. If Yun Luofeng had indeed acted against their successor, then she would never let her off. Of course, she wasn't as easily hoodwinked like Qinzu. Even though Yun Luofeng's actions of killing the tribeswoman caused her to be extremely furious, she would not blindly believe that the successor was in her hands. Elders, I've personally witnessed this and it's definitely the truth. Su Jun fiercely glared at Yun Luofeng before shifting his line of sight filled with fury towards Xiao Mo, and a ruthless glint streaked across his eyes. This little guy is Yun Luofeng's little brother and after getting to know Miss Lin's identity, Yun Luofeng forced Miss Lin to marry her brother. Who knew that Miss Yun would rather die than comply, thus suffering under their evil scheme. Su Jun snorted. Now that Lin Ruobai wasn't present, no one could testify for Yun Luofeng's innocence and the Saintly Virgin tribe would never let her off. The elders' expressions were somewhat unsightly. If Su Jun's words were real, then these people were truly extremely daring. KK, Qinzu sneered, shouldn't you be aware of your status before wanting to scheme against our successor? How are you deserving of her? Elders, let's not speak nonsense and kill them directly. Xiao Mo tightly clenched his fist and a trace of fury flashed across his handsome face. I've long heard that the Saintly Virgin tribe has always been unreasonable, and witnessing your actions today, it is the truth. Presumptuous. The various elders were furious. No matter if our successor is in your hands or not, today you'll have to stay in our Saintly Virgin tribe until we get to the bottom of this. The red-robed elder said. Furthermore, after we've investigated the authenticity of Su Jun's words, we'll get even with you concerning our tribe's losses. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow as she looked at the various elders, with a faint smile surfacing on her thin lips. What if I'm unwilling to stay? Ha ha. The blue-robed elder chuckled, and the mocking in her eyes intensified. The Saintly Virgin tribe isn't a place you can come and go as you please. Disciples, capture these people and wait for our orders. Yes, elder. The disciples' expressions turned cold. Their fighting spirits were reignited with their elder's appearance and they dashed towards Yun Luofeng without hesitation. Unfortunately, no matter whether it was the spiritual beast or the skeleton core, they would not allow them this opportunity. Under the light breeze, the young lady was standing with her hands behind her back and her white robes lightly fluttered, appearing devastatingly gorgeous. Even in such a disadvantageous situation, she was still indifferent, without a change in her expression. The green-robed elder helplessly sighed. This woman is very outstanding. If we were to take her in, it would allow the saintly virgin tribe's strength to increase a notch. Unfortunately, this woman had an irreconcilable grudge with the saintly virgin tribe. Hearing these elders' voices, Xiao Mo smiled mockingly. Apologies, even without all these grudges, my master would not join the saintly virgin tribe. Why? Because my master's husband would exterminate your saintly virgin tribe. The disciples of the tribe could never marry for their whole life, resulting in their nature being simple and pure. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been deceived by Su Jun. Chapter 1680, Xiao Bai Awakens 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The blue-robed elder's expression was very unsightly and snorted. What's good about those men in the outside world? I will never let those stinky men stain our disciples' purity. Furthermore, if the person you mention has the ability, he can feel free to attempt to exterminate my saintly virgin tribe. However, I'm afraid he won't have the ability to do so. Xiao Mo smirked and did not bother to continue bickering with these people and his gaze turned towards the two opposing sides in the fight. The skeleton core were undead and undefeatable while the spiritual beasts were also extremely ferocious. Very soon, the tribe's disciples had fallen into a disadvantaged situation. No good. The blue-robed elder eyes darkened, with a sharp glint flashing across her eyes. Her body then transformed into a sharp light and shot towards Yun Luofeng like a sharp sword. Seeing that the blue-robed elder was about to reach her, Yun Luofeng had already stretched out her hand, intending to welcome her attack. However, at this instant, a powerful aura gushed forth from Yun Luofeng's body with a bang. Perhaps due to this aura's influence, not to mention the blue-robed elder charging over, even Yun Luofeng had stiffened and couldn't move. Then, she heard a domineering child's voice slowly sounding, "Who dares to touch my mother?" In the sky, a young figure was gradually revealed. The youngster was wearing an ill-fitting brocade robe that only reached to his knees. While his limbs were fair and slender, and even if he was very young, he had the aura of a sovereign king, seemingly very formidable. A trace of vigilance flashed across the blue-robed elder's gaze. Although this youngster looked young, he had brought about a powerful suppressive aura. It was just like he was a demon that was incomparably scary. Furthermore, there were green tree vines floating around his surroundings, and these vines had waved along with the wind, appearing very vivid and realistic, and had enveloped the youngster in between. Little Tree. Yun Luofeng knew Little Tree would awaken soon, but she had never expected he would regain consciousness so soon. Little Tree had a 5 to 6 years old child's appearance a few months ago, but after a few months' time, he grew to become an 8 to 9 years old child upon awakening. Evidently, Little Tree had a bountiful harvest this time around. He's only a child, Qin Zhu sneered. All of you, attack and kill this little kid first. Hearing Qin Zhu's words, Su Jun's heartbeat instantly leaped. He had personally witnessed Little Tree's strength in the Xuanqing sect. It was this little child who had instantly killed Qin Zhu's sibling, Qin Yue. However, Little Tree was only 5 to 6 years old at that time, so how did he suddenly grow up after a few months' time? Yes, Lord Qin Zhu. Hearing her orders, a few disciples charged over and their speed was very fast, to the extent the few elders were unable to stop them. Hold it. The blue-robed elder's expression changed and wanted to stop them, but it was too late as those reckless saintly virgin tribe's disciples had arrived before Little Tree. You want to kill me? Little Tree lazily glanced at the disciples dashing over and a smile gradually surfaced on his childish and adorable face. His smile was filled with mocking. Whoosh. The tree vines responded instantly, similar to the sharpest killing weapon in the world. The moment they approached, the tree vines transformed into a sharp weapon, instantly piercing their chests. Qin Zhu's expression was incomparably pale as her lips slightly trembled and her footsteps continuously retreated. Chapter 1681, Xiao Bai Awakens 7. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. My saintly virgin tribe's disciples are all elites. How can a child have such strength? The blue-robed elder's expression was very unsightly. Can't you tell that he's not a human child? If my guess isn't wrong, he should be a treant. A treant? Qin Zhu stiffened. If it were others, they might not see through Little Tree's identity. However, what the saintly virgin tribe did not lack the most was treants with wisdom. Therefore, the green-robed elder could see through Little Tree's true identity. Impossible. Trees can have wisdom but they can't transform into a human figure like a spiritual beast. An example would be the life tree we lost. Qin Zhu tightly bit her lips, not daring to believe the scene she was witnessing. Su Jun, who was hiding behind the crowd, suddenly spoke. Elders, and Lord Qin Zhu. Only the saintly virgin tribe can possess treants, and sir, you should snatch this treant. Oh wait, you should have this woman hand this treant over to its rightful owner. Qin Zhu's eyes flickered. If the saintly virgin tribe could possess this treant, their strength would increase by many times. Comparatively speaking, the few elders' expression darkened and shot a cold glance at Su Jun. An idiot motivated by a desire to see the world in chaos. This treant was very powerful, and wouldn't they be seeking death, wanting to snatch the treant with their abilities? Furthermore, for a treant that has their own wisdom, letting it swear its allegiance to them was far from an easy task. It's no wonder the few elders would be so furious with Su Jun's speech. Miss, the blue-robed elder took in a deep breath and looked at Yun Luofeng. You've also killed many of our tribeswomen. Why don't we wipe this grudge away with one stroke? A wise man submits to circumstances. This treant's strength was out of the ordinary and they couldn't help but be prudent. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow. I can leave, but I have two requests. First, my sister has to appear before me intact, and if she were to lose a single strand of hair, I'll kill one. If she lost 2 strands, I'll kill 2, and so on until I've massacred the saintly virgin tribe. Su Jun's eyelids twitched and unconsciously retreated. Seeing that his speech was unable to provoke their possessive desire, he would only devise ways and means to escape. Secondly, Yun Luofeng paused for a moment before continuing. Those who participated in capturing my sister must be handed over to me for punishment. The elders met each other gazes and alas, the green-robed elder who had a better temperament came forward and spoke. Miss, we can release your sister, but I'm sorry I can't agree with your other requests. Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders. Since that is so, then there's no need for negotiations. Miss, do you think our saintly virgin tribe is easily bullied? That's right, your treant is very powerful but since our tribe has been passed down for numerous years, not without any methods. If you insist on fighting, then our tribe will grant your wish. The blue-robed elder was somewhat impatient. Although Yun Luofeng has a treant, since the saintly virgin tribe has continued on for so many years and still occupies the highest position, we still have a card up our sleeves. Otherwise, the saintly virgin tribe wouldn't still occupy the highest position after the tribe leader disappeared back then. 1. Just as the various elders of the tribe attempted to threaten Yun Luofeng, she started counting irrelevantly. Everyone was staring blankly, not understanding her intention. 2. The young lady smirked and her pitch-black eyes were incomparably deep. Chapter 1682, CO by Awakens 8. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The green-robed elder's expression sank. Miss, what do you mean? You're looking down on us. Seemingly not hearing her words, Yun Luofeng continued counting. 3. Suddenly, a wicked smile surfaced on her gorgeous face, as her eyes gradually turned towards Su Jun who wanted to escape. Are you sure I kidnapped CO Bai? Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Su Jun's footsteps halted and he looked up in surprise, staring straight at the woman's smiling face. Seeing the smiling intent within her eyes, a feeling of unease rose in his heart. Before he understood what had happened, a familiar voice was heard all of a sudden by everyone. Master, what's the matter with that woman named Bai Xiao? Why did she address me as the successor? Furthermore, where am I? Lin Ruobai had swayed and disappeared from inside the life tree. The moment she opened her eyes, she had been shocked by what she saw. What is going on? Has my master fought with others? No, as her disciple, I have to help master. Thinking of this, Lin Ruobai excitedly kneaded her fist, showing a wicked smile on her face. In actuality, the moment Yun Luofeng counted to 3, Lin Ruobai regained consciousness. However, she had been shocked by Bai Xiao and so was dumbstruck for a moment. Who would have thought that Bai Xiao hadn't even explained anything to her before kicking her out of the tree? Even now, she was still confused. Bai Xiao, the life tree. Qin Zu's body froze as her furious gaze glared unwaveringly at Yun Luofeng. So it was you who stole our tribe's life tree. She only heard the name Bai Xiao and overlooked Bai Xiao's address towards Lin Ruobai. Shut up. The blue-robed elder who was originally stunned had suddenly slapped Qin Zu. In that instant, her face became swollen. Elder. The blue-robed elder hastily walked towards Lin Ruobai and caused her to be surprised. After she recovered her senses, she furiously shouted. Get lost. Those who fought with her master weren't any kind souls. Bang. Lin Ruobai's strength heavily struck out at the blue-robed elder and she, who completely didn't show any defense, had instantly retreated. The instant Lin Ruobai attacked, the blue-robed elder noticed a red light in the young lady's eyes. This red light was not a bloodthirsty glint, but instead was as dazzling as a flame, and it completely filled her eyes before receding soon after. That's right, it's her. She's the young tribe leader and I can't be wrong. Qin Zu was dumbstruck. This young lady was the young tribe leader. If she heard correctly, she seemed to have called Yun Luofeng as master. Master, who is this old pervert? Lin Ruobai pouted and looked at Yun Luofeng with her head slanted. However, she spotted Xiao Mo standing beside Yun Luofeng and her eyes immediately brightened. Xiao Mo, who was originally pondering over a question, had discovered Lin Ruobai rushing to him when he looked up. Furthermore, she fiercely hugged his neck and kissed his thin lips. Seemingly struck by lightning, Xiao Mo was completely flabbergasted. His first kiss had been snatched away by this girl. Although Lin Ruobai had kissed him before, it has always been on his cheek and this time around, she had actually directly kissed his lips. Xiao Mo, I missed you so much. Lin Ruobai giggled and said. Now that I've recovered, I want to fulfill my promise and marry you. Chapter 1683, CO by Awakens 9. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Xiao Mo blushed. If it was a few years back that Xiao Bai spoke these words, he would definitely reject it. However, at this very moment, he was so embarrassed he couldn't utter a single word. In particular, he felt like kissing the young lady's gentle and fragrant lips once more. It's you. Lin Ruobai finally spotted Su Jun and her adorable face instantly sank. Although Li Ruobai had lost her memories previously, she clearly remembered everything that happened during that period of time and knew Su Jun pestered her. Su Jun originally wanted to escape, but Lin Ruobai's words caused everyone's attention to converge on him, preventing him from escaping. His handsome face was deathly pale. HMPH. Lin Ruobai stood akimbo and arrogantly raised her chin. Initially, when I lost my memories, I was ignorant about everything and so had been deceived by someone like you and even lived together for a year. You had actually wanted me to leave my master. Not only is she my savior, everything I've achieved today is due to her guidance. Lin Ruobai became increasingly furious as she recalled everything in the past, even wanting to fiercely slap the previous her. Why did she trust such a person and had even caused trouble for her master? Speaking of this, Lin Ruobai paused for a moment and continued. My master is my only family other than my parents, so why should I abandon my family and follow you? In an instant, everyone in the Saintly Virgin tribe looked at Su Jun. There was shock and disbelief in their eyes along with fury. Of course, the most furious gaze originated from Qin Zhu. Not knowing what happened, Lin Ruobai continued listing Su Jun's crimes. Furthermore, I already have Xiao Mo, so it's impossible that I'd fancy you. The only husband I'll marry is Xiao Mo, yet you actually used this to conspire against Master and Xiao Mo. I'll never forgive you. Su Jun's expression turned white from ashen and changed continuously. Qin Zhu released a loud shout and pounced towards Su Jun, delivering a kick on his chest and instantly sending him flying. As a kick was insufficient, she had dashed towards Su Jun, landing a fist on his handsome face while tears of fury flowed from her eyes. Beastard, you deceived me. You actually deceived me. Qin Zhu shouted herself hoarse, wishing she could vent all her anger on Su Jun. If it weren't for you, my sister wouldn't have died. There wouldn't be so many casualties in the Saintly Virgin tribe and I wouldn't be implicated. It's all because of your personal grudge and lies that caused so many deaths. Su Jun was beaten without even able to defend himself. Soon after, his handsome face swelled into a pig's head and blood flowed from his mouth. Lin Ruobai looked at Yun Luofeng in confusion. Master, what's going on? Currently, Xiao Mo had gradually recovered his senses and walked to Yun Luofeng's side. However, he was looking at Lin Ruobai all along. Xiao Bai, this was what happened. Shortly after, Xiao Mo had recounted everything to Lin Ruobai, and after she knew that she was the successor while Su Jun had used this to frame Yun Luofeng, flames of fury ignited in her instantly. She then furiously turned towards Qin Zhu. Get lost, let me do it. Anyone who bullies Master should die. Chapter 1684, Xiao Bai's Rage, 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Qin Zhu stared blankly for a moment and before she reacted, she saw Lin Ruobai rapidly pouncing towards Su Jun. Ah! An ear-splitting shout sounded and echoed throughout the skies, lingering for a long time. Su Jun was in so much pain that his complexion was deathly pale and he nearly fainted. If it weren't for his slightly above average willpower, he would have immediately died from the pain. Xiao Mo stared at Lin Ruobai in a daze and he suddenly shuddered. Master, I think that if I were to marry Xiao Bai, I could never provoke her in the future. Otherwise, I think I would lose half of my life if not be dead. Yun Luofeng smirked and looked at Xiao Mo with a teasing smile. It seemed like Xiao Mo had acknowledged the idea of marrying Lin Ruobai. As luck would have it, Lin Ruobai's foot landed on Su Jun's crotch by chance. Coupled with the fact that she pounced towards him from the sky, one could imagine the strength she exerted. It was to the extent that blood flowed out from his crotch and stained the ground red. How dare you bully my master and frame her? Lin Ruobai's eyes radiated a red light and with a bang, her small fist fiercely rammed Su Jun. Boom. A powerful sound exploded and there was a concave area on Su Jun's chest. His ribs had clearly fractured under Lin Ruobai's fist and had no possibility of recovering. Blood poured out endlessly from Su Jun's mouth and he looked at Lin Ruobai in fear. With an indistinct voice, he said, I saved you in the past. HMPH. Lin Ruobai snorted and her small fist continued attacking him without hesitation. That's right, when I lost my memories, you indeed saved me. However, you delusionally believed I fancied you and even schemed to frame my master. From this, it seems that you had an ulterior motive for saving me in the past. Even if we disregard this, I will never forgive you for bullying my master. So what if she kicked a benefactor in the teeth? Even if her name went down in history for infamy, she would never forgive anyone who humiliated her master. Yun Luofeng looked away from Lin Ruobai and wickedly glanced at Qin Zhu. Where's my sister? Qin Zhu's countenance paled. To force Yi Chi into betraying Yun Luofeng, she had dispatched her subordinates to execute corporal punishment. If Yun Luofeng were to meet with Yi Chi, she couldn't imagine what Yun Luofeng would do to her. Qin Zhu, where's the miss you had captured? The complexion of the few elders sank as they sternly berated. Only now did the few elders knew that they misunderstood Yun Luofeng and had nearly attacked the young tribe leader's master. In their opinion, their actions had offended their superior and what caused everything was Qin Zhu, who easily believed what others said. If the miss had suffered any injuries in their tribe, they could imagine the young tribe leaders and Miss Yun's fury. Qin Zhu was silent without speaking and incessantly pondered for a countermeasure. Although she had been torturing Yi Chi these few days, it wasn't too serious. Perhaps, Yun Luofeng would spare her life. Just as she prepared her speech, the elders had impatiently looked at the other disciples. Where's the woman Qin Zhu captured? Answering green-robed elder. A woman then slowly stepped forward. This woman was the one who went looking for Su Jun in the prison cell and passed Yi Chi a piece of clothing. Chapter 1685, Xiao Bai's Rage, 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. That lady is locked up in the prison cell, but... She paused, not knowing how she should reveal the current situation. Yun Luofeng's heart suddenly clenched tight. Did something happen to Yi Chi? Bring me to the prison cell at once. Yi Chi was father and mother's foster daughter, and if something happened to her, the whole Yi family would be sad, and this was something she was extremely unwilling to see. The woman was silent for a long time before finally revealing the facts. Elders, when Lord Qin Zhu brought Miss Yi back, she tried to force Miss Yi to betray Miss Yun. Unexpectedly, Miss Yi would rather die than comply, so Lord Qin Zhu used corporal punishment on her. Corporal punishment. The elders frowned in succession, not knowing if the corporal punishment she received was severe or not. If it weren't serious, perhaps they could plead for leniency and spare Qin Zu's life. In any case, they had watched Qin Zu's growth, and how could they bear for others to kill her? At most, they would cripple her strength and chase her out of the tribe. Unfortunately, they were unaware that Yun Luofeng was someone who retaliated 100-fold for every harm she received. Not to mention Yi Qi receiving corporal punishment, she would never easily forgive Qin Zu even if Yi Qi lost a single strand of hair. However, the woman carefully glanced at the elders. When I went looking for Su Jun, he was currently attacking Miss Yi and she was completely naked, with tears across her face. I don't know if Su Jun had his way with her or not. Thinking of Su Jun's beast-like actions, she was indignant and disturbed. The saintly virgin tribe hated men who sullied a woman's chastity, and killing Yi Qi was much better than forcefully holding her. Boom. Yun Luofeng's mind suddenly exploded and fury gushed forth, making her entire being seem austere. Su Jun actually sullied Yi Qi. Good, very good. She would never forgive anyone who participated in this. Xiao Mo, watch over the saintly virgin tribe with others and no one is allowed to leave, Yun Luofeng ordered before coldly turning to that disciple. You, bring me to the prison cell. She did not forget everything this disciple said. Qin Zu tried to force Yi Qi to betray her, but Yi Qi had refused. She would rather suffer from corporal punishment and suffer from Su Jun's beastly actions than betray her. At this very moment, no matter how big of a dispute she previously had with Yi Qi, it had disappeared without a trace. Yes, Miss Yun, the disciple respectfully said. Within the prison cell, Yi Qi wore the clothing that the disciple had thrown to her, while she shrunk in a corner, trembling incessantly. Her face was filled with tears as she tightly bit her lips and stared intently beyond the cell door. Creak. The prison cell's door was pushed open and sunlight soaked the room, illuminating the lady's face filled with tears. A white-robed lady slowly entered through the door, seemingly like a god descending from the skies and reflected in Yi Qi's eyes. Yi Qi pretended to be strong during this period, but after seeing the white-robed lady, she crumbled instantly. She stood up with great difficulty but ultimately staggered and was about to fall on the floor. However, the instant she was about to fall, a hand stretched out and gently lifted her up. Yi Qi wanted to say something, but before she managed to speak, a medicinal pill was forced in her mouth. The medicine fragrance circulated in her mouth, causing her to recover. Thank you. Yi Qi bit on her lips and looked up at the lady who was supporting her. Chapter 1686, Xiao Bai's Rage, 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Thank you for saving me. This time, her thanks were very sincere as her teary eyes were incomparably serious. There's no need to say thank you, Yun Luofeng paused and continued. You're a Yi family member and it's expected that I would save you. Furthermore, you've never betrayed me, isn't that so? Yi Qi smiled. This smile represented her thoroughly abandoning the grudges of the past. I will remember your help and repay you in the future. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow. Actually, if it weren't for me, the saintly virgin tribe wouldn't have captured you. However, you still came to save me. Yi Qi slowly left Yun Luofeng's embrace and her line of sight fell on the disciple who led Yun Luofeng over. If it weren't for your timely arrival, perhaps I would have suffered in Su Jun's hands, she said with seriousness. Furthermore, you could have paid no heed but you even passed your clothing to me, and I will also remember your favor in my heart. She wasn't someone who was ungrateful, and since others had helped her, she would never reject their request for help in the future. The disciple smiled. You've already returned the favor. After all, she was Qin Zu's subordinate and by committing such a mistake, she should suffer the same fate. However, Yi Qi's unintentional words allowed her to continue living. Having heard her, Yi Qi's expression was confused, not understanding what she meant. Yun Luofeng turned towards the disciple, and even though her expression was still as cold as before, it did not bring about an oppressive feeling. I'll trouble you to care for my sister. I have something else to handle. Sister. Yi Qi froze. Yun Luofeng had been in the Yi family for 5 to 6 years, but this was the first time she acknowledged her as her sister, and this address caused her heart to be filled with warmth. Finding out that Su Jun hadn't succeeded, Yun Luofeng relaxed, but she had some debts to settle with him. Above the mountain, in the tribe, Su Jun was beaten half dead and the blood from his mouth had never stopped. Xiao Mo even suspected that this beastard would die from blood loss. Su Jun, you're unexpectedly so daring to commit such actions, to sully my master's sister. Lin Ruobai frowned and used even more force. She had clearly heard what the disciple said earlier, and so became even more furious. If she didn't beat him to death, it would be hard to purge the hatred in her heart. Looking at the young lady standing on Su Jun's chest, the tribeswomen couldn't help but shudder. They never expected that the young tribe leader would be so ruthless, even though she appeared innocent and adorable. All of Su Jun's bones had fractured, but she wasn't willing to let him off, insisting on beating him to death. Just then, Yun Luofeng returned and her figure landed before Qin Zu. Her wicked black eyes contained a sinister killing aura. How many had gone to the land of no return? Who was the one who implemented corporal punishment on Yi Qi? Immediately have them come out. Qin Zu's heart suddenly thumped and she clenched her teeth. Miss Yun, me and my subordinates were indeed at fault, but this matter should be settled by the elders and young tribe leader. Don't tell me you wish to overstep your boundaries. She understood that she'll definitely suffer if she fell into Yun Luofeng's hand, and it'll be better to receive punishment according to the tribe's laws. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and a dangerous glint streaked across her eyes as she laughed soundlessly. You mean that I lack the seniority to punish you? Qin Zu's eyes sank. I'll only listen to the young tribe leader and the few elders. Chapter 1687, Xiao Bai's Rage, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Lin Ruobai's face became thoroughly red from anger as she glared at Qin Zhu. She's my master and her words are mine. Since you claim that I'm the young tribe leader, then all of you have to listen to my master. Xiao Bai, Yu Luofeng glanced at Lin Ruobai and stopped her, before turning her sight towards Qin Zhu. Right now, I shall not mention about me and Xiao Bai's relationship. I only want to avenge my sister. Previously I mentioned that for every strand of hair she lost, I'll kill one of the tribeswomen, and so on until the whole tribe is exterminated. The elders' expressions were very unsightly, yet they didn't dare to speak and could only fiercely glare at Qin Zhu. Qin Zhu, let her pass down the punishment. In any case, their own young tribe leader was Yu Luofeng's disciple. Qin Zhu refused to give in. How can you kill our tribesmen for every hair she lost? That's right, I had wronged you on this matter and I'm willing to suffer the punishment. However, the crimes of our tribeswomen aren't serious enough to deserve death. At the very most, you can return the treatment Yi Chi suffered to me several times over. What if I insist on killing the tribeswomen? Yun Luofeng, don't be unreasonable. Unreasonable. Yun Luofeng chuckled as she had been amused by Qin Zhu. Your saintly virgin tribe should have checked about my background. I wonder, did you investigate my reputation on the continent? Yun Luofeng lifted her eyes and her sight fell on Qin Zhu. When have I been reasonable, and who can stop me from killing? Wasn't it so? Ever since Yun Luofeng arrived in this world, her actions had been very unreasonable. Want to talk reason with her? Sorry, she had never been someone who talked reason. Since you stepped on her, she'll then hack your legs off. For every injury you inflicted on her, she'll return it 100-fold. An eye for an eye. This had never happened to her. If you are unwilling to reveal who captured Yi Chi in the land of no return, then I'll use other methods and make you speak. Yun Luofeng evilly smiled and pressed towards Qin Zhu. Qin Zhu revealed fear and hastily retreated. Yun Luofeng, don't be unreasonable, you're in the saintly virgin tribe. The few elders wanted to protect Qin Zhu's life, but who would have thought that after stepping forward, Lin Ruobai's furious voice sounded. If any of you dare to interfere, I'll never succeed the saintly virgin tribe until the day I die. The elders were stunned and unconsciously stopped. Compared to Qin Zhu's life, Lin Ruobai's return was evidently more important. Qin Zhu panicked. The reason she acted tough against Yun Luofeng was that she was confident the elders would plead for her. But who would expect that Lin Ruobai's words would cause them to retreat? Without the elders' protection, Qin Zhu's mental state collapsed as she hastily said, "No, don't come here. I'll talk. Although it would still be a dead end if she gave out information, she understood that she would experience a living hell if she didn't reveal anything. Why would she have to suffer a living hell for those subordinates? I'll talk, I'll tell you anything. Please, don't torment me." Yun Luofeng smirked. Compared to death, a living hell was more fearful. Immediately have those who went to the land of no return to stand out, including those who tormented Yi Chi these days. Yun Luofeng's line of sight slowly turned towards Milk Tea and the spiritual beasts. I want none of them to stay alive. It's fine to say she was ruthless or merciless. She only wanted to protect her family members, and even if she had to suffer from everyone's cursing, she feared nothing. Furthermore, she did not think her actions were wrong. She wanted to let everyone know that would be hard to escape death if they harmed her family. Chapter 1688, by Su, 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Qin Zhu's body collapsed and those disciples who participated in those events had revealed despair. The blue-robed elder's expression was pale as she looked towards Yun Luofeng and asked, "Miss Yun, in any case, they're all from our saintly virgin tribe, so could you? On the account of my face, let them die without suffering." If the blue-robed elder wanted to have Yun Luofeng forgive them, she would never agree to her request. However, what she asked for was to let them die without suffering. Yun Luofeng was silent for a long time and replied, "I can let them die without suffering, but it's not on your account." The blue-robed elder's complexion stiffened and heavily sighed. Indeed, they had intended to deal with Yun Luofeng a moment ago, so why would she have to give them face? However, Yun Luofeng looked up at the blue-robed elder. On the account of Xiao Bai's mother, I won't let them suffer much. No matter what, the blue-robed elder accomplished her objective and relaxed. Master, Lin Ruobai was satisfied with tormenting Su Jun and cast a glance at Su Jun, who was half dead, before turning towards Yun Luofeng. Her arm reached for the white-robed lady and her vivid eyes were filled with grievance. "You're leaving me here in the saintly virgin tribe." Yun Luofeng was silent. Master. Lin Ruobai became anxious and she clung to Yun Luofeng while tears of grief nearly flowed down. "I don't want anyone other than you. I don't want to stay with these people who bullied you. Don't even think of leaving me behind." Even if she had to be brazen-faced, she wanted to stay by her master's side without being separated. The three elders did not speak. In their opinion, Yun Luofeng would never abandon such a huge faction like the saintly virgin tribe, and so, she would definitely have Lin Ruobai stay behind. Unexpectedly, after Yun Luofeng heard Lin Ruobai's pleading, her heart softened. "If you're unwilling to stay, you can follow me and leave." Previously, she wanted to have Lin Ruobai stay in the saintly virgin tribe because this was her mother's birthplace. However, she would never force Lin Ruobai to do anything. A smile bloomed on Lin Ruobai's face while her eyes were filled with radiance. Comparatively speaking, the elders' expressions were unsightly. Perhaps they never anticipated that Yun Luofeng would allow Lin Ruobai to leave. It was clear that Yun Luofeng was Lin Ruobai's master and she was very obedient to her. If Lin Ruobai became the saintly virgin tribe's leader, wouldn't it mean grasping the tribe in her hands? How could she possibly reject such a beneficial condition? "Young tribe leader, you can't leave." The blue-robed elder's expression changed and her gaze towards Yun Luofeng contained contempt, yet her tone was deferential. "Miss Yun, please persuade the young tribe leader. This tribe can't lack a leader and she ought to become our leader as the tribe leader's daughter." Her words were very obvious. If Lin Ruobai remained in the saintly virgin tribe, everything would be under her control. As for Little Tree, his strength was indeed very powerful and even caused them to be fearful. However, he was a tree ant. The saintly virgin tribe could innately control tree ants, and perhaps this tree ant had obeyed Yun Luofeng's orders because of the young tribe leader. Therefore, they did not regard Yun Luofeng as being important. She was merely lucky to have discovered the young tribe leader in the mass of common people and even obtained her trust. Chapter 1689, by Su, 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Lin Ruobai pouted. She was no longer naive, like how she was during her memory loss period, so how could she not notice their contempt towards Yun Luofeng? However, just as she wanted to get angry, she had been pulled back by Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng shook her head and looked up to the three elders. Why do you think that I would certainly be willing to persuade Xiao Bai to stay? The blue-robed elder became silent. How could she reveal her internal thoughts before the young tribe leader? Did you believe I'd prey on your saintly virgin tribe's influence? Yun Luofeng quirked her lips and glanced across everyone. If Xiao Bai is unwilling to stay, I will never force her. If she's willing, I will not stop her either. Furthermore, as my disciple, even if she wants this entire 7-province continent, I will conquer it for her. The woman's voice was arrogant and overbearing and heavily rammed against numerous people's hearts. Huo, settle everyone who participated in the abduction, and then bring Yi Chi back to the Jun family. Yun Luofeng slowly turned and pulled on Lin Ruobai's hand. Xiao Bai, let's go. Okay. Xiao Bai smiled brilliantly, revealing her canine teeth, appearing innocent and adorable. In her life, she was only willing to follow her master to conquer the world, and this saintly virgin tribe was not her final destination. Hold it. The three elders became anxious, wanting to stop Lin Ruobai. However, at this moment, a wicked voice sounded that was incomparably austere. Little Tree, kill everyone who dares to stop us. Hearing her words, the three elders stopped. If the three of them went all out, it wasn't impossible to defeat Little Tree. With the addition of their tribe's hidden cards, they would be able to have Lin Ruobai stay. However, in this way, the saintly virgin tribe would suffer a great loss. Was it worth it? The young tribe leader was still young and required several years to foster. While for the saintly virgin tribe, if they lost their hidden trump cards, powerful enemies would definitely exploit their weakness and break into their tribe. In addition, they would also anger the young tribe leader. Evidently, this wasn't a cost-effective transaction. After calculating internally, the three elders no longer stopped Lin Ruobai's departure and could only look on helplessly at her disappearing figure. On the mountain range, Yun Luofeng stopped and turned towards the young lady. She then asked with a serious expression, Xiao Bai, will you regret not choosing the saintly virgin tribe? Lin Ruobai shook her head. At the most, I would only be a tribe leader of the saintly virgin tribe if I stayed. Only by following Master will I be able to travel the wider world. At this moment, Lin Ruobai made the decision that she would never regret her life. Actually, if you had stayed, perhaps, you could have found trails of your mother. This was also the reason Yun Luofeng had hesitated from the start. But alas, she had decided to respect Lin Ruobai's decision. Lin Ruobai revealed a splendid smile. Master, would you stay in a restrictive faction in order to seek for your parents? There were too many regulations and restrictions in the saintly virgin tribe. Just the one rule of not being able to get married made Lin Ruobai unable to accept it. As such, if there was a position for her alongside Yun Luofeng, there was no need to think about her choice. I believe that with my own strength, I can also locate my mother. Lin Ruobai blinked her eyes and looked at Xiao Mo, who followed behind, while her smile became increasingly resplendent. Furthermore, I have to take Xiao Mo in as my husband, so why should I stay in the saintly virgin tribe? The moment Xiao Mo arrived at Yun Luofeng's side, and heard Lin Ruobai's speech, his handsome face blushed and glared at Lin Ruobai. Chapter 1690, by Su, 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. It's me who's taking you as my wife, not you taking in me as your husband. In any case, he was still a man, yet Lin Ruobai repeatedly mentioned taking him in as her husband. Wasn't this too embarrassing? Lin Ruobai's eyes opened wide and stood akimbo. I don't care, during our marriage ceremony, you shall be covered with a red veil while I'll bring you into the bridal room. Master, Xiao Mo turned towards Yun Luofeng feeling wronged and pitifully complained. Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders. It's your personal matter, so you should resolve it yourself and I won't give any opinions. If discussion fails, then have a fight on the bed and listen to whoever wins. I'm a man, so how can I hit a woman? Furthermore, why does fighting have to be on a bed? Xiao Mo, who had a confused expression, suddenly reacted, and all of a sudden, his handsome face flushed red, and his head even appeared to be steaming with smoke. Master, you're too evil. However, after Xiao Mo finished, Yun Luofeng had already walked ahead, while he and Lin Ruobai hastily went to catch up. God Burial Mountain. In the depths of the mountain range, a powerful energy faintly spread out, to the extent that weaker cultivators would not be able to move a single step after arriving here. Currently, within a palace in the God Burial Mountain, a beautiful woman in black clothing knelt down and carefully sized up the unconscious handsome man. The man was very good looking and his bewitching appearance was similar to a god, able to cause others to be entrapped with just a glance. TSK, the woman's fingers caressed the man's face and softly whispered, I've never seen such a beautiful man in numerous years and I'll have no regrets if I could spend my life with him. Speaking of which, this man had been picked up by her in the depths of the God Burial Mountain. That day, she saw him heavily injured and was unconscious. Perhaps due to loneliness or his extremely beautiful appearance, she had picked him up, with intentions of having someone to accompany her for the rest of her life. This won't do. This man is of unknown origin and I can only use that method to have him stay here forever. The beautiful woman's eyes swelled and a wicked smile quirked on her lips. She shut her eyes and a trace of spirit power suddenly penetrated his mind with a bang. At that moment, the beautiful woman's appearance instantly paled as beads of sweat trickled from her face. In this instant, the man's memories came to view like running water and flashed across her eyes. So it turns out, this man named Baisu wasn't from this continent. He had an enemy, named Yun Xiao. Even though Yun Xiao was also handsome and was a notch higher than Baisu, he was too callous and had always been expressionless. Comparatively speaking, she preferred a bewitching man like Baisu. Of course, it would be better if she could obtain them both. Oh right. Baisu had another enemy named Yun Luofeng. However, even though she was his enemy, she could sense the hatred Baisu had for Yun Xiao but was unable to sense the rage he had towards Yun Luofeng. The beautiful woman was shocked and hastily drew out her spiritual energy, but didn't forget to leave an unerasable branding in his mind before drawing out. This branding could allow Baisu to view her as the woman he had the deepest impression of. No matter if he was deeply in love with her or not, from then on, Baisu would regard her as that woman and fall deeply in love with her. Chapter 1691, Baisu, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. All these years, she had used this method to alter the memories of the men who intruded into the depths of the God Burial Mountain. Unfortunately, they weren't able to bear her torturing and died in a few years. However, facing his godlike handsome man, she was unable to be ruthless and harm him in the slightest. Perhaps, she had fallen for him. At this moment, Baisu slowly opened his eyes. His expression was pale and his breathing weak, causing the beautiful woman to feel heartache for him. You're awake. The beautiful woman worriedly looked at him, with her gaze filled with nervousness. Baisu was suddenly stunned and hesitatingly looked at the beautiful woman before him. Yun Luofeng. The beautiful woman stared distractedly. As expected, the most vivid person in his mind was his so-called enemy, Yun Luofeng. However, hearing him calling out the name, she unconsciously relaxed. It seemed like her branding had an effect and Baisu currently regarded her as Yun Luofeng. This was extremely good as this man would belong to her in the future. That's right, I'm Yun Luofeng, the beautiful woman shamelessly replied. I am also the woman you love deeply. Don't you hate me? Why did you save me? Back then during his first encounter with Yun Luofeng, he wanted to win her over yet it resulted in a conflict between them. Furthermore, every time they met, this woman had never treated him nicely. The beautiful woman's eyes flickered and smiled. Frankly speaking, I don't hate you and in contrary, I love you very much. However, I know it's impossible between us and so I thought of using that method to attract your attention. If it was Baisu of the past, he wouldn't be so brainless. However, due to the branding in his mind, he couldn't help but believe the beautiful woman's words without any doubt. In addition, the beautiful woman paused and continued speaking. Don't call me by Yun Luofeng in the future. Call me Luosa. There was also a Luo in her name and even though she wanted Baisu to treat her as Yun Luofeng, it didn't mean she was willing to hear someone else's name from her beloved man's mouth. Alright. Baisu smiled and it was bewitching, once again causing Luosa's heart to thump. Brother Su, recuperate well and after your injuries have recovered, I won't reject anything you wish to do. Baisu felt like he was struck by lightning, never expecting Luosa would say such direct words, at the same time igniting his desire. However, due to his current injuries, he could only suppress his lust. Luosa once again bashfully glanced at him before walking out. The moment she stepped out the door, a smile surfaced on her lips as she narrowed her eyes. Any man who I fancy can never escape from my grasp. The reason was that she did not have to seduce them. It was sufficient as long as they treated her as their beloved woman. Within the black-colored palace, the atmosphere was eerie and stifling. Outside the palace where Baisu resided in, a gorgeous figure stealthily snuck in, obviously nervous. Within this palace, there was no one other than Luosa and Baisu. However, as Luosa resided beside of Baisu, it wasn't convenient for her to intrude and she could only sneak in by taking advantage of Luosa's absence. Raising her hands, Jinyu pushed the door and with a glance spotted Baisu resting on the bed. Originally thinking it was Luosa, Baisu lazily looked over. But after seeing his gorgeous servant had entered the room, his handsome appearance faintly sank. Chapter 1692, Baisu, 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Jinyu, why are you here? Jinyu's body stiffened. Ever since Baisu had received serious injuries, and she offered her body to treat his injuries, he had chased her away. However, how could she feel reassured when her own lord was alone? As such, she had always been secretly following behind him without his notice. Master, I came to save you. Save me, Baisu laughed grimly. With Luosa's accompaniment, why do I require your rescue? Jinyu became anxious. My lord, that woman isn't Yun Luofeng. You've been deceived by her. Baisu's expression darkened. Can't I differentiate whether she's Luosa or not? Jinyu, I know you've always wanted to be my concubine but didn't have your wish fulfilled. Therefore, you're framing Luosa. If you don't leave right now, don't blame me for being impolite. My lord, you've changed. Jinyu bit her lips and said. However, I will never leave. Not only did the branding Luosa left in Baisu's mind alter his memories, it had even changed his personality. Even if the previous Baisu wanted to chase Jinyu away, he would never say such self-opinionated words. Boom. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and Luosa with gloominess across her face appeared outside. Baisu, so you have other women behind my back. Baisu panicked and hastily climbed up from the bed while pulling on Luosa's hands with nervousness. Luosa, listen to me, there's nothing between us and you have to believe me. Luosa tightly clenched her fist. She knew from Baisu's memories that Jinyu took advantage of the situation and had a physical relationship with him. In addition, that scene was similar to a camera shot that surfaced before her eyes, seemingly like a needle ruthlessly pricking her heart. Bai Su, you're still lying to me. Tears flowed down from her face. Earlier on, this woman came looking for me, telling me that she's your wife and both of you already have a physical relationship. She wanted me to leave, but I wasn't willing, and so she came to you and framed me by claiming that I'm not Yun Luofeng. Of course, she couldn't tell Bai Su she knew everything from his memories, and so she had taken advantage of this and framed Jinyu. My lord, I didn't. Jinyu shook her head. Your servant has followed you for numerous years and I have always complied with your orders. How could I possibly commit such actions? It's her. She's framing. Pa. Bai Su's hand slapped towards Jinyu, causing her to be dumbstruck. She covered her swelling face and looked up at Bai Su, with disbelief in her eyes. Her lord. Didn't believe her. Luosa smugly glanced at Jinyu, slowly walking to Bai Su and pulled on his neck, delivering her fragrant and plump lips. Bai Su did not resist her and instead, reacted enthusiastically. Jinyu's heart suddenly clenched tight, with pain and suffering in her beautiful eyes. She was already prepared for her lord to be together with another woman sooner or later, but witnessing the scene, she still felt pain. Luosa, I indeed had a physical relationship with her, but that was in a situation where I wasn't in my right mind. With you with me now, I will no longer touch other women. Brother Su, I trust you and I believe she said those words in my presence because she loves you too much. However, as I'm kind-hearted, I can't bear to punish her, so why don't we let her leave? Luosa left Bai Su's embrace and smiled while speaking cutely. Bai Su hesitated for a moment and nodded. All right. Frankly speaking, he was extremely unwilling to kill Jinyu. Chapter 1693, Bai Su, 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. After all, for numerous years, no matter how many dangers he encountered, Jinyu never once left his side. Now that Luosa had personally spoken, how could he be unwilling? Brother Su, let me send her off in case she continues hiding in a corner to eye you covetously. Luosa sinisterly smiled. Whatever you say. Bai Su smiled and stroked her head, while his devilish eyes were filled with gentleness. Hearing his words, Luosa walked to Jinyu's side and shot her a glance saying, follow me. Jinyu was startled and looked at Bai Su. The moment she saw the loathing contained in his eyes, her heart clenched tight. She glanced at Bai Su with sorrow before turning and walking out with Luosa. Within the tranquil palace, Luosa stopped her footsteps and the gentleness she displayed before Bai Su disappeared, as her face turned incomparably cold. Bai Su has an enemy named Yun Xiao. Jinyu bit on her lips. That's right. Lure that man here for me. Luosa lifted her chin. I'm also interested in that man. Jinyu's expression suddenly changed. What are you planning on doing? Isn't it enough having my lord? Luosa chucked and licked her pointed red nails, seemingly appearing seductive. I'm too bored in this palace and need a few men to accompany me. If it wasn't because she was unable to leave God Burial Mountain, she wouldn't require such methods to relieve her boredom. Will my lord agree to your actions? Keke, Luosa sneered. Your lord is deeply in love with me, and even if he suffers because I have a physical relationship with another man, he will never leave me. Jinyu tightly clenched her fist and her internal fury gushed forth. Slut. She gnashed her teeth and said. Luosa's expression turned chilly and she released energy that struck Jinyu's chest with a bang and instantly sent her flying. Jinyu spat out blood as she glared at Luosa with a furious look. If you help me, I'll allow you to stay in the palace as a servant maid. Otherwise, not only will I chase you out, I will also torture Bai Su. You had better think this through clearly. Having heard her words, Jinyu sneered and stood up. The Ghost Emperor and Yun Luofeng's feelings are extremely deep and I'm afraid it's impossible for you to interfere. To this, Luosa had snorted disdainfully. I believe you're aware how I made your lord fall for me, and I'll use the same method on Yun Xiao. As long as he treats me as Yun Luofeng, wouldn't he love me wholeheartedly? Luosa slowly walked towards Jinyu. Furthermore, you will kill Yun Luofeng for me. In this world, one Yun Luofeng will suffice. Luosa did not tell her that there was a flaw in the branding she imprinted in Bai Su's mind. That flaw was that she couldn't allow him to meet the real Yun Luofeng. Otherwise, the branding would be erased and he would recall everything. Therefore, she couldn't leave Yun Luofeng alive. Jinyu was silent. She could leave Bai Su, but it didn't mean she could look on unfeeling at this woman humiliating Bai Su. Furthermore, she believed that she would do that to achieve her objective. If it was her previous lord, he would return it tenfold if Luosa dared to harm him the slightest. However, he was no longer her previous lord. I'm afraid that even if Luosa killed him, he would not have any complaint. If I help you, can you give my lord preferential treatment? Jinyu bit her lips and asked. Chapter 1694, Jinyu's Decision, 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Luosa quirked her lips and her smile revealed determination. I've never gone back on my words and will do as I promised. All right, I will return in half a month's time and I hope you can treat the lord well during this period. Jinyu clenched her fist and breathed in deeply. Since my life was saved by the lord, then I am destined to live for him. After thinking this, Jinyu cast a last glance at Luosa before leaving the palace. A gorgeous and weak figure gradually disappeared in Luosa's eyes. Jun family. Yi Qi opened her eyes widely and curiously looked all over. Yun Luo. The moment she wanted to call Yun Luofeng's name, she felt that it was impolite and swallowed her words. Sister-in-law, why did you bring me here? Yun Luofeng slowly entered and spoke softly. To meet someone. Sister Yun. Just as Yun Luofeng entered the Jun family, a delicate figure rapidly dashed over, ramming into Yun Luofeng's embrace with a bang. Sister Yoon, you've finally returned. I've missed you so much. Jun Lingge raised her palm-sized face as her lively huge eyes contained an adorable smile. Frankly speaking, Yoon Luofeng had a favorable impression of Jun Lingge the first instant she encountered her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to stick up for her when Cao Yuchun had humiliated Jun Lingge. Has the old lord and Yoon Seo returned? Yoon Luofeng lifted her brows and her palms gently stroked Jun Lingge's head, revealing a smile on her face. Jun Lingge shook her head. Grandfather and brother Seo have yet to return. Have yet to return. Yoon Luofeng frowned. Could it be, they've encountered some troubles? Jun Lingge's entire body stuck to Yoon Luofeng's body and held her arm. Her adorable and lively eyes radiated a cunning glint. Sister Yoon, if you intend to look for them, can you take me with you? In recent days, her grandfather was not by her side and she had been locked in the house by her father. She wasn't allowed to take a step outside and this had caused her to be extremely bored. Therefore, she tried to appeal to Yoon Luofeng to bring her out and search for the old lord. Looking at Jun Lingge hugging Yoon Luofeng's arm and acting coquettishly, Lin Ruobai was in a bad mood. She snorted and walked up, purposely pulling on Yoon Luofeng's other arm and widened her eyes to look straight at Jun Lingge. However, she did not notice Lin Ruobai as her eyes were still staring at Yoon Luofeng. Sister Yoon. I came this time to leave her here. Yoon Luofeng pointed towards Ichi and said, the next time I return, I'll bring her back to the land of no return. Land of no return. Jun Lingge's heartbeat quickened and her lively eyes finally shifted towards Ichi from Yoon Luofeng as she curiously widened her eyes. Sister Yoon, this is. Her name is Ichi, Yoon Luofeng smiled and said, the foster daughter my mother took in. The foster daughter of Sister Yoon's mother. That is to say. Jun Lingge's eyes immediately brightened and grabbed Ichi's hand while giggling. An incomparably brilliant smile surfaced on her adorable face. Sister Ichi, welcome home. Home. Ichi was stunned as her eyes turned towards Yoon Luofeng in astonishment, clearly not understanding the situation. Not waiting for Yoon Luofeng to explain it to Ichi, the Jun family's head Jun Xuan walked out swiftly from the house. The instant he spotted Yoon Luofeng, his eyes immediately brightened as he hastily went up to her. Feng you've returned. Chapter 1695, Jinyu's Decision 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yoon Luofeng nodded. Yoon Seo hasn't returned and I intend to personally make a trip. Without an accident happening, with his strength, Yoon Seo wouldn't be so late in returning. Jun Xuan hesitated. If something happened to Master and Yoon Seo, obviously he didn't wish for a repeat of a disastrous incident to happen. However, at the same time, Jun Xuan understood that even if he tried to stop her, Yoon Luofeng would definitely rush in recklessly. Alright, then off you go. After being taciturn for a while, Jun Xuan agreed to Yoon Luofeng's decision. Father. Ling Junso pouted and pitifully said, I want to go together with sister. Hearing her request, Jun Xuan glared at Jun Lingge. With your strength, don't even think about going and being a hindrance. You had better stay at home and increase your strength. Jun Lingge felt wronged and tears nearly spilled out from her eyes. She suddenly longed for the days where she wandered the world with her grandfather. Uncle, I'll leave Yichi in your hands and I hope the Jun family can take good care of her. Jun Xuan was old man Jun's disciple, yet was as important as a family member. As such, there was nothing wrong with Yoon Luofeng addressing him as uncle. Her surname is Yi. Jun Xuan widened his eyes in surprise as he curiously sized up Yichi. Being sized up by him, Yichi stiffened and felt uncomfortable. Sister-in-law, I wish to leave with you. There's no need, Yoon Luofeng shook her head. The Jun family is also your home and they'll take care of you if you stay. Jun Xuan, who originally held his suspicions, immediately understood after hearing Yoon Luofeng's words. He heartily chuckled and said, so you're my sister's foster daughter. Since you've come to my Jun family, we will certainly take care of you and you can be at ease. Yoon Luofeng had previously mentioned that Jun Fengling accepted a foster son and daughter and had given birth to twins. Those twins were only 5 years old and the lady before him would certainly be his sister's foster daughter. Yichi felt even more confused as her face filled with astonishment looked at Yoon Luofeng. I forgot to explain. Noticing Yichi's confusion, she slowly said, Mother isn't from the land of no return but instead, from the 7-province continent. The old lord of the Jun family is her father and the Jun family's head is the old lord's disciple. Yichi stared blankly as she couldn't believe her ears. Her heart was filled with excitement as tears flowed from her eyes. So it turns out, foster mother has her own home and I have a grandfather. That's great. She hastily covered her mouth, preventing sounds of crying from leaking out. Sister Yichi, don't be sad. Ling Junsa fished out a handkerchief and passed it to Yichi. In the future, you're one of us and if anyone dares to bully you, I'll beat him up for you. Yichi's shoulders faintly trembled. I'm not feeling sad. I'm just too overjoyed. All these years, my foster mother has suffered too much. Her foster father passed away early and didn't leave anything for her. She had also been deceived by that beastard of the Seo family and after giving birth to my brother, she received insults and persecution as he was a trash. She nearly lost her life in the forest of no return. If she hadn't been rescued by foster father, perhaps she wouldn't exist in this world anymore. Originally thinking that her hard times were over and good times were beginning, who would have expected that she couldn't have children and was treated like an outcast by the Yi family? If it weren't for Yoon Luofeng's emergence, Jun Fengling wouldn't be able to return to the Yi family. Thinking back on the suffering her foster mother had endured all those years, Yichi felt pained. Chapter 1696, Jinyu's Decision 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Unexpectedly, her foster mother actually had a home. Furthermore, her family was on the 7-province continent. From today on, who would dare to belittle her foster mother? Jun Xuan also felt pained in his heart. He had never expected her own sister to have suffered so much. Where's the Xiao family? Where's that Xiao family who harmed my sister? Yun Luofeng quirked her lips. They were eliminated long ago by Yun Xiao. Good. Even if the Xiao family had been decimated, he had an impulse to drag them out from the underworld and thrash them again. Yi Qi, the Jun family is your mother's home and staying here is safer than following me. Xiao Mo's strength was at sage level, and ever since Lin Ruobai regained consciousness, her strength had a huge increase. It wasn't a problem for them to defend themselves in the dangerous God Burial Mountain. However, it was different for Yi Qi. Her strength was extremely weak, to the extent that a random spirit beast in the God Burial Mountain could end her life. How could she bring Yi Qi along to take the risk? Yi Qi stared blankly, wanting to say something, but swallowed her words. Then, please be careful on the road. She wasn't able to say anything else, but her concern was clearly displayed. Yun Luofeng faintly smiled and turned. Xiao Mo, Xiao Bai, let's go. After speaking, she no longer turned back and walked out. Yun Luofeng. The instant Yun Luofeng walked out of the Jun family, a shout sounded from behind her, causing her to unconsciously stop. She slightly turned and saw a gorgeous servant. This servant was very beautiful, with a charming aura coming from deep within her. However, Yun Luofeng was certain that she did not recognize her. You called. Yun Luofeng pointed to herself and asked. Yes, I have been looking for you. Jinyu raised her head. Perhaps due to hastening her journey, her beautiful hair was somewhat messy, yet this was unable to conceal her gorgeous appearance. Do I know you? Yun Luofeng frowned and continued asking. You don't know me, but you should know. Bai Su. The moment the name was spoken, Lin Ruobai and Xiao Mo instantly became vigilant, with one standing on either side and guarding Yun Luofeng in the center. Who are you? Xiao Mo's voice was very impolite. Why are you looking for my master? Jinyu pursed her lips and she suddenly knelt before Yun Luofeng. She pleaded, Miss Yun, I'm Bai Su's servant maid and I beg you to help me and my lord. That's right, this was the decision Jinyu made. She did not believe Luosa that if she helped her kill Yun Luofeng and bring Yun Xiao to her palace, Luosa would still give preferential treatment to her lord. Therefore, she chose to place all her hopes on Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng's expression slightly darkened. Bai Su has repeatedly attempted to take my life, so why should I help him? Miss Yun, I know, but only you can help my lord. Jinyu's pleading gaze was focused on Yun Luofeng. Furthermore, don't you wish to know Yun Xiao's whereabouts? Yun Xiao. These two words were like a heavy hammer that fiercely hammered on Yun Luofeng's heart, causing her to radiate a killing aura. You're threatening me. She narrowed her eyes as a dangerous glint streaked across. Jinyu panicked and hastily explained. Miss Yun, you're mistaken. Previously my lord and the Ghost Emperor met in the God Burial Mountain and had a battle, with both sides suffering heavy injuries. My lord was picked up by the owner of God Burial Mountain. However, the cultivation method she cultivates is somewhat unique, being able to alter others' memories. She used this method to make my lord view her as Miss Yun. Chapter 1697, Jinyu's Decision 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng's wicked eyes glanced at Jinyu as she said indifferently, why was there a need to make Bai Su think she was me? Jinyu lowered her head. Her lord had always wanted to possess Yun Luofeng and claimed that her talent was very powerful, thus he would be able to use her. However, how could she, who understood her lord the most, not understand the special position Yun Luofeng had in her lord's heart? Miss Yun, you're also aware of my lord wanting to possess you. As such, the God Burial Mountain's lord wanted my lord to treat her as you. Thus, she tampered with my lord's memories, making him believe that he was deeply in love with Miss Yun. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow. What does this have to do with me? It's best if he stays in God Burial Mountain forever. A trace of anxiousness streaked across Jinyu's eyes. She never expected that Yun Luofeng wouldn't mind others impersonating her. Miss Yu, you can't be a bystander. That lord found out about the Ghost Emperor's existence from my lord's memories and became increased in him. She wants to use the same method to obtain the Ghost Emperor. She hadn't lied. Luosa's other request was indeed for her to lead Ghost Emperor into the depths of the God Burial Mountain. Boom. Rage overflowed from Yun Luofeng's body as killing intent surfaced in her black eyes. Her gaze was filled with a sinister aura. You're not lying. Jinyu shook her head. Miss Yun, I swear that I've never lied. If I were to lie, I'll willingly enter the 18 depths of hell, not able to reincarnate my whole life. I hope so, Yun Luofeng sneered. Coincidentally, I'm heading to the God Burial Mountain. I hope you don't mind traveling together. Jinyu looked up at Yun Luofeng's chilly black eyes and shuddered. Supposedly, she shouldn't agree to travel together with Yun Luofeng or else, Luosa would definitely harm her lord if she knew. However, she also understood that if she didn't agree, Yun Luofeng would not help her. Alright, I will travel there together with you. Jinyu bit her lips and resolution could be seen across her gorgeous face. For her lord, she'd rather take the risk. Master. Lin Ruobai pouted and turned to Yun Luofeng. Are you honestly trusting this woman? Trust her. Yun Luofeng coldly smiled. How could she possibly believe someone of Bai Su's? However, she was indeed heading towards the God Burial Mountain to search for Yun Xiao and there was no harm in bringing her along. If she couldn't locate Yun Xiao, she would then head to the Mountain Lord's residence. I'll rather believe it is the truth than otherwise. Furthermore, if she is lying to me, I'll let her die a horrible death. God Burial Mountain. An old man seated under the shade of a tree had a bonfire placed before him. There was a branch in his hands as he was currently grilling a firehawk's leg. A moment later, a fragrant scent spread throughout the area. On the floor not far away from the bonfire there was an unconscious black-robed man. With sunlight sprinkling down through the treetop and falling on the man's handsome appearance, he seemed breathtaking. Suddenly, the man's brow faintly moved and he slowly opened his eyes under the watch of the old man. The blood on his chest had dried up and turned brown, and his callous, expressionless eyes were like the eyes of a hawk. "You're awake." The old man chuckled. "I didn't expect that I would be able to encounter a human who had fallen into the same trap after I came in. I wonder if the continent is in upheaval with my disappearance for so many days. Unfortunately, even after I have been here for so long, I haven't found who I'm searching for." "Oh right, young man, what's your name?" Chapter 1698, Yun Luofeng's Past 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Xiao's expression was callous as his eyes shifted away from the old man and sized up his current surroundings. "Don't bother checking, we're in a well. However, after having fallen in here, I never expected that there's a completely different world here." The old man beamed and offered the roasted hawk leg to Yun Xiao. "However, there's no way to leave here even if you want to. I've been here for several months." Yun Xiao glanced at the fire hawk leg and remained unmoved. His eyes contained a coldness that rejected others as his handsome face was still expressionless. Perhaps after not meeting someone else after so long, when the old man saw the emotionless Yun Xiao, he did not get angry. He merely took back the fire hawk leg and took a bite while his brows unconsciously frowned. Even though he could take in straight energy as food in his current realm and did not need to consume food, he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't eat for a day. Yun Xiao's finally looked at the hawk's leg in the elder's hand and coldly asked, "Where did the hawk come from?" "TSK, obviously from the sky." The old man smiled. "You don't say." Yun Xiao became silent and looked up at the skies covered with fog. Currently, the originally azure skies had been covered by fog and seemed sinister, as if there was a powerful existence safeguarding the dried-up well. "Master." A small head stretched out from Yun Xiao's back and it swayed its plump body as it unhurriedly climbed up. The old man saw the little bug that was even more beautiful than crystals and a trace of astonishment streaked across his eyes. He didn't know if it was his misconception, but he felt that this little bug's strength wasn't simple. Yun Xiao lowered his eyes to little bug, while his deep yet magnetic voice sounded. "Method to leave." Luckily little bug wasn't a female dragon or else his ears would become pregnant. "Master, this well can be entered but not exited. The spirit beast guarding this well is very powerful and any humans who fall into this well will become his meal." In any case, little bug had lived in the God Burial Mountain for numerous years and was quite knowledgeable about it. Right now he hasn't eaten you because he's not hungry. But when he's hungry, I'm afraid. Without the need for little bug to continue speaking, Yun Xiao and the old man knew what he was about to say. Yun Xiao expressionlessly said, "Lead the way. Lead the way." The old man looked oddly at Yun Xiao, not understanding his meaning. However, Yun Xiao's nature was callous and even his speech was short and simple. If he could speak one less word, he would never say an additional word. Little bug chuckled. "You discovered it. That's right, that year when I came to the God Burial Mountain, I had also accidentally fallen into this trap and saw the spirit beast guarding this well. Frankly speaking, even previously when my strength was at its peak, I wasn't the spirit beast's opponent. After being locked up for numerous years, little bug's strength had decreased. However, he was very powerful during his peak and even so, he couldn't beat this spirit beast. From this, it could be seen how powerful this spirit beast was." Hearing little bug's words, the elder's eyes instantly brightened. Since this little bug had previously accidentally fallen into this trap and was still alive and kicking, did it mean that he had a method to leave? The old man's train of thought was correct. Little bug indeed had a method to leave, but that method. Chapter 1699, Yun Luofeng's Past 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. "Master, follow me later on and I'll lead the way. If you take one misstep, you'll be transported to another location." Little bug's voice was deadly earnest. He had once experienced this and naturally, he knew how dangerous was this route. If one was slightly distracted, they would head towards another unknown world. "Let's go," Yun Xiao coldly ordered with a callous expression. Little bug twisted his plump body and moved forwards while the old man hastily put away the firehawk leg and followed behind Yun Xiao. "Young man, I've yet to hear your name." "My surname is Jun, Yu." Before the old man finished speaking, a fog enveloped him, instantly flooding his line of sight. However, little bug's figure was exceptionally distinct within this hazy fog, appearing to be an illuminating light within this darkness that was leading him forward. However, compared to little bug's calm and collection emotion, Yun Xiao and the old man were not as peaceful. Familiar faces appeared before them one by one and those faces were leading them to another pathway. Yun Xiao shut his eyes and forcefully expelled those images from his mind, but the moment he looked up, the scenes before his eyes were still the same. It's not an illusionary realm. From the start, he thought that this was only an illusion and if he were to block his sense organs, the illusions would disappear. Even though he had done so, those silhouettes were still affecting his path. As if they were all real live people. Suddenly, Yun Xiao's eyes locked on a child's face and he was unable to look away. It was a little girl of around 8 years old and her appearance was similar to Yun Luofeng, but she was wearing clothes that didn't belong to this continent. Recalling the fact that Yun Luofeng wasn't from this continent and the words little bug said earlier on, Yun Xiao's heart suddenly thumped and there seemed to be a hand pulling him towards that little girl. "Xiao Feng, you know that it isn't that uncle isn't willing to raise you up, but in actual fact, I am powerless. However, I've already found a good place for you. In that orphanage you'll have many companions." Within the hall of a luxurious villa, a man in a suit had a sad expression that shifted to helplessness. Standing before him was a little girl with a face like carved jade. Her delicate face was filled with tears, seemingly helpless. Currently, Yun Xiao was quietly standing beside her and his sight fell on her little face filled with tears. Looking at her, his heart fiercely throbbed with pain and reached out, wanting to stroke her head. However, his hand passed through her body, just like he was only an uninvited guest of this world. Yun Xiao stared blankly as he foolishly stared at his hand. A long time later, he once again looked towards the little girl. Uncle, Aunt, the little girl's eyes contained pleading, I don't want to go to an orphanage, please don't send me away. Hearing her words, the beautiful woman painting her nails impatiently frowned and coldly glanced at her. Our Yun family doesn't raise an idle person and we won't provide for you. Your uncle being willing to send you to an orphanage is already treating you fairly. Otherwise, I'll have your uncle immediately sell you. Originally thinking her words would definitely frighten the little girl, it had instead, unexpectedly enraged her thoroughly. When my parents passed away, they left a huge inheritance for me. At the same time that you inherited those assets, you promised to raise me. It has only been a little while and you're thinking of kicking me away. Don't tell me you're not afraid of public opinion. Chapter 1700, Yun Luofeng's Past 3. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. The beautiful woman sneered. Haven't you heard of the saying, money will make the devil turn millstones? However, we have to thank your parents for leaving a huge inheritance for us, allowing us to do everything we wish. Rest assured, after sending you into the orphanage you'll pay someone to write a report claiming that your personality is unreasonable and barbarian, even hitting your own cousin. If it weren't for our timely return, your cousin would have died in your hands. While for that sum of money, I'll claim that I've donated it to society and whether it's the truth, who will know? The little girl's shoulders trembled incessantly, not knowing if she was trembling from anger or sadness. Oh right, the beautiful woman's eyes twinkled and smirked. Let me inform you in passing, do you know how your mother had a miscarriage back then? It was because of your uncle and me. Otherwise, if she had a son, their inheritance wouldn't belong to us in the future. However, I never expected that they would pass away so early. Ha ha ha, it's great that they're dead. The little girl widened her eyes as it was thoroughly red. Suddenly, she pounced towards the beautiful woman and bit on her arm. Ah. With the pain, she casually flung and pushed the little girl away, causing her head to bump into the corner of the table, with blood flowing endlessly. However, she did not weep as her eyes filled with hatred stared intently at the beautiful woman. Enough. The man slammed the table and sternly said. No matter what, our Yun family has raised you for a few years and is this how you treat your aunt? Furthermore, your father was my brother so what's wrong for me to inherit his assets? You can only blame your father for not having a son and not being willing to hand his assets to his nephew, insisting that all his money belonged to his daughter. What use is there in handing the company and assets to a daughter? It will ultimately just be given to an outsider. Instead of benefiting an outsider, it's better to give it to his nephew. At least his nephew is in our own family. The man coldly looked at the little girl's eyes filled with anger and hatred while he sneered in contempt. He did not think he was wrong. A child born to a daughter would have someone else's surname. In contrast, his son was different as he was in the same family. He had never heard of not leaving assets to their own family members but instead, giving them to someone else. The little girl tightly bit her lips and even when blood flowed into her mouth she didn't notice. Her furious gaze, similar to a sharp knife, glared intently at this beast-starred couple. The killing intent in Yun Xiao's body could no longer be concealed and gushed forth. He tightly clenched his fists as his callous eyes were filled with a killing aura. However, no matter how furious he was, they belonged to two different space-times and what could he do? It was no wonder that she was decisive and ruthless yet placed importance on kinship. So it turned out, it was because of her past. Just as Yun Xiao's heart was throbbing with pain, the scene before him changed to the streets, with countless people pointing fingers at the little girl. Did you see the news yesterday? This little girl named Yun Luofeng actually tried to murder her cousin because of her uncle and aunt's doting on their child. TSK, being vicious and merciless at such a young age, she'll definitely be a murderer when she grows up. This type of person should be locked behind bars, and not forgiven due to her young age. I heard that after her uncle and aunt inherited her parents' assets, they had already opened another account and deposited all those money in her name, intending to pass it to her when she's of age. Unfortunately, they hadn't expected she would be so vicious and in a fit of anger. Her uncle and aunt donated all the money. She deserved it. That money shouldn't be left for her. Furthermore, for a person like her, there's actually an orphanage willing to accept her. Aren't they afraid she would set the orphanage on fire? Chapter 1701, Yun Luofeng's Past 4. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Under those people's contemptuous stare, the little girl stood quietly in the street. Her pale little face appeared particularly helpless, and her small figure looked pitiful. Yun Xiao's heart ached, and he walked quickly toward the little girl. He just wanted to stay by her side even if she couldn't see him. That would be enough. Master, come back. At that moment, an angry voice rang in Yun Xiao's mind, and then the picture in front of him suddenly broke and turned dark. Before he could figure out what had happened, he saw Little Bug glaring at him. Didn't I tell you that you can walk around? If I hadn't found it in time, you would have been left in that place forever. Yun Xiao remained expressionless. He thought for a while and asked, was that a real fantasy? A real fantasy could reflect the ideas at the bottom of a person's heart. He had been trying to find out about Yun Luofeng's past ever since she told him she didn't belong to this world and told him about her past life. So he went back to Yun Luofeng's past. However, the real fantasy was also dangerous. Anyone who entered it would be stuck there forever and live in that world like a ghost. Master, what did you see just now? Little Bug cast a doubtful glance at Yun Xiao. He realized that Yoon Seo was trapped in the real fantasy because he sensed his killing intent, so he wondered what Master had seen to make him so angry. If there is a place that doesn't belong to this space-time, can I go to that place? How could he let those people off who hurt his Feng'er so badly? I think it's possible. Little Bug thought for a while and said, as long as there is really such a space-time, there is a way to get there. But I don't know what that way is. What if I want to go back to someone's past? The past cannot be changed. You can go to that space-time, but you can't go back to the past. It meant that he could find his way to China, but not to Yoon Luofeng's past. Indeed. If he changed the past, then he and Yoon Luofeng may not even be able to meet. It doesn't matter that I can't go back to the past. I just want to kill those people. That would be enough. Yoon Seo smiled. It was the first time Yoon Seo had smiled since Yoon Luofeng left him. However, Little Bug felt a chilly killing intent, and his fat body couldn't help but shudder. He wondered who had offended his master. It seems the person would be doomed. Young man, wait for me. Then the old man came out. He said with a smile, little guy, thank you for helping me out. When Little Bug felt that Yoon Seo was trapped in the real fantasy, he also paid attention to the old man. Of course, he was not that gentle to the old man and just patted him awake with his paws. Thinking of this, Little Bug couldn't help but curl his lips disapprovingly. Why was it so easy for human beings to fall into fantasy? Was it because they were too sentimental? In fact, Yoon Seo had noticed that something was wrong when he saw the little Yoon Luofeng. However, in order to learn about Yoon Luofeng's past, he would rather risk his life to know what had happened to her. However, after learning about her past he felt even worse, as if he had been stabbed by a knife in the heart. It really hurt. Chapter 1702, Yoon Luofeng's Past 5. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. At this time, a cold voice was suddenly heard by everyone, who dares to intrude into the depths of my god burial mountain. Then a woman in a long black dress landed from the sky. She was cold and had a murderous aura. The woman looked around at the people in front of her and suddenly paused. She stared at Yoon Seo with her beautiful eyes and a look of joy appeared on her face. It's you. It seems that Jinyu kept her promise and brought you here. Yoon Seo frowned, and for some reason, he didn't like the woman in front of her. Tut, Little Bug sneered, Master, where the HLL did you get this unwanted admirer? Be careful or mistress may get angry. Yoon Seo's face turned colder, I've never seen her. It doesn't matter that you don't know me now, because you'll know me very well soon. The woman stroked her hair and smiled coquettishly. I'm Chin Luo, you can call me Luosa. Soon, I'll become your wife. Hearing this, Yoon Seo released a murderous aura and his cold eyes were filled with killing intent. Chin Luo licked her lips, and a resolute gleam flashed through her slightly narrowed eyes. She must get this man. These days, she and Bai Su had been having sex all day long. Though Bai Su looked handsome and she really liked his body, she was not satisfied with his performance in bed. She wanted him to make passionate love to her day and night, but Bai Su could only give it to her 5 times a night. How could she be satisfied? Thinking of this, she turned her eyes to Yoon Seo who has a gorgeous face and excellent figure. If it was this man, maybe he would lead her to enjoy the ecstasy of sex. In fact, it was not that Bai Su was weak in bed, but that Chin Luo hadn't had sex for many years. How could she be satisfied with just one Bai Su? No matter how strong a man was, you would not be able to satisfy her in bed. Do you want to die? Yoon Seo simply coldly said. Chin Luo laughed coquettishly, though you refuse me so coldly now, you'll fall hopelessly in love with me, and will never look at any other woman. Little Bug stared in shock. Even the old man beside Yoon Seo looked at the woman in black in astonishment. He had lived for so many years and had seen so many different people, but it was the first time he had seen such a shameless person. Yoon Seo almost killed her, and she said he would fall hopelessly in love with her. She was simply as bold as brass. The old man shook his head and sighed. He felt this woman was really eye-opening. Boom. Yoon Seo released a killing aura, and a powerful force immediately struck at Chin Luo. Chin Luo smiled, and her mental power roared out and pounced on Yoon Seo's mind. From now on, I am the woman you love. Chin Luo lifted her head haughtily, with a confident smile on her lips. No man could escape the attack of her forbidden technique. Even the man in front of her would not be able to do that. Really? Yoon Seo gave a cold smile. Meanwhile, with a boom, a powerful force pierced through the black-clad woman's mental power and entered into her mind. She couldn't help but step back a few steps. Then she raised her head incredulously and stared at Yoon Seo with her beautiful eyes. Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. Why did my forbidden technique not work on you? Her face was ghastly pale and her lips quivered. For decades, many men had strayed into this place, but no one had yet been able to escape her captivity. Chapter 1703, Yoon Luofeng came, 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Yoon Seo walked inexorably towards Chin Luo. His eyes were full of killing intent and his body was surrounded with a murderous aura. At this time, Yoon Seo looked horrifying, approaching like the god of death stepping on blood. Everyone would tremble in horror under his glare. However, Chin Luo soon recovered. She laughed, with a sarcastic smile on her lips. Funny, that's really funny. There is someone in this world that is mentally strong enough to resist my temptation, but... The smile on Chin Luo's face spread. In that case, I am even more interested in you. Quote. She licked her sexy red lips, and a lewd gleam flickered across her slightly narrowed beautiful eyes. At first, she liked Bai Su's handsome face better, but now she felt more interested in this man. Bai Su was too easy to get, but this man, who could resist the attack of her forbidden technique, easily aroused her desire to conquer. Tut, it's the first time I've seen such a woman. Hearing Qin Luo's words, the old man who had been quiet all the time, couldn't help but sneer, and his voice was contemptuous. Qin Luo's face changed. She looked at the old man sharply and said coldly, "Shut up." If the old man had been a few decades younger, she might have been interested in him, but he was so old. How dare he show up and pollute her eyes? Anyone who came to the god burial mountain either died in her hands or was left as her bed partner. Obviously, the old man could only be the former. Why? You're really the first woman I've ever seen who wants to RP a man that you can't seduce. The old man shook his head. This woman was really eye-opening. It was the first time he met a woman like this. Go to hell. Qin Luo was angry, and released all the spirit energies in her body, which struck at the old man like surging billows, and her eyes were ferocious. Yun Xiao frowned and waved his sleeves. A gust of power that was no weaker than Qin Luo's collided with her power. With a boom, the two powers set off a wave that flattened the surrounding trees in an instant. Qin Luo's face changed. She looked up at Yun Xiao's cold face and asked word by word, "Are you really unwilling to obey me?" "Yes," he said briefly and coldly. Qin Luo sneered, "Pity. It's a real pity. You might not know that I sent someone to find the woman you love. Maybe she has already gone to hell, ha ha ha." Yun Xiao's face remained unchanged, but people could feel that his aura became gradually unstable. Clearly feeling the anger in Yun Xiao's heart, Qin Luo smiled provocatively, "If you obey me, I will return your fiancée to you. Otherwise, I'll ask my men to burn her into ashes." Yun Xiao's pupils constricted and the aura around him grew stronger. He said coldly, "If she dies, you will be buried with her." Hearing this, Qin Luo froze for a moment, not expecting that he wasn't threatened by her. Did she have to kill this man? Wouldn't that be a shame? She had been lonely for years and finally met such a perfect man. However, before Qin Luo could figure out a way to deal with Yun Xiao, his figure had approached her. His palms were like lightning, his figure was like a gust of wind, and his attack struck against Qin Luo's chest with a thud. Qin Luo slightly narrowed her eyes, and retreated 2 steps, with a touch of caution in her eyes. Chapter 1704, Yun Luofeng came, 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Boom. As the two palms collided, the earth trembled and the mountain swayed. Suddenly, even the sky was covered with a layer of smoke. It was so dark that no one could see the sky clearly. The old man casually sat down on the side and took out the fire hawk leg he had hidden, watching the two fighting while enjoying the delicious food. There seems to be something missing. The old man frowned and quickly smiled. He took a teacup from his space ring and filled it with tea leaves and water. As the temperature of his palm rose, the tea boiled. This is the tea Feng gave me when she left the Jun family. I remember it's called spirit tea. It tastes really good, but there is no hot water here, so I can only make tea this way. With both food and tea, now he could happily enjoy the show. Grandfather Jun chuckled. Of course, at a time like this, if his old friends were here, he would play a game of chess with them. This young man's strength is not bad. Though he is young, his strength is going to surpass mine. Feng has a good eye. In fact, from the very beginning, Grandfather Jun had recognized Yun Xiao, but he also found that he was cold in nature. He didn't come forward to talk with Yun Xiao before he was sure that Yun Luofeng had told Yun Xiao about him. Otherwise, what if he thought he had ulterior motives? That was why Grandfather Jun scoffed at Qin Luo's behavior. She wanted to steal Feng's man. Had she ever looked at herself in the mirror? And she wanted to pretend to be Feng. Did she think they were blind? In fact, this was also because Yun Xiao was a man. If it was Yun Luofeng in danger, Grandfather Jun would have jumped up and killed this woman instead of sitting by and watching the fight. As for Qin Luo's claim that she had sent people to deal with Yun Luofeng, he didn't believe it at all. If Yun Luofeng had died in her hands, she wouldn't have that expression and tone. If the woman hunted Yun Luofeng herself, he might be worried. However, she only sent her men to do it. How could those people catch Feng? Bang. Qin Luo held up her hand and struck at Yun Xiao. Unfortunately, her attack missed and hit Grandfather Jun's teacup. The teacup broke and the freshly brewed hot tea splashed onto the hands of Grandfather Jun. Grandfather Jun's face went black. Of course, it wasn't because he was scalded but because his tea had been wasted. It was given to him by Yun Luofeng and there were only 8 liang in total. He had only a little bit of it left. However, it was wasted by this DMN woman. In anger, Grandfather Jun rose from the ground and walked angrily toward Yun Xiao and Qin Luo. Get away, boy, let me deal with her. Yun Xiao hadn't recovered from his injury yet, so he was a bit powerless. Even so, Qin Luo still couldn't beat him. Grandfather Jun, who figured out Yun Xiao's strength from the very beginning, was not worried about Yun Xiao at all. But he didn't expect that Qin Luo would break his teacup, which drove him crazy. Old beggar, I have no interest in you and I don't want to kill you for now. Get the HLL out of here. Qin Luo was rather angry, her chest heaving and her eyes glaring at Grandfather Jun. Old beggar. Grandfather Jun looked at himself. Indeed, since falling into the trap, he hadn't been able to take a bath. His white robe was covered with dust, and his white hair was messy. He did look like a beggar. Little girl, don't look down upon me. Though I've been hiding my strength for years, I'm afraid I have to show it to you now. Chapter 1705, Yun Luofeng came, 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Grandfather Jun snorted, and suddenly released a powerful aura. Yun Xiao looked at Grandfather Jun, quickly withdrew his gaze and said nothing. Demigod level. Qin Luo's face changed a little. There was a person of demigod level on this continent. Grandfather Jun said coldly, a few years ago, I broke through to the demigod level, but because of some restrictions, I didn't dare to expose my real strength. Since I'm in God Burial Mountain, I can show you my strength. There were levels higher than Sage Lord level. One was the demigod level, at which the person was like only one step away from the heavens. As long as he reached the heavens, he would be like a god. Even so, on this continent where cultivation resources were scarce, Qin Luo didn't expect that someone would break through to the demigod level. Old man, demigod level is not a big deal. If I hadn't been trapped here and had my actual strength restricted, I would have killed you in a second. Qin Luo soon calmed down. She lifted her chin with pride and looked down at Grandfather Jun with disdain. Grandfather Jun chuckled, yes, demigod level is not a big deal, but it's enough for me to deal with you. Qin Luo's face suddenly darkened. She was able to hold on so long under Yun Xiao's attack because he hadn't recovered from his injury. However, the old man, disease-free and painless, was not so easy to deal with. Would she have to use that way? Qin Luo bit her lip tightly and pondered. At that moment, a strong pressing power struck at her, which made Qin Luo's face change again. She turned her head hurriedly only to see Yun Xiao's cold eyes. Although the old man is of demigod level, there is 80% chance for me to escape from his hands. However, the Ghost Emperor is here. If he tries to stop me, then I'll only have a 40% chance. More importantly, I can't just let Yun Xiao go. Qin Luo rolled her eyes and finally made up her mind. Then she lifted her head, her beautiful face cold. Fortunately, when the Qin family locked me up, they gave me the means to save my life, with which I can temporarily improve my strength. As she said this, a fierce gale sprang up around her and her long black hair was fluttering in the wind. Little Bug rubbed his eyes and stared in astonishment at Qin Luo, whose strength was suddenly greatly improved. His voice was filled with shock. Master, come on, run. This woman is from that place. Yun Xiao made no move. Looking confused, Grandfather Jun was completely at a loss. What's going on here? Why has her power suddenly improved so much? Indeed, Qin Luo's current aura was scary and frightening. Even Grandfather Jun felt cold all over. Even though Yun Xiao didn't make any move, a hint of caution appeared in his black eyes. Ghost Emperor, you are my man. Qin Luo laughed grimly. I wanted to make you fall in love with me. Then we'll have a better time in bed. But now, it seems that I have to get you by force, haha. As a woman, she said something so shameless, but she seemed to feel nothing wrong at all. But, as she said this, a wicked laugh suddenly came from the sky. When did my husband become your man? In the sky, there stood a white-clad woman who was gorgeous and attractive. With a wicked smile on her face, she slowly landed in front of Yun Xiao. Chapter 1706, Yun Luofeng came, 4. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Since she appeared, Yun Xiao's eyes had been fixed on her, as if nothing in the world was more important than her. After quite a while, the man moved his thin lips and said tenderly, is it really you? Yes, I came here for you. Yun Luofeng smiled, and her dark eyes were full of affection. She seemed to not be afraid of Qin Luo at all. Yes, as long as he was around, they would be able to tackle any problem. Qin Luo scowled, Yun Luofeng, why are you here? Did Jinyu fail? She couldn't kill you. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes and gave a cold smile. I heard that you wanted to take my husband from me. Qin Luo snorted, so what? Haha. Yun Luofeng shrugged, then I'm sure you'll regret it. Qin Luo's face darkened, what do you mean? I mean, Jinyu went to your palace to look for Bai Su. If you are late, maybe Bai Su will be taken away by her. Hearing this, Qin Luo smiled contemptuously, Bai Su loves me so much that he won't leave me. Yun Luofeng shook his head, I gave Jinyu a drug that could put Bai Su in a coma, so it'll be easy for her to take him away. She gave Jinyu the drug so that she could take Bai Su away, while she would use this to attract Qin Luo here. Whether Jinyu could take Bai Su away before Qin Luo came back depended on Jinyu's own strength. Sure enough, when Qin Luo heard Yun Luofeng's words, her face turned black. She seemed to be angered. However, the anger was suppressed by her before long. Even if Bai Su escapes, I can still take him back. But if the Ghost Emperor does, I'm afraid I can hardly catch him again. Qin Luo sneered, slightly lifted her chin and said proudly. Besides, you must die. If Yun Luofeng wasn't here, she might have left Yun Xiao to catch Bai Su. But since Yun Luofeng was here, she must stay here and kill her. A dark gleam flickered across Yun Luofeng's eyes. She walked up to Yun Xiao and asked, what are the odds for you to kill her? Yun Xiao looked at Qin Luo in silence and said, 50%. But, Yun Xiao thought for a while and continued, though she used a secret technique to improve her strength, there should be a time limit. When the time is up, I'm sure I can kill her. Qin Luo was no match for Yun Xiao before she improved her strength. If Yun Xiao hadn't been injured, he could have killed her easily. Yun Luofeng turned her gaze to Little Bug. Little Bug shuddered all over. Timidly, he retreated 2 steps and said weakly, don't look at me. I can't defeat her. Quote. You're the ancestor of the dragon tribe. How can you be so useless? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. In that case, I'll roast and eat you. Little Bug looked horrified at Yun Luofeng. Was this woman a demon? No, I'm useful. I'm absolutely useful. You're useful, then why did Yun Xiao get injured? Yun Luofeng mocked. It was fair enough that Little Bug couldn't beat this woman. But how about before? With him present, Yun Xiao was still injured by Bai Su. Little Bug wanted to defend himself, but couldn't find an excuse. Yeah, he was really useless. He just sat by and watched Master being injured, but he was too timid to fight anyone. I'll give you a quarter of an hour to figure out a way to deal with this woman. Don't rush to reject me. I know you have a way. Yun Xiao and I will hold her off for a quarter of an hour. If you can't do it, it proves that you won't do me any good. Then I'll just roast and eat you. Chapter 1707, Qin Luo defeated 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Little Bug's face immediately changed. His eyes were full of fear. The woman was clearly not just intimidating him. If he really couldn't work out a way, she would really cook him and eat him. Yun Luofeng ignored Little Bug and turned her eyes to Qin Luo. At this moment, she no longer concealed her strength and summoned all her subordinates. Huo, Little Tree, Cha-Cha, Xiaomo, Yun Yi, the skeleton core, and gold-seeking hamsters. Qin Luo was angry when she saw the skeleton core, and she glared at Yun Luofeng. So it's you who stole my skeleton core. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. It turned out that the skeleton core used to belong to Qin Luo. Humph. Qin Luo snorted, her eyes filled with anger. Since you've summoned all your subordinates, I'll kill you all. When Qin Luo said this, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Her long black hair was fluttering in the gale, and her gorgeous face was ferocious. Tut, crazy girl, I didn't expect I would meet you here. This is great. Grandfather Jun laughed, but his eyes were solemn. He was thinking, what were the odds for Feng Er and Ghost Emperor to escape if he held Qin Luo off? He also realized that as long as they escaped from God Burial Mountain, this woman could do nothing to them, no matter how strong she was. Yun Luofeng looked at Grandfather Jun in surprise when she heard this. Why are you here? Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Grandfather Jun, who had been pretending to be an immortal, almost fell to the ground. He looked at Yun Luofeng with a sad face. Feng, so you just realized that I was here. He, a living person, was standing right beside Yun Xiao, but the girl didn't notice him. That was ridiculous. Yun Luofeng rubbed her nose and smiled brightly. I'm sorry, as long as Yun Xiao appears, I can only see him. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have noticed you. At this moment, Grandfather Jun looked very aggrieved. He even had the impulse to knock his head against a wall. Yun Xiao looked coldly at Grandfather Jun and he had already figured out Grandfather Jun's identity from their conversation. So this old man was his grandfather who he had never seen before. Yun Luofeng, I know you're just trying to stall. Qin Luo snorted and her aura became more and more powerful. Unfortunately, I won't give you this chance. Yun Luofeng shrugged and turned to Qin Luo in surprise. It seems that you are not so stupid. Humph. Qin Luo snorted and released a strong pressing power against her, and a smug smile appeared on her face. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng took a deep breath. If they couldn't stall, they might have to fight her. Swish. Yun Xiao's figure, like a hawk, was surprisingly fast and had arrived at Qin Luo's side in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, all the beasts moved. Huo turned into a fiery red fox whose body was surrounded by raging flames. Wherever she passed, the earth was scorched and there was a strong burnt smell in the air. Cha-Cha opened his mouth wide and pounced fiercely on Qin Luo. Before he could bite her leg, he was slapped away by Qin Luo. But he didn't stop, but struggled up and rushed towards Qin Luo. Chapter 1708, Qin Luo defeated 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Under the leadership of Milk Tea and the Hamster Queen, gold-seeking hamsters also made trouble for Qin Luo. However, gold-seeking hamsters were not very powerful, so such interference didn't work well and they could only hold her off for a while. The skeleton core was imperishable, which Qin Luo had spent many years on, so they were very powerful. Though they were only at the Sage Lord level, they made a lot of troubles for Qin Luo because they were indestructible. Of course, the strongest one was Little Tree. Since he absorbed the memory, his strength had improved a lot, but it was not so easy for him to regain all his power. He could only gradually increase his strength. However, those waving vines, as if having a life, could not only take the initiative to attack, but also evade Qin Luo's attacks, so Qin Luo was greatly distracted by them and was hit by Yun Xiao's attack. However, Qin Luo was no longer her former self. This attack couldn't cause her much harm. Furious, Qin Luo gritted her teeth. If the Qin family had not restricted her freedom and sealed her strength, she would not have been so passive. If she had her former power, she could kill these people in seconds. Thinking of this, Qin Luo blinked and turned her eyes to Yun Luofeng's face. The one who made her so passive was this woman. She could let anyone here off except her. She must die. Get away. Qin Luo waved away Huo's attack and rushed towards Yun Luofeng. But before she could get to Yun Luofeng, she was stopped by Yun Xiao again. The man in front of her was as cold as a killing god and made her shudder. Qin Luo's heart trembled, but she was unwilling to give up. Ghost Emperor, you'd better not go against me, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Even now, she was still flirtatiously talking to him and didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. In some people's eyes, women were men's accessories, while in her eyes, men were just women's toys. Yun Xiao just ignored her, as if he didn't see her. Qin Luo was infuriated. She wrapped her hands with spiritual energies and struck at Yun Xiao's chest. Yun Luofeng's heart gradually sank while she watched the fight. She kept thinking about how to solve this dilemma. Although Qin Luo's secret technique had a time limit, Yun Xiao couldn't possibly wait till then. Mistress. Suddenly, Little Bug cried out loud. Yun Luofeng paused and looked up only to see the fat bug was in front of her. The next second, he kissed her on the forehead. Yun Luofeng frowned, and before she could throw out the little bug that molested her, she felt a pain between her eyes, and a touch of cold was spread throughout her body. Little bug fell weakly onto Yun Luofeng's open palm. He looked pitifully at Yun Luofeng and said, I have already given you my most precious essence blood. It will take me a long time to recover. You must keep your promise and not eat me. Before he closed his eyes, Little Bug still remembered to warn her for fear that Yun Luofeng would eat him while he was asleep. Xiao Mo, take care of him. Yun Luofeng threw Little Bug to Xiao Mo, and soon she felt her blood and chi surging and her strength was gradually rising. Chapter 1709, Qin Luo defeated 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Xiao Mo's eyes followed Yun Luofeng. He had a feeling that Yun Luofeng would be terrifyingly powerful after absorbing the essence blood of the dragon ancestor. On the continent, a dragon was a powerful and rare spiritual beast, and every part of its body was a treasure. No matter its dragon blood, dragon meat, or dragon tendons, all of them were great tonics, not to mention its essence blood. Essence blood was the most precious part of a dragon's body. When a dragon gave its essence blood away, it had literally drained his essence, so essence blood was very precious. Besides, this dragon was not an ordinary one. He was the ancestor of the dragon tribe. Essence blood of dragon ancestor. How valuable was it? This drop of essence blood could not only temporarily boost Yun Luofeng's strength, but also benefit her a lot and help her avoid detours and mistakes in the future. Xiao Mo looked at Little Bug in his arms and slightly raised his eyebrow. Maybe Yun Xiao had thought of this when he saved the dragon ancestor. Otherwise, why would he save such a little fellow for no reason? Qin Luo wanted to solve these people quickly, but suddenly she felt the power coming from the front. She raised her head in surprise, and when she saw that Yun Luofeng's power was rising, there was a panic in her eyes. What's the matter? Could this woman also use a secret technique to improve her strength? No. There was no such technique on this continent. Even if there was, she had reached the level of a god. On such a backward continent, was there anyone else who could improve his strength to the realm of a god? Qin Luo's face was pale and she kept retreating, but before she could turn around and run away, a diabolical voice came over her head. Where do you think you're going? From the sky, the woman in white walked slowly down. With a wicked and cold smile on her lips, she stared at Qin Luo grimly. Qin Luo suppressed the panic in her heart and clenched her teeth. You're lucky today. I'll settle accounts with you later. Later. Yun Luofeng chuckled. Do you think you still have a future? Qin Luo clenched her fists. If it had been earlier, she would fight with Yun Luofeng. They both had used a secret technique to improve their strength. It wasn't certain who would win. However, her time was almost up, and once the time was up, she would become vulnerable to their attacks. She had to leave temporarily and settle accounts with these people when she recovered. Unfortunately, this woman didn't want to let her go. Go away. Qin Luo didn't want to beg for mercy. She jumped up and rushed towards Yun Luofeng, her eyes ferocious. Yun Luofeng slowly reached out her hand. Bang! Her palm tightly wrapped the fist that was reached out to her, and a cold gleam flashed through her dark eyes. Didn't you want my man? How can you just walk away like this? Qin Luo blushed with anger and coldly stared at Yun Luofeng. Your man. As a woman, don't you feel ashamed by saying this? In the past, Qin Luo was despised because she was lustful. At that time, she gave those people a good lesson and asked them, since a man could have a lot of women, why couldn't she have a lot of men? Of course, she only thought that way when it concerned herself. If it was someone else, Yun Luofeng, for example, she would be convinced that the person was shameless and immoral. Yun Luofeng laughed. He is my husband. Am I wrong by calling him my man? If I should be ashamed to do this, then shouldn't you kill yourself for trying to snatch someone else's man? Chapter 1710, Qin Luo defeated 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. You. Qin Luo's face was ferocious. Yun Luofeng, don't be smug. If you dare lay a finger on me, someone will kill you to avenge me. Really? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Then I will wait for that person to kill me. Yun Xiao stood at the side of Yun Luofeng silently and his black eyes were cold and solemn. His powerful aura made Qin Luo somewhat scared. This man, just like that old man, was of the demigod level. Though he just reached this level not long ago, his aura was too strong enough to make people fear. Qin Luo pulled her fist from Yun Luofeng's palm with difficulty and kicked at her. Yun Luofeng sneered and was going to block her attack. However, at this moment, she suddenly froze and with a boom, a powerful force broke through her mind and sent Qin Luo away. The fantasy land was finally broken. The steel core and raging flame core that were put into the fantasy land for cultivation by Yun Luofeng was sent out automatically when the fantasy land was broken and awkwardly fell to the ground. They looked surprised and confused, not knowing what happened. As Yun Luofeng's face changed bit by bit, a burst of excited laughter suddenly rang. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng shuddered. Ju Qian, I finally left the EM fantasy land. Ha ha ha. There was an excited smile on Mo Chancheng's baby face and his eyes were shining with excitement. Seeing Yun Luofeng at first sight, he rushed towards her and tried to hug her. Before Mo Chancheng reached the front of Yun Luofeng, one hand reached out from the side and pulled Yun Luofeng into his arms. His cool eyes shot at Mo Chancheng like a sharp sword. Who are you? Mo Chancheng's face darkened. Did Ju Qian have another man? Yun Xiao's eyes were firm. I'm her husband. Mo Chancheng had an emotional breakdown. He scowled, pointed at Yun Luofeng and said to her, Ju Qian, tell me this man is lying. How can you have a husband? He must be lying. I've waited for you for so many years. How could you abandon me? How could you? Yun Luofeng knew how strong Mo Chancheng was. When she was in the fantasy land, in order to save Ji Jutian, she had to pretend to be Ju Qian. She planned to improve her strength before Mo Chancheng left the fantasy land, and then she would be able to deal with him. However, he broke the fantasy land ahead of time. This man must have tempted you. I'm going to kill him. If he dies, you'll be mine. Yun Xiao frowned, and when he was about to come forward, a hand reached out behind him and grabbed his arm. Yun Luofeng shook her head at him and looked into Mo Chancheng's eyes. To tell you the truth, I'm not Zhu Qian. I pretended to be him just to save Ji Jutian. No, you are Zhu Qian. Mo Chancheng looked very pained. You locked me up in the fantasy land for thousands of years. I have waited for you for thousands of years. Why did you do this to me? Yun Luofeng's mouth twitched. She lied to him, but when she told him the truth, he just refused to believe her and insisted she was Zhu Qian. Feng wait for me. Yun Xiao leaned over and whispered to Yun Luofeng. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng felt her heart skip a beat. Mo Chancheng is very strong, you. Don't worry. I'll come back to you alive. Chapter 1711, Scheming Yun Xiao 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. When Yun Xiao said this, he and Mo Chancheng both disappeared, leaving only a breeze blowing over Yun Luofeng's ears. Seeing Yun Luofeng was worried about Yun Xiao, grandfather smiled. Girl, don't worry. Yun Xiao is not a rash person. He must have his own plans. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and turned her eyes to grandfather Jun. I heard that you came to look for Yun Xiao and me. Why did it take you so many days? Grandfather Jun looked a little embarrassed. Well, it's a long story. Quote. Then make it short. Cough. Grandfather Jun coughed dryly. Well, when I arrived at this god burial mountain, I met a couple. Then I traveled in company with them, but unfortunately, we were separated halfway. At the mention of this, Grandfather Jun felt a little sorry. Even he himself didn't know why he was a little nervous in front of the couple. Besides, the woman in red seemed very familiar. After being separated from the couple, I fell into a trap and found the injured Yun Xiao. We finally managed to get out of the trap only to bump into the crazy woman. The old man complained. Yun Luofeng didn't ask any more. Her eyes were filled with worry as she looked at the direction where Yun Xiao and Mo Chancheng left. After a while, Yun Xiao and Mo Chancheng both appeared before Yun Luofeng again. Instead of flying in the sky, they were walking on the ground. Both of them were injured. Mo Chancheng glared at Yun Xiao as if he wished he could devour him alive. Why did you come back so soon? Yun Luofeng was stunned. She had only worried about him for a while and their battle was already over. Yun Xiao reached out his arms and held her in his arms, and a smile gradually appeared on his cold face. I'll be quick with everything, except. The man paused, in bed. Then I'll be quite slow. Yun Luofeng's face darkened and she looked up at his smiling black eyes, not knowing what to say. Yun Xiao, who taught you this? She vaguely remembered that Yun Xiao used to know nothing about love affairs. But now, he was telling dirty jokes without batting an eyelash. I'm self-taught. Yun Xiao gazed at the woman in his arms and smiled. Mo Chancheng's face was so black that it seemed he wanted to kill Yun Xiao with his eyes. Tell me what happened. After all, Mo Chancheng had lived for so many years, while Yun Xiao was just a young man in his 20s. If Yun Xiao was given a few more years, Mo Chancheng definitely can rival him. But now, he claimed he could beat me without using spirit energy, Yun Xiao said, glancing at Mo Chancheng, so, I set a rule with him that we should fight physically and no one was allowed to use spirit energy. He agreed. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and asked. Yes, Yun Xiao nodded, but I demanded that both of us should seal our strengths. Indeed, a spirit cultivator was able to seal his strength, and normally, stronger ones could seal the strength of weaker ones. Of course, no one would seal his own strength. That was because once your strength was sealed, it can be unsealed without the help of others, which was why they walked back. Chapter 1712, Scheming Yun Xiao 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. He even agreed to this.